Chapter 1 Drawing Templatia for Celestial Level Villain. Plop. The surface soft he lake Kiriptiden aspray of water. At the bottom off the lake, a series of bubbles sended. Shinyang gradual icing to thelakes depths. Thefrigid waterfeltasifit were in tintin freezing high min to solid block of ice. Ifidid noto akinsoon. Hugely drone beneath thelaka surface. Ding. System detected as suitable to get. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Host detected ender. Activating protective A function. A circular protective shield enveloped Shinyan, keeping Theosalay Quadrat at bay. A faint current of electricity stimulated Shinyan's mind. His shan twitched slightly. Gradually, his consciousness began to awaken. Where am I? Thesis stem infused Shunyan's mind with information A, bow. These world and its functionalities. He Dackworth super boss role-playing system. By embodying the character's extracted by the system, he could gain corresponding abilities. I've across a dover. After reviewing the information, Shinyan realized this predicament. He had traversed into a parallel universe. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he had fallen to a Kongjian, a realm referred to as the Bisoff despair by its inhabitants. This place concealed countless dangers, where Edith could strike an imminent. Once an individual fell into these Kongjian, escape was nearly impossible. Itwood taking Horboforion could be expelled from Thysither worldly domain. Since March, numerous individuals shaden advertent lipledged into these Kongjian, a timesonly a handful, butanother occasions, as many as hundreds. Thestigering number of missing person shadrant heatenshana various nations. After a certain time, those hohod fallenen, along with their belongings, would be expelled. So far, only devices recovered had captured footage a thought couldn't formother soft Kongjian's existence. All will fell in Tothis Kongjian perished, with no tassingle survivor to date. Inth sil tatelake's bottom, doesn't so fun known creature stinta kles rai the dresslessly. Thymerged from the mud, swaying in the water, resembling aquatic plants growing at the lake's bottom. However, unlike harmless water plants, these attenta kles reathret. A dozen tentacles surged toward Shinyan but halted upon making contact with the system's defenses. They could not breach the system's protective barrier. Shunyanata said their presence and, seeing that they could not penetrate the defenses, helitutus ago for leaf. Butant the next mint. Ding. The system's nergize insufficient to maintain defense, please extract a Boston plate promptly. The system's nergy was waning. Shinyan had Talivathelake's depths quickly shooed the system's nergy depleted completely, hewed be torn to shreds be thin tackless lurking at the bottom. With a powerful kick, Shinyan propelled himself toward the surface. Thetan Takles followed him upward, but after extending gay fumeters, they could stretch no further. The coldenly watches Shinyan reach at Pthelika surface, thrashing Janafita fridge, before ultimate lie relinquishing their pursuit off this spree. The sank back in Tothasilt, awaiting the next soon suspecting victim. Splash! As Shinyan burst through the water, the protective shield dissipated, and a swamp to shore, climbing upon Tozala drowned. Drip, drip. Water cascade off his body. System, Bejan extracting Thurl, Shinyan declared. Have found himself in the Bisoff despair, a realm rife with peril, where even the seeming light tranquillic ebottom arbor dinless dangers. The fierce character to be extracted ways a crucial own. Whether he could survive a Thizer Dlingi don't the potency of the ability is granted by the character body. Ding! Randomly extracting a Boston plate, initiating boss role-playing mode deathy closer the embodiment to the character's essence, Themera abilities can be unlocked. Themera people believe in the character portrayed, defying their expectations, the greater the subversion value acquired. Commencing template extraction. Template extraction successful. Shunyan's expression transformed into nefastonish mentashabi elth extracta template. Ivadrana celestial level template. It appears fortunes in my side. A few lines of text appeared before him. First extraction grants complimentary access to the Boston plate. Ding dong. Congratulations on acquiring the celestial level template. Character the illusionist. Potential celestial level. Personality able and doffmadness son calmness, elegant and extraordinary, obsessive, and perfection-seeking. Ability to be generated. Ding. Commencing roleplay. Swish. A black and white jester mask enveloped Shenyan's face, with thread makeup accentuating the corners of his mouth, creating gainery and absurd impression. Simultaneously, his features beneath the mask transformed, becoming more severe and resolute. A horsey yet magnetic voice emanated from Shenyan's lips. His appearance, attire, and demeanor underwent a complete metamorphosis. Now, Shenyan had become an illusionist. Dressed in theatrical garb, he exuded radiant composure, his fingers dancing as if he were a repeatedly inspired artist. System commencing ability generation. The setting is a beginner's benefit no subversion value will be deducted, and ability is will be automatically designed to align with the character's essence. Dialogue and costume design must be crafted by the host. Themere vivid the character's portrayal, themere formidable the abilities. If tasked with crafting dialogue, Shenyan found himself at a loss, yet the recall at a character whose linus resonated perfectly with the illusionist's persona. Although hate he tricality ruis dramatic, it lacked a air of mystery. Shenyan adjustments, adding a capacity knighted why the eternal, unquenchable flammacidishem. Asked the illusionist, who wield dead the power of artistry, pursuing perfection, the shishin swirl so flawless. Beholding Thesa hands sevoked vision sofa grand piano performancio fun paralleled brilliance. Yet, something was still missing. As if guided by swill, 6 rings materialized upon his fingers. Thepigen bladredribes, combined with his impeccable perfect hands, exuded an oreo fun paralleled mystique. First ability unlocked manipulation. The illusionist possesses an innate ability to manipulate the heart 7th corporeal form becamus repeating the hands off illusionist. Special can transform anemia sofular levelthan, himself top puppets, limited this own rank. Ability unlocked. Shunyan immediately mastered the skill, wielding it with adept proficiency. Celestial level characters possess 4 abilities, Yethi Kuden Lai, unlocking a forna acquiring greater recognition Wudalohim Tokses subsequent abilities. With ability is secured and attire in place, waddle size lacking? A grand stage for my entrance this performance shall be flawlessly executed. Perhaps a twaston at that Shenyan washborn to embody the role. And now, asked the illusionist, had become Ioni with the character. System, materializestage. System stage materialize a duito beginner's benefit, these instances of materialization and curse no deduction of subversion value. Excellent, everything is in place and Almerly away the audience is a rival. Chapter 2 My Theater, named Human Hearts. Lien Kyan was a Levestrium host. She broadcasted Herculinary explorations, garnering gammadist following off several Tinsoft house hands. On this day, she adventured to a food street for a live broadcast, when suddenly, the entire space warped. She, along with dozens of voters nearby, was swept into the Kongjian. In the instant they fell into the Kongjian, several individuals were swallowed whole by a peculiar creature. The sea creatures lay in way to pond the ground, their coloration blending seamlessly with the surface, making Jidiasi foran and suspecting passer-by tuan aid vertent lystipupont them, only to bainstant litivord be their gaping maws. Panis swimming thek road. Witnessing this scene, they immediately recalled the recent tremor circulating gon linea about he kungden. Although he's a tal shad spread widely, few had to kint them seriously, believing them tobamireoks. It wasn't until they found themselves amidst heaperiloft Kongjian that theorized the truth of toasteries. Help, there are remonsters. Mom, I want me mum. I say neonethrotosavius? This the bisoff disparates over. We're doomed, noonie canes cape from air alive. Thekro dwailed, fear enveloping individual, surrounding them like a suffocating shroud. An overwhelming terror capable of breaking gay person. Lienkian's facet turned pal shell act the typical influencer's features, instead possessing natural beauty, Thacker humor recaptivating the Longerana gazed. Now, Harashin complexion only intensified thesins of vulnerability exuded. Regrettably, in this moment of collective adreed, noon paid heed to how others appeared. Every new ensconce mid be the fear of becoming gay meal for the lurking creatures. Erwa tormain here indefinitely? A aumment step head forward, flanked by several companions. Where to closeto theoratory of tos creatures what knows, what danger might follow? A mid-leagedman remarked. After a discussion among the group, they unanimous lied sided tova catetheria. As the traverse said the desolate expanse, they found themselves inexplicably losing Berthon. New witness said how they've initiated this barren landscape, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The group advanced said with trepidation. A kill climate from Thessol soft their feet to Thena peef their necks. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped theria, gradually obscuring their vision. Clang, 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 clang. At that moment, our sounding crescendo of drum heralded the commencement of a theatrical spectacle, drawing Thyrotin and irresistible toward it. Despite their awareness that such sudden sounds synthesize location were Zelda Marbinger soft good fortune, their curiosity compelled them to investigate further. They followed their hythmia beat strew test swirling white mist, and soon, their eyes fell upon a stitch that had long been erected. Thestigious current lie shrouded in curtains, still awaiting its grand unveiling, while severe rouse occurs beneath a thinty Dayton audience area. As the drew nearer, Thedrum intensified, Yeti sorcerer remained a mystery. The bizarre stagey and Theomenis drumbeat sent shivers down a Viriona spine, instilling a sense of dread. A wavy of hesitation swept over the road, uncertain whether to advance, pondering if this place might be even more perilous than them and Strauss insects they had encountered. Even Kien felt an inclination to retreat. Shep perceived vestige, constructed in this other world lyrium, as profoundly unsettling Shabeli Evid that extraordinary circumstance soft and concealed malevolent forces, and she was soon willing to risk her life for mere curiosity. Most shared her sentiments. Yet, despite the apprehension, a few individuals could not resist the urgito temp fate. Ian man approached the audience CC at Sand exclaimed, "There is indeed a stature. I shall explore it perhaps so will uncover Cluesto escape." Features were impeccably arranged, as if newly placed. Ashes stepped in Tati audience section, the surrounding drumming abruptly ceased. Almost immediately, a spy, magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of madness, resonant through theer. Everyone, take your seats, the show is about to commence. Shock washed over the crowd through us indeed semi, present. However, their astonishments turned to horror as they discovered her bodies weren't longer under control. They had intended to flight heising canaplace, Butu pon theater and of tat, gravelly voice, they found themselves inexplicably drawn in Tati audience section, each person taking their seat involuntarily, as if puppets on strings. Once seated, there again the ability to totter in their heads, only to behold the stonish expression soft hosbana. Ding! Acquire disruption value 330, especially for Lee, the fierce to approach the audience area, cold sweat dripped from Miss Bragret coursed thruffum for his reckless actions. Alex experienced thun settling sensation off being seat don pin sand needles. Thickertain and thesti Jewish drawn back. Boom. In the center off vestige, a golden lotus blossom Eden began to spin. Following this, numerous golden lotuses unfurled, and then, fierce flames synided from their petals. Amidst the flames and smoke, a figure clad in theatrical garbandon and gay clown mask merged. Iris from the filthan mire I am the blazing blutus. I am thune per a ledbody. As the flames danced, all the lotuses began to at her, just as she proclaimed upon his entrance, he becometh a singularfus. His arrival was nothing short of breathtaking in a different setting, it might have egernered a plethora of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to me artistic sanctuary. Notably, his mask bore a McKinge expression, the corner so fits mouth grotesquely upturned in a vivid crimson hue, capturing the audience's attention. The spectators trembled in fear. If given the choice, they would have preferred to confront the insects rather than Thai's enigmatic figure. Let me ponder what a should articulate. Invariably feeling sighs before each performance, yet that sentiment is indispensable. In muster castratia performancio fun, paralleled perfection mytheater risk called the heart of humanity. The individual syntheodian soaries, a part of his performance issuas, both spectators and active intertwined. The illusionistique acute da grace fulbo, embodying thesence o feturtisligan tan composed, yet the smile upon his mask exudi da frenzied madness. Kine saqua kinger seat, her phone dangling before ear. Their recording continued unabated, capturing Javariman twithin eatslins. These was the recording feature EO5 Saiteshi had activated, and if internet connectivity were available, the footage would be uploaded instantaneously. The audience members scood now movie and vocalize, yet remain junnable to escape. The illusionist extended to Shan's, palms facing downward, his fingertips dancing. 5 individuals rose from their seats. Theoremery puppets apulthesterings, anthishaldens. Chapter 3. He is a madman. They swayed their bodies, dancing a stiff choreography in sync with the gestures of the illusionist on stage. Lin Xian felt a prickling fear crawling along her scalp, a chill rising within her. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted uncontrollably from her lips. She was not alone. Others joined in the chorus of terror. Quickly, she clamped her hands over her mouth, terrified of invoking the wrath of that terrifying madman. Indeed, those seated in the audience unanimously regarded the figure on stage as deranged. No one but a madman would compel and manipulate others to witness his performance, let alone treat the audience as mere props for his amusement. What else could he be but insane? The 5 dancers moved rigidly, their faces void of expression, akin to lifeless puppets. The illusionist clapped his hands, seemingly dissatisfied. Don't be so serious, everyone is watching. Come on, smile, smile. The 5 faces, resembling inanimate dolls, broke into synchronized smiles, as if masked. Those who beheld this uncanny sight found their own faces involuntarily mirroring the same smiles, unaware of their own expressions. It was only when they casually glanced at those beside them, also smiling in the same fashion, that an icy dread took root in their hearts. All eyes were fixed on this silent performance, an innate fear blossoming from deep within, as they dreaded becoming puppets under the madman's control. Ding! Acquired disruption value 10, ding. Acquired disruption value 10, ding. Among 37 individuals, 33 contributed a total of 1,370 disruption points throughout this performance. The illusionist, embodied by Shun Yin, danced his fingers, prompting the 5 figures to spin rigidly. Even before this group arrived, the illusionist had noticed some unnatural entities mingling among them. This explained why individuals had been mysteriously disappearing. It was likely the work of these entities. Conveniently for his performance, he decided to make use of these peculiar beings. He hummed a lively tune, his fingertips dancing as if manipulating invisible strings. They could sing, they could dance, they would die.as if controlled by unseen threads. The 5 individuals abruptly twisted their heads at an alarming angle. Before the astonished audience, they were transformed into wooden puppets. A chorus of screams erupted once more. It was clear to all that this was no mere performance. These 5 individuals were truly dead. To their eyes, these were 5 living beings, now turned into puppets by the madman on stage. He is indeed a madman. Ah, help! I don't want to die, woo-woo. Who will save us? Surely we want to be turned into puppets too. After witnessing this bizarre display, the crowd began to unravel emotionally. The illusionist reveled in the terror he instilled, observing the horrified expressions of the audience. It was a splendid performance, filled with smiles and screams, all orchestrated by him. He took a bow before the audience, and as the flames extinguished, he vanished from the stage. The curtain fell once more, shrouding the performance space. Everyone realized they had regained their freedom, finally able to escape the accursed seats. The nearest audience member to the puppets was now thoroughly frightened, some collapsing from sheer terror. A few even lost control of their bladders. Gazing at the 5 remaining puppets, a chill enveloped the hearts of all present. Now that they could leave, they scrambled away from their seats in a panic. They vowed never to return to such a bizarre place. Lin Xian followed the throng, feeling safer in numbers, even among strangers. After a while, fortune smiled upon them. They encountered an abandoned cave and entered. Exhausted, they paid no heed to the dirt and sat on the ground to rest. However, the most reckless among them, Li Yi, found himself subtly ostracized by the group. His recklessness had cost 5 lives. Aware of his wrongdoing, Li isolated himself in a corner, refraining from seeking conversation. Lin Xian found a clean spot devoid of others, retrieving her phone from its pouch. The pouch had a hole through which she could capture images of the outside world. Lin Xian turned off the recording that had been running continuously, instead reviewing the footage she had previously captured. As she watched, she noticed something was amiss with the individuals in the recording. Accustomed to documenting bustling scenes while exploring culinary delights throughout the city, she rarely filmed herself. This time, however, due to the hurried march, she had captured only those in front of her. Fortunately, having lagged behind due to fatigue, Most of the group appeared in the frame. The video began ordinarily, showcasing scenes of insects preying upon others, followed by their departure. Midway through, individuals in the line began to vanish one by one. Lin Qian slowed the playback and increased the brightness. She realized that those who disappeared did so for a reason. In the footage, each had approached certain individuals before vanishing. The faces of those individuals were etched into her memory, those who had been transformed into puppets. Lin Qian replayed the video several times, slowing it down further. As she watched, her complexion grew increasingly pale. Trembling, she turned to the others in the cave. Silently, she began to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 41. Believing she had miscounted, she repeated the tallies several times. But it remained 41. Suppressing her overwhelming horror, she managed to refrain from screaming. She distinctly recalled that when they left that eerie audience, they had numbered only 33. Her math was solid. She could not be mistaken. So, who were the extra 8 individuals? Terror flooded her heart. Lin Qian dared not voice her fears or converse with others, nor could she share her discovery. Perhaps the strange figure on stage had intervened to save them. The 5 who had been transformed into puppets might not have been living beings after all. She glanced around at the others in the cave, realizing she did not recognize any of them. Therefore, she could not identify who the additional individuals were. Quietly, Lin Qian slipped out of the cave. As she emerged, she sprinted towards the stage. The fog had dissipated, allowing her to quickly return to the vicinity of the stage. Chapter for the live stream begins. The eerie puppets in the audience. The 5 puppets were sluggishly wiping down chairs with a cloth. Their movements, though stiff, were meticulous. Shan Yin had not departed. He was now on stage, idly manipulating the puppets to clean the tables. Typically, within an alternate space, those trapped would be expelled after a certain period. After an hour, the space would begin to reject anything that had fallen inside. An hour had passed, yet there were no signs of expulsion from the alternate space. System, when will the exit to the alternate space open? System, ding. Information inquiry requires a deduction of 2 disruption points. Deduct it, he further instructed. Also, mute the system notifications. The incessant dings are rather bothersome. System, understood. Deduction complete. The conditions for opening the exit to the alternate space are: all individuals trapped within must be deceased. Shan Yin was taken aback by this stipulation. In a wonder, no one had ever emerged alive from the alternate space. As long as even one person lived, they would not be expelled. The alternate space resembled a monstrous entity that devoured the living. Leaving behind the discarded remnants of those it deemed unworthy it was likely that the previous conclusion about the 1-hour expulsion was based on the fact that none had survived that long. Only when all were dead could the alternate space open. Was there truly no alternative? Shan Yin was no deity. He needed sustenance. Remaining here indefinitely was impractical, especially without food. Over time, even if he exchanged disruption points for provisions, he would eventually run out. System, you may choose to hunt the master of the alternate space to obtain the core of the alternate space. The master of the alternate space. This space has an owner? Shan Yin was astonished. He had assumed the alternate space was ungoverned. If it had an owner, then the timing of its opening would be determined by that individual. As for why he had concluded that the alternate space would open after an hour, it was likely because none of those who had fallen in had survived longer than that. Shan Yin pondered deeply as he manipulated the puppets, lowering his head in contemplation. System, what is the level of the master of the alternate space? How many tiers higher than me? System, a deduction of 10 disruption points is required for inquiry. In the future, if the deductions are minor, there is no need to consult me. Just proceed with the deducting. Deduction complete. The information regarding the master of the other world is as follows. Shadow Lord level ability, unknown tip. It is highly inadvisable to make an enemy of it. Within the other world, lords are virtually invincible. Gasp, Lord level. After reviewing the information on the Shadow Lord, Shan Yin inhaled sharply. It surpassed his current strength by an entire tier. He had drawn a celestial level individual, and beneath him lay the earthly and human levels. Celestial level entities are already considered to have transcended the mundane, possessing extraordinary powers. Some celestial beings even possess the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Above the celestial lies the lord level. Individuals of this caliber are akin to formidable overlords, possessing their own domains where they are nearly invincible. Although Shun Yin had drawn a celestial-level being, he had thus far unlocked only one ability, with 3 remaining dormant. Given his current state, he was certainly incapable of contending with a lord. To say nothing of confrontation, it would be all too easy for a lord to extinguish him. Unless Shun Yin could unlock all his abilities, he would likely have a fighting chance. However, with just the few dozen individuals who had fallen into the otherworld, it was far from sufficient to achieve full unlocking of his powers. He needed to attract more attention, to have more individuals believe in the existence of his role. The more swiftly he unlocked abilities, the greater the upheaval value he would acquire. Shun Yin glanced at his role-playing panel. Following his recent appearance, his progress had surged significantly, nearing the unlocking of his second ability. Yet, this was still insufficient. He was far from unlocking all his powers. At that moment, footsteps echoed from below the stage. A striking young girl, clutching her phone, cautiously approached the audience. It was evident she was terrified, trembling at the slightest sound. Upon seeing the phone in Lin Qian's grasp, Shun Yin suddenly wondered if it was possible to connect to the outside network here. The answer, of course, was negative. System, connect her phone to the network and initiate a live broadcast. However, the system could resolve this issue. System, consumed 50 upheaval points, connected to the network, live broadcast forcibly activated. Lin Qian remained oblivious to the fact that her phone was now connected and the live stream had commenced automatically. As she neared the audience, it wasn't long before the 5 dolls that had been polishing the chairs ceased their movements. Their bodies remained still, yet their heads spun around to fixate on the intruding Lin Qian. Startled, Lin Qian gasped. Just then, the live stream activated.as had opened. The fans who had followed the broadcaster received notifications and flocked into the stream. Sister Qian, why did the previous broadcast suddenly cut off? I heard that there was an incident at the food street where dozens of people vanished without a trace. Now, with such sudden disappearances, it is generally associated with the otherworld, and those who fall into the otherworld are essentially marked for death. Seeing Sister Qian still able to broadcast suggests she must be safe. Perhaps the earlier chaos prompted her to halt the stream temporarily? At the food street, in full view, dozens of individuals had vanished, causing the surrounding crowd to panic and flee, fearing they too would fall into the otherworld. The scene had been utter chaos. Lin Qian, unaware of the live stream's activation, did not notice the barrage of comments flooding in. Why isn't Sister Qian speaking? Yes, why isn't Sister Qian speaking? Look at those dolls in the frame. They're moving. Oh my, warning. This is highly disturbing. The fans in the live stream were rendered speechless with shock. Soon, some fans began to notice something amiss. Isn't this place a bit strange? Wasn't Sister Qian at the food street? I distinctly remember there being no stage like this at the food street. Those dolls, for some reason, give me an unsettling feeling. Damn it, I was so scared I dropped my new phone. Now I'm watching the stream on my computer. Lin Qian stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. After a moment, when she observed that the dolls did not seem to attack her, she felt a modicum of relief. It appeared her suspicions were indeed correct. That being bore no hostility, Lin Qian bowed toward the stage. Expressing her gratitude, thank you for your assistance. Perhaps you are merely performing, yet you have saved our lives. Chapter 5. Only perfection is acceptable. The doll's eyes rotated momentarily, emitting a mechanical voice. The performance has concluded. The next show will commence at midnight. The audience may enter at that hour. Subsequently, they turned their heads back and resumed polishing the chairs, rendering them gleaming. Lin Qian, summoning her courage, approached the audience area. The show had yet to begin, and she dared not sit in the chairs, but she could rest on the ground nearby. Lin Qian reasoned that if this enigmatic stage master could transform 5 monsters into dolls, remaining here would likely be safer than elsewhere. What is Sister Qian doing? Yes, what did her words mean? I didn't quite understand. Where is Sister Qian? I just glanced around the camera, and it feels so desolate. The barrage of comments from fans went unanswered. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps approached. Lin Qian stood alert, realizing she could not gamble on whether the stage master would act or not. If not, she must rely on herself to face the situation. The newcomer was Li Yi. He had noticed Lin Qian's troubled expression earlier, and as soon as she exited the cave, he had followed closely behind. Along the way, he encountered some danger, causing a slight delay. "It's me, I'm Li." Seeing Lin Qian's wary gaze, he quickly spoke up. Upon recognizing him as someone familiar, Lin Qian's vigilance had yet to fully dissipate. "Just stand there. Don't come any closer." Li halted his steps. "Don't be afraid. I noticed your expression was off, and out of concern and curiosity, I followed you. Did you discover something? After all, a weak woman wouldn't choose to venture away from the main group alone. Being solitary typically signifies an increase in danger." Lin Qian hesitated, unsure whether to disclose her findings to Li Yi. Observing her expression, Li Yi surmised he had guessed correctly. Lin Qian had indeed uncovered something. "We are all human. If you have stumbled upon any clues, feel free to share. Only by uniting can we survive the despairing abyss in the depths of a desperate hell. Only those who have fallen into despair alongside you are true companions." Faced with the pervasive threats of this despairing abyss, perhaps unity would offer a chance of survival. Lin Qian felt herself wavering at Li Yi's words. Just as she was about to speak, a flicker of movement in her peripheral vision caught her eye, glancing at Li Yi's shadow. Suddenly, Li Yi's shadow split into two. One of the shadows appeared to writhe and claw as if it were a living being. The words that had been on Lin Qian's lips were swallowed back. She stared at Li Yi, her face contorted in terror. Lin Qian found herself unable to distinguish whether the Li Yi before her was human or a monster. If he were human, why did his shadow appear so peculiar? She instinctively took a few steps back. "Oh my. What did they mention? Despairing abyss. It can't be the one I'm thinking of. Right? Impossible. Can one still connect to the network in a despairing abyss? What is happening? Sister Qian is in the despairing abyss. Are we witnessing the scene within the despairing abyss? Quick, record this." The fans were astounded, voicing their skepticism. No one wished to believe that Lin Qian was in the despairing abyss. "I'll post a message." People began to share and invite friends into the live stream in no time. The viewer count surged from the initial tens of thousands. Li noticed Lin Qian retreating, his expression shifting oddly. "What's wrong? Why is she so frightened?" "I'm not a bad person." Li's eyes gradually turned black. The whites obscured entirely. He advanced toward Lin Qian, extending his hand. "Don't run. Come here. What are you afraid of?" Lin Qian's face paled with terror as she retreated further until she collided with a chair behind her. Click! The nearby doll turned its head 180 degrees. Upon seeing Li Yi, it dropped the cloth it had been holding, and the 5 dolls began to approach him with a clattering sound. This moment, Li Yi was entirely consumed by the monster lurking within his shadow, fully under its control. The shadows on the ground manipulated Li Yi, seeking to capture Lin Qian. This living being would become its next host. The dolls advanced toward him, seizing Li Yi's arms and lifting him effortlessly. Subsequently, one doll reached for the shadow on the ground. The shadow was grasped by the doll, letting out a shrill wail as it struggled. Dozens of long, sharp appendages emerged from it, covered in bristling spikes, writhing grotesquely, resembling a mass of flesh in turmoil, evoking a sense of revulsion. Only perfection is acceptable. The illusionist appeared in the audience. His face was concealed by a mask, rendering his emotions inscrutable. His tone was utterly frenzied, as if he had witnessed something intolerable that he felt compelled to eradicate. He manipulated the puppets, tearing the shadowy creatures on the ground into shreds. The shadowy monsters emitted a wretched scream, dissipating into a swirl of black smoke. The shadowy monsters were no more. The uncontrollable Li collapsed to the ground, his mind completely shattered. Even with the monsters vanquished, he could not return to normalcy. The illusionist did not cast a glance at the ground. He snapped his fingers, Li's body stirred, and in the next moment, he transformed into a puppet, standing upright from the floor. The puppet joined the other 5 puppets, dutifully commencing to serve the illusionist. Lin Qian dared not utter a word, for she realized that although he had not harmed her, his demeanor was excessively sinister. Leaving her hesitant to approach, the illusionist paid her no heed. Having dealt with the monsters, he vanished. After his departure, Lin Qian's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. She had been so tense that she scarcely dared to breathe audibly. It seemed that remaining here had indeed been the right choice. The stage master stood in opposition to the monsters here. No, that is not quite right. It should not be termed opposition, merely that he disdained the monsters' existence. Once the monsters set foot here, they would be obliterated or transformed into puppets by him. This individual, filled with malevolence, obsession, and a reckless pursuit of flawless artistry, would surely be difficult to coexist with in reality. Lien Qian was not particularly fond of associating with such individuals, as they were often hard to please and could easily be offended without one's knowledge. Yet now, she felt a profound sense of relief. Unexpectedly, in this perilous and despairing abyss, it was this very being who had saved her life. Had it not been for his intolerance of imperfection, he likely would not have even noticed a minor character like her. In the live stream, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. What on earth am I witnessing? Forgive me, but I can only exclaim. Chapter 6. The enigmatic video. Is the host truly in a hell of despair? What is that dark figure? Ugh, its cry gives me a headache. These puppets are astonishing, tearing it apart in an instant. The figure wearing the clown mask has appeared. Those puppets seem to be under his control. He actually transformed people into puppets. Could it be that these puppets were once human? No wonder the features of the puppets resemble those of real people so closely. It's terrifying to ponder. I can no longer look at those puppets directly. My goodness. Could this masked figure be the final boss? Sister Qian's analysis has left me bewildered. What does it mean? It feels as though I have missed a segment of the plot. Everyone, hurry to watch. Sister Qian's earlier video has been uploaded. Where? I'll go take a look. Me too. After a while, those who returned from watching were filling the comments with screams. Ah, he is so handsome. This stage master is so handsome. Both handsome and cool, exuding a wicked charm, especially upon his entrance. I was instantly captivated. Even if he turned me into a puppet, I would willingly comply. His fingertips danced, and the puppets moved in tandem. The unique design of the villain archetype radiated a captivating malevolence. This was an irresistible allure for the female audience. In the video, the appearance of the illusionist and the air of mystery surrounding him drew viewers into a quest for understanding. His performance was a masterful work of art. I have become utterly enchanted by him. His hands are flawless, and he himself is perfect, just like his performance, which is equally impeccable. He is the epitome of beauty. The above are the remarks of some female fans. What on earth is happening? Are these women insane? I echo that sentiment. What are they talking about? You should check it out. You'll understand after watching the hostess' earlier video. IVE watched it and returned. Are you women out of your minds? Did you not see him transform 5 living people into puppets? And with masks. Who knows what lies beneath those masks? I suspect they are hideously deformed, which is why he dares not show his face. Some, upon seeing so many women enamored with the stage master, began to express jealousy. As soon as someone slandered him, others immediately rose to defend him. The host claims the stage master cannot tolerate imperfection, yet he spared the host and the audience accompanying her. What do you think the reason is? I believe this imperfection refers specifically to creatures like that dark figure. Yes, those 5 may not even be human. This can be inferred from the video. Please watch the video before speaking. Regardless, I am utterly infatuated with him. I envy the host for being able to witness his performance from the audience. Woe is me. Why was I not the one who fell into this hell of despair? Hey, enough of this. If you truly fell in, you would be among those initially devoured by the insects. Ha! I'm laughing. Do you really think the hell of despair is a paradise? Do you understand why it is called the hell of despair? So far, no one has returned. Old wise man, that was before. Why did you not believe in the occurrence of miracles? The live stream erupted into chaos. Some believed the stage master's actions were excessively sinister, feeling he was not a good person. And the only reason he had not acted against the host was that she posed no threat to him. It was akin to a person ignoring an ant, or possibly choosing to crush it underfoot. One cannot conclude that since the stage master has yet to attack the host, he must be harmless. Others, however, argued that since the stage master stood opposed to the bizarre dark figures, perhaps he could be utilized. And maybe the host could survive, becoming the first to escape the hell of despair. Some were filled with fear and trepidation at the thought of the stage master's existence. One comment broke through the others' disputes. "Everyone," I timidly asked, "did you smile while watching the performance?" "Smile? What smile? I only felt horror and chills. How could one smile? Only that group of women finds it appealing." I remember watching the live stream. I urgently went to the restroom, and when I looked up, I saw my reflection in the mirror, and I was smiling. Oh my goodness, how terrifying. Could it be that I am simply too ugly? You'll know if you take a look in the mirror while watching. All right, let us go see. Who just said to look in the mirror? I just did, and good heavens, I punched the mirror and shattered it. Now I'm on my way to the hospital. How frightening. I was not smiling, but after hearing the stage master's words, I found myself smiling alongside the puppets. Yes, did you notice that the others sitting in the audience were also smiling? I just saw that. Ugh, it's terrifying to think about. I cannot bear to look anymore. This video is mesmerizing. All those seated behind their computer screens, upon reading the comments, felt a chill sweep through, penetrating to their very core. They instinctively reached to touch their faces, checking if they too were smiling unknowingly. Some even dared not look in the mirror, fearing they would see their own reflections smiling back at them. This performance, imbued with a bewitching allure, and the enigmatic stage master, momentarily led them to believe in the host's predicament within the hell of despair. Previously, many had suspected the host was merely seeking attention, pointing to the fact that there was no signal within the hell of despair. Otherwise, with so many people having fallen into it, why had no one ever made a distress call? If there were a signal, surely someone would have attempted to reach out to the outside world, right? Nowadays, everyone carries a phone. If there were internet access, wouldn't the chances of survival increase significantly if they could send out a distress signal? Yet, not a single person had ever issued a cry for help online. Most of those who fell into the hell of despair were left as nothing but bones. The outside world only received a few videos recorded on their phones, which served to confirm the existence of the hell of despair. Thus, many initially doubted Lian Qian's live streaming and video uploads as being genuine representations of her experience in the hell of despair. A netizen posted a comment, "If this truly is the hell of despair, then the videos and live streams released by the host have provided us with invaluable information. Her contribution is immense. With this data, at least our understanding of the hell of despair can advance, and the likelihood of survival will significantly increase." No one dared to dispute this point. The video was edited and uploaded to other video platforms. The term hell of despair has captured the attention of people worldwide. Chapter 7. Prepare for expansion of the Puppet Army. Videos titled with Hell of Despair instantly gained popularity, attracting many viewers. As the video circulated, numerous individuals became acquainted with the enigmatic and sinister illusionist depicted within. This surge directly provided Shen Yin with over 5,000 points of subversion value and unlocked a second ability. Ding! The character you are portraying aligns remarkably well with the established setting, garnering the recognition of the vast majority. The second ability has been unlocked. The revival of puppets is the very foundation of a Phantom Master's existence. Upon death, one can sacrifice a puppet to resurrect from its location. Following the unlocking of this ability, Shun Yan's physique has correspondingly strengthened. As he attunes to this power, he realizes its extraordinary nature. It is akin to granting him as many lives as he possesses puppets. Upon his demise, a puppet shall take his place, allowing him to resurrect at its position. If Shan Yin were to conceal a puppet in a remote location, even if he were to encounter formidable foes and inadvertently perish, he could resurrect from miles away, unbeknownst to his adversaries. He could choose to confront these threats once he has amassed greater strength. At the pinnacle of his mastery, a Phantom Master can command up to 1,000 puppets, effectively bestowing upon him 1,000 lives. Phantom Masters rely on puppets for combat. As noted, they possess little offensive capability themselves, with all their attacks executed through the manipulation of puppets. Thus, puppets are the cornerstone of a Phantom Master's existence. To contend with the Shadow Lord, Shen Yin must gather all his puppets to face an enemy that surpasses him by a considerable margin. While revival is advantageous, it does not confer offensive strength and will ultimately depend on the abilities he unlocks later. The combination of manipulation and revival alone is insufficient to confront the Shadow Lord. Additionally, he wonders if the acquired subversion value can enhance his power. System, How much subversion value is required to elevate my strength directly to the Lord level? The system responds, 10 million subversion value is necessary. I apologize for the interruption. I shall take my leave. Shen Yin gazes at Lin Qian in the audience, realizing he must expedite the unlocking of all his abilities to prepare for the next steps. As night descends, the number of eerie shadows multiplies. Dozens of shadows approach, yet upon nearing, they are transformed into puppets by Shen Yin. These shadows morph into creatures reminiscent of multi-legged insects akin to spiders, while others resemble amorphous masses of flesh. The strength of these shadows is rather feeble, predominantly around the human level. Their abilities are unique. Ordinary individuals cannot resist them, yet they struggle to approach anyone of greater strength. These are the minions of the Shadow Lord, tasked with eliminating all who fall into the alternate space. Shen Yin departs, in search of more puppets, for the rate of acquisition here is too slow. He leaves behind a few puppets to guard the area, capable of being remotely controlled, with all they see and hear under his command. Shen Yin seeks out the group that had previously fallen into the alternate space. He now requires puppets, collecting as many as possible. Along the way, any monsters encountered that fall below his strength are instantly converted into puppets. Shen Yin's puppet army has now surpassed 2 digits. His puppets fan out around him, scouting the terrain. 4 puppets bear a palanquin, upon which Shen Yin sits, moving with remarkable speed. The palanquin was acquired through a small expenditure of subversion value. As he reclines in the palanquin, he gazes skyward. The heavens above are shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The alternate space is merely a realm established or occupied by a lord, its size contingent upon the lord's prowess. A powerful lord can manifest an alternate space the size of a city, while a newly ascended lord may only command a space as small as a village. The puppets carry Shen Yin forward, creaking as they move. Though they appear to walk, their speed is astonishing, covering 100 meters per second. In an instant, they traverse from one spot to another, an illusion created by their extraordinary velocity, which the human eye struggles to follow. The puppets' rapid pace enables them to locate the earlier group within mere minutes. Regrettably, they find that the entire contingent has perished. Most have been consumed by shadows, transformed into mindless beasts that attack at the sight of living creatures. The cave is littered with dismembered limbs. The bald, black bird descends upon the remnants, incessantly pecking at the flesh, without Shen Yin's protection. Even if Lin Qian were to recognize the danger facing these individuals, she would be beset by other monsters and could not survive for long. Once all are dead, the alternate space will begin to reject the remaining entities. The remnants and any mechanical devices will be expelled together. However, only 2 remain alive. Lin Qian and Shen Yan, as long as they draw breath, the alternate space shall never open. Shen Yan's gaze turns icy as he fixates on the scattered flesh, feeling a surge of anger at the sight of his kin being slaughtered by other beasts, despite not being a saint. Such imperfect existence must ultimately meet its end. With a snap of his fingers, the black birds pecking at the ground suddenly explode, showering the area with blood. The headless birds collapse, their bodies swiftly transforming into wooden puppets. Once they become bird puppets, their heads reappear, and they take to the skies, flapping their wings in flight. The transformed monsters, hearing the commotion, spring forth from the shadows. Shen Yin remains still, as his puppets converge upon the scene. With over 100 against the senseless creatures, the puppets, under Shen Yin's command, swiftly incapacitate the monsters, breaking their legs with decisive ease. Shen Yin converts them into puppets as well, swelling his ranks by dozens more, nearing a total of 200. Leading his puppet army of 200, Shen Yin embarks on a campaign to scour the nearby area, converting any encountered monsters into puppets. Such expendable forces are always welcome. During this expedition, Shen Yin encounters several Earth-level shadow monsters lurking within the woods, which swiftly dispatch 6 of his puppet insects. Yet, this encounter reveals their presence to him. To transform an enemy into a puppet, mere observation is insufficient. A medium is required. This medium can be sound or direct eye contact. Each time Shen Yin transforms a shadow monster into a puppet, it serves not only to display flair, but also utilizes the sound of his fingers snapping to penetrate the enemy's ears. With this medium, those 2 levels below him find it nearly impossible to resist, becoming puppets in mere seconds. For those 1 level below, such as Earth-level creatures, they must first be injured. To convert an enemy of equal standing. They must be rendered incapable of resistance. Otherwise, the chances of failure are significantly heightened. The shadow monsters in the woods resemble massive lizards, their bodies blending seamlessly with the surrounding trees, making detection challenging. Unless they initiate an attack, spotting them is nearly impossible. However, upon launching their assault, they swiftly damage 6 of Shun Yan's puppets, yet he feels no remorse. They are merely human-level puppets. The loss is inconsequential. For monsters in this realm are abundant, and replenishment is always possible. Conversely, Earth-level monsters are a rare sight. After an extensive search, Shun Yan finally encounters these few Earth-level lizards. He commands his puppets to surround them, while the puppet insects charge forth, attempting to tear at the lizard's flesh. The massive lizard lashes its tail, sending a dozen puppet insects flying several meters away, crashing into trees with a resounding thud. Shun Yan's hand rested upon the armrest, his fingers gently tapping in a rhythmic cadence. A mere dozen of the puppet worms posed little challenge to the lizards. However, when faced with dozens, even 100, even the most formidable of Earth-tier lizards would find themselves overwhelmed. The puppet worms charged fearlessly into battle, biting down on the lizard's flesh and tearing away several scales. Enraged, the lizard violently flung the puppet worms off its body, shattering one with a single swipe of its claw. Yet, this was of no consequence. Having dislodged a few, more puppet worms surged forward in an instant. Gradually, the lizard sustained more and more injuries until it could no longer support its weight and collapsed. 3 colossal lizards, besieged by the relentless assault of the puppet worms, eventually succumbed to exhaustion, their bodies bound and lifted before Shun Yan, offering them as sacrifices to their master. Shun Yan's tapping fingers came to a halt as he lowered his gaze to meet the eyes of the 3 giant lizards. In the next moment, the now powerless creatures became mere puppets in his grasp. The strength of a puppet, while reliant to some extent on the prowess of the illusionist, is also significantly influenced by the puppet's innate rank. Lower-tier puppets are inherently fragile and easily shattered, whereas higher-tier puppets possess greater resilience. In this battle, Shun Yan lost 16 puppet worms, bringing his total losses to 22 when combined with the previous 6. Yet, in exchange, he acquired 3 Earth-tier puppets, a worthwhile trade, as human-tier puppets were easily replenishable. With the acquisition of the lizard puppets, Shun Yan's ability to expand his puppet army accelerated. Nearly 2 hours elapsed. Shun Yan transformed all nearby monsters into puppets. He now commanded 678 human-tier puppets and 52 Earth-tier puppets. Thus far, he had yet to encounter any celestial-tier puppets. Rather than returning with all these puppets, he instructed them to disperse in search of more formidable Earth-tier or celestial-tier creatures. Before confronting the Lord, Shun Yan deemed it essential to gather a greater number of puppets to enhance his odds of victory. The relentless extermination of beings from the other realm would inevitably attract the attention of the spatial sovereign. Shun Yan aimed to exploit the element of surprise, eliminating the majority of monsters before the Lord could react. By converting the powerful into puppets, he would bolster his ranks. With the assistance of several hundred human-tier puppets scouting the area, alongside the ominous black birds patrolling the skies, Shun Yan swiftly located other Earth-tier beings and 2 celestial-tier creatures. Apart from these, the only area Shun Yan did not permit his puppets to tread was the very center of the other realm, where the Lord resided. He had no intention of confronting the Lord just yet. Utilizing remote control, Shun Yan systematically subdued all Earth-tier creatures, converting them into his puppets. Such significant activity surprisingly did not draw the attention of the spatial Lord, indicating that the Lord had grown complacent after a prolonged period of invincibility. After all, within its own domain, the Lord was nearly untouchable, its abilities maximized by the environment. Even foes of a higher tier would find themselves at a disadvantage within its realm. Shun Yan, of course, hoped the Lord would remain oblivious to his presence. He unleashed over 50 Earth-tier puppets and 700 human-tier puppets to besiege the 2 celestial-tier creatures, gradually taking them down. The clash with celestial-tier beings unleashed tremendous shockwaves, causing the ground to fracture several inches, devastating everything in the vicinity. Shen Yin lost all his human-tier puppets and a considerable number of earth-tier puppets before subduing the two celestial-tier creatures. Subsequently, he expanded his search area to gather more human-tier puppets, replenishing his losses. With preparations complete, Shen Yin stealthily returned to the backstage. Over this period, not only had Shen Yin amassed several hundred additional puppets, but the broadcast of his performances had also attracted a growing audience, increasing awareness of his role as an illusionist. The third ability of the illusionist had been unlocked. Born with the innate power to manipulate the human heart, the grand performance was about to commence, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, as life mirrored art and art mirrored life. This ability, akin to an advanced form of illusion, held the potential to transform illusion into reality, albeit at the cost of substantial energy. This energy comprised spiritual, elemental, and magical power, all falling within the realm of cultivated energy. Although the systems differed, they ultimately converged. The energy of the illusionist was notably unique. Resembling a chaotic void, a nebulous gray-white it danced between the realms of reality and fantasy, much like the illusionist's own existence. This energy, referred to as illusionary spirit, constituted the formidable source enabling the illusionist to control puppets. The illusionist's own reservoir of illusionary spirit was limited. Each time he transformed a puppet, a fragment of this spirit would split off and attach itself to the puppet. This limitation elucidated why the number of puppets an illusionist could control was capped. The stronger the illusionist, the more puppets he could command. Furthermore, the illusionary spirit could be cultivated, with its potency deriving from the spirit itself. Once the spirit affixed itself to a puppet, these puppets would autonomously gather illusionary spirit from the world, returning it to the illusionist. The higher the puppet's tier, the greater the spirit it would return. Thus, the illusionist's strength was intrinsically linked to the existence of his puppets. Chapter 9. The Tumultuous Tide. Fury in their youth, illusionists were the easiest targets to hunt. If one could annihilate all their puppets, the illusionist would lack offensive capabilities. However, once an illusionist matured, they became a figure of terror, impervious to death. Lin Qian sat on the ground, her head drooping. The hour was nearing midnight. After a frantic escape, her body was stretched to its limits. Now resting in a safe haven, she began to feel drowsy. Surrounded by moving puppets, she would have felt dread previously, yet now, their presence brought her a sense of reassurance. As midnight approached, Lin Qian steeled herself, rising from the ground to stretch her numb legs. She then seated herself in the front row of the audience. Eagerly, she anticipated the next act. Meanwhile, standing backstage, Shen Yin fixed his gaze upon a puppet worm. His abilities had been unlocked to their final step, and he was but a hair's breadth away from unlocking his fourth ability, which promised to be the most formidable of all. Just a little more patience was required before the grand performance commenced. The audience had taken their seats, and it was time for the performers to take their places. The puppet worms began to move, making their way toward the center of the other realm. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the central region, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. A crimson hue enveloped the sky as the spatial sovereign's wrath was unleashed. Crack! The final scene revealed a towering figure. 2 meters tall, cloaked in darkness. The puppet worms were destroyed, and Shen Yin lost his connection to that area. However, despite the destruction of the puppet worms, Shen Yin had achieved his objective. Tick-tock! The clock above the stage struck 12. The curtain rose, and the second act was set to unfold. Lin Qian's eyes widened with curiosity about the breathtaking scene that would soon be revealed. Not only she, but over 500,000 viewers had gathered in the live stream, all eagerly awaiting this moment. As the stage curtain lifted, the master of the stage was about to make his entrance. Instruments played without a touch, resonating through the air. Humming a lively tune, the illusionist appeared on stage. A violin in hand, that a melody of excessive joy emanated from him, the enchanting strains of the violin filling the atmosphere with vitality. Every listener was swept away, feeling as if they were embraced by a gentle spring breeze. Their spirits lifted, and all weariness and discontent washed away. Lin Qian and the audience in the live stream were entranced, lost in the music. No one dared to disrupt the moment with commentary. The performance transported them into a realm of artistry, immersing them in a sea of beautiful dreams. Each person succumbed to the irresistible allure of the melody. Even those tone-deaf or untrained in music found themselves captivated. Some envisioned their childhood, running through fields adorned with blossoms. Others saw themselves stepping into the sanctity of marriage, while some beheld themselves atop the pinnacle of power or as the world's wealthiest individuals. Everyone indulged in the fantasies of their deepest desires. The violin's sound possessed a peculiar magic, stripping away the facades of all present. Enraptured by the music, they glimpsed the very things they yearned for most. The performer's skill had reached unparalleled heights, but above all, it was the artist's emotional resonance and expressiveness that transcended the ordinary, imbuing the piece with a soul. This was not merely a performance. It was a heartfelt infusion of emotion into the music, eliciting profound resonance in all who heard it, leaving them utterly spellbound. Suddenly, a ferocious roar shattered the enchanting melody. The music halted, and the once cheerful strains transformed into a tumultuous tide. Bang! The beautiful illusions before everyone shattered, as they plummeted from paradise. The furious tempest battered their souls, akin to a tsunami that suddenly surged forth from the depths of the sea. They could do nothing but shiver in the onslaught of the wave. Like floating duckweed tossed by the tumultuous waters, their emotions resonated with the vibrations of the music. The furious sentiments within it caused their hearts to race uncontrollably, blood coursed through their veins at an accelerated pace. And all breathed heavily and anxiously. One person felt a sharp pain in his head and gasped, awakening to the shock that the music had inflicted upon him. He sensed an itch at the tip of his nose, and upon touching it, discovered blood flowing forth. As he returned his gaze to the live stream, he instinctively muted the sound, unable to bear the enchanting yet soul-sucking melody that seemed to ensnare his very essence. The music ceased, and everyone fled from the overwhelming tide, their hearts still trembling as they silenced the live stream. There were always insects attempting to awaken me during my performance, which infuriated me immensely. The illusionist sighed, setting down his instrument as the violin vanished into flames. Lianqi clutched her heart, for she was nearest to the stage and had been most deeply affected by the music. The tempestuous emotions conveyed by the stage's master had nearly engulfed her. Had the performance continued any longer, she might have collapsed on the spot. What had just transpired? Amidst the melody, she had detected a raging fury. Who had provoked him? Surely, the host so close by would not be affected. Had the host committed some unforgivable act? Otherwise, why the sudden wrath? The audience in the live stream, shaken by the recent events, had nowhere to vent their emotions, resulting in a flurry of comments flooding the screen. Lianqi, bewildered, had been lost in the music and had not heard the shout that mingled with the melody. Only when the number of puppets surrounding her increased, swelling to dozens, then hundreds, did she sense that something monumental was about to unfold. A sense of panic washed over her. She was uncertain whether to remain. Lianqi was certain that she had not angered the master of the stage. As the puppets converged, a thunderous roar erupted, mingled with the sound of raging thunder, surging towards them. A wave of fear surged within Lianqi, as if some dreadful presence were drawing near, an instinctual dread taking hold of her. She glanced at the illusionist on stage, finding some comfort in his presence, at least with the master here. She should be safe, she thought. Yet Lianqi trembled, regrettably finding no refuge and no tools at hand. Otherwise, she would have wished to dig a hole and hide within it. Chapter 10. Puppets, the perfect masterpiece. She understood the principle of collateral damage. When titans clash, they seldom regard a weakling like her. Yet merely the aftermath of their battle would likely be beyond her capacity to withstand. She was far too close to the battlefield. With no time to flee, she could only remain seated, resigning her fate to destiny. Escape was futile. All she could do was lie back and endure. The audience in the live stream had also heard the commotion. What was happening? What sound was that? Thunder. Rain. I have a foreboding feeling. Hiss. So many puppets. So many insects. Could they all be controlled by the master of the stage? How powerful could he be? Tell me, if he were to ascend from the depths of despair into our world, would we have any means to counter him? Surely, the creatures of that realm could not emerge. Otherwise, Blue Star would have descended into chaos. Who was he? Was there a human behind that mask, or some monstrous entity? Lianxi had no time to ponder these questions. She had already spotted the instigator of the Master's wrath, a colossal being, towering at 10 meters, approached. Its body was composed entirely of stone, radiating fury with each imposing step. Shaking the ground beneath it, with every stride, deep footprints were left in its wake. Shun Yin recognized this gigantic rock creature and knew it was not the Shadow Lord. This was a rock giant of heavenly rank, likely sent as a vanguard by the Shadow Lord, underestimating the strength of those who dared to disrupt. Little did it know that 2 heavenly puppets, over 60 earthly puppets, and hundreds of human puppets awaited its arrival. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps reverberated in everyone's hearts. Faced with such a colossal monster, a sense of dread enveloped them all. While the stage master's prowess was unfathomable, he appeared human, in stark contrast to the towering rock creature, which seemed an entirely different class of adversary. Streamer, escape quickly. Yes, once the battle commenced, it would be easy to get caught in the crossfire. Streamer, retreat behind the stage. Upon witnessing the enormous rock creature, Lianxi's mind went blank, paralyzed by fear. The thought of escape was beyond her. The rock creature, with its imposing form and jagged stone protrusions, was a grotesque sight. The illusionist snapped his fingers, and 2 puppets brought forth a chair for him to sit upon, while the puppets stood silently behind him, as if knights guarding their king. Such hideousness was intolerable. How dare it disrupt my performance? Go, bring it to me, the illusionist commanded in a low voice, which Lianxi, seated closest to the stage, could still hear. The audience in the live stream caught wind of his words as well as the illusionist's command. All the puppets surged forward, intent on tearing the audacious intruder apart. Roar! The rock giant opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar. It raised its enormous fist, striking down at a rushing puppet, a crocodilian creature of heavenly rank. Its armored skin offered formidable defense. Yet it lacked the agility on land that it possessed in water. Shun Yin had commanded it to lead the charge, merely leveraging its defense as a shield. The true strike came from the lurking Black Panther puppet. As the rock giant swung at the crocodilian puppet, it lunged from behind, sinking its fangs into the giant's neck. Crack! The rock shattered under its bite, quickly fracturing into several pieces. Roar! The rock giant retaliated, striking the Black Panther puppet, which nimbly evaded and leapt several meters away. Surrounded by layers of puppets, the rock giant found itself unable to pursue, encumbered by the weight of its assailants. Though human puppets could not inflict wounds upon it, they effectively hindered its movements. The rock giant, already slow, found itself ensnared, its rage rendering it helpless. Taking advantage of this, the Black Panther launched further attacks, tearing open more wounds upon its body. The rock giant, unable to withstand the onslaught, sought to retaliate against the Black Panther but was thwarted by other puppets, particularly the crocodilian one. As a fellow heavenly creature, the crocodilian possessed formidable defense, making it challenging for the rock giant to inflict significant harm. With each strike, the ground trembled, fissures appearing beneath it. Each blow resulted in a few human puppets being crushed underfoot. Yet simultaneously, the Black Panther left numerous gashes upon its form, now battered and bruised. The rock giant's body was riddled with openings, stones cascading down from its once solid form. Observers recognized that despite its size, the rock giant was no match for the sheer number of puppets attacking it. Before long, its limbs were severed, and dozens of puppets hoisted it aloft, carrying it before the illusionist. The illusionist regarded the rock giant with a low, hoarse voice, saying, "I have a penchant for the wild masterpieces. Yet I cannot abide the grotesque. I shall transform you into my puppet. Only then will you become a perfect work of art in the eyes of the illusionist. All things are deemed grotesque, save for the elegantly dancing puppets under his command, which are regarded as flawless masterpieces." The rock monster roars in fury. Even as it is lifted by dozens of puppets, its limbs severed, it remains unwavering in its intent to attack. It serves as the minion of the Lord, obeying only the commands of its master. As it gazes upward, seeking to unleash its wrath upon the figure seated high upon the stage. It encounters a pair of profound black eyes, eyes that are unfathomably deep. Akin to an endless abyss, in that moment of confrontation, the rock monster's roar is abruptly silenced. It tilts its head in quiet submission, transforming silently from head to toe into a wooden puppet. Its broken limbs miraculously reformed. It appears to be crafted from wood, yet its strength has only increased. Another celestial-level puppet has been subdued. The battle between the puppets and the rock monster leaves all viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. They are all profoundly aware of the illusionist's enigmatic and formidable power. Faced with such a formidable creature, the illusionist commands countless puppets from his elevated position on stage, requiring no personal involvement. His powerful adversaries have already succumbed to defeat. His ability to transform foes into puppets is even more inscrutable, invoking a deep sense of awe and fear in those who behold him. Chapter 11. The Shadow Lord emerges. Humans are often gripped by fear and trepidation towards the unknown. At this moment, all present silently express their relief that this mysterious master of the stage is a being from another realm, incapable of manifesting in reality. For, if such a capricious and ambiguous character were to appear, what calamities might he unleash upon the blue star? Could its inhabitants withstand his unfathomable powers? Would he turn them all into his puppets? The mere thought instills terror, a primal fear of the unknown and a recognition of their own vulnerability in the face of such might. Humanity has only just ascended to the apex of the food chain on the blue star. And the very notion of a sudden fall from grace is intolerable, a catastrophe for all mankind. Once the celestial-level rock monster is transformed into a puppet, its connection to the Lord is severed. As it was sent forth by the Lord, should it perish or encounter misfortune, the Shadow Lord would undoubtedly sense it. Celestial beings are rare. Shun Yin has speculated that the number of celestial beings within this entire alternate realm does not exceed 5. The central region is the domain of the Shadow Lord, who would not permit too many celestial beings to encroach upon his territory, leaving only 1 or 2 to remain nearby as sentinels. Ascending to celestial status is exceedingly challenging. The Shadow Lord possesses few celestial minions, and with one now lost, he is bound to investigate personally in their own domains. Masters of alternate realms are invincible, for their dominion enhances certain abilities. This power is immensely potent, allowing the Lord to claim invincibility within his realm. Even Qian could see that the once ferocious rock monster, now a puppet, was as obedient as a child. Dutifully following the illusionist's commands, she thought to herself, surely this must be the conclusion. It is a pity that such a splendid performance has been interrupted. Was the illusionist's fury a result of the disruption to his show? The puppets remained steadfast, encircling the stage, hundreds of them blocking all avenues of escape. The illusionist is both powerful and vulnerable. Should someone breach the puppet's defenses and seize control of the illusionist, the countless puppets would be of no consequence. Generally, illusionists maintain a few puppets in their immediate vicinity to guard against ambush. Dingling, the bells hanging at the edge of the stage, which had remained silent, suddenly chimed of their own accord. Whoosh! A shadow materializes from the stage, wielding a black blade aimed directly at the illusionist's back. With a swift motion, a puppet instantly positions itself behind the illusionist, intercepting the strike. The Shadow Lord's abilities are undoubtedly tied to shadows. Those creatures born of darkness are unique manifestations of the Shadow Lord's essence. Creatures such as crocodiles, monstrous insects, and rock monsters are products of the alternate realm. Having absorbed its arcane energies, strictly speaking, they do not count as the Lord's subordinates. The relationship between the Lord and shadows is akin to that of the illusionist and his puppets. Their bond is unbreakable. In contrast, the creatures born of the alternate realm will not heed the Lord unless they are subdued. The strength of the alternate realm and the Lord can be gleaned by observing the creatures and shadow beings within. Shun Yin has long surmised that the Shadow Lord has only recently ascended, having not governed this space for long. Most of the shadow creatures at its command are of human and earth levels, with no celestial-level shadows having emerged. The Lord must rely on celestial beings from the alternate realm to lend credibility to its presence. It is indeed a dismal state for a Lord to find themselves in such a predicament, especially when compared to Shun Yin, who has fared far better in a brief span of time. As the shadow creature lunges at Shun Yin, It fails to land its strike and quickly retracts its sword, preparing for another assault. Alas, its strength is merely at the earth level, while the puppet guarding Shun Yin is also of earth level. Its attack is thwarted by the puppet, which seizes the sword and, with a powerful swing, sends both the blade and the shadow creature tumbling off the stage. With a thud, it crashes to the ground, creating a sizable crater. In no time, countless puppets swarm over it, subduing the shadow with overwhelming force. In the chaos, the sheer number of puppets leaves little room for the majority to intervene. The illusionist remains reclined in his seat, his expression calm, as though he were not the one nearly impaled just moments ago. His gaze shifts to the shadows, his voice laced with derision. Your actions remind me of some unpleasant memories. I detest such imperfect behavior. It sullies my domain with your foul stench. Provoked by his words, the hidden Shadow Lord is unable to contain its tumultuous emotions and reveals itself. Cloaked in darkness, it stands as a towering silhouette, embodying the essence of the void. Darkness is its true home, which explains the desolate nature of this alternate realm, where the sky is perpetually shrouded in gloom, devoid of light. The illusionist's words strike at the heart of the Shadow Lord's grievances. Born of darkness, it resents being likened to a rat in a sewer, and thus, it erupts in fury. Countless shadows split from beneath its feet, and a colossal mutated rhinoceros, a celestial-level beast, charges toward the puppets. The Shadow Lord has retained two celestial creatures by its side, both of immense size. One stands 10 meters tall, while the mutated rhinoceros towers over 6 meters. Shun Yin gestures for the rock monster, now a puppet, to confront the mutated rhinoceros. Witnessing its former minion siding with the enemy only fuels the Shadow Lord's wrath, and it emits a cacophony of sounds akin to cursing. After all, a character as underhanded as Shen Yin is truly infuriating. He has seized all the best resources of the alternate realm. The illusionist's puppets not only outnumber the Shadow Lord's minions, but the strength of the shadows pales in comparison to the puppets, leading to their gradual defeat. Many shadows are torn to shreds by the puppets. Qian has retreated to a corner beneath the stage, huddled in a ball, hoping to remain unseen, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. The live stream's camera is blocked, leaving the audience in a state of anxiety. What's happening? The screen has gone dark. Streamer, what's going on? Hurry and stabilize the camera. We can't miss the crucial battle. For goodness sake, I nearly lost my pants, and this is what you show me. The viewers in the live stream expressed their profound grievances, yet they were powerless against the host. Chapter 12. I am an artist. The battle between the shadows and the puppets was intensely fierce. Currently, the shadows were at a disadvantage, but the Shadow Lord had yet to intervene. Rendering the outcome uncertain, it stood by, watching helplessly as its subordinates were torn apart one by one. Gradually, from hundreds of shadows, only a few dozen remained. Shan Yin controlled the puppets with minimal losses. He was waiting for the fourth ability to unlock and for the Shadow Lord to make its move. The Master of the Void. The Shadow Lord undoubtedly possessed an invincible ability granted by its domain. Yet it refrained from acting. This must be due to some inherent limitation of its formidable power, perhaps requiring an excessive amount of energy to unleash. Finally, the last of its shadows perished, the heavens dramatically shifted, and an invisible pressure instantaneously enveloped the area within 100 miles. Sensing the disturbance, Lien Qian quickly turned around, her pupils dilating as her expression shifted through a myriad of emotions. Fear and unease intertwined. Everything around her seemed to be shrouded in a mist, and within it, she felt as if time itself had slowed. The movements of the puppets appeared to decelerate to an astonishing degree. As though suspended in midair, Lien Qian instinctively shrank back, minimizing her presence. A being capable of manipulating time was far beyond her mortal capacity to confront. She would consider herself fortunate to remain unaffected. With her movement, the previously obscured camera captured the scene of battle once more, allowing the viewers in the live stream to witness the unfolding conflict. The domain expanded. Upon its activation, the Shadow Lord spoke its first words. "Who are you? Why do you trespass in my realm?" The illusionist rose from his seat and touched the mask upon his face. "Who am I?" Asking a masked individual this question is destined to yield no genuine answer. Thus, what difference does it make who I am? I am a lie. I am an artist. I am everything. A frenzied killing intent glimmered in the Shadow Lord's eyes. Regardless of your identity, to dare lay a hand on my subordinates is akin to courting death. The illusionist raised his hand, and all the puppets twisted their heads 360 degrees, their eyes fixated upon the Shadow Lord. Your subordinates disrupted my work. My performance was meant to conclude flawlessly, and this has greatly vexed me. Furthermore, both your existence and those grotesque entities are exceedingly inferior. You ought to thank me, for I have rendered them more perfect. They have been elevated, and I, in turn, have found joy. This is the essence of art. The mask upon the illusionist's face laughed heartily, his voice imbued with delight. Oh, the Shadow Lord. The illusionist's words seemed a taunt, though he was merely stating a fact. The Shadow Lord disregarded whether it was being mocked. Its authority had been challenged, and the one who dared to provoke it would pay for their transgressions with blood and death. A massive pool of darkness surged forth from beneath it, with shadows multiplying within, even surpassing the number of puppets. The count shifted from hundreds to thousands in an instant, and among them were familiar silhouettes, those who should have perished, as well as shadows that ought to have been shredded by the puppets. The shadows continued to swell, densely emerging from the feet of the Shadow Lord, many possessing earth-level power. You have offended me. You shall repay with blood. Countless shadows surged toward the puppets, and in an instant, dozens of puppets were obliterated. Why inspiration surges forth. I foresee a flawless performance. You shall be imbued with poetry. You shall be breathtakingly beautiful. This is the final chapter one composed for you. While speaking, the illusionist stood upon the stage, and upon concluding his words, he appeared behind the puppets. Although many puppets had fallen to the shadows, some shadows were also torn to shreds by the puppets. The illusionist softly hummed, and those shattered shadows were transformed into puppets under his command. Moreover, once the illusionist entered the battlefield, the behavior of the shadows grew peculiar. They began to attack their own kind. The shadows commenced infighting, while the puppets executed finishing blows from the sidelines. Void. This ability disrupted the shadows' perception. To them, it appeared as though they were assaulting the puppets, while in reality, they were attacking one another. Mistaking the puppets for allies, the Shadow Lord's lip twitched incessantly, its inner fury escalating. These fools, soon enough, it realized the source of the turmoil. It was that individual who controlled the puppets, referring to himself as an artist. The Shadow Lord narrowed its eyes, secretly gathering power. The number of puppets increased exponentially, while the shadows found themselves at a disadvantage once more. In the live stream, viewers murmured, "Who do you think will triumph in this battle?" Currently, the shadows were clearly on the back foot. If the shadow leader held no other means, the artist would surely emerge victorious. Is this truly the power a human can possess? That shadow creature appears so formidable. Could the artist truly be human? Or is he a monster? We must trust in science. Science. Can science explain the existence of the abyss of despair? Can it elucidate why what should be static shadows can now move? Can it account for a living being suddenly transformed into a wooden puppet? The very existence of the artist defies the laws of science. Fortunately, they could not escape from that realm. They could only console themselves with that thought. As long as they remained trapped in the abyss of despair, the world would still be governed by science. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord scoffed, "I in my domain. I am invincible. No matter how you struggle, it is all in vain." With that proclamation, countless shadow creatures erupted from beneath its feet once more. This time, their numbers doubled, swelling from thousands to nearly 10,000. The shadows seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many were slain, they resurrected in multiples. Were it not for the illusionist's ability to convert foes into puppets, even a formidable opponent of equal rank would be overwhelmed by this relentless tide of shadows. The illusionist's power was precisely the counter to the Shadow Lord. While the Shadow Lord excelled in tactics of attrition, the illusionist too thrived in such strategies, even capable of converting enemies into allies. The greater the enemy's numbers, the more puppets he could command. Thus, the battle would ultimately devolve into a contest of endurance. Clearly, the first to falter would be the Shadow Lord, as it could not maintain its domain indefinitely at last. the long-anticipated strike was unleashed. It pierced through the gaps and struck the illusionist. Chapter 13. The Indestructible Monster. The blow was a full-powered strike from a Lord-level being, so swift that none perceived it. Although the illusionist sensed it, he could not evade. The speed was too rapid and unexpected. After all, a significant disparity in realms could crush him, despite the illusionist's abilities allowing him to confront a lord on equal footing, yet it only enabled him to engage. Not to triumph. That a black arrow of condensed energy pierced through the illusionist's heart and detonated within his body. Boom! Blood erupted like a blooming crimson flower. The barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly halted. After a long pause, someone incredulously typed, "No, it can't be. The artist is dead. Impossible. How could he die? Indeed, he was just in the lead. I refuse to believe it. Wah, how could he die?" The Shadow Lord finally burst into laughter. "Ha! Just a celestial-level being, daring to provoke me. This is your fate." Creak. All the puppets halted, ceasing their attacks. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream began to accept the unsettling reality. The artist might truly be dead. Only with his demise could the puppets cease their movements, for they had lost the one who commanded them. The comments descended into a grave silence. They understood that while the artist acted wickedly and selfishly, he was deeply engrossed in his art. As long as he was not provoked, all would remain well. However, the Shadow Lord was the master of the shadows, and the viewers had witnessed the Shadow's previous assault on the host. The shadows posed a far greater threat than the artist. If the artist fell, the host would undoubtedly perish. Lin Qian felt the surrounding sounds of battle abruptly cease. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze, only to witness the illusionist, with a gaping hole in his chest, collapsing to the ground. Her breath caught in her throat, sorrow surged within her, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. The victorious Shadow Lord laughed maniacally. Suddenly, the illusionist's fallen body ignited in a blazing inferno, vanishing within the flames. The next moment, I bloom amidst slaughter, akin to a flower in the dawn. A puppet shattered, and the illusionist emerged from within, his skin ablaze with scorching azure flames, reborn from the fire. The Shadow Lord's pupils dilated in shock. That strike had undoubtedly landed. Why had he not perished? It preferred to believe that the recent strike had not struck the illusionist, rather than accept the notion that the illusionist had risen from the dead. One must understand how many souls yearn for the chance to return from death, and how many desire immortality. Alas, no matter how fervently one wishes, resurrection remains a mere fantasy, unless one is an extraordinary being. But how often does one encounter such a formidable entity? Even if one did, lacking sufficient power, they would be unable to intervene. The Shadow Lord was once a mere mortal, yet in its pursuit of power, it ultimately transformed into this grotesque, neither fully human nor beastly. Had it been able to resurrect, it would not have had to become this abominable creature. Thus, it found it impossible to believe that a mere celestial-level individual could accomplish what even it, as a lord, could not. Impossible! The Shadow Lord's face was a mask of horror. Although its dark visage betrayed no emotions, the tone of its voice revealed its trepidation. The illusionist emerged gracefully from the shattered puppet, softly humming an unknown tune, exuding an eerie and ethereal presence. What is real? What is illusion? What constitutes life? What signifies death? Death is not a fleeting event. It is an opera, an art that ought to resonate deeply within the soul. Suddenly, all the puppets bore a silent, eerie smile, both uncanny and terrifying. For the first time, the Shadow Lord felt the chill of fear. What manner of monster are you? Despite being a creature of monstrosity itself, it could not help but perceive others as monstrous, illustrating the profound impact the illusionist had on it. False. All of it is false. That just now was not the true you. Yes, only this could explain it. You cannot possibly resurrect, for you are merely celestial level. As long as I eliminate this version of you, you shall perish. Prepare to die. I cannot be defeated. The Shadow Lord ceased its ranged attacks, instantly materializing before the illusionist. Within its domain, it could teleport to any location in an instant. The abrupt appearance of the Shadow Lord did not provoke the illusionist to flee. Instead, he opened his arms wide. art is worth enduring pain for. The Shadow Lord, in a frenzy, assailed the artist, shouting, "Die, die!" The warmth of blood and the sound of flesh tearing only fueled its madness. This made it feel that the person before it was real, that this was not a mere figment of its imagination. Surely now, he would die. The Shadow Lord revealed a savage, bloodthirsty grin at the sight of the artist, now unrecognizable as human in the next moment. Under its incredulous gaze, blinding flames ignited once more. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, he perished in the flames, only to be resurrected amidst the fire. He is an indestructible monster. Upon realizing this, the Shadow Lord was engulfed by an unprecedented wave of fear and jealousy. With a pop, another puppet shattered. The illusionist had resurrected once again. This spectacle was witnessed by those in the live stream. Those who had previously wept for the artist now began to exclaim, "Incredible! The artist is truly remarkable. Who is he? Is he an indestructible monster?" Amidst the collective astonishment, the illusionist's performance template finally reached completion. The fourth ability began to unlock. This was the final and most powerful ability of a celestial-level individual. Ding! The fourth ability has been unlocked. The frenzied illusionist can enhance the abilities of puppets, augmenting their strength based on the illusionist's power. Puppets of the same rank can have their power increased by 80%, while those of a lower rank can be directly elevated by 1 level. Once this ability was unlocked, Shun Yin finally grasped the means to engage in combat. Otherwise, regardless of how the shadow and the puppets clashed, the very existence of the Shadow Lord was already invincible. Its attacks were beyond the illusionist's capacity to withstand. The disparity in puppet strength was so great that they remained entangled with the shadow, unable to assist the illusionist. This ability directly elevated over 500 human-level puppets to Earth level, while more than 80 Earth-level puppets ascended to Celestial level. Moreover, with the augmentation of 80% strength, these Celestial-level puppets combined were sufficient to contend with the Lord. The Shadow Lord sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the surrounding puppets. And in the next moment, all the puppets leveled up. The Celestial-level puppets exuded a formidable presence, each possessing the peak strength of Celestial-level beings. Chapter 14. A Desperate Escape, the Terror of the Illusionist. In a subtle manner, even the Lord felt a sense of threat emanating from those Celestial-level puppets. How can this be? Why have you suddenly grown stronger? Have you been concealing your power all along? The Shadow Lord exclaimed in disbelief. They're truly a monster capable of leveling up in battle. One that cannot be killed, only grows stronger with every encounter. If this continues, I might as well surrender. Even Qian, who had been crying, suddenly burst into laughter. Wonderful. He has not perished. The instant enhancement of the puppet's strength rendered the majority of human-level and a few Earth-level shadow creatures utterly powerless against them. Swiftly crushed underfoot, a dozen Celestial-level puppets rushed to the illusionist's side, forming an impenetrable shield around him. Another 60 or so encircled the Shadow Lord. Despite its formidable strength, the Shadow Lord could not simultaneously contend with so many Celestial-level puppets. Furthermore, the illusionist's puppet army continued to grow. After eliminating a wave of shadows, another dozen controlled Earth-level puppets swiftly ascended to Celestial level. The terror was palpable. In the face of such overwhelming odds, the Shadow Lord, witnessing its inevitable defeat, fled. It teleported to another location, escaping the encirclement of the puppets. The illusionist would not allow it to escape. Countless puppets surged forth. The speed of Celestial-level puppets is unmatched. They could leap hundreds of meters, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The domain's extent was but 100 miles. Countless puppets spread out, with the domain's range being so limited that puppets awaited everywhere. The Shadow Lord dared not continue summoning shadows, for that would be akin to delivering free gifts to the enemy. Each summoning could yield dozens of celestial and hundreds of Earth-level beings. It could not withstand such a loss. Under the relentless pursuit of the puppets, the Shadow Lord was akin to a rat in the street, fleeing in all directions. The Lord's dignity was utterly obliterated. Presently, the Shadow Lord cared little for its reputation. Preserving its life took precedence over all else, as long as it could escape. It would bide its time to regain strength, ultimately seizing full control of this alternate space. Preventing it from descending to such depths, it was foolishly overconfident, thinking that its acquisition of an alternate space rendered it invincible, neglecting its training. Most significantly, it failed to fully master the control of this alternate space. On one hand, it had acquired this space too recently. On the other, it had indeed grown complacent. After all, possessing mastery over an alternate space equates to near invulnerability, as beings of Lord-level strength are repelled by any established territory. Unable to enter another S-domain. Those who could enter were typically individuals of lower strength, or even the powerless. Who could have foreseen that a prodigious celestial-level powerhouse would emerge, capable of driving it? A lord, to such a state of utter disarray. It was a pitiful sight. After an hour of relentless pursuit, the Shadow Lord could no longer maintain the existence of its domain. Without the ability to teleport, escape became increasingly arduous. Fortunately, it retained Lord-level strength. Even without the domain's enhancement, it was still a Lord. Regrettably, its power was utterly futile against the multitude of celestial-level puppets it could fight to the death. Slaying dozens of celestial-level puppets, but to what end? The illusionist remained unscathed, and the puppets would continue to replenish. Yet, it was impossible to kill the illusionist. This was an insurmountable existence. Even a mere celestial-level illusionist was already such a formidable challenge. One could only imagine how daunting it would be once the illusionist fully matured. These thoughts were lost on the Shadow Lord. Exhausted, it found itself ensnared by countless puppets. However, even celestial-level puppets required a considerable amount of time to inflict harm upon it. As for killing it, that could take dozens of days. It hoped to seize this opportunity to master the entirety of the alternate space. Given 10 more days, it could achieve complete control by that time. Regardless of whether this artist or any other prodigy remained, it could annihilate them all with a single spatial onslaught. The Shadow Lord revealed a sinister smile. Thus, the Shadow Lord offered no resistance. Allowing the puppets to carry him before the illusionist, the Shadow Lord, a tall, slender figure cloaked in darkness, stood over 2 meters high. His entire form was shrouded in black, obscuring both his features and gender. From his voice, he seemed to be male, bound tightly. As he was brought before the illusionist, he harbored wicked thoughts. Once he mastered the realm of space, he would ensure that this detestable individual before him would be torn to shreds. Quenching the hatred that burned within him, his venomous gaze fixated on the illusionist, cold and piercing, akin to a viper's stare. Yet, upon colliding with the illusionist's eyes, he was instantly lost within the illusion crafted by the illusionist. The power of the void could transform the ephemeral into the tangible and the tangible into the ephemeral, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord envisioned himself as the master of all alternate spaces. Possessing the full capability to control this realm, within this space, he was an invincible deity. He imagined using the void to strangle the one who could not be killed, obliterating both body and soul. He laughed maniacally. With a mere gesture, countless puppets shattered into fragments. A blood-red grin cracked open on the Shadow Lord's dark visage, revealing a look of utter satisfaction. At some point, he began to dance. His smile becoming increasingly exaggerated, almost tearing his face apart. In this silent dance, only the illusionist's soft humming resonated, striking deep into the hearts of onlookers with an eerie sense of the uncanny. Behold my puppets, dance. This is the epitome of artistry. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow Lord danced joyously, twirling about, perhaps even unaware that his own face bore a smile identical to that of his puppets. A sharp snap, the Shadow Lord silently transformed into a puppet. The combination of the void's power and control yielded astonishing results. The Shadow Lord had not anticipated that he would be so enraptured by the illusion that he would offer no resistance. This ability, when wielded against an opponent devoid of resistance, could easily turn them into a puppet. The stronger the adversary, the greater their resistance, leading to an increased likelihood of failure. However, with the illusionist's assistance, unless the opponent could see through the illusion, once ensnared, they relinquished all capacity for resistance. The synergy of these two abilities was not simply additive. It resulted in a qualitative transformation. Even a lord of a higher echelon than the illusionist could not withstand this terrifying power. After the puppet's dance concluded, it bowed to the audience, marking its curtain call. Chapter 15. He is different. Witnessing this spectacle, all the spectators bore expressions of shock. So bizarre, so terrifying. It seemed that for the illusionist, regardless of who stood before him or how powerful they were, they could effortlessly be transformed into mere puppets, manipulated at his whim, their every action, their very lives resting in his hands. Such a mysterious and formidable individual commanded both awe and reverence. The artist was extraordinarily powerful. Perhaps his strength surpassed that of the shadowy creature, merely cloaked in secrecy until now. Had he triumphed? Had the artist emerged victorious? Did that ensure the host's safety? Not necessarily. Who knew the true nature of the abyss of despair? The host had been trapped within for several hours. Would only the deceased be able to emerge? How could one return from death? Suddenly, the stream went dark. What happened? Had the live broadcast signal been interrupted? Lin Qian found herself bewildered, having returned to the food street in an instant. Within 2 minutes, a group of uniformed individuals surrounded her. Ms. Lin Qian, please come with us. The leader brandished a badge before her eyes. Lin Qian caught sight of the words Special Inspection Bureau before being escorted into a vehicle. Shun Yin also stood on the food street, cloaked in an illusion that rendered him invisible to those around him. A gust of wind swept by, and he vanished from sight. Lin Qian was taken to a secret base, her eyes covered throughout the journey until the blindfold was finally removed upon arrival. She found herself in a small room surrounded by walls, containing a table and 2 chairs. Taking a seat, she faced a poised and striking woman. Yu Miaoshu picked up a dossier and began to read aloud all of Lin Qian's information. Lin Qian was taken aback. She never expected the state to investigate her so swiftly after her disappearance. The locations of alternate spaces appeared randomly. Anyone within the vicinity at the time would unwittingly fall into them. If someone vanished while in an unmonitored area, it would be challenging to determine who had gone missing. Lin Qian speculated that her live broadcast had triggered concern among her fans, prompting them to report her disappearance to the authorities. Leading to the conclusion that she had fallen into an alternate space, a complex expression crossed her face. Noticing her reaction, Yu Miaoshu spoke in a tone intended to be less grave. Ms. Lin Qian, we are aware of your situation in there. There is no need to worry. We have brought you here merely to ask a few questions, especially since you were the first person to return alive. Lin Qian responded, I recorded a video on my phone. It should contain the information you seek. She handed her phone to Yu Miaoshu. Yu Miaoshu accepted the device and transferred the video to another phone before commencing her inquiries. Were there any notable differences between the inside and outside? Differences? Lin Qian hesitated, recalling how she had initially focused solely on escaping. After encountering the enigmatic artist, she had remained near the stage, too fearful to venture further. Other than that, she hadn't observed much. The desolation was overwhelming, and the atmosphere was suffocating, as if I could scarcely breathe. Everywhere I looked, it was barren. Her range of movement had been limited, and she had not glimpsed other areas. The abyss of despair undoubtedly extended far beyond what she had witnessed. As an ordinary person, her capabilities restricted her from exploring further. Otherwise, she would have perished swiftly. The state had continuously sought opportunities to dispatch personnel to investigate the abyss of despair. But its elusive nature made locating it nearly impossible. Yu Miaoshu nodded, jotting down notes. Now, for the second question. What do you perceive the artist to be? Is he human, or is he a monster? Lin Qian lowered her gaze. The artist's presence was unique to her. He radiated light, captivating her gaze, and her intuition told her he was fundamentally different from the monsters. I understand. Yu Miaoshu acknowledged, posing a few more questions. Eventually, she stated, next, we will conduct a health check to ensure you are not harboring any unseen dangers that need to be addressed promptly. Given that Lin Qian was the first person to return alive, her situation garnered significant attention. She did not object and followed for the examination. The results indicated that she bore no abnormalities. After enduring further questioning, she was finally returned home. Upon returning, Lin Qian opened her phone, only to discover that everything she experienced in the abyss of despair had been broadcast live. No wonder the authorities had located her so quickly. The private messages in the live stream's backend were overflowing, with numerous individuals inquiring about her well-being. Some expressed concern, while others sought information about the artist. Lin Qian stared at her phone, lost in thought. Would she ever see the artist again? The abyss of despair, though only 2 months old, had attracted considerable attention. Many were believers, some skeptics, and others ambivalent. After all, the state had never officially acknowledged the existence of the abyss of despair. Even the name abyss of despair, which sounded fearsome, had been coined online based on various legends. Named as such, it signified a place where those who fell in would undoubtedly perish, leading some to believe it was akin to the hell of legends, a place no living person could enter. Now that Lin Qian had emerged alive, the speculations surrounding the abyss of despair would be shattered. System, please tally my current subversion points. Shan Yin queried the system. Current subversion points, 16,830. Why so few? Shan Yin mused. He had anticipated that such a thrilling event as the live broadcast from the abyss of despair would attract a multitude of viewers, even if it were only tens of thousands. With each contributing a fraction of subversion points, the total should be far greater. In the alternate space, over 30 individuals had provided him with more than 1,000 subversion points. Is the system siphoning my subversion points? Host, the system's calculations are accurate. The subversion points gained from online interactions are slightly diminished compared to real life due to the lack of genuine immersion. There are not many who truly believe in the existence of the characters, resulting in fewer points acquired. The virtual realm invariably stands apart from reality. The emergence of illusionists is so fantastical that many perceive them as mere figments of imagination. After all, the fantastical is synonymous with non-existence. Akin to characters in comic novels, though they possess remarkable powers, they remain unreal. Chapter 16. Extraction of the second character, the Martyr. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shun Yin finally believed that the system had not consumed his subversion value. System, grant me an identity in this world. Shun Yin, having traversed into this realm, possessed neither kin nor affiliation. He was a mere ghost in the system. In reality, those lacking an identity face considerable challenges in all endeavors. Ding, 100 subversion values expended. Identity creation complete. Information regarding Shun Yan's identity materialized across various documents, all verifiably authentic with no discernible flaws. Additionally, Shun Yan received a household registration book and an identification card. He perused them briefly before stowing them away. Ding, the host's subversion value has met the requirements. Would you like to expend 10,000 subversion values to begin extracting the second role template? Please note, the novice benefits have been revoked, and the difficulty of the second character will increase. Upon hearing that the difficulty would escalate, Shun Yin felt a surge of excitement. The first character had been far too simplistic for him, raising doubts about whether his nature was inherently peculiar. Nay, perhaps he was merely a perfectionist, seamlessly embodying the illusionist without a trace of dissonance. It was likely that part of this ease stemmed from the novice benefits, which required only the portrayal of the character's personality, with no additional demands. Now, upon learning of the heightened difficulty, Shun Yan's anticipation grew. Let us proceed. Begin extracting the template. Template extraction successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the Lord-level template. Character. Martyr potential. Lord-level personality. Excessive righteousness. Intolerant of wrongdoing. Compassionate. Kind-hearted. Unable to refuse others' requests, and harboring a profound hatred for evildoers. Script. Once a rising star, he was ultimately buried by the hearts of men, becoming a being that transcended humanity, demon, monster, ghost, and god, a presence unwelcomed by the path. Abilities. To be generated. Ding. Commencing roleplay. With a swish, a handsome, resolute visage materialized. He stood 8 feet tall, adorned with a black Taoist seal upon his forehead, an emblem of his unacceptability by the path. The martyr bore numerous heavy chains, intricately inscribed with countless enigmatic runes. This was a seal that confined not only his power, but also the heavenly Tao's awareness of him. Should the seal be broken, the heavenly Tao would sense his existence and unleash its wrath, vowing to annihilate him. But of course, this was merely a narrative. In this world, there was no heavenly Tao, merely some indistinct world instincts. Ultimately, the nature of the heavenly Tao would be determined by Shun Yin himself. Is there truly a script? Shen Yan's voice resonated, deep and thunderous. Externally, he bore no noticeable differences from an ordinary person, save for one detail. His sclera were black, while his pupils glimmered a pale gold, reminiscent of serpentine slits. Shen Yan opened the script above and began to read. The narrative seemed to depict a quintessential altruist, tirelessly doing good, punishing the wicked, and steadfastly pursuing his ideals. Ultimately, however, he could not contend with the hearts of men, facing death and the dissolution of his path, only to unexpectedly resurrect in the end. Shen Yan stroked his chin, noting the smoothness beneath. It was impossible for stubble to exist, given that this body was evidently not that of an ordinary individual. What intrigued him most was that, although the system had not specified whether this character template was heroic or villainous, the character's traits undeniably suggested a righteous figure. After all, which villain would be described as benevolent? The illusionist template, while labeled as a villain, possessed a dual nature. If not provoked, one could coexist peacefully. Yet, once angered, becoming a puppet was the inevitable consequence. He would harbor no reservations, nor would he spare anyone simply for being an ordinary person. He would adhere strictly to his artistic principles. This exemplified the illusionist's sinister side. Conversely, the martyr, based on his character traits, was unquestionably a righteous figure. However, when one considers the narrative, the absoluteness wavers. Originally, the martyr was indeed a paragon of justice and virtue. Yet now, having sacrificed himself for the path and unexpectedly revived, becoming a creature neither human nor demon, one must ponder whether he still embodies his former self. This template harbors its own pitfalls. After careful analysis, Shen Yan concluded that it would be prudent not to strictly adhere to the character's personality. Instead, he should portray the complexity of emotions stemming from the character's resurrection and his awareness of being unwelcome by the path. The difficulty of this role indeed escalated beyond mere levels. Even the template contained snares waiting for him to stumble upon. Shen Yan was certain that if he were to act solely according to the character's traits, the final portrayal would undoubtedly fall short of unlocking the abilities required. Am I to be kept waiting here? System. Commencing ability generation. This generation requires the expenditure of 1,000 subversion values. Deduction successful. The first ability has been unlocked. Unlike heavenly-level characters, Lord-level characters possess a total of 6 abilities. Insight. You shall perceive all malevolence, gazing intently upon an individual, revealing their life's transgressions. This ability cannot be actively released or deactivated. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. This ability, to be frank, is not particularly powerful. It would be more accurate to label it a curse, as the final statement implies. Once unlocked, Shen Yan would gain comprehensive information regarding the ability, wielding it with ease. However, this is a passive ability, beyond his control. Host. The system reminds you that with the increased difficulty of character portrayal, scripts will begin to materialize. You may arrange the script yourself or allow the system to generate one. After some contemplation, Shen Yan decided to cautiously embark on his first attempt at scripted roleplay. Observing how the system-generated script would unfold, System, allow me to review the generated script before I make my choice. Ding. Generating system script. Script generation complete. Below are the scenes generated by the system. Scene 1. Emerging from the coffin. You, long buried underground, are excavated by others. The hatred within you lingers, compelling you to seek vengeance against those who wronged you. Scene 2. The Tao, sensing your emergence, sends the Tianlai sect to suppress you. The members of the Tianlai sect, once your comrades on the path, have now become your enemies, employing every means to eliminate you. Scene 3. Breaking free from your cocoon, will you relinquish your hatred or succumb to the endless abyss? Tianlai sect. If I were to portray this script, would I also have to embody the members of the Tianlai sect? Chapter 17. The manuscript of Grandfather Zhang system. The members of the Tianlai sect will automatically generate as supporting characters. You may expend 100 subversion values for the system to manage them, completing the script, or you may choose to control and portray them yourself. The distinction is minimal. One incurs a cost. The other does not. After a moment's reflection, Shen Yan inquired of the system, am I responsible for designing the dialogue of the supporting characters? The host may design it themselves or allow the system to generate it according to the circumstances at hand. Very well, I shall undertake it myself. Allowing the system to generate it would inevitably incur a cost of subversion values. Although he still possessed a considerable amount, he was reluctant to squander them thus. Upon unlocking a character, Shun Yin would gain all of their abilities. However, while portraying other characters, he could not utilize these abilities, lest he risk compromising his character's integrity. When embodying a character, he must solely employ that character's inherent abilities. Of course, when not in character, he could wield his abilities freely without concern. After reviewing the system-generated script, Shun Yin found it satisfactory. The narrative and characters were present, superior to his own conceptualization. He opted for the system-generated script. System: choosing the generated script will incur a cost of 500 subversion values. Shun Yin raised an eyebrow, but ultimately remained silent. 500 subversion values for this script was not an unreasonable exchange. Ding! The system reminds the host that failure to accurately portray this character will result in the inability to obtain all of their abilities. This change followed the disappearance of novice benefits. Previously, the system had not indicated the consequences of deviating from the character's portrayal. Now, with the cessation of novice benefits, the system had provided this notice. This implied that during his portrayal of the illusionist, even if Shun Yin had strayed from the character's established persona, he would still receive a baseline ability. However, whether it was due to Shun Yan's personality aligning closely with that of the illusionist or his performative inclinations, he had flawlessly embodied the first character. For the second character, deviating from the established persona would mean foregoing all abilities, rendering the substantial expenditure of over 10,000 subversion values utterly futile. Shun Yan's expression grew solemn. In recklessness. Maintain composure. Otherwise, I risk losing all that I have invested, leaving me with nothing. Let us begin. Shun Yin revealed a benevolent smile. Brother, are you truly certain that there exists an ancient tomb here? Two figures clad in gray stealthily navigated the mountainside, burdened with tools. They wore headscarves that concealed their faces, leaving only their eyes exposed. Zhang San produced a circular disc, exclaiming, I inadvertently stumbled upon a notebook left by my grandfather, which indeed recorded an address. Allow me to share. Our family was once impoverished, yet one day, seemingly out of the blue, my grandfather came into a fortune. Gradually, our circumstances improved, but my father squandered it all. And the prosperity my grandfather had built deteriorated under his stewardship. Upon examining the address in the notebook, I discovered it corresponds to the rear mountain of our village. Why would my grandfather record such an address? What led him to suddenly acquire wealth? Li Si nodded, admiration evident in his gaze as he remarked, So, brother, you surmise that a grand tomb lies here. Zhang San lifted his chin proudly. Indeed, this is why one must engage their intellect. Otherwise, how can one amass great riches? You are absolutely right, brother. You possess remarkable cleverness. You must guide your younger brother to wealth, for my future depends on you. Li Si flattered, showering praise. Zhang San reveled in the compliments. Gesturing broadly, fear not, I shall take care of you. Let us proceed, and once we uncover that tomb, we shall be prosperous. The two set off towards the rear mountain. In the dead of night, they switched on their flashlights, carefully avoiding populated areas, as some individuals occasionally ventured here to gather medicinal herbs. They needed to be cautious to avoid detection. Should anyone discover the tomb and report it, their opportunity would vanish, and capture could lead to years of imprisonment. The duo climbed for over 2 hours, delving deeper into the wilderness, where the undergrowth thrived, indicating no human presence had disturbed the area. Brother, where is the tomb? Are we nearly there? Li Si inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow, fatigue evident in his voice. It is not so easily reached. We still have a considerable distance to traverse. We must locate a marker. My grandfather placed a stone at that spot, Zhang San replied. After wandering for some time, the pair finally stumbled upon the stone. Brother, is this not the stone your grandfather positioned? Where? Zhang San rushed over. Illuminating the stone with his flashlight, he noted it resembled the one depicted in the faded black and white photograph left by his grandfather. However, it was obscured by moss and weeds, making identification difficult. Zhang San quickly retrieved a sickle to clear away the encroaching foliage, revealing the stone's original form. Yes, indeed, this is the stone, Zhang San exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Splendid, Li Si echoed, equally exhilarated. The two then retrieved their tools and commenced digging. As they toiled, a pit gradually emerged. Digging proved physically demanding, and they unearthed a mound of earth until their shovels struck something solid. Thud! The sound resonated as the shovel hit a hard object. Both men looked up, joy illuminating their faces. They had struck something. With renewed vigor, they continued to excavate, and slowly, an object began to reveal itself. It was a large green stone slab, approximately 2 meters in length. Once unearthed, it became easier for them to clear the soil atop the slab. Soon, several meters beneath the surface, a massive green stone slab was exposed, etched with faint patterns that had dulled with the passage of time. In the darkness, it was challenging to discern the designs atop it. Zhang San brushed off the dirt with fervor, exclaiming, "This is the place. Let us uncover it." The two joined forces, attempting to shift the stone slab. However, regardless of their efforts, it remained immovable, seemingly fused to the ground below. Zhang San, determination etched on his face, seized the shovel and began striking the slab. The resounding clang echoed throughout the mountainside. The sudden noise startled a flock of birds into flight. "Brother, such a commotion is excessive," Li Si cautioned, grasping Zhang San's arm. "Though this is a remote area, should anyone be nearby, they would undoubtedly hear this racket. What if villagers come following the sound?" Chapter 18. Lawless adventurers, trailblazers. Zhang San ceased his hammering. "This stone is so resilient. How did my grandfather manage to open it?" Li Si pondered. "Perhaps there is a mechanism." Upon hearing this, Zhang San eagerly began searching for any hidden contrivances. After a prolonged search, they found no such mechanism. Exchanging puzzled glances, "Shall we continue digging? Then let us proceed." The two resumed their excavation. On the mountainside, several tents had been pitched, with a fire pit illuminating the area. A group of individuals hovered around the fire, roasting a chicken. Their conversation revealed they were a team of outdoor adventure streamers, camping in this secluded mountain for the purpose of live broadcasting their survival experiences. Since they had not traversed through the village to reach the mountain, no one else was aware of their presence here. Where has Xieshan gone? Shouldn't he wander off in these mountains? It could be perilous if he gets lost, the host, Wenguyu, remarked with a hint of discontent. He mentioned he had a stomach ache. He probably sought a place to relieve himself, Xiaoming responded. Wenguyu questioned, "How long has he been gone?" "About an hour." "I believe," Xiaoming replied. An hour? That seems excessive. Even with a stomach issue, it shouldn't take that long." "What if something has happened?" Concern rippled through the group. "Shall we go look for Xieshan?" Wenguyu mused, standing up. That is the one who led him into the mountains. She felt responsible for any mishaps. "Xiaoming, Xiaoyu, let us search for him." "All right." The three were about to head in the direction Xieshan had departed when they spotted him stumbling back, looking pale and breathless, as if something were pursuing him. "What is wrong? Why do you look so ghastly?" Wenguyu inquired, perplexed. "I heard a strange sound. It seems there are large wild beasts lurking here." Their howls were terrifying. Large beasts? The group was taken aback. Prior to their journey, they had investigated the mountain's fauna, confirming the absence of large carnivorous animals, which emboldened their decision to camp here. None among them were seasoned survivalists, relying entirely on provisions prepared by their crew. If faced with a true survival scenario, they likely wouldn't survive a single night. "How could there be large beasts?" "Surely, you must have misheard," Wenguyu replied. Skeptical. "The wildlife is already scarce in these woods, and large predators even more so. What are the odds we encounter one? I genuinely heard it. If you don't believe me, come and listen," Xieshan pleaded. Growing desperate, I too thought I misheard, but I lingered long enough to confirm. It was continuous howling. Seeing Xieshan's conviction, the group hesitated. After some contemplation, Wenguyu decisively stated, "Let us go together. But we shall not approach too closely. We will merely listen. If there truly is a large beast, we must depart at dawn." The consensus was unanimous. They wished to investigate, as they couldn't dismiss their unease. 7 individuals followed Xieshan, leaving 3 to guard the campsite. "Just ahead, this is where I heard the sound. It was quite loud," Xieshan guided them. After a few minutes of walking, he led the way. continuing to assert that he hadn't misheard. However, as they progressed, no one heard the loud howls he described. They pressed on for several dozen meters, yet silence enveloped them. There's no sound at all. Xiao Shan remarked, "Did you mishear?" Xie Shan insisted, "Impossible. I am certain I heard it. Perhaps it has simply grown weary from howling." Doubt lingered in the air, as none had encountered the feared howls. When Gu Yu pulled Xiaoming aside, and as they walked, she appeared to be listening intently to Jiu Gu. "Have you discovered something?" Xiaoming questioned, noticing when Gu Yu's focused demeanor. "Sure." When Gu Yu gestured for silence. After proceeding over 100 meters, both discerned a faint sound. The sound amplified in the mountains, particularly in the stillness of night, carrying much farther. However, the source of the sound was undoubtedly within the same mountain. When Gu Yu and Xiaoming exchanged glances. "Gu Gu, do you think there could truly be a large beast?" Xiaoming whispered, her fear palpable. When Gu Yu shook her head, after listening for a while, she concluded, "It doesn't seem like howling. It resembles the sound of someone digging." "Digging?" Xiaoming shivered. On this moonless, windy night, the sound of digging echoed through the desolate mountains. Was this not the sinister work of a deranged killer, disposing of their victims in the wilderness? Clearly, when Gu Yu and Xiaoming shared the same apprehension. Beyond that possibility, she could scarcely fathom who would venture into these mountains to dig at such an hour. There were no bamboo groves here. Even for herbal collection, it was typically done in broad daylight. The choice to come at night usually hinted at some nefarious intent. "Should we leave this place?" Xiaoming tugged at when Gu Yu's sleeve. Her fear evident. "No, we must investigate." The digging ceased as the two approached. They discovered a deep pit beside a stone. Tools lay scattered about, and a mound of excavated earth was piled nearby. Upon witnessing this scene, particularly the large expanse of exposed blue stone slabs, when Gu Yu realized they had stumbled upon a grave robbery. "We should call the police." The two exchanged glances and decided to alert the authorities. They turned to leave when suddenly someone approached from behind and pulled them down. "Damn it!" Below the pit, Zhang San spat. "These two women nearly ruined my plans." Lic was readying a rope to bind them. "What shall we do with them, brother? Should we?" Li Si gestured to his neck in a threatening manner. "Are you foolish?" Zhang San slapped his head. "If we commit murder, there's no escaping it. Then shall we just leave them here?" Li Si scratched his head, puzzled. Zhang San pondered, suggesting they use the women as scouts, having heard that the tombs were laden with traps and mechanisms. "Truly wise of you, brother." Li Si's flattery pleased Zhang San immensely. When Gu Yu and Xiaoming turned pale with fear. Chapter 19. The Heaven's Way website, The Observer. Was this not a death sentence for them? A brilliant idea, brother. If they die, the blame won't fall on us. Zhang San and Li Si pushed the two ahead, using shovels to urge them forward. Trembling, when Gu Yu and Xiaoming had no choice but to bend down and proceed. Ahead lay a tunnel they had excavated, leading to another passage. The signs of age suggested it was left behind by Zhang San's grandfather. Upon traversing this passage, they encountered a towering door constructed of blue stone bricks. The door was adorned with unfamiliar runes and characters, engraved with a precision that evoked a chilling aura. When Gu Yu attempted to call for help, but Zhang San snatched her phone away, also confiscating Xiaoming's. "Behave yourselves, and do not attempt any tricks." Zhang San barked. The two huddled together in fear, paralyzed into inaction. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious website named The Observer had suddenly appeared online. Attracting millions, a comment section was created, and many began to voice their thoughts. "Damn, I was in the middle of a game. What is this lousy site that pulled me in? I was watching a video when I got dragged here. Is this some hacker's trick? This new site is quite the spectacle." Heaven's Way? That sounds impressive. As curiosity grew, half of the millions who were drawn and exited, while the other half remained intrigued. "Look, there's a video posted. It seems like a live broadcast. Over 100,000 clicked to enter the stream." The opening scene revealed when Gu Yu and Xiaoming being dragged underground by Zhang San and Li Si. What is happening here? Are they disposing of bodies in the wild? Do these lunatics intend to harm those beautiful ladies? Hey, let those ladies go. What should we do? Should we call the police? What if they commit murder? I've already called. Me too. I in the stream. They navigated a tunnel that required bending to advance. Doesn't this resemble a tomb robbing? Had the two ladies stumbled upon their illicit activity, leading to their capture? They even want to send someone ahead as a scout. This is outrageous. They must be apprehended and imprisoned for decades. In the darkness of the tunnel, despite Zhang San wielding a flashlight, the surroundings remained dim. However, the live stream was remarkably clear and bright, allowing viewers to see everything distinctly. The audience remained oblivious to this anomaly. The broadcast focused on the blue stone door that a viewer studying ancient literature commented, "Are there characters on the door? I can't decipher them. They don't resemble modern simplified characters. The characters on the door are not random. Ancient burial practices have significance. We need an expert to translate. The inscriptions seem to resemble ancient script. I should get my professor to take a look." Moments later, his professor joined the stream. It seems one must read extensively. Otherwise, one cannot comprehend even a live broadcast. Is this the standard now? To have such lofty expectations for watching a stream? The professor, upon entering, fixated on the inscriptions, marveling at the unexpected appearance of such characters. This is a rare script originating from ancient times. These characters all hold meaning. I once encountered these runes in an ancient text. They are Taoist symbols used to suppress malevolent forces. We must trust in science. The translation reads, "Do not enter, for danger awaits." This serves as a warning to deter others from entering. It implies peril within. Upon the professor's translation, viewers expressed their approval. "Prof, you're amazing, given the warning on the door. Isn't it perilous for them to enter? Unfortunately, they cannot hear us. What a shame for those lovely ladies." The professor adjusted his glasses. "What is this place? Which team is conducting archaeology here? Do they not understand the rules? That archaeological findings must not be disclosed?" His student, sweating profusely, explained, "Two individuals are tomb robbers, and two others have been unfortunate enough to be captured." The professor's face flushed with anger. "We must call the police. We cannot allow these grave robbers to desecrate the ancient tomb." The police have been alerted, but they won't arrive promptly. Chapter 20. Breaking the Coffin, a modest retribution. Before the blue stone door, Zhang San and Li Si, who could barely recognize a few characters, certainly could not comprehend the inscriptions. Even if they did, they would never abandon the treasures within. Although when Guyu sensed a murderous aura from the characters, she was bound by circumstance, unable to flee. With a series of clangs, Zhang San and Li Si, now emboldened underground, struck the stone bricks with shovels, creating an opening wide enough to pass through. "Enter." Zhang San gave a shove to Wenguyu. Both Wenguyu and Xiaoming had no choice but to dive headfirst into the large hole, descending into the tomb. Upon entry, they found no noxious gas, nor any traps or mechanisms. However, the oxygen levels inside were alarmingly low, making it somewhat difficult for the two to breathe. Fortunately, once the hole was breached, fresh oxygen from outside rushed in, quickly enriching the air within. Seeing that the two were unharmed, Zhang San, brimming with impatience, eagerly plunged into the tomb. Lic followed closely behind. Ignoring everything else, the two immediately began scouring the area for valuable artifacts. Regrettably, after a thorough search, the tomb, entirely enveloped in green stone bricks, appeared desolate, with the only notable feature being a coffin standing prominently in the center. "Damn it, why is there nothing here?" Zhang San thought to himself, astonished that after all the toil of digging, he had uncovered not a single precious item. Ugh, what terrible luck! Li Si, gazing at the purple-wood coffin, suggested, "Brother, perhaps all the valuables were taken by your grandfather. Should we open the coffin and see if there is anything of worth inside?" Zhang San found this reasoning compelling. He cast his gaze towards the massive coffin and felt tempted. "Let us take a look then." The coffin stood upright, bound by numerous enormous iron chains, and a yellow talisman was affixed to its front. This talisman, composed of an unknown material, had not shown any signs of decay over the years. It looked as pristine as if it had just been applied. Zhang San stepped forward and tore the talisman off. Inspecting it closely, this must also be an antique. It should fetch a decent price. He rolled it up and tucked it into his clothing. Then, the two men faced a dilemma regarding the chains on the coffin. With such formidable iron bindings, it wouldn't be easy to pry it open. Zhang San and Li Si tried to tug at the chains, but they didn't budge an inch. Were they to abandon their efforts? Having come this far, surrendering was simply unacceptable. They raised their shovels and began striking the chains, checking if the iron had deteriorated after all these years underground. The clanging of iron echoed sharply. When Gu Yu and Xiao Ming stood to the side, contemplating a stealthy escape while Zhang San and Li Si were distracted. Just then, a clatter emanated from within the coffin. Under the cover of the banging, no one noticed the sound. Another clatter followed, coinciding perfectly with the moment Zhang San and Li Si paused to catch their breath. "Brother, did you hear something?" Li Si wiped the sweat from his brow. His hands ached from the effort, and the chains remained resolutely intact. What sound?" Zhang San was drenched in sweat, and his hands began to tremble. A loud clatter rang out, with no other sounds to interfere. Everyone heard it clearly. It was a sound emanating from within the coffin. Zhang San turned to look at the coffin, eyes wide with fear. The others, too, gazed at the coffin in terror. No, could it be a corpse rising? Li Si stammered, panic evident in his voice. "What nonsense! That body has been buried for how many years? It must have turned to dust long ago." Zhang San cursed under his breath, attempting to bolster his courage. Though fear gnawed at him, the two girls, being the most timid, could only scream and cling to each other in fright. "What are you screaming for? What's there to be afraid of? With such thick chains? Even if it were a corpse, it couldn't escape." Zhang San, driven to distraction by their cries, shouted at them. Suddenly, with a crack, bam, 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 the purple-wood coffin erupted violently. The seemingly indestructible chains, which Zhang San and Li Si had pounded on for so long without leaving a mark, shattered into numerous pieces. Several fragments of the chains struck Zhang San and Li Si, knocking them to the ground. When Gu Yu and Xiao Ming, standing further back, narrowly avoided the disaster. From within the coffin emerged a tall figure clad in a moon-white robe, resembling a Taoist practitioner. "It's a corpse rising." Everyone, including the viewers in the live stream, was taken aback when Gu Yu, terrified, instinctively reached for Xiao Ming to flee, only to realize her body had frozen in place. The towering figure stepped forth with heavy strides, clanking iron chains coiling around its arms and waist. As it moved, the chains clashed, producing a dull, resonant sound. Its eyes were obsidian black, devoid of sclera, and when its gaze locked onto you, it felt as if a cold-blooded beast had marked you as prey. "Where am I?" The figure, now a martyr, spread its hands, gazing at its palms in bewilderment. "Didn't I die? Why am I alive again?" Zhang San, who had been struck by the chains, finally roused from unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he exclaimed a well-known curse. "Damn it, that hurts like hell." The martyr turned its gaze from its hands to the newly conscious Zhang San. In the blink of an eye, the martyr was suddenly before Zhang San, seizing his throat with one hand and lifting him off the ground. Zhang San felt suffocated, thrashing helplessly, kicking and hitting the chains in desperation, only to leave his hands bruised while his assailant remained unscathed. The martyr met Zhang San's eyes for a fleeting moment and then unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. "Grave robbers?" The martyr muttered softly. Then, the martyr's gaze shifted to the other three. In the martyr's eyes, one could clearly perceive the sins of others. For instance, Zhang San had lived a life of petty theft and mischief, never committing a serious crime, with the gravest act being his current grave robbing. Lic, who followed Zhang San in his escapades, had not engaged in anything worse than causing trouble in the past. The martyr would not have acted against such individuals, for their transgressions had not warranted his intervention. However, now, the martyr snorted disdainfully. The two cried out in horror, clutching their heads, before collapsing to the ground. The martyr did not kill them but imposed a slight punishment. They would be plagued by nightmares for a month due to the corpse's aura unless they sincerely repented. The martyr's attention turned to Gu Yu. Chapter 21. A Millennium of Flying Corpses, disciple of the Tianlai sect. "What the hell? It's over. I'm being targeted. Surely, the young lady isn't about to be killed. Is she? No way. This person has truly risen from the dead? They don't appear to be a long-dead corpse," a student of ancient literature remarked in the chat. I read in an old text that a corpse that doesn't decay for 100 years becomes a jiangshi. This is a jiangshi. Jiangshi? Are they formidable? Does that mean this person is truly dead? What living person has eyes like that? You can't expect someone to wear colored contacts. This was all in jest. For anyone capable of tearing apart those unyielding chains as if they were paper, without breaking a sweat, was clearly not an ordinary being now. This enigmatic figure, neither entirely human nor corpse, fixed its gaze upon the two defenseless women. The audience in the live stream held their breath in anticipation. When Guyu felt her heart race, Xiaoming sensed the martyr's gaze as well. Her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Had Wen Guyu not caught her, Xiaoming would have surely sat down in fright. In this day and age, the martyr's choice to question Wen Guyu stemmed from his perception that she bore no taint of evil. A rare clarity of heart allowed him little ill intent. When Guyu was taken aback that the martyr would address her in such a manner, she hesitated before responding. This year is May 2056 in the new calendar. New calendar, 2056? Upon hearing this, the martyr fell silent for a moment, then murmured, "So, a millennium has indeed passed." After saying this, the martyr no longer regarded Wen Guyu, instead letting out a howl towards the heavens. Since the heavens have granted me a second chance at life, I must avenge the wrongs of my past. With a leap, the martyr soared out of the ancient tomb, disappearing into the unknown. When Guyu, who had maintained her composure, finally faltered after the martyr's departure, she and Xiaoming collapsed to the ground, for the tension of the moment had been overwhelming. Their phones were with Zhang San, who was now unconscious. Summoning their courage, they managed to search Zhang San and retrieve his phone to call the police. After a while, the police, guided by the location, arrived and rescued them. The two grave robbers were taken directly to the hospital. If the examination revealed no issues, they would be taken for questioning once they regained consciousness. After all, grave robbing in plain sight of so many, along with kidnapping individuals to scout, posed a severe threat to public safety, and a heavy sentence was inevitable. The viewers in the live stream assumed the broadcast would end there. However, the camera shifted, revealing the previously vanished martyr reappearing in the live stream. The martyr was now soaring through the mountains and forests, truly flying several meters above the ground, not touching the earth at all. The abilities possessed by the martyr, being a zombie, are inherent to its very nature and do not require unlocking, akin to the essence of corpse energy, instinctual to this body. Mother, I think I just saw Superman. Quick, come look. Someone is flying in the sky. What the heck am I dreaming? Is it truly possible for a person to soar into the heavens on their own? Shortly thereafter, within the live stream, a user with a verified badge commented, "Bu Hua Tian Lai Zong, 37th generation disciple. This is a flying zombie. Look at its overwhelming resentment. Calamity is surely imminent for humanity. I must inform my ancestral master and eliminate this zombie before it wreaks havoc. Is that brother upstairs serious? Damn, his name has AV. Where did he get that verification? How come I can't find it? Incredible. This brother is really into his role. I see." Yet, regardless of the chatter in the comments, the verified account did not reappear, seemingly having truly gone to seek his ancestral master as he claimed. Gradually, the viewers felt a wave of unease wash over them. Their hearts raced, eyelids fluttering, as if a great disaster loomed on the horizon. Could it be true what that individual said? Even if this zombie sought revenge for its past grievances? As he mentioned, a millennium has passed. Those who wronged it have long since perished, their graves lost to time. Who would it seek vengeance upon? Do you think that zombie is out to find the descendants of its enemies from that era? But how could one ascertain who those descendants are? With the passage of so much time, who knows if their bloodline even endures? What if this zombie fails to locate its historical foes? Might it unleash its wrath upon others? Hiss. As the conversation progressed, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The sense of dread grew more palpable. Is everything all right? Aren't there people from Tianlai Zone? Since they are aware of this zombie's identity, surely they possess means to counter it, right? A heavy silence fell upon the crowd. Previously, they could engage in lively discussions, even noticing the unusual traits of the martyr. Though fear lingered, the barrier of the internet shielded them from immediate danger, dulling their sense of urgency. Now, Having learned they might be implicated, their anxiety deepened. Quickly, check the Tian Dao website. A book has just been released. Upon seeing this, everyone hastily exited the live stream to investigate, some keeping the stream open while placing the video on one side and the book on the other. This was a comprehensive tome on zombies, detailing their origins and the dangers they pose. The lowest tier of zombies is the newly formed purple zombie, followed by the white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, swimming corpse, lying corpse, and the undying bone. Each tier lists the respective abilities of these zombies. The lower tier purple and white zombies are relatively manageable. They fear fire, light, water, and even chickens and dogs, requiring minimal effort to handle. One merely needs to be cautious of their bites, as anyone bitten will transform into a zombie after some time. Their toxic effects can be neutralized with glutinous rice. However, once one reaches the black zombie tier, these creatures no longer fear fire or water. With each ascending level doubling the challenge, by the time one encounters a hairy zombie, this tier boasts a toughened physique. The higher their cultivation, the sturdier their bodies and swifter their movements, capable of leaping over roofs and trees, becoming unfazed by mundane flames and even sunlight. And let us not even speak of the flying zombie, a creature that has transcended the material realm. Having cultivated for a millennium, it can fly, adept in the use of spells, impervious to blades and fire, and generally beyond the means of ordinary cultivators to eradicate or seal, rendering it a calamity upon the earth. Chapter 22. Encountering a ghost in the dead of night. Such a monstrous existence, filled with resentment and hatred toward humanity, seeks vengeance. One can only imagine the turmoil it would unleash upon a city. The existence of zombies had remained unknown until now. And upon discovery, everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought such an extraordinary being could exist? The revelation that zombies bite and those bitten become zombies only heightened the collective fear. No one wishes to become a zombie. The martyr moved with astonishing speed, darting through the mountains and forests, almost emerging from the mountains in mere minutes, passing through villages, heading towards the location of its memories of vengeance. Flying close to the ground. Perhaps due to its prolonged slumber, the martyr was unfamiliar with the drastically transformed world outside. Upon descending from the mountains, its pace slowed considerably. With this deceleration, the viewers in the live stream could finally discern their surroundings. Wasn't this above a mountain stream? Those present near the stream recognized the current location of the martyr. Just the thought of such a formidable flying zombie soaring above them sent chills through everyone, plunging them into a frigid terror. This was far more horrifying than the despair of hell, for the latter's emergence is erratic. One might fall into it by mere misfortune, with little impact on their normal lives. Fear arises only after falling in, but the martyr was different. A massive zombie capable of tearing iron chains was flying overhead, ready to swoop down and rip them to shreds at any moment. Who wouldn't he be terrified? The netizens near the mountain stream were almost scared to the point of losing control. They fervently prayed for it not to descend, for it not to approach the mountain stream. Fortunately, the martyr did not linger and swiftly flew past the stream. Within half an hour, it crossed a province and soon arrived in Chuanxiong. Viewers from Chuanxiong watched in horror as the martyr hovered above their town, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Don't come here. Is there still time to run? Damn. I'm buying a ticket to leave right now. It's too late. We redone for. Although the residents of Chuanxiong desperately wished the martyr would not come, in the eyes of the anxious crowd, it seemed the martyr had determined Chuanxiong was its destination and began to descend slowly. All those in Chuanxiong sent out massive SOS signals. Warning, a catastrophic being has descended upon Chuanxiong. Do not venture outside. For the love of all that is holy, stay indoors. Do not wander about. Do not mock others, and certainly do not laugh maniacally. Damn. Do we have any hope left? Where are the Tianlai Zone people? Come save us. Regardless of the despair felt by the residents of Chuanxiong, the martyr's actions faced no hindrance. Upon landing on a street in Chuanxiong, its gaze was complex. The bustling traffic and towering edifices bore no resemblance to the city walls and courtyards of its past memories. Both people and things had vanished with the passage of time. All that remained was the martyr, laden with resentment, unsure of where to direct it. The changes were overwhelming. Were it not for the relatively unchanged terrain, the martyr might have been unable to locate this place, yet now, everything from its memories had transformed. Its enemies had long since passed. The martyr could find no one upon whom to exact revenge. It fell into silence, lost in confusion. After years of slumber, what purpose did its awakening serve? A grown man, even in the warmth of summer, now nightfall, but the temperature still high, dressed in heavy, layered robes that trailed on the ground. Adorned with inscrutable mystical symbols and bound with numerous iron chains, this peculiar figure stood foolishly in the middle of the street. As pedestrians spotted him, they hurriedly quickened their pace to leave. Neon lights flickered. The current civilization was highly advanced, with lights installed everywhere. Even at night, the illumination was bright, casting light upon the darkness. The martyr wandered aimlessly. At that moment, the pedestrian signal turned red just as a vehicle, clearly speeding, approached from afar. The driver had consumed some alcohol, and with the late hour, few were on the street, leading to a slightly reckless speed. Seeing the green light, the driver did not slow down. When he finally noticed the martyr standing in the middle of the road, it was too late to brake. With a loud crash, the vehicle collided violently with the martyr. The front of the car crumpled deeply upon impact. Instinctively, the driver swerved the wheel. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle then crashed into a nearby utility pole. The driver's drunken stupor shattered in an instant. The pretty girl in the passenger seat, who had fallen asleep after drinking, awoke to the sudden commotion, as did the two men in the back seat, who had also been drinking. What just happened? The driver, Songbo, said in a state of shock. What? The others, hearing him, were jolted awake. Their fear heightened. Is the person okay? They hurriedly exited the vehicle, only to discover the front had been severely deformed. If the car was in such a state, how could the person they hit be any better off? Upon disembarking, they intended to seek out the individual they had struck. However, to their astonishment, the road was utterly deserted, with not a soul in sight, and neither blood nor any traces of an accident were visible on the ground or the vehicle's front. Could it be that you mistook the situation due to inebriation? Inquired Han Xianxian, who occupied the passenger seat, addressing Songbo. Impossible. Songbo immediately retorted, I saw it quite clearly. What if they were thrown far away? The four of them scoured the road, and apart from themselves, not even a single other vehicle was present, let alone any pedestrians. You must have misjudged the situation. There is no one here but us. Surely, we haven't encountered a ghost in the dead of night. Wang Xiaowu jested. Yet, upon hearing his words, the other three felt a shiver run down their spines, their expressions betraying a belief in his jest. Wang Xiaowu, taken aback, exclaimed, I was merely joking. Why the solemn expressions? Goodness, Xiaowu, what sort of jest is that? I genuinely believed you. If anyone was panicking the most in this scenario, it was undoubtedly Songbo, the driver. It was already a disorienting situation to hit someone while under the influence of alcohol in the middle of the night. And now, upon exiting the vehicle, he found no evidence of the incident whatsoever. It felt as though the collision had merely been a figment of his imagination. Under such circumstances, anyone would be filled with trepidation. Unbeknownst to them, a solitary figure sat quietly in the vehicle behind them. Chapter 23. The Stench of Sin. Visitors from Tianlai's sect. After the four alighted from their vehicle, their immediate focus was on locating the person they had struck. In that instant, they failed to notice that someone was perched atop their car. Meanwhile, the live stream was inundated with exclamations of disbelief. Oh my! Look behind you! These individuals are in deep trouble. They dared to strike a zombie. They're done for. When do we feast? Who knows these people? Does anyone have their contact information? We should alert them. Indeed, it would be prudent not to offend that one. Haven't they already offended? If they adopt a more submissive demeanor, perhaps they could escape with their lives intact. Regrettably, the four were oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream, unaware that they had become the subject of public scrutiny. The martyr initially had no intention of involving these individuals, as the collision had not inflicted any harm upon him. The martyr was as impervious to injury as if he were made of iron. The vehicle posed no threat to him. He originally intended to depart. But before doing so, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent in the air. from one of the individuals, he detected the pungent odor of blood, a visceral stench that lingers upon those who have met death. Imbued with intense resentment, this scent is difficult for most to perceive, yet to the martyr, it was as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. It is a fragrance that only those who have experienced a violent and bitter demise carry. It clings to individuals directly involved in a crime or those who have been indirectly touched by it. This scent instantaneously awakened the martyr's latent instincts, as a being who had slumbered for a millennium. Suppressed and sealed for ages, the resentment within him was insurmountable. His gaze shifted dramatically, the once unnerving blackness of his eyes now radiating a terrifying ferocity. Before the four could comprehend the shift, the martyr materialized before Renja, who had remained silent since the incident. The essence you carry reminds me of my adversary, the loathsome stench of Sin. The martyr's gaze bore into Renja. A series of malevolent images flooded his mind, and a powerful wave of resentment erupted from Renja. A girl flickered through the visions, once vibrant and lively, now reduced to a bloodied corpse in the earth. Her body bore countless wounds, yet she clung to life, only to be cast into a muddy pit, the earth gradually consuming her. These images were visible only to the martyr, yet inexplicably, they appeared on the live stream as well. All who watched could vividly feel the girl's agony and struggle. She did not refrain from pleading for mercy. Her cries for help echoed in vain as she was slowly buried alive. One could only imagine the depth of despair that enveloped her in those final moments. Having witnessed this atrocity, the martyr was certain that the individual before him was one of those responsible for the girl's burial. Malice flickered in the martyr's eyes as he gazed upon Renja. Renja's expression shifted drastically. The malevolent aura emanating from the martyr felt as though it had emerged from a mountain of corpses. An ocean of blood. The overwhelming intent to kill rendered Renja speechless, enveloped in a suffocating dread that left him paralyzed. The martyr's gaze hardened as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of necrotic energy that coursed into Renja's body. Upon the energy's entry, Renja let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground in agonizing convulsions. In mere moments, the surface of his skin became mottled with purple spots as he rapidly transformed from human to a purple zombie. Once the purple spots merged and consumed his body, he would irrevocably transition into a zombie. Typically, this transformation occurs swiftly, but under the influence of the high-ranking martyr, the process was prolonged exponentially. The agony of a living person being infused with necrotic energy is excruciating. It feels as though their body is being torn apart, each cell disintegrating, blood gradually coagulating and ceasing to circulate. Renja writhed on the ground, screaming in torment, tears and snot streaming down his face. His features contorted in anguish. In this moment, he was likely experiencing the very despair and pain that the girl had endured on that fateful day. Initially, the viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sympathy. Witnessing someone in such torment naturally evokes compassion. This is excessive. It appears he is on the verge of death. Is this the process of transforming someone into a zombie? It's terrifying. I am so frightened. Why has no one come to subdue this monster that can so casually transform people into zombies? Are your eyes blind? Did you not see him commit murder? The law should punish him for his crimes, not turn him into a zombie. Who will take responsibility for that girl? She seemed to be under 20, having lived such a short life, only to leave in such agony. The live stream erupted into chaos. Renja's companions, witnessing him collapse in agony after the mysterious figure's flick of a wrist, assumed he had been struck. Songbo rushed forward, recognizing the figure as the very person he had accidentally collided with. I was the one who hit you. Why are you attacking my friend? Songbo charged at the martyr, intending to strike him. With ease, the martyr grasped his wrist, applying minimal force, yet with a sharp crack. Songbo's wrist was twisted painfully. The martyr had already tempered his strength. Otherwise, dismembering an arm would have been a trivial task for him. Songbo cried out in agony. Han Xinxian and Wang Xiaowu, witnessing the situation, dared not approach. The figure clad in ancient garb exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. They resolved to call the authorities and await their arrival. Renja writhed on the ground, emitting continuous cries of despair. The purple spots on his body multiplied, threatening to merge into a complete patch. Suddenly, a wooden sword flew in from the horizon, piercing Ranja's hand. The sword glowed red, and after a moment, the purple spots on Ranja were subdued. The martyr's gaze shifted towards the origin of the wooden sword, where he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Recognizing this scent, he refrained from attacking. A venerable elder, his hair white as snow, arrived riding the sword. Clad in a Taoist robe embroidered with the Taiji symbol, he exuded an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being. The elder descended gracefully, sword poised menacingly towards the martyr. Chapter 24. Should hatred be set aside, brother? After all these years, your visage remains unchanged, just as it was in our youth. The elder's face bore the marks of time. Wrinkles etched deep by the years, the martyr displayed a moment of bewilderment. Having been sealed for so long, he could hardly recognize the aged figure before him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally recalled the elder's identity. You are she, my junior brother? The elder observed the martyr's demeanor had calmed, and he lowered his sword, bowing respectfully to it. Seems my elder brother still remembers she, though I have aged considerably and am now quite different from the past. The martyr's expression grew solemn. Your fate remains unchanged. I naturally recognize it. The elder laughed heartily. I had forgotten. My elder brother is one who does not judge by appearances. The elder cast a glance at Ranja, who lay on the ground, the wooden sword suppressing the spread of purple spots, yet still suffering under the torment of necrotic energy. I am aware of the injustices you faced in the past. But so much time has elapsed, and those responsible are long dead. Is it truly necessary to vent your wrath upon a mere mortal? He deserves to die. The martyr, however, remained impervious to the elder's counsel. Brother, the times have changed. Even if he has committed murder, such matters ought to be resolved by the officials of this era. Mortal affairs belong to mortals, brother. Come back with me. The elder sighed. He understood his brother's temperament all too well, unyielding, obstinate, particularly towards those steeped in sin, unable to tolerate even the slightest transgression. Were it not for past events, given his brother's aptitude, he would have likely ascended to a celestial position long ago. The viewers in the live stream were riveted by the unfolding drama. Isn't that the ancestor of the Tianlai sect? Someone gasped. Did you hear him call that zombie his brother? And this zombie has at least a millennium of cultivation. How long has he been alive? The implications were chilling. Even the youngest disciple, after all this time, would be several centuries old. Can a person truly live for such an extended period? Wow! What kind of sect is this Tianlai? Are they still accepting disciples? I'm a university student who can cook and keep warm. Please take me as your apprentice. Is there really such a thing as cultivators? I thought that was merely fiction. It was well known that live streams could not feature special effects. So this had to be real. The previous display of sword flight was incredibly impressive. If only he could master it, surely the ladies would be swooning. What exactly happened back then? I'm quite curious. Yes, if this person is indeed the zombie brother, then he must have been a disciple of Tianlai sect before. What caused him to become a zombie? Moreover, he mentioned seeking vengeance, which implies someone wronged him. If someone harmed me, I would haunt them as a ghost. Right? They say to let go. But that's easy for those who haven't faced such calamities. If it were them, their attitude would be entirely different. This is just talk from a position of comfort. I find this elder rather distasteful indeed. How can one simply let go of a grudge against one's life? It's easy to say when it's not their own life at stake. The elder is too sanctimonious. I support the zombie. Avenging one's grievances is only just. The martyr stood resolute, though silent. His posture clearly conveyed his disregard for the elder's words. Brother, your resentment is too heavy. Lingering in the mortal realm serves no benefit. It would be best to return with me to the mountain. The elder urged gently. The martyr exuded an overwhelming aura of death, affecting everything within 100 miles. The chilling essence of death was palpable. Should anyone come into contact with this aura, they would be at risk of severe illness or, worse, transform into a zombie themselves. Though the martyr bore no intention of turning others into zombies, the weight of his aura was too much for him to control at present. Ordinary mortals could not withstand such proximity. It was akin to a calamity. The martyr was a ticking time bomb, causing destruction wherever he went. Why grievances remain unavenged? The martyr shook his head, unwilling to return to the mountain. He had become an outcast. That place was no longer meant for him, especially with his vengeance unfulfilled. Brother, do you truly insist on causing havoc in the mortal realm? The elder tightened his grip on his sword. Then do not blame me for being merciless. The martyr stood tall, as unyielding as a pine tree, pointing at Renja on the ground. A being such as he, living in this world, is he not also a source of calamity? At the very least, I would never harm an innocent. The elder cast a glance at Renja, contemplating that his affairs were best left to others. Brother, do not remain obstinate in your ignorance. Very well, the martyr replied somberly, then let us take action. The elder drew his sword, invoking the 11th sword art. The sword transformed in the air, splitting into 2, then 4, and ultimately becoming 36 swords. They formed a dazzling array in the sky. The 36 blades surged towards the martyr. The martyr remained motionless. These swords, even as magical artifacts, could inflict no harm upon him in his current state. Once a zombie has been cultivated into a flying undead, swords could no longer harm them. Even divine techniques could not affect the martyr. As expected, when the sword array surrounded the martyr, the 36 swords pierced towards him, striking his body, yet producing nothing more than a cacophony of clanging sounds. These weapons could not wound him. Not even his flowing moon-white robe was torn. Clearly, this garment was also a rare magical artifact. With a mere wave of his hand, a tremendous surge of death energy erupted forth. The moment the swords made contact with this aura, they were sent flying back dozens of meters, shattering the sword array in an instant. Once the array was disrupted, the 36 swords reformed into one, returning to the elder's grasp. Brother, your cultivation has indeed grown stronger. It seems today will not conclude peacefully. The elder remarked, and no sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged with great speed. A group of younger sword-wielders swiftly evacuated the remaining ordinary people, even taking Renja from the ground. The martyr observed them but refrained from acting, watching as they took away the innocents. With ordinary people present, he could not unleash his full power and allowed them to take their leave. Formation, rise, the elder commanded with authority. The ground illuminated with a vast array intended to suppress evil. This formation had been discreetly laid out during their conversation, prepared for this very moment, crafted by dozens of the finest disciples of the Tianlai sect. Any ordinary demon or evil spirit entering this formation would be utterly annihilated. As the formation took shape, the martyr felt an immense pressure enveloping him. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath him fractured, and his legs sank into the earth point. One could only imagine the weight of the pressure he was experiencing. The ground collapsed violently, revealing a gaping chasm. The martyr remained unfazed, his hands clasped behind his back, his legs suspended in midair. The formation suppression was trivial to him. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. This was the very formation that had once contained the martyr. Back then, he had entered without the strength to resist and had been sealed away. Now, a millennium later, the martyr's powers had grown exponentially, rendering the formation ineffective against him. Brother, had my heart not been extinguished back then, this array would not have contained me. If it could bind me then, how much less so now? The elder's face reflected his astonishment. Although he had heard tales of past events, he was unaware of the deeper truths behind them. I once sought to martyr myself, yet now I find myself reborn. This vengeance shall not go unavenged. My heart cannot be at peace. The martyr's eyes glowed with a fierce light, his hatred striking terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. Though he remained still, the torrent of death energy around him surged like a tidal wave. The spiraling aura of death billowed forth like a massive black fog, swiftly breaking through the formation's constraints as if it were a balloon that had been pricked. The disciples responsible for the array spat blood, their countenances paled significantly. The array's failure inflicted considerable internal damage upon them. Brother, the elder chuckled bitterly. The formation could not restrain the martyr, nor could their cultivations contend with him. The martyr was now unstoppable. Enough is enough. The elder seemed to have made a resolute decision. Since I have come here, I shall undoubtedly bring my brother back. A fire imbued with a profound spiritual essence ignited around the elder. In that moment, his power surged to near divine levels. Yet, the cost was steep. He was burning his own soul, forcibly enhancing his strength, with the final outcome leading to the obliteration of his soul. Preventing him from entering the cycle of reincarnation, the martyr's gaze finally shifted. Why would you go to such lengths? Ha ha ha, brother, as I said, I will bring you back, and I shall indeed do so. The elder laughed with carefree abandon, raising his hand to cast an even more formidable suppressive array. With the formation now in place, the martyr found himself momentarily immobilized, his death energy thrumming within him, yet continually suppressed by the array. In the end, the aura was entirely contained within his being, leaving only his striking black eyes, rendering his presence indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. As the martyr stepped forward, the formation erupted in a cascade of golden light, illuminating the sky as if it were midday. Golden symbols surged into the martyr's body, embedding themselves within his flesh, leaving behind radiant markings of the divine. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flesh was seared by golden markings, which were etched deeply onto the martyr's body like chains. Upon his rebirth, it was for the first time that the martyr felt pain coursing through him. Yet, his countenance remained unchanged as he took another step towards the elder. With this step, a formation manifested, conjuring an array of colossal iron chains that descended upon him like a deluge, ensnaring his entire being. The immense pressure caused the martyr to falter, bending his knees. But he resisted the urge to yield, straightening his back defiantly. A golden radiance flickered across the elder's face. In that moment, he embodied the essence of the Tao. The great golden chains bound the martyr securely, suppressing his aura to its utmost limit. To any observer, he appeared merely as a fallen being. Brother, the elder spoke with an air of detachment, bowing respectfully, please return to the mountain gate. The martyr, who had been suspended in midair, descended to the ground, his feet firmly planted upon the earth. He gazed with a complex expression at his former junior, surrounded by erstwhile companions who had now arrayed formidable formations against him, employing every means to suppress and eliminate him. The turmoil within the martyr was ineffable. Several disciples of the Tianlai sect struggled to bear a massive coffin crafted from a mystical artifact. Placing it beside him, with a resounding thud, the coffin was opened. The disciples approached the martyr cautiously and with utmost respect, lifting him gently and placing him within the coffin. The martyr offered no resistance, for he was utterly powerless against the overwhelming suppression of the Tao, a seal that he could not hope to unravel in the immediate future. The elder left no room for escape. He sacrificed all of his divine essence, burning away his own soul for the sole purpose of sealing his brother. As the lid of the coffin descended, the martyr was confined within, reminiscent of a scene from a millennium past. Only the enforcers had changed, the locale had shifted, and the hearts of men had transformed as well. The golden markings left behind traces upon the coffin. The disciples of the Tianlai sect produced a lengthy yellow talisman, affixing it to the coffin. Subsequently, all the disciples bowed deeply to the elder, who had assumed the form of the Tao. With a hearty laugh, I depart. Are we not more than mere weeds? The elder proclaimed, his laughter resonating as his form gradually faded, the golden light intensifying. In that instant, he was the embodiment of the Tao. However, the price of burning one's soul was irrevocable and unalterable. To suppress the martyr, this aberration, he had sacrificed himself. A gentle breeze swept through, and the elder dissipated like smoke in the wind. In this world, he would no longer be seen. The viewers in the live stream, unbeknownst to themselves, were already in tears. He sacrificed himself for us, they lamented, to prevent his brother from wreaking havoc upon the world. He had given his life to seal the undead. Alas, what a tragic fate for such a remarkable individual. Although they had previously criticized the elder, calling him overly sentimental, at this moment, words failed them. The elder was indeed magnificent. He had laid down his life for the world, for the salvation of others. And what of the martyr? Perhaps he was wrong, or perhaps he was not. It was only natural for him to seek vengeance. Anyone who had undergone such trials would harbor resentment. Yet, The very existence of the martyr posed a significant threat to the world and to others. Suppressing and sealing him was a necessary course of action. The elder had played the role of the villain, personally subduing his own brother. Chapter 26. Grievances and Resolutions. All is settled, though he had sealed his brother with his own hands. It was ultimately in service of a greater righteousness. The elder bore no regrets, as his form dissipated. Merging with the cosmos, the disciples finally rose from their bows. The other disciples of the Tianlai sect lifted the coffin and took to the skies on their swords. Departing, with the elder's disappearance, the martyr was subdued. "Do you see where they have gone?" inquired the supervisor of the surveillance satellites. "They flew eastward and soon vanished into the clouds. We can no longer trace their whereabouts." After a moment of silence, the supervisor resignedly concluded that they were powerless against such beings capable of flight. Who exactly are these individuals from the Tianlai sect? Experts had already been summoned to investigate. In this world, no extraordinary tales circulated online, though ancient texts did allude to such matters, mostly as scattered anecdotes. In the live stream, a heated discussion erupted. "What is the name of this elder from the Tianlai sect? I wish to erect a monument in his honor at home." One disciple of the Tianlai sect interjected. "It is as I mentioned previously. Our ancestral master was the sixth disciple of the Tianlai sect, named Shi, Taoist title, Yuanjin. There is no need for a monument. We, practitioners of the Tao, do not concern ourselves with such things. Practicing the Tao? What does that truly mean? Can one achieve immortality through it?" The pursuit of longevity and immortality is a topic that captivates the hearts of all. Countless individuals throughout history have made innumerable attempts to attain eternal life, yet to no avail. To practice the Tao is to cultivate oneself. Without immense willpower or extraordinary talent, attaining the Tao is incredibly challenging. If one does not reach profound depths in their cultivation, it offers little benefit to longevity. One may merely live a few decades longer. A few decades is still a blessing. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? I must ask, does the Tianlai sect still accept disciples? Indeed, the Tianlai sect only accepts disciples once every 100 years. And this recruitment will commence next month. The viewers pressed for specifics regarding the time and location. Unfortunately, the disciple remained tight-lipped, only stating, "It is all a matter of fate. Those with destiny will encounter it. Those without will not." Luck is often a significant factor in the path of cultivation. Those with great fortune find their journey smoother, and no matter how the audience questioned, they could not pry further. Resigning themselves to the uncertainty, luck is a fickle thing, after all. With time still on their side until next month, they decided to wait. Initially, they believed the matter had reached its conclusion, but unexpectedly, the scene in the livestream shifted. Disciples of the Tianlai sect, bearing the coffin, arrived at a mountain shrouded in ethereal mist. Before the mountain gate stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words Tianlai sect. However, the camera merely swept past, and many failed to catch a glimpse. A dozen disciples cleared the path, protecting the 6 who carried the coffin. Upon entering the mountain gate, they ascended an exceptionally long staircase that seemed endless, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld it due to its steepness. Yet, for these adept disciples, such an ascent was trivial. They were among the most core disciples of the Tianlai sect, their combat prowess ranking among the highest. Otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with the formation. As they carried the coffin, they confidently traversed the staircase, which numbered in the thousands, completing it in no time. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by several individuals exuding an otherworldly aura. Upon noticing the absence of Shi among the returning figures, tears flowed down their cheeks. "Our ancestral master, he has departed." A wave of grief swept over the crowd. After a considerable time, they emerged from their sorrow. "Is this the one? Indeed. Let us take him to the rear mountain, to the place of sealing, fulfilling our ancestral master's wishes." The group bore the coffin to the rear mountain, a place dense with spiritual energy, adorned with luminous spiritual materials and woods. Even the creatures residing there appeared exceptionally vibrant, distinctly unusual. They placed the coffin in the center of a spiritual spring, collaboratively establishing several prohibitions around it before departing. The group still needed to report this matter to the sect's leader. Amidst the floating rocks, a grand and ancient hall stood. The disciples flew to its summit, entering in single file. The sect leader sat upon a mat in the main hall, eyes closed in meditation. "How is it, Master Yuanjin?" The disciples wore sorrowful expressions, remaining silent. With a deep sigh, the sect leader remarked, "Alas, this was indeed our master's wish, and we cannot thwart it." Rising from the mat, he entered the main hall, where a row of wooden tablets adorned the altar, each inscribed with a name. The sect leader retrieved a tablet from a suspended basket. Holding it reverently, the viewers in the live stream beheld the tablet inscribed with the name Shi, Yuanjin Taoist. This was the place of veneration for the deceased members of the Tianlai sect. The sect leader knelt and performed several deep bows towards the tablet. "Master, you have achieved your wish, yet our Tianlai sect has lost another pillar of strength. You ventured into forbidden territory for the sake of that aberration, willingly sacrificing your cultivation to quell his grievances. Now, you have sealed all his resentments with your very being, allowing him to survive under the celestial LAW. As the sect leader spoke, he reflected on everything the disciples had shared. Why did you not reveal to him that you merely wished for him to return and live well? The sovereign inquires of the old priest. Gazing at the offering table, the curling blue smoke rises ethereally into the heavens. The old priest has passed away. The words of the sovereign now bear no answer. This is a matter of ancient grievances and complexities among the elders. He remains oblivious to the reasons behind these entanglements. Yet all has dissipated with the sacrifice of the old priest. The vendetta was avenged long ago by the old priest. The lives he saved have returned to flourish in the spiritual spring of the back mountain. Regardless of whether the martyr has now transformed into a monstrous aberration, to the old priest, he remains his senior brother, the one who nurtured him, brimming with talent, endowed with extraordinary gifts. What the old priest ponders is of little consequence now. The viewers in the live stream are astounded. Unbeknownst to them, so many events lie behind this. Why did the Yuanjin Taoist remain silent? After all, that is his senior brother. But what purpose would it serve to speak? It would only prolong the sorrow. It is preferable for the senior brother to carry on with his resentment and grievances than to uncover the painful truths that would only deepen the hurt. Chapter 27. Ignorance equals fearlessness. The so-called Tianlai sect's mountain gate, along with all its spiritual materials and woods, including that spiritual spring, is merely an illusion conjured by the system's transformation. It cost Shen Yin 10,000 points of subversion value. Initially, Shen Yin had only a few thousand points left, but during the live stream, many viewers gradually came to believe in the martyr's existence, collectively providing Shen Yin with tens of thousands of subversion points. Only then did he possess enough points to fulfill the subsequent script. As for why he chose an illusion instead of directly materializing a mountain gate, it is because materializing a physical object consumes subversion points at an exponential rate compared to illusions. To manifest such a grand mountain gate and its contents would require at least several million points. Thus, illusions are far more economical. The matter of materializing physical objects will have to wait until Shen Yin accumulates sufficient subversion points. System, how many subversion points do I currently possess? Shen Yin emerged from the coffin. System, remaining subversion points, 126,809. This wave has propelled his subversion points past the 100,000 mark. The previous live stream proved to be quite effective. Furthermore, due to the personal nature of the content, viewers felt a sense of threat, thus bolstering their belief in the martyr's existence. However, unlocking Lord-level abilities is rather challenging. Although many have come to accept his existence, the ability bar has just unlocked the second capability. Ding! The second ability has met the unlocking conditions. Would you like to consume 10,000 subversion points to generate this ability? At the Lord level, abilities are akin to divine powers. Generate. Ding! The ability is now being generated. The martyr's second ability has been unlocked. Domain. Transformation into the Tao. 1 must possess a domain to be considered a true lord. Influenced by the Tao seal, within this domain, one can enhance their connection to the Tao and utilize most of the law's capabilities, though the duration cannot be prolonged. The closer one approaches the Tao, the greater the harm to the body and soul. The strength of a domain lies in amplifying a specific ability of the Lord. For instance, Shen Yin once encountered a feeble shadow lord whose ability was to create shadow monsters, but he could only conjure beings of a lower rank. After transforming it into a puppet, Shun Yin realized that this Shadow Lord had only recently ascended and had limited experience in controlling the alternate space. Its mastery of the domain was still rudimentary, and its grasp on the alternate space was not comprehensive. Conversely, the illusionist that Shun Yin drew possesses abilities that can counter the Shadow Lord. And in terms of capability, the illusionist template exceeds that of some lords. The illusionist's 4 abilities allow for control, combat, and enhancement, somewhat akin to a necromancer, where the battlefield serves as his supply point. For every life lost on the opposing side, an equal number will bolster his ranks. Engaging in battles beyond one's rank is not surprising. Moreover, after embodying 2 character templates, Shun Yin discovered that the abilities generated by the system are largely connected to the narratives he portrayed. Particularly with certain lines of dialogue, if Shun Yin desires a specific ability, he should align his portrayal of characters accordingly, increasing the likelihood that the next generated ability will be what he seeks. For example, the ability of Domain. Transformation into the Tao likely stems from the old priest's transformation into the Tao, which sealed and suppressed the martyr. Thus, the martyr's essence fuses with the Tao seal. Allowing his domain to touch upon the transformation of the Tao, this progression is quite reasonable. Much of the previously expended subversion value was allocated to manifesting the Tao seal. Although it is merely a fade, the essential spirit must be conveyed, ensuring that it does not appear blatantly false. The inability of others to discern the intricate laws and divine powers contained within the Tao seal can be attributed to the limitations of ordinary perception. The martyr character template has reached a narrative conclusion. Reappearing before others would seem somewhat jarring. Shun Yin resolves to seize this opportunity to explore this world further. He aims to gain a deeper understanding of it. This world is called Blue Star, developing similarly to Shun Yin's former realm, though it lacks much of the mythological lore. While some fundamental deities are recorded in ancient texts, they have not permeated the online discourse. This presents a challenge for Shun Yin in embodying characters, as ignorance breeds fearlessness. They remain unaware of the formidable nature of divine beings, and thus, how could they harbor reverence or belief in their existence? Were it not for the emergence of the despair hell since March, humanity would not have abruptly realized that there indeed exist phenomena beyond scientific explanation. After familiarizing himself with the world's basic circumstances, Shun Yin now understands why the illusionist's dramatic entrance garnered so little subversion value. They likely perceive the illusionist as a monster from the despair hell, contradicting the illusionist's characterization. The illusionist is a person. Despite his nefarious actions, perpetually masked and interacting solely with puppets, he remains fundamentally human. Were it not for the beginner's benefits, which impose minimal requirements on his character portrayal, this aspect might have hindered Shun Yin's ability to unlock further powers of the illusionist. In his next character portrayal, Shun Yin must lay some groundwork. It would be ideal to introduce the character's background first, for instance, by utilizing 1,000 subversion points to create the Heavenly Tao website, which manages observers and serves as Shun Yin's account. By leveraging this third-party presence, he can unveil the character's identity, which would lend a far more sophisticated air than revealing it himself. Shun Yin instructs the system to open the website. He begins updating the level information. Establishing a combat power system necessitates the formation of a comprehensive level hierarchy. This process resembles the crafting of a novel. After some contemplation, Shun Yin ultimately decides to consult the system. System, on what basis is the character's level determined? System, based on background strength and inherent abilities, the character template's power is not fixed. Shun Yin reflects on this in order to publicly disclose the level system. He cannot simply reveal it outright, as this would lack credibility. It would be best to attach some credible elements. After consideration, Shun Yin resolves to use the martyr's own background as a foundation for this exposition. After all, the existence of the martyr and the Tianlai sect has already been publicly disclosed, and the heat from the live stream has yet to dissipate. Shun Yin directly utilizes the illusionist's ability to conjure a computer and a keyboard. He activates his fingers and begins to type energetically on the keyboard. The practitioners are a group of individuals who pursue the Tao, transcending the mundane. Their lives are devoted solely to the path. Unless the heavens and earth face great calamity or they are summoned to accept disciples, they seldom step beyond the confines of their mountain gate. The Tianlai sect was established by these practitioners. 1,000 years ago, the Tianlai sect had not yet become so reclusive. Chapter 28. In the domain, The Lord is divine. Although the Tianlai sect practices the Tao, most of its disciples harbor aspirations for the world, determined to cleanse all impurities through their own efforts. Among them, the foremost disciple, Tianwenzi, possesses the greatest talent and character. He has cultivated the Tao for merely over a decade and has already reached heights unattainable by his peers. His cultivation even surpasses that of most of his senior brothers and sisters, enabling him to compete with the elder generation. After 20 years of training within the Mountain Gate, Tianwenzi felt he had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. Thus, he recognized the necessity of entering the world to achieve further breakthroughs. Consequently, Tianwenzi ventured into the world. Tianwenzi is kind-hearted and imbued with a strong sense of righteousness. Gifted with a pair of eyes unlike any other, he possesses a low tolerance for sin. After all, if others cannot see the truth, they will remain indifferent. However, he can see clearly that a certain passerby bears the weight of several lives upon them. He vividly perceives the final moments of each deceased individual. He witnesses the thick, almost black resentment that clings to the perpetrator. As a practitioner, how could he remain passive and indifferent? Thus, Tianwenzi took action. He eradicated all those deeply entrenched in sin, gradually carving out a name for himself in the world. Although Tianwenzi eliminated only the wicked, to others, it appeared as though he was killing without cause. Tianwenzi is a figure of unwavering integrity, both in heart and in the path he follows. His commitment to his principles is steadfast and resolute. He has made many enemies, primarily those who are kin to the wicked. However, Tianwenzi possesses profound cultivation and unparalleled strength. Although there are other practitioners and body cultivators in the world, none can rival his might. Consequently, his adversaries conspired together, weaving an intricate web of traps, using the lives of an entire city's populace as bait to lure Tianwenzi into their snare willingly. Aware that he had fallen into a trap, Tianwenzi chose not to escape alone. The entirety of the city's inhabitants found themselves ensnared within a masterfully crafted array, their fates entwined with its existence. Should the array be shattered, they would perish. Simultaneously, they were afflicted by a peculiar poison. If the array remained unbroken for a single day, they would succumb to the toxin's lethal grip. Tianwenzi found himself powerless to save them, unable to dismantle the array. Yet, if he did not break it, the entire city would meet its demise within a day. They were ensnared because of him, and those orchestrating this scheme calculated that he would never abandon the lives of an entire city. At present, Tianwenzi's strength was insufficient to contend with the array, thus he resorted to igniting the essence of his existence. Through this transformative process, he aimed to dismantle the array without endangering any lives. Initially, after his transformation, he would still have had a chance to preserve a fragment of his soul and be reincarnated. Ironically, those he had once saved, the people of the city, unwittingly extinguished his opportunity for rebirth. Their motivation was mere survival. If Tianwenzi did not perish, they would certainly die. The most tragic irony was that, in the end, not a single soul from that city remained alive. All succumbed to the poison. The masterminds behind this plot had no intention of providing an antidote. Instead, after the entire city's populace perished, they cast blame upon Tianwenzi. Little did they realize that the fabled place, said to consume all who entered and obliterate their very souls, was in fact a realm of profound darkness, a sanctuary for the dead. Cast into this realm, Tianwenzi was besieged by malevolent energies, transforming him into a hybrid of man and corpse. His initial desire for vengeance turned into scorn from the world. The elders of Tianlai sect sought to suppress him as he became this half-human, half-corpse being. Confronted with the inquiries of his mentors, Tianwenzi's resolve shattered. In that moment of rage, he was subdued and eternally confined underground. Deprived of sunlight. In the aftermath, the narrative of the martyr's former self was delineated, with a classification of levels interspersed throughout. For instance, while alive, Tianwenzi's strength was categorized as earth level, nearing the heavenly level. Within the realms of heaven, earth, and man, each level comprises 10 stages. An initiator, cleansing their marrow and transcending the mundane, enters the first stage of the human level, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. Subsequently, one must break through 9 stages to ascend to earth level, becoming an unstoppable force on land. The transition from earth level to heavenly level signifies a qualitative shift. To illustrate, while a human level practitioner may remain unafraid of blades, once they reach earth level, firearms pose no threat to them. Upon reaching the heavenly level, one approaches the status of a terrestrial deity, having begun to grasp the arcane powers. Every individual at this stage can be considered a pillar of national strength, akin to a mobile human nuclear bomb. Moreover, the phenomena defy logic. At least projectiles have discernible trajectories. A heavenly level being can traverse vast distances with a single step, soaring through the heavens and earth with unparalleled ease. Their abilities transcend conventional understanding. For example, an illusionist, a heavenly level practitioner, possesses the power to manipulate others, transforming all beings of lesser rank into puppets. Even those of a higher realm must tread carefully when facing such a formidable adversary. The capacity to transmute one object into another entirely unrelated form involves profound and intricate laws of supernatural prowess. An illusionist can convert flesh and blood, even ethereal shadows, into wooden puppets, a testament to the illogical nature of such powers. To put it bluntly, any heavenly level being, when confronted with ordinary mortals, can extinguish their lives with ease, far simpler than crushing an ant. After all, ants may scurry underground, while a heavenly level being, in their lofty station, would not stoop to torment mere insects. Yet, humans are not mindless creatures devoid of wisdom. They harbor emotions, desires, and various complexities. They can think, harbor resentment, and act out of greed, possessing both virtuous and malevolent tendencies. Should they inadvertently offend a heavenly level being, the annihilation of an entire city could occur with but a flick of the wrist. A heavenly level being is, in essence, a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Such strength inherently breeds arrogance, especially at the heavenly level. The Lord, however, exists in an entirely different realm. If the heavenly level can be likened to terrestrial deities, then the Lord ascends to the status of true divinity. The ability to command the elements and reshape the earth is trivial for one who possesses dominion over a realm. A true Lord must command a complete space. Those who merely possess fragments of space, unable to fully grasp or refine them into a cohesive whole, do not qualify as true lords. Within their domain, the Lord is akin to a deity. Their every word and action reverberates as divine decree. Reminiscent of a creator shaping the cosmos in their realm, should the Lord declare that the flow of time is 100-fold, then indeed, it becomes so. Chapter 29. Tianwenzi, the path when the Lord commands flowers to bloom. Even if the plant itself is not inclined to blossom, it shall do so at their behest. This encapsulates the Lord's formidable power. The hierarchy concludes with the Lord level, as even Shan Yin remains uncertain of what lies beyond. Nevertheless, this classification suffices. Shan Yin not only delineated the levels and the martyr's previous existence, but also invested a substantial sum of resources to enable the system to evolve fundamental cultivation methods for body refinement. Qi cultivation and spiritual practice, he recognized that the existence of alternate realms posed a significant threat, particularly as their frequency had markedly increased since March. The emergence of the Shadow Lord's alternate realm exemplifies this. Each master of an alternate realm possesses strength at least at the Lord level. Shen Yin must expedite his ascent in power. Otherwise, should he unwittingly fall into an alternate realm and encounter a formidable Lord, his identity as a traveler would be irreparably tarnished. By establishing this hierarchy, the public can more readily comprehend the strength of the character he portrays, fostering a sense of recognition and admiration. An admiration that is, in essence, a form of acknowledgement. Once they realize that the cultivation methods presented are genuinely effective, doubts regarding the character's prowess are likely to dissipate. Shan Yin published an article titled Tianwenzi, the Path on the Tiandao website. Utilizing his identity as the administrator and observer, the website now boasts an impressive following of over 1 million. Several million individuals have registered accounts on the Tiandao platform. As the sole administrator, any article released by the observer attracts throngs of readers, akin to hounds scenting meat. They clicked into the article, engrossed in its contents. The observer's writing lacks grandiloquence, employing simple language that resembles a chronicle of a person's life. This individual is none other than Tianwenzi. The narrative chronicles his extraordinary talent and the smooth trajectory of his cultivation journey, interwoven with the mundane aspects of daily life and camaraderie with fellow disciples. This article encapsulates the life of a man named Tianwenzi, whose existence began as that of a victor, blessed with intelligence and profound cultivation, earning the unwavering admiration of countless disciples. From the lowest disciple to the highest elder, all sang his praises. His mentors were thoroughly satisfied, even considering him as a potential successor to the sect. Yet, the conclusion of Tianwenzi's tale is undeniably tragic. Sacrificed, betrayed, and ultimately suppressed beneath the earth, destined for eternal slumber. Had it not been for the intrusion of two tomb raiders who disrupted the seal, he might have remained in a state of perpetual sleep. Though the observer depicts events from Tianwenzi's perspective, their account evokes a sense of nostalgia for a magnificent era, even if only briefly glimpsed. The observer refrains from delving into Tianwenzi's innermost thoughts, instead presenting a narrative akin to an observer's notes, chronicling remarkable individuals across various dynasties and mimicking their perspectives to record their lives. The writing is not a direct account. It carries an unmistakable style reminiscent of recorded data. Nevertheless, this style effortlessly draws viewers into the narrative. They smile at the heartwarming moments of daily life and feel anger when the protagonist is wronged. In a newly established group, composed of individuals who follow the Tiandao website, members gather to discuss matters pertaining to the site and to promptly share updates with one another. Tian Yi Meng Meng. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wan Shirtong. It makes me want to leap into the pages and tear those people to shreds. Tian Yi Meng Meng. How can these ungrateful wretches act in such a manner? Casting a person who had saved them and was on the brink of death into the forbidden land of demise. Bai Sei remarked. This is the essence of humanity. In their quest for antidotes, they have forsaken their own moral integrity, forgetting that those who can poison so many have long since lost their humanity. Their ultimate fate is merely poetic justice. Wan Shirtong added. Those puppeteers behind the scenes are no better. To speak frankly, I secretly wish for Tianwenzi to exact vengeance. Wu Hu lamented. Alas! Tears streamed down my face at the sight of such a peerless individual falling so prematurely. My mother laughs at me, chiding me for weeping at my age. Tian Yi Meng Meng expressed his frustration. I am filled with rage and simply wish to vent it somehow. How infuriating! What a wretched bunch! A fan of Tianwenzi exclaimed. I wish I could step into the narrative and avenge him. Even if it meant opposing the world, Bai Sei responded. Oh. You've changed your name, the fan replied. From this moment forth, I am a devoted follower of Tianwenzi. Such a godlike figure deserves to be treated with utmost respect. Wan Shirtong remarked, the era depicted by the author feels so vividly real that I find it hard to believe it was merely fictional. Bai Sei retorted, do you doubt the existence of that era? Do you believe Tianwenzi is a fabrication? Or that the Tianlai sect is a myth? Wan Shirtong countered, if such practitioners truly existed, why is there not a trace of them in the present day? Bai Sei replied, but the people of the Tianlai sect have appeared, and although Tianwenzi has become a mere shell, his existence stands as irrefutable evidence. Wan Shirtong insisted, my point is, why were there no signs of them before? Not even a whisper of their deeds, yet they emerge with alarming frequency now. The fan of Tianwenzi responded, isn't it obvious? They must have remained in seclusion. Techniques like those of practitioners, as you've read in the text, are not exaggerated when dubbed earthly immortals. They can easily evade our mundane gaze. Tan Yi Meng Meng, observing their heated debate, interjected, allow me to read this article a few more times. The phenomena described within are utterly fascinating, and those cultivation methods, what if I could master them? Tian Yi Meng Meng's words were tinged with jest, yet the others perceived it merely as a playful remark. Thus, they ceased their quarrel and began to tease Tian Yi Meng Meng. Bai Sei jested. You dare to practice without certainty of its authenticity? Are you not afraid of going mad as the text warns? Wan Shirtong queried. Is anyone truly considering practicing? The fan of Tianwenzi exclaimed. I find myself tempted to practice as well. If I succeed, I could become a practitioner like my idol. After uttering this, the fan logged off. Chapter 30. The perfect shuffle is an art in itself in this world. No one had ever encountered any literature on practitioners. The writings of the observer were astonishingly novel to them. Out of curiosity and admiration for the depictions of practitioners, they began to study the text fervently. They were drawn to the world of practitioners as portrayed in the article, yearning to delve deeper into it. Once someone expressed a desire to become a practitioner, it was inevitable that they would attempt the foundational cultivation methods outlined in the narrative. After a period of practice, upon discovering that they could indeed cultivate some insights, their belief in the existence of the Tianlai sect and the practitioners who had sacrificed themselves would only deepen. All that remained was to let time work its magic. Shan Yin transformed into the guise of the illusionist. This time, he did not don a mask, revealing the handsome visage concealed beneath. Clad in an exquisite suit, the illusionist exuded elegance as he strolled down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Young women gazed at him, their hearts fluttering. One literature student secretly snapped a photo of the illusionist, posting it on social media with the caption, "A gentleman worthy of being depicted in a painting. I alone know his grace. When the waters run dry and the skies meet the earth, he is surely no ordinary mortal. The man in the streets is like jade. He is unparalleled in this world, nothing less." The illusionist's mask bore a mocking grin. Yet beneath it, his expression was devoid of warmth, as cold as a meticulously crafted doll. Consequently, the girls observed from a distance, enchanted yet too timid to approach. Suddenly, a mouse, the size of a small cat, scurried from a sewer, boldly darting past the feet of pedestrians. "What a sizable rodent!" the young women shrieked, hastily retreating. This mouse, significantly larger than ordinary ones, showed no fear as it meandered through the street in search of food. Unperturbed by the throngs of people, the man, eager to impress his girlfriend, stepped forward to shoo it away. The mouse's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it fearlessly lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his calf. The man yelped in pain, kicking the mouse away, sending it crashing into a nearby advertisement board. Having been bitten, the man bled from his leg. "Should I go to the hospital for a shot? Who knows what diseases that mouse might carry?" murmured the surrounding crowd, stepping back in trepidation to distance themselves from the creature. The man's girlfriend hurriedly inquired about his well-being. The mouse, having recovered from its dizzying collision, did not flee. Instead, it squeaked defiantly, launching another attack on the man. As he shielded his girlfriend, he attempted to stomp on the mouse, but his injured leg hindered his efforts against the agile rodent, and he found himself on the verge of another bite. His girlfriend screamed in terror. Suddenly, a playing card flew through the air, piercing the mouse's body and cleaving it in two, embedding itself deeply into the ground. It was the king of spades, stained with the mouse's blood. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although the edges of the playing card were sharp, to penetrate a mouse's body required immense strength and skill. The man, having narrowly escaped disaster, turned to thank his savior. The one who had thrown the card was none other than the strikingly handsome illusionist, who had been effortlessly manipulating a deck of cards. Performing dazzling shuffles that captivated the onlookers, the crowd showered him with applause, exclaiming, "What an incredible display! His dexterity is astounding. He resembled an elegant magician. Goodness, such a charming and talented man. I fear I am utterly smitten." The mesmerizing card tricks captured their attention, distracting them from pondering how a mere playing card could possess such lethal force. If it could effortlessly slice through a mouse, what could it do to a human throat? Yet, the stunning performance left them entranced, lost in admiration. A faint smile graced the illusionist's lips. He only felt joy when performing before an audience. Habitually, he bowed in gratitude as he concluded his act. Indeed, the perfect shuffle is an art in itself. The crowd erupted in applause once more, shouting for encore after encore. The illusionist cast a sidelong glance at the lifeless mouse on the ground. After thanking him, the man was whisked away by his girlfriend to receive medical attention. Having completed his performance, the illusionist departed, though some girls yearned to approach him for his contact information. However, he swiftly melted into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. "Alas, why didn't I ask sooner?" lamented one girl. "Such a handsome and graceful man. If I missed this chance, I wonder if I shall ever encounter him again." Shan Yin had his reasons for being there. He had previously instructed the system to track the emergence of the alternate space, allowing him to ascertain when it would appear. Each detection required 1,000 reversal points. Just in time, He detected that the nearest alternate space was set to open nearby. The alternate space would materialize at night, and he could not linger there for too long without raising suspicion. Thus, in the interval before the alternate space appeared, Shun Yin transformed into the illusionist. Meandering through the street in this way, should suspicions arise, they would fall upon the illusionist, leaving Shun Yin unscathed. The illusionist strolled along the street, ascending gradually, flanked by numerous shops on either side. Among them, one particular establishment captured the illusionist's attention. Situated at the edge of the street, this shop boasted a spacious faade, adorned with a vibrant splash of color. A profusion of blossoms and verdant leaves filled the entrance, their fragrant aroma uplifting the spirits of those who encountered it. This was, indeed, a flower shop. What drew the illusionist's gaze were the exquisitely blooming flowers. He stepped into the shop, where a youthful-looking proprietor was busily arranging a large bouquet of lilies. Upon noticing the entrance of a customer, she promptly looked up, revealing a slightly bashful smile. "Hello, may I assist you in selecting some flowers?" Chapter 31. The influence of otherworldly energy. Upon entering, the illusionist fixated on the bouquet she held and, with graceful politeness, remarked, "Before they wilt, flowers are undeniably perfect." He extended his hand and accepted the bouquet from the shopkeeper. Mo Xiaoya tilted her head, somewhat perplexed, unsure of the intentions of this rather peculiar customer. Upon seeing the illusionist, her expression reflected a sense of awe, akin to the admiration one feels upon encountering beauty, much like her affection for the flourishing flowers. "Do you have a fondness for lilies? You could take a bouquet home. This one is priced at 350 yuan. The illusionist, however, chose not to purchase the flowers. Having grown accustomed to the company of cold puppets, he, being a unique Qinglian, found that other blossoms paled in comparison before him. Without uttering a word, he placed the bouquet down and exited the flower shop. Mo Xiaoya scratched her cheek, blinked in confusion, and ultimately picked up the flowers from the floor, placing them in a nearby vase. What an odd individual. After wandering the streets for a while, the illusionist realized his presence was exceedingly conspicuous, primarily due to his excessively refined and handsome visage. Consequently, he cast an illusion upon himself, ensuring that others perceived him merely as an ordinary passerby, disregarding his striking face. Thus, he finally managed to evade the attention of the crowd. He squatted by a flower bed, where a gaunt black cat emerged from the underbrush. Its fur was disheveled and dirty, with some tufts matted together, giving it a pitiable appearance. The feline regarded the illusionist with caution, hesitating to approach. As the illusionist raised his hand, the cat startled and darted back into the foliage, only to re-emerge after a considerable while. The illusionist clenched his fist and then extended it towards the black cat. Its eyes displayed a mix of wariness and fear as it curiously approached to sniff, yet its alert demeanor suggested that should the illusionist make any sudden movements, it would flee without a second thought. The illusionist opened his palm, miraculously revealing a pouch of cat food. He tore open the bag, and upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, the black cat relinquished its caution and eagerly devoured the food, its head buried in the feast. This cat food had cost Shun Yin a mere fraction of his resources, and since he was waiting idly, feeding a cat served as a pleasant diversion. After consuming the meal, the black cat's vigilance diminished significantly. It settled beside the illusionist, licking its paws and grooming its face. As it raised a paw, its belly was exposed, the dark fur concealing any injuries it may have sustained. However, the illusionist keenly discerned that this black cat bore a wound, and a serious one at that. Generally, cats are fastidious creatures, and if they neglect their grooming, it is typically due to an inability to reach certain areas. Seizing the moment when the cat was distracted, the illusionist grasped it by the scruff of its neck to examine the injury. The wound appeared torn, resembling the bite of some creature. The bite marks suggested it was likely a rat. He tapped its nose lightly. Bitten by a rat? How embarrassing for a cat. Meow. The black cat retorted defensively. Suddenly, a sizable rat scurried past from the underbrush. Perhaps due to an abundance of food, this rat was nearly the size of an adult cat. Are the rats in this area so well fed? Truly, they are the pride of the South, the illusionist mused. He had initially intended to ignore the rodent. However, To his surprise, upon catching a whiff of the cat's scent, the rat turned and dashed towards them. Typically, when encountering a cat, rats of any size flee at the first opportunity. It is rare for a rat to instigate a confrontation with a cat. The illusionist released the now alert black cat, which faced the rat with its fur bristling, its back arched high. Such a reaction was uncommon for cats when they spotted rats. They usually exhibit a nonchalant demeanor, toying with their prey. Yet, this rat, undeterred by the cat's aggressive posture, charged forward, its sharp teeth bared and its blood-red eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, as if it had mistaken the black cat for its quarry. Observing the cat's tense stance, the illusionist summoned a playing card to his hand. Still the king of spades, yet devoid of bloodstains. As the rat closed in, it was only a few steps away from the black cat. Its size comparable, with a swift motion, the illusionist flung the card. With a clean slice, the rat's head was severed from its body. The black cat's fur gradually settled as its curiosity peaked. It approached cautiously, pawing at the lifeless rat to confirm it was indeed motionless, before leaning in for a closer sniff. After sneezing, it licked its nose, seemingly uninterested in consuming the rat, likely satiated from its earlier meal. The illusionist did not reclaim that playing card, and the cat, intrigued, reached out with its paw to poke at it. Are the rats here so brazen? To approach humans and cats alike? He pondered. Although southern rats are generally larger in size, this one was particularly enormous, raising suspicions. System, could this rat's anomaly be connected to the emergence of the otherworld? Ding! 5 points of disruption value consumed. The system begins detection. Detection complete. Residual energy from the otherworld is present on this rodent. Indeed, the rat's abnormal size and increasingly aggressive demeanor were consequences of otherworldly influence. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that it was the only affected rat. Shan Yin had only been in this vicinity a short while, yet he had already encountered 2 rats exhibiting these peculiar traits. Considering the city was home to millions, and the daily waste produced could sustain hundreds of thousands of rats, if the underground population were similarly affected by this otherworldly energy, the ramifications would be dire. Yet, Shan Yin felt powerless. Should he delve into the sewers to eradicate these rodents? Moreover, his collection of puppets was nearing 800, soon to approach 900. While these rats had mutated, they had yet to reach human-level capabilities, and he had no desire for such lowly puppets. He resolved to wait until nightfall. Once the otherworldly phenomenon was addressed, perhaps the situation could return to normal. Shun Yin departed the flower bed, unaware of the black cat's whereabouts. The timing of the otherworld's emergence remained unpredictable. Prior to its appearance, certain trace energies would be released, opening a conduit between the otherworld and this realm. It was these energies that allowed the system to detect the impending emergence of the otherworld. Nightfall soon enveloped the streets, illuminating them with lights. Even after dark, the thoroughfare bustled with pedestrians. Just before the opening of the otherworldly portal, the surrounding energy grew palpably dense, a sensation instantly recognized by Shan Yin. Chapter 32. Ascending the script, those hidden in shadows yet, ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the existence of such energies. The otherworldly energy shifted. While the throngs of people continued to traverse the streets, vehicles weaving through the crowd, at this juncture, even if one were to leap forth and announce the imminent opening of the otherworld, few would take heed. Should they believe, the ensuing chaos would likely result in even greater harm. Thus, Shun Yin stood quietly in the area most affected by the disorder of otherworldly energy, the location where one was most likely to be drawn into the otherworld. As the time predicted by the system approached, the surrounding space erupted into momentary chaos. In that instant, within a radius of approximately 100 meters from where Shan Yin stood, there were over 10 individuals, both in vehicles and on foot, positioned closest to the point of the otherworld's emergence, making them the most likely candidates to be ensnared. However, this time, as the clock struck 9:58, Shun Yin maintained a stoic expression on the street, observing that the surrounding crowd exhibited no unusual behavior. No person or object vanished unexpectedly. System, did you not detect that the otherworld would open at 9:58? It is now 59 minutes past. Host, the system's detection is accurate. The otherworld has indeed opened. If the otherworld has opened, then why are we still here? Suddenly, Shun Yin grasped the situation. He attuned himself to the fluctuations of energy around him. So, it is this way? The otherworld has indeed opened. But this particular otherworld differs from the rest. It is unclaimed. In the realm beyond human dominion, only those of lordly caliber may wield authority, while the ordinary populace remains utterly unqualified to tread within. Although the Phantom Master possesses combat prowess exceeding that of a typical lord, he is ultimately a celestial being. Until he ascends, his formidable strength is still perceived as celestial within the otherworldly expanse. Being of celestial rank, entry into the unclaimed dimension is beyond his reach. Shan Yin, reluctant to assume the mantle of a martyr at this juncture, inquired of the system. What conditions must be met for character advancement? The system replied. It requires the expenditure of 20,000 subversion points and the completion of a script assigned by the system. The urgency to elevate his status as a Phantom Master was palpable, and Shen Yin was equally curious about the magnitude of power he would acquire post-ascension. Commence the advancement, a chime resonated. The 20,000 subversion points were consumed, unlocking the qualification for the Phantom Master's ascension from celestial to lordly rank, and generating a script for the promotion, which must be adhered to. Failure to comply would result in unsuccessful advancement. The script unfolded. The Phantom Master, a seeker of perfection, had acted with reckless abandon, attracting numerous enemies. The Zhao family sought to extract the secrets of puppet mastery from him, having allied with several families to mount an assault. You are to flawlessly evade capture by the Zhao family and their cohorts. To counter the celestial-level Phantom Master, the Zhao family had expended a fortune to enlist a lordly-level powerhouse. You must execute a perfect escape while evading this lordly pursuit. The escape process must be live-streamed in its entirety. Any actions contrary to the Phantom Master's persona will result in failure of the promotion. Shall I initiate the advancement script immediately? Shen Yin meticulously reviewed the script. It was neither overly daunting nor entirely straightforward. What constituted a perfect escape? Was an ordinary escape insufficient? Furthermore, the stipulation against actions that contradicted the Phantom Master's persona implied he could not resort to the abilities of a martyr this time. Closing his eyes, he mentally traversed the script. Ultimately, he departed from the bustling street. With the thoroughfare teeming with pedestrians, commencing the script here could lead to unintended collateral damage. A more suitable location was necessary. The Phantom Master summoned a black avian puppet and mounted it. The puppet took flight, soaring with the Phantom Master into the heavens. He maneuvered the puppet in a circle above the city, which was densely populated, making it exceedingly challenging to locate an uninhabited area. Unless he ventured beyond the city limits, time was of the essence, and Shan Yin preferred not to stray too far from the otherworldly space. Wary of unforeseen complications, consequently, the Phantom Master guided the puppet to the rooftop of a factory. The puppet perched obediently beside him, folding its wings. Let us begin, Shan Yin addressed the system. Concurrently, he conjured a mask and donned it. This mask retained the visage of a jester, its mouth adorned with a mocking grin. His attire transformed from an exquisite suit into a flowing theatrical costume, with a cloak of azure flames billowing in the wind. The flames occasionally drifting away like fireflies scattered through the air. The sight was breathtaking. As the live stream commenced, hundreds of thousands of viewers were greeted by the sight of the Phantom Master standing against the night, facing the wind. Was this the stage master encountered by a streamer who fell into the otherworldly space? An individual who proclaimed himself an artist? Artist? Why was the Tiandao website broadcasting him? Could this locale be within the otherworldly realm? After their last parting, they had all presumed they would never see the artist again, yet here he was, visible on the Tiandao website. Tiandao truly possessed vast powers, capable of broadcasting scenes from the otherworldly space. Wait, viewers, do you see the distant backdrop? This dazzling array of lights seems oddly familiar. My goodness, this is B-City. This is indeed B-City. Is the artist not from the otherworldly realm? How did he emerge? Perhaps the artist was not from the otherworldly space. The live stream chat erupted with excitement. The presence of the Phantom Master was akin to a bombshell, leaving all in a daze. The Phantom Master stood silently, accompanied solely by the puppet at his side, evoking a profound sense of solitude and desolation in all who beheld the scene. What was the Phantom Master doing there? Was he gazing at the scenery, contemplating, or merely lost in thought? No one could discern, much like the Phantom Master himself, shrouded in an enigmatic haze that defied comprehension. You remain hidden in the shadows. No audience shall love you. The Phantom Master extended his hand, and all present clearly beheld the ruby ring adorning his finger. Its brilliance, juxtaposed against his pale, slender hand, was a sight to behold. This jewel, concealed in darkness, would go unnoticed. Thus, it remained merely a stone. The viewers were left bewildered. What did the artist mean by this cryptic statement about hiding in darkness? In the next moment, those who lurked in the shadows revealed themselves. The Zhao family had spared no expense. They had not only engaged a single lordly powerhouse, but had also enlisted numerous celestial-level beings, including their own, totaling 10 celestial powers. The Lord had yet to appear, likely biding their time in their eyes. The Phantom Master, being a celestial being, was greatly overestimated to warrant the mobilization of 10 celestial-level adversaries. Chapter 33. Madmen? Artists are all madmen. At the forefront stood a member of the Zhao family, flanked by several others from different families. The lead figure from the Zhao family emerged with a displeased expression, unable to maintain composure after being subjected to such overt mockery. "How dare you wear a mask and speak of hiding in shadows?" retorted the celestial from the Zhao family. The Phantom Master touched the mask upon his face and replied, "Everyone wears a mask. I merely crafted my own, and mine is far more exquisite. Hiding your true self." The celestial from the Zhao family seized upon this point. The Phantom Master shrugged, "I reveal my true self solely to my audience." The celestial from the Zhao family darkened in countenance. The Phantom Master's words were a clear affront to them. "Phantom Master, I advise you to surrender the secrets of puppet mastery, or you shall find it exceedingly difficult to depart from here unscathed." The other celestials began to jeer. The 10 celestials formed a surrounding circle, either hovering in midair or perched upon formidable birds of prey, their demeanor aggressive. The Phantom Master tilted his head. "Secrets? What secrets?" The black avian at his side mirrored his motion, cawing in a mocking duck-like laughter. The celestial encircling the Phantom Master scowled darkly. "Phantom Master, do not tempt fate." The Phantom Master extended his hand. The adjacent black bird rose, unfurling its wings to a height exceeding that of a man, its wingspan stretching over 10 meters. It took flight. The celestial beings immediately braced themselves, fearing the Phantom Master might evade them at any moment. The black bird only circled around the Phantom Master. He displayed no inclination to flee. The Phantom Master appeared utterly unfazed, even in the presence of 10 celestial-level opponents. "Humph!" The Phantom Master hummed a lively tune, the mask's smiling visage concealing his true expression, as if he were laughing, for the mask was indeed smiling. Foolish mortals fail to comprehend the existence of genius. They presume their thoughts mirror those of the gifted and endeavor to decipher the actions of a prodigy. "Ha ha! Forgive my laughter. I cannot contain myself upon witnessing such imbecility." The celestial from the Zhao family flushed red, then pale, then green, as if struck soundly across the face. "You?" The Zhao celestial seethed. "You are nothing but a madman. A waste cast out by the river of forgetfulness. Madman? They label me a madman. Artists are all madmen." The Phantom Master pondered. "I often wonder why they believe that a cadre of fools can grasp the thoughts of a genius." He spread his hands. "I later realized that if they could acknowledge their folly, they would no longer be fools." The Zhao celestial, infuriated, was about to continue arguing with the Phantom Master, but was interrupted by another behind him. Given his demeanor, it was clear he wished to abandon the notion of a peaceful exchange of secrets. "There is no need for further delay. Let us proceed." Individuals of celestial caliber are never to be underestimated. Their formidable power could dominate any family, rendering them tyrants in their own right. The Zhao family's assembly of 10 celestial beings was a costly endeavor. However, the Zhao family sought more than just the Phantom Master's secrets. They aimed to seize a mysterious relic associated with him. Yet, to monopolize this relic, they had only publicly disclosed the matter of the Phantom Master's forbidden secrets, neglecting to mention the relic altogether. The Zhao family's secrecy was stringent, Even the collaborating families were kept in the dark regarding this information. With a wave of his hand, the Zhao Celestial commanded, "Attack!" Instantly, the 10 celestial beings unleashed their signature techniques upon the Phantom Master. The Phantom Master quietly observed. He did not even summon his puppets. The Phantom Master possessed not merely 10 celestial puppets, but also a lordly-level puppet. Had the Zhao family been aware of his puppet's might, they would never have dared provoke him to ask for the so-called perfect escape. What could compare to resolving the pursuers entirely before departing nonchalantly? The curtain rises. At this very moment, who is the dancer upon the stage? A blade, accompanied by the piercing sound of rending space, glimmers like a resplendent meteor. Its speed is astonishing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the illusionist reflect this meteor, the light of the blade exquisite. Yet it bears an intense murderous intent, marring the beauty of the scene. Several formations arise, instantly enveloping the entire space. Once the formations are established, even if the factory were to be obliterated, those outside would hear or see nothing. Countless spells and weapons surge forth, all directed at the illusionist, a combined effort of 10 celestial beings, and even a lord would hesitate to withstand such a barrage. Yet, the illusionist remains unmoved, allowing all those attacks to crash upon him. The faces of the onlookers soon contort with shock. This, impossible. All the assaults seem to have struck an empty void, passing through the illusionist's form without inflicting the slightest harm. Instead, the factory beneath him is pummeled by dozens of strikes. Collapsing into a heap of ruins, the ground is deeply gouged, forming a chasm over 10 meters deep. Suddenly, azure flames ignite upon the illusionist, transforming him into azure fire, gradually dissolving, before giving rise to a magnificent azure lotus. This immense azure flower is imbued with profound and mysterious implications, as if it contains the ultimate path to enlightenment. Though merely glimpse its secrets is to achieve immediate ascendance upon witnessing this azure lotus. The 10 celestial beings fixate upon it, their faces reflecting a frenzied desire, greedily attempting to comprehend the esoteric laws encapsulated within. The illusionist's figure silently materializes to their right, observing the madness etched upon their faces. He extends his hand, declaring that one day, my genius shall indeed be understood, as pure and perfect as my creations. The illusionist's hand is flawless, a masterwork of divine craftsmanship, yet at this moment, it grips invisible threads. It wields the power of life and death. This hand, which appears as a delicate piece of art, now transforms into an instrument of murder. Ha ha ha, I am the silent singer, the legless dancer. My puppets sing and dance for me. The 10 celestial beings seem bound by unseen puppet strings, as the illusionist's fingers flutter. They dance in response, though their faces still bear the marks of madness. Their movements are grotesque and ludicrous, akin to clowns performing in a circus. It evokes laughter. Yet, none of the spectators watching this live broadcast can muster a single laugh. Instead, an indescribable sense of eeriness creeps up their spines. Chapter 34. My talent shall surely astound all. Everyone feels as though a pair of invisible hands has gripped their throats, rendering them voiceless. Such a bizarre and perilous existence. His presence is overwhelmingly unhinged. At times, the illusionist's actions defy comprehension. Whether in his speech or his deeds, he straddles the line between madness and lucidity. Often, his behavior leads one to believe he is a madman, obsessively devoted to art, to perfection, and madmen are oblivious to the bounds of reason. The illusionist's abilities and methods frequently contravene common sense. His prowess is shrouded in mystery and overwhelming strength. People naturally harbor fear and trepidation towards the unknown. Just as individuals often reject geniuses, for the heights they ascend to render them incomprehensible, they perceive such brilliance as an eccentricity. They isolate and exclude. Geniuses often walk alone, in a time of collective unease and dread. The illusionist remains undeterred. His voice takes on a sickly, deep timbre, declaring, "Your lives are worthless before me." With his whispered words, the 10 celestial beings halt all movement in an instant. Their faces contort into eerie smiles, seemingly satisfied, as though they welcome not death but bliss. Thus, before the eyes of all, 10 individuals ceased to breathe. 10 celestial beings. Perhaps before this moment, no one truly understood what the term celestial being entailed. But now, upon the observer's revelation of their cultivation methods, everyone comprehends its gravity. 10 celestial beings, thus, were effortlessly stripped of life by the illusionist. He didn't even resort to his most adept puppetry, a crack. The sound jolted everyone from their fear. Then, those 10 individuals transformed before their eyes into lifelike puppets, crafted from wood. Meanwhile, the lordly figure who was meant to act as a contingency has yet to make an appearance. The Zhao family's celestial beings have been entirely vanquished, a flawless performance, but alas, no audience to witness. Otherwise, my talent would surely astound all, the illusionist bows, as if to an audience that exists only in his mind. Previously, the entities that morphed into puppets in the alternate space could still be dismissed as monsters, not human. Even if they were human, they had been possessed by monsters, as long as they were not human. The illusionist transformation of them into puppets elicited little sentiment. But now, they could no longer evade the truth, nor deceive themselves. These were 10 living beings, capable of speech and movement, 10 flesh and blood individuals, in the illusionist's eyes. They held no value. He turned them into puppets without a moment's hesitation, seemingly reveling in the act. He perceives death and puppetry as a unique form of art. Only perfect works bring him satisfaction. He is a figure of reckless abandon, capricious and unrestrained, a being beyond comprehension. He is not as benevolent as one might imagine. If the martyr had his principles, which dictated he would never harm the virtuous, then the illusionist is an enigma. No one can predict his next move, as he inherently defies logic, transcending all rules. He is not to be provoked. This sentiment is deeply ingrained in the minds of all who watched the live stream from their computers and phones. If presented with a choice between the martyr and the illusionist, they would rather confront the martyr than invoke the wrath of this madman. After all, the martyr may choose not to strike, but the illusionist will assuredly take action. Moral constraints and established norms cannot bind him. A great black bird circles around him, while the puppets, once celestial beings, wear smiles upon their wooden faces. The exquisite craftsmanship of the puppets allows for the clear discernment of each individual's features and expressions. They follow the illusionist, having transformed from living beings into puppets at his command. Perhaps these celestial beings never anticipated such a fate. After the initial terror, the netizens began to speculate on the identities of these individuals. Who are these people? I don't know. I checked, and the Heavenly Tao website has not disclosed their identities. The reason the viewers in the live stream are aware that these 10 are celestial beings is that when they appeared, the broadcast labeled them with the words celestial being above their heads for all to see. The illusionist? So the artist's name is the illusionist? The illusionist. The very sound of his name evokes an air of mystery and enchantment, perfectly befitting his identity. Where have all the women who clamored their admiration for the illusionist gone? Surely they have been struck dumb with fear. It must be said, setting aside the illusionist's actions, his abilities are indeed formidable, deserving of reverence. The illusionist departs silently. His disappearance is as subtle as a droplet of water melding into darkness, and no one notices when he leaves. In the live stream, only the factory, now reduced to ruins with a massive crater at its center, remains. As the formations dissipate, several police cars soon arrive on the scene. At this point, even the most skeptical netizens must accept that this is not a realm of despair, but a harsh reality. The illusionist has departed from the alternate space. Perhaps the illusionist himself is not of that realm. The previous incident might have been akin to the broadcaster's experience, merely a chance fall into the alternate space. They remain unaware that the last time, the illusionist had slain the master of the alternate space, allowing the broadcaster to escape. Otherwise, their astonishment at the illusionists would have been even greater. The live stream fails to capture the illusionist's figure any longer. The scene shifts to a spacious and bright office within a tall building, where a gathering of individuals sit. The head of the table is Zhao Biao, the patriarch of the Zhao family who initiated this operation. His expression is exceedingly grim. Lord Yun, you promised to intervene. Why have you gone back on your word and remained a mere spectator? The Cloud Lord appears to be a rather handsome man in his late 20s. He casually remarked from his seat, You didn't inform me that we were dealing with a troublesome figure like the illusionist. Do you realize that at one point, the Wangchuan dispatched 3 lords to apprehend him? Yet they ultimately failed to capture him? Zhao Biao's expression shifted dramatically. 3 lords. If it were him, not to mention 3, even a single lord would likely prove insurmountable to escape from. Chapter 35. The Lord's Retreat. The Bai family withdraws. Not only Zhao Biao, but the others present also wore expressions of dismay. Zhao family head, you claim that the illusionist is merely a celestial-level individual, yet he possesses an unparalleled secret manual. We invested both money and manpower, and now our losses are substantial. Shouldn't the Zhao family provide some form of compensation? A representative from the Li family interjected. This time, they had suffered the loss of a celestial-level guardian, alongside the expenditure of 5 billion to summon additional celestial levels, not to mention the countless resources they had promised. Recovering these losses was crucial for the Li family, as it would be a devastating blow otherwise. Thus, the Li family directed their ire towards the instigator of this debacle. The Zhao family. It wasn't just the Li family. The Qian family, Wang family, and Bai family had also incurred significant financial losses. Particularly, the Wang and Bai families had also lost a celestial-level powerhouse. This left the leaders of both families in a sour mood. Zhao Biao was displeased. When he initially approached them, they had all readily agreed. After all, engaging in such ventures requires consideration of risks and losses, so why should the Zhao family bear the burden? The Zhao family had also suffered greatly. Zhao Biao stated, the illusionist's strength is indeed at the celestial level. We have not deceived you in this regard. Who could have foreseen that a single celestial-level individual could inflict such casualties upon so many of us? Implicit in his words was the assertion that the Zhao family had not misled them. The strength was genuine, the secret manual was real, and the illusionist's ability to take on 10 opponents simultaneously, undefeated among his peers, further hinted at the existence of this manual. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so formidable? A genius? They would not buy into such a notion. They were far more inclined to believe that the illusionist possessed a manual capable of enhancing his power, especially when considering the enigmatic origins of his puppet techniques. The existence of this manual was nearly a foregone conclusion. The real question was how to procure it from such an eccentric individual. The Cloud Lord interjected, "Don't look at me. I have no desire to provoke such a monster. I will return half of the payment you provided. The remaining half will serve as compensation for my arduous journey." With that, the Cloud Lord departed the office. His decision to refund only half incited a mix of ire and helplessness among those present. Yet they understood that even if the Cloud Lord refused to return a single coin, there was little they could do against him. The title of Lord alone was enough to quell any rebellious thoughts. Zhao family head, it seems we cannot rely on the Cloud Lord anymore. What are your next steps? Inquired the Li family head. The Wang and Qin families were equally eager to learn of the forthcoming plans. The Bai family, however, appeared somewhat indifferent. Zhao Biao chuckled softly, "Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. In fact, I have already established contact with the Wangchuan." Upon learning of the illusionist's existence, they expressed their intent to send personnel immediately to apprehend him. The heads of the Qin, Wang, and Li families exchanged glances. If the Wangchuan intervened, would there still be any hope of obtaining the manual? The strength of the Wangchuan far exceeded that of their combined families. Once they became involved, it was unlikely they would have any claim to the manual. Yet Zhao Biao appeared unfazed. "Rest assured, the Wangchuan is not interested in a mere manual. When I last communicated with them, they stated they only require the illusionist himself. The rest is ours to handle." His words ignited interest among the others. With the Wangchuan absorbing the risks, they could simply reap the rewards from the sidelines. It indeed seemed like a rather advantageous plan. However, as they discussed, a representative from the Bai family stood up. "That I apologize, but we, the Bai family, shall withdraw from this operation." The faces of the Li, Wang, and Qin families were filled with astonishment. Even Zhao Biao was taken aback. No one had anticipated the Bai family would choose this moment to withdraw. "What is it, Bai? Has this minor setback robbed you of your courage?" commented the Li family head with a hint of disdain. The Bai family had always been the weakest among the 5, and it was hardly surprising that the loss of a celestial-level powerhouse would intimidate them into retreat. The current head of the Bai family was an elegant middle-aged man, bespectacled and exuding a scholarly demeanor, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. His behavior indicated he was a conciliatory individual, one who preferred to smooth over conflicts. Had it not been for the Zhao family taking the lead and the involvement of the other three families, the Bai family would likely have opted out entirely. Now, having suffered the loss of a celestial-level powerhouse and substantial finances, their withdrawal at this juncture left the remaining four families with little to say. As anticipated, following the Bai family's exit, the other four families remained silent, merely mocking the Bai's cowardice. Once the manual was secured, they had no intention of sharing it with the Bai family, regardless of their previous contributions. The Bai family's withdrawal meant they would forfeit any claim to the manual. The machinations of these four families were met with unforeseen consequences, as their discussions were broadcast live on the Tiandao website, amassing over 6 million viewers. Moreover, it was certain that government officials were monitoring the stream in secret. Given the magnitude of the Tiandao website's activity, the authorities could not possibly remain oblivious. It was likely that investigations into the families involved were already underway. Upon hearing the remarks of the remaining four families, viewers were incensed. What a despicable bunch! Is this truly the world we live in? In this day and age, are there still those who stoop to such tactics? They are not like us ordinary folk. We believe in the supremacy of the strong. Will the illusionist be all right? All we can do is watch, powerless to assist him. They are clearly not of our world. One viewer posed a question: if, hypothetically, such powerful individuals become increasingly prevalent, how will they treat us commoners? Another chimed in: indeed, since the emergence of the abyss of despair, all manner of phenomena have surfaced. If the future is dominated by these powerful beings, what place will we ordinary people have? Goodness, I must diligently study those cultivation methods and strive to become a practitioner, shouted another. I too shall embark on the path of cultivation. At the very least, I wish to have control over my own fate. The enigmatic nature of the Tiandao website suggested that perhaps the cultivation methods shared by the observers offered a glimmer of hope for ordinary individuals. As this sentiment spread, many hastily revisited the observer's post, eager to try their hand at the proposed methods. Regardless of the authenticity of the text, none could ascertain its validity without attempting it. If it were indeed genuine, engaging in cultivation could enhance their physical prowess and provide them with the means to protect themselves. With newfound determination, all resolved to pursue their training diligently. Chapter 36. The audience has assembled. Have we gathered sufficient information on these families? Inquired the head of the Intelligence Special Operations Unit. Several members of the team were sweating profusely from their exertions. Chief, we have investigated the families you mentioned. They appear to be unremarkable, at least online. There is no apparent connection to those in the live broadcast. The Special Operations Unit was investigating the Zhao, Qian, Wang, Li, and Bai families. Without revealing the current 5 families' ties to practitioners, the government was keen to engage with individuals in this sector. The methods employed by these families were not to be underestimated. The Xia state must exercise caution. Unfortunately, after a night of investigation, they found several families sharing similar surnames, yet on the surface, these families seemed entirely ordinary. Although they exhibited some extreme behaviors, they had not employed any powers beyond the realm of normality. Continue monitoring. These 5 families remain our primary suspects. Understood, Chief. The script orchestrated by the system is naturally arranged according to the existing familial powers. Undoubtedly, the 5 families possessing cultivators are mere tools within this scripted narrative. Nevertheless, their identities are unassailable under scrutiny. Should the state continue its investigation, it would uncover substantial connections between the 5 families appearing in the live stream and their real-world counterparts. The real 5 families are, in fact, a splinter group, blissfully unaware of the existence of their main lineage. On this side, the Bai family has withdrawn from the fray, while the other 4 families have resolutely decided to leverage the power of Wang Chuan to capture the illusionist. They covet the illusionist's mysterious and formidable puppet techniques, each aspiring to acquire this secret to bolster their own family's strength. The Zhao, Qian, Wang, and Li families, alongside Wang Chuan, will not relent in their pursuit of the illusionist. For until he is apprehended, his script remains incomplete. This scenario places the illusionist in a position where he must contend against 4 families and an extraordinary superfamily. Each of the 4 families can dispatch 10 heavenly-level cultivators and enlist the aid of a lord-level figure. While the far superior Wang Chuan will undoubtedly not be an easy adversary. Previously, the Cloud Lord revealed that Wang Chuan had sent 3 lords to pursue the illusionist, only for him to escape. This time, Wang Chuan is undoubtedly well prepared and confident in capturing the illusionist. Otherwise, they would not act so readily. Conservatively, one can expect that Wang Chuan will dispatch at least 4 lords for this capture. The illusionist has arrived at the outskirts of the city. Amidst his pursuers, he remains in high spirits, amusing himself by playing with a group of rabbits in the countryside. A dozen white rabbits sit before him, and the illusionist, holding a violin, serenades them. When the live stream camera shifts to this scene, all are left speechless. Everyone is anxious whether the illusionist can escape the combined pursuit of several families. Yet here he is, playing the violin for rabbits, exuding an aura of tranquility and ease. Is it possible that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are? As he plays, the illusionist suddenly halts, having heard the sounds of his pursuers approaching. Why must I always be disturbed during my performances? The rabbits seem to sense the ominous atmosphere in the air and quickly scatter, fleeing the perilous area. Sighing, the illusionist shakes his head. He puts away his violin, and with a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized bell appears in his palm. For whom does the death knell toll? The illusionist tosses the bell into the sky. As it leaves his hand, the bell rapidly grows, transforming from a mere palm size to a height exceeding 2 men. And it hovers motionless in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the adversaries do not utter a word. Without even revealing their faces, they unleash a barrage of arrows. These arrows, inscribed with runes, possess substantial lethality even against heavenly-level opponents. The arrows rain down, creating a dense canopy that leaves no room for evasion. Yet the illusionist does not need to hide. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous arrows plunge into the ground, embedding themselves halfway. Before long, the ground is littered with a chaotic array of arrows. Densely packed, these arrows pierce the illusionist's form but inflict no harm, for they are merely an illusion, utterly intangible and therefore incapable of causing injury. The long-awaited scent of slaughter invigorates my inspiration. And I sense that this will be a legendary performance. Everyone, take your places. The illusionist suddenly raises his hand, making a grand gesture for the opening. His actions are bizarre, tinged with a manic fervor that defies comprehension. Indeed, artists are often perceived as mad. To understand them through the lens of reason is a folly. As expected, his behavior remains as inscrutable as ever. The figures from Wang Chuan reveal themselves. This time, they have deployed 5 lords. Confident that the illusionist cannot possibly escape their grasp, it is an impossible feat. Even the most formidable heavenly-level cultivator would struggle to defeat a single lord, let alone 5. To challenge 5 lords with heavenly-level power? Such aspirations are fanciful. Even the illusionist cannot achieve this. Thus, the mission is described as an escape rather than a defeat. The pursuit by heavenly-level cultivators poses little threat to the illusionist. It is Wang Chuan's pursuit that represents the greatest challenge in this ascension narrative. The actors are in position. What of the audience? The audience is also prepared. The illusionist pays them no mind, lost in his artistic reverie as he prepares for a flawless performance. However, a performance is incomplete without an audience. Otherwise, it lacks perfection. Alas, the rabbits within 100 miles have fled, terrified by the aura emanating from Wang Chuan's lords. It seems there are no animals left to serve as an audience, shattering the illusionist's hopes of capturing one. Yet, when the illusionist gazes into the void, it feels as though he locks eyes with the viewers beyond the screen. The moment he speaks, a chill runs down the spines of all present. What does he mean when he says the audience is ready? Aside from the illusionist himself, there are only the 5 lords from Wang Chuan. Given the illusionist's character, he likely perceives those lords as actors, perhaps even as jesters. But what of the audience? Could it be that the illusionist has indeed discerned the presence of those watching the live stream? In Chapter 37, the illusionist ponders why he is not merely a puppeteer. One viewer, engrossed in the live stream, is so startled by the illusionist's words that he inadvertently shatters his computer screen in fright. My goodness. I nearly died of fear. Is it possible that the illusionist truly perceives the live stream's existence? The viewers are gripped with shock and dread. Previously, They believed the illusionist was oblivious to the live stream, unaware of their gaze, which emboldened them to speak freely. Some, who disapproved of the illusionist's actions, had intended to criticize him from a moral high ground. Now, after such a scare, none dare voice their opinions, particularly the keyboard warriors who had hurled insults at the illusionist. The comments in the live stream suddenly dwindle. Among the 5 lords from Wangchuan, 3 are familiar with the illusionist, having faced him multiple times. Illusionist, you have stolen our supreme secrets from Wangchuan and repeatedly evaded capture, betraying the nurturing care Wangchuan has shown you. The Sword Lord rebukes loudly. Meanwhile, the other 4 lords are establishing a formation to dispel the illusion, preventing the illusionist from using trickery to escape. Previously, the illusionist had utilized illusions to evade capture, leading them on a wild chase after a mere illusion for an entire day, allowing him to slip away. For this blunder, the other members of Wangchuan had laughed at the 3 lords for quite some time. This time, they cannot afford to repeat the same mistake. With a sigh, the illusionist notes the emergence of the dispelling formation. His form flickers momentarily before becoming transparent, gradually vanishing from sight. Not far off, the true illusionist reveals himself, having emerged from the veil of illusion. The Sword Lord curls his lips into a smirk, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Illusions may deceive those unacquainted with them, but once confronted with formations or techniques designed to counteract illusions, they become as fragile as paper, easily pierced. The viewers in the live stream collectively hold their breath. It is over. The illusionist's illusion has been shattered. Why does he not summon his puppets? Did they not hear the Lord mention that the puppet technique was pilfered from Wangchuan? Perhaps he is too embarrassed to reveal it. Otherwise, how could a mere heavenly-level cultivator possess such enigmatic puppet techniques? Surely the lords of Wangchuan, being masters of the secret arts, would not be outdone by a petty thief? The illusionist is merely a contemptible thief, and it is likely he will soon be captured and imprisoned for decades. The majority of those in the live stream have come to believe the Lord's assertions. After all, the might of Wangchuan, capable of deploying 5 lords, cannot be underestimated. Such a powerful force would not falsely accuse a mere heavenly-level cultivator like the illusionist. Thief! The illusionist is truly repugnant. What elegance and artistry he claims to embody are merely the traits of a despicable thief. Indeed, I have long suspected something was amiss. How could a heavenly-level cultivator be so powerful? It is only reasonable that he has stolen his sect's secrets. How could someone as perfection-driven as the illusionist, with such an arrogant disposition, resort to thievery? I refuse to believe it. The live stream chat erupts into chaos. Those who had previously been frightened now seem intent on venting their frustrations, hurling all manner of derogatory remarks at the illusionist. After all, it seems he cannot evade capture for much longer. Can he? The illusionist, however, appears unfazed. He even extends his hand, applauding. Remarkable. Your performance has ignited my inspiration. The Sword Lord scoffs. Without your illusions, what do you intend to use against us? Your puppets. Where are your puppets? Are you not going to present them? Around him, the other lords unleash their laughter without restraint. At that moment, the illusionist let out a sigh. Some individuals always consider themselves clever, yet truly intelligent people never question the professions others rely upon for their livelihood. Why am I called the illusionist instead of the puppeteer or the magician? The words of the illusionist momentarily stumped the 5 lords, compelling them to ponder his statement. Indeed. Why is the illusionist referred to as such? Does not the term illusion pertain to the art of illusion itself? What brings fame to the illusionist is his puppets. When he manipulates them, everyone is captivated by his extraordinary puppet mastery, forgetting that he is named the illusionist, not the puppeteer. This suggests that the illusionist may excel not in puppetry, but rather in the often overlooked art of illusion. After all, how could one escape the pursuit of 3 lords employing illusions if they were not formidable? It is simply that illusions are exceedingly elusive and invisible, causing everyone to overlook the illusionist's craft. The 3 lords tasked with capturing the illusionist exchanged glances, realizing that their previous failure stemmed from underestimating him. Moreover, they had now set up an illusion-breaking formation, ensuring that no matter how the illusionist danced, escape was impossible. With this thought, the expressions on their faces visibly lightened. The Lord of the Divine Sword shared a similar sentiment. His failure to capture the illusionist, alongside two other lords, had been a matter they assumed was foolproof. Yet, they had allowed a mere celestial to slip away, leading to considerable mockery directed at him. He unsheathed his divine sword. The Lord of the Divine Sword had earned his title due to possessing an extraordinarily remarkable divine sword, reputed to be capable of shattering all, even cleaving through space itself. Other lords would instinctively avoid its sharp edge. Upon unsheathing the sword, it radiated a blinding brilliance. Even before it was drawn, the surrounding space shimmered precariously. Once unleashed, who could fathom the spectacle that would ensue? To compel me to unsheathe my divine sword, you have earned your fate. The Lord of the Divine Sword grasped the hilt resolutely. He had refrained from drawing his sword previously because once it was unsheathed, another soul would surely perish beneath its blade. Now, enraged by the illusionist, he could no longer afford such concerns. As for why the people of Wanjun insisted on capturing the illusionist alive, the Lord of the Divine Sword thought it inconsequential. Whether alive or dead, as long as he returned with the illusionist, it mattered little. Killing the illusionist would serve to dispel the rumors of his incompetence against a mere celestial. The Lord of the Divine Sword seized his sword, prepared to draw it. Another lord, the Lord of the Water Mirror, obstructed him. Divine Sword, have you forgotten the Elder's instructions? The Elder commanded the illusionist be captured alive. Unsheathing your sword will assuredly claim a life. Do you really wish to defy the Elder's command? The Lord of the Divine Sword snorted coldly. He was well aware. Yet one should never disregard the Elder's orders. Despite his reluctance, he sheathed his sword once more. Chapter 38. Reflections in the Water Mirror. The Elder's insistence on capturing the illusionist alive stemmed solely from the fact that the illusionist was his disciple. The Elder wished to spare the illusionist's life. The Lord of the Divine Sword contemplated this, revealing a look of disdain towards the illusionist, a shameless traitor to his sect. How could he receive such protection from his master? It was truly maddeningly envious. Evoking a desire to obliterate him instantly, the Lord of the Divine Sword's face twisted momentarily with jealousy before he managed to mask it. Only the audience watching the live broadcast caught a glimpse of that fleeting expression. Goodness, in that brief moment, I saw jealousy, dissatisfaction, hatred, and murderous intent in his eyes. What a transformation! He would excel in the art of Sichuan opera's face-changing. The Lord of the Water Mirror, possessing a gentler disposition, decided to offer the illusionist an opportunity to surrender. Illusionist, we have woven an intricate net. There is no escape for you. Why not voluntarily seal your powers and spare us all an unnecessary struggle? Which is illusion, and which is reality? Am I the authentic one, or merely an illusion? The illusionist began to grow increasingly ethereal, existing in a liminal space between reality and illusion. He seemed to exist, yet also to not exist at all. This contradictory sensation was enough to drive a person to madness. The Lord of the Divine Sword widened his eyes in disbelief, as did the other lords. Particularly the Scorpion Lord, who had personally established the illusion-breaking formation. A master of formations, he knew that the illusion-breaking formation was the nemesis of all illusions. Within this formation, all illusions would dissolve into nothingness. Revealing their true nature, the Scorpion Lord hastily verified the formation's integrity. It remained intact, indicating that the illusionist was indeed ensnared within it. The illusionist should not be capable of employing any illusions. The Lord of the Water Mirror swiftly conjured a myriad of water droplets, forming a water curtain. The droplets penetrated the illusionist's form. Each droplet could pierce through a meter of stone, yet upon striking the illusionist, it felt as though it struck the air. Only illusions could achieve such a feat. The Lord of the Water Mirror staggered slightly. Could it be that the illusionist's craft had truly transcended the limitations of illusion? Was this not akin to divine powers? Yet, divine powers could only be comprehended by lords. Each lord possessed one opportunity to grasp a divine power. However, most lords could not fully understand it, merely gaining a superficial grasp. Among the 5 lords present, none had attained a divine power. The Lord of the Divine Sword's reputation was built upon his divine sword. not his own capabilities. The five lords began to panic. Their prior confidence crumbled, replaced by a growing uncertainty. They even entertained the notion that they might be unable to capture such a monstrous illusionist. The Lord of the Water Mirror glared ominously at the illusionist, his hand discreetly casting a spell behind his back. Suddenly, a massive water mirror appeared behind them all. This was the Lord of the Water Mirror's signature technique, a power derived from divine understanding. This water mirror could unveil the darkest depths of a person's heart, spawning a monster from within. Upon witnessing the appearance of this formidable water mirror, the other four lords hastily retreated, their movements somewhat clumsy. Each harbored hidden darkness, unspoken sinister thoughts, and one wished to expose their innermost selves here. The Lord of the Water Mirror declared, "Let me reveal your true essence, to unveil the grotesque monster that lies within." The Lord of the Water Mirror was also pressed for time. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such a taxing ability. Employing it once would require him to recuperate for months. The other four lords cast disapproving glances at the Lord of the Water Mirror. Damn this LYB, he unleashed a powerful move without warning, nearly ensnaring his allies. The Lord of the Water Mirror felt helpless. Had he forewarned them, he might have failed to ensnare the illusionist. It was only by deceiving his own that he could deceive the illusionist. Indeed, when the water mirror rose, the illusionist did not retreat. Instead, he curiously approached the mirror, observing his own reflection within. The water mirror gradually began to shift. The Lord of the Water Mirror wore a cunning smile. Before the water mirror, everyone would reveal their most authentic scene. Ultimately, a grotesquely twisted monster birthed from their innermost darkness would assail the person standing before the mirror. His smile morphed into a sinister grin. "Come forth. Let everyone witness the hideous visage that lies beneath that mask." The water mirror began to display images. Under the gaze of the five lords and over 10 million viewers in the live stream, the images within the water mirror warped. A mass of black, akin to a murky swamp, materialized within the mirror. The audience in the live stream remained oblivious to its implications, as they were unfamiliar with the Lord of the Water Mirror's abilities. Upon witnessing the scene within the mirror, the Lord of the Water Mirror erupted into genuine laughter. "Ha ha ha, illusionist, it appears that deep within you lies nothing but a repugnant mass of black sludge. Your heart is foul beyond measured. I eagerly anticipate the monstrosity that will arise from this filthy core, one that will horrify the world." The other lords joined in the mockery without restraint. So, the illusionist was merely a wretched soul at heart. He consistently donned a mask, perhaps out of shame to face others, particularly the Lord of the Divine Sword, who laughed the loudest. "Ha! A thief of secrets. A traitor to his sect. How virtuous can his heart truly be? His repugnant nature comes as no surprise. I in the water mirror, the reflection no longer reveals the figure of the illusionist. Instead, it showcases a filthy, putrid pool, teeming with foul-smelling, marshy black sludge. Bubbles continually rise to the surface, only to burst moments later. The swamp is breeding something sinister. Beneath its surface, it seems as if an ugly and twisted monster is being birthed from the mire. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing the words of the Water Mirror Lord and gazing at the swamp reflected in the mirror, suddenly comes to a realization. Could it be that the illusionist is truly a hypocrite? A vile little man with an ugly heart, presenting an image that is discordant with his essence? Surely not. I have always admired the illusionist. He is so perfect, so elegant. It seems that the illusionist's image has instantaneously shattered beneath the water mirror, transforming from an impeccable and extraordinary individual into a hypocritical wretch with a tainted soul. The swamp quivers violently under the scrutiny of all. Suddenly, a blue lotus emerges from the sludge. Chapter 39. You shall know true beauty. Such a heart-stirring moment. A blue lotus, rising anew from the filth and corruption. It struggles to break free from the endless mire of dirt and grime, fervently radiating its own brilliance. Just as the illusionist has proclaimed, he has resurrected from the muck and filth. He is the blazing blue lotus, a singular embodiment of beauty. The dirt cannot taint him. Darkness cannot entomb him. He is as pure as this blooming blue lotus, perfect, authentic. He flourishes from the carnage, akin to flowers blossoming at dawn. The blue lotus quivers, and every petal of its bud is imbued with a defiance against the mundane. The dark filth cannot sully it. The illusionist spreads his arms wide. Perhaps no one can see his expression, but undoubtedly, he is entranced. Come, inhale this fragrance. You shall know true beauty. As if echoing his words, the blue lotus within the water mirror slowly unfurls amidst the darkness. The blooming blue lotus surpasses all shadows. It is so fervent, so pure, so exquisite. This is impossible. The water mirror lord's eyes have turned crimson. This is impossible. He howls in disbelief, for never before has his water mirror unveiled such a dazzling spectacle. That blue lotus resembles a blazing flame, scorching and piercing his eyes. Tears of blood stream from the water mirror's eyes. How can this be? Even he, the master of the water mirror's abilities, dares not gaze into its depths. For he knows the monster it breeds will undoubtedly be grotesque. Every human heart harbors darkness. As long as one is human, it is impossible to be devoid of any wicked thought, even the slightest. Almost imperceptible trace will be laid bare beneath the water mirror. And the more intense the malevolence, the more formidable the creature that emerges. One could say that the water mirror's power is the ultimate test of the human spirit. He had initially believed that someone as reckless and dismissive of the mundane as the illusionist would inevitably give rise to an abhorrent monster. When the illusionist is eventually besieged by the monstrosity of his own heart, only then would the unexpressed darkness within him find satisfaction. Everything had been progressing smoothly. Everyone witnessed the darkness lurking deep within the illusionist. Unexpectedly, it proved to be even darker, coalescing into a foul-smelling swamp. However, what was utterly unforeseen was that the anticipated monster birthed from the swamp was absent. Instead, an extraordinarily beautiful and pure blue lotus broke free, reviving from the sludge. The water mirror lord's countenance soured as if he had swallowed a dead rat. The sword lord nearly drew his sword to pierce the water mirror. What is this? A grand spectacle of redemption. The mire beneath seemed to mock him. What humiliated him further was that he found himself ensnared in the stench-ridden swamp, rather than standing amidst the resplendent blue lotus at its center. What is this? In the live stream, those who had vehemently denigrated and insulted the illusionist were suddenly rendered speechless, as if struck by a heavy weight, leaving them disoriented. Their faces were left stinging. The illusionist is the sacred blue lotus. Suddenly, someone in the live stream began typing that phrase. All those who supported the illusionist replicated it as well. In an instant, the comments flooded the live stream. This phrase shattered countless dark hearts. Those who had picked up their keyboards to spew vitriol were left in utter disarray by this statement. The fully blossomed blue lotus revealed a diminutive version of the illusionist curled atop its seed pod. The petals of the blue lotus unfurled entirely. The tiny illusionist, no larger than a fingertip, stretched languidly. Rising from his curled position, his small face was devoid of a mask. The camera seemed to eagerly capture the visage of the illusionist beneath the mask. The lens shifted. All viewers were left speechless. What a face it was! Exquisite, perfect, transcending gender, surpassing all notions of beauty. One could only define it with the broad term beauty. All that is beautiful pales in comparison to him. Yet, the illusionist appeared to reach out as if to erase his miniature self standing on the seed pod. TSK. He seemed somewhat displeased. Subsequently, the camera abruptly shifted, unwilling to focus directly on his face. Bang! A heavy tolling of a bell resounded. The solemn and prolonged chime echoed like a thunderclap, suddenly awakening and cleansing the souls of all present. The death knell tolled. The illusionist clapped his hands, asking, then, "For whom does this death knell toll?" The illusionist, standing upon the blue lotus, cast a glance at the water mirror lord in that instant. The water mirror lord let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his chest and crumpling to the ground. What is happening? Upon removing his hand, the water mirror lord was aghast to discover a large hole where his heart had once been. His heart now vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the water mirror, the exquisitely perfect, seemingly harmless tiny illusionist held a pulsating heart in his hand. The water mirror lord's eyes bulged in disbelief. This is impossible. Before he could finish speaking, the water mirror lord coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. The sword lord hurried to check on the water mirror lord's condition, only to find that the water mirror lord was dead. The sword lord spoke incredulously. How could this be? To be killed by one's own abilities. This must be the first time a lord has met such a bizarre fate. Right? The tolling of the death knell for whom all present understood. With the death of the water mirror lord, the water mirror naturally dissipated. One had anticipated that the first to perish would be the typically cautious water mirror lord. Among the 5 lords present, the sword lord was the most reckless, the water mirror the most cautious, the scorpion the most sinister, while the other 2 lords had yet to be titled, essentially merely accompanying the others. The sword lord could no longer maintain his initial nonchalance. He regarded the illusionist as if facing a formidable adversary. Just after their first exchange, they had already suffered the loss of 1 lord. And that loss was so peculiar. Never had he heard of someone being killed by their own abilities. If such were the case, who would dare to wield their powers in the future? It must be the illusionist. He is undoubtedly the culprit. He is a monster. 1 lord suddenly shouted. He summoned his weapon and launched an attack on the illusionist. This individual drew forth a long blade. Stepping forward to confront the illusionist, the blade struck. The force of the strike unleashed a wave of energy, cleaving the ground with a fissure stretching hundreds of meters. The blade's energy ultimately sliced through the air. The lord watched in horror as his blade passed harmlessly through the illusionist's body, and in his moment of instability, his hand trembled, causing the blade to swing sideways, unleashing another massive wave of energy. The energy instantly severed a distant mountain peak in two. Chapter 40. Beauty cannot be evil. The mountain was cleaved asunder, crashing down and toppling countless trees. The audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment at the destructive power of this blade. Such a casual flick could wreak such havoc. If the Lord were to become serious, he could effortlessly obliterate an entire city, couldn't he? You are an illusion, the Lord exclaimed in horror, realizing he could not harm the illusionist. At that moment, the illusionist raised his hand, gently and slowly placing it upon the Lord's form. Bang! The bell tolled. The Lord's expression of terror had yet to fade, yet at the moment the illusionist made contact, it became frozen in time. Before the incredulous gazes of the other 3 lords, the Lord touched by the illusionist began to transform into a wooden puppet starting from his arm. His features remained lifelike, the terror on his face vividly apparent. I have never harmed anyone. It is merely a performance, suffocating in its beauty. Behold, my creation, so perfect. They will remain lively and lifelike forever. The death of the Lord was both eerie and abrupt. The sight of the puppet, once the Lord, bore a face so exquisitely crafted it could easily be mistaken for the real thing. The 3 lords suddenly felt a fear so profound, unlike anything they had ever experienced. As they gazed upon the terror etched on the doll's visage, reminiscent of a vast abyss that threatened to consume them whole, they involuntarily began to tremble. At that moment, the ancient bell hanging in the sky tolled 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. The 3 lords were struck with disbelief. 3 tolls. With each chime of the death knell, 1 lord perished. The first toll. The water mirror lord fell victim to his own abilities. The second. The divine sword lord was transformed into a puppet by the illusionist. With the 3rd toll, whose demise was it heralding? 3 times. The lord's inner terrors finally broke free from their confines, no longer able to be suppressed. In sheer panic, they turned to flee, their disheveled forms betraying none of the majesty befitting their ranked. In unison, they chose 3 distinct paths of escape. Thus, if the illusionist pursued one of them, the other 2 might find a glimmer of hope for survival. How utterly absurd! When they had come to hunt the illusionist, it was the illusionist they envisioned fleeing in such a disarrayed manner. Yet, the reality was that they were paralyzed with fear, 3 lords intimidated into submission by a mere celestial-level being. What had transpired? Why had the Lord suddenly turned into a puppet? What had the illusionist done? How had he accomplished this? It seemed the illusionist had grown even stronger. The 3 lords fled with their heads down, too terrified to glance back, fearing that one look at the illusionist would seal their fate, transforming them into puppets just like the fallen lord. The illusionist remained where he stood, watching as the three lords vanished in the blink of an eye. He gazed up at the tolling death bell suspended in the sky. Since the bell had sounded, I shall orchestrate the symphony of death. The illusionist's figure dissipated like smoke. The three fleeing lords, having covered an unfathomable distance, believed they had escaped the illusionist's pursuit. With this thought, relief washed over their faces. Yet, in the next instant, they collided mid-air. Like birds with broken wings, they plummeted to the ground. Bang, bang, bang! They crashed onto the mountaintop, creating several deep craters as if chunks had been taken out of the summit. "How could it be you?" they exclaimed in unison. "I was flying south. I was heading north. I was going east." Ironically, the three who had chosen different directions to flee found themselves colliding on this mountaintop. Could it be that in their haste, they puppet number 18? I believe that the image reflected in the water mirror is, in truth, a manifestation of the inner psyche of the illusionist. The foul swamp symbolizes the mire imposed upon him by the external world. He is deeply ensnared within it, yet remains unsullied by the filth. Emerging from the muddy depths with purity untainted, puppet number 18. He struggles forth from the muck, transforming into a blazing blue lotus in full bloom, truly a testament to his prowess as an illusionist. White, goodness, even the jack of all trades has changed his name, puppet number 18. Do not refer to me as jack of all trades any longer. From this moment forth, I am merely a puppet under the illusionist's command. For wherever the illusionist's heart directs, there too shall my sword be aimed. White, impressive. Yet another soul has succumbed to the allure. Ink-colored flower. Am I the only one who finds the illusionist's visage strikingly familiar? His face appeared for but a fleeting moment on the diminutive version of the illusionist reflected in the water mirror. Although diminished in size, it seems to represent a youthful incarnation of the illusionist. Yet one can still discern how exquisitely perfect that delicate countenance must become in full bloom. The illusionist is certainly not what the previous detractors claimed. The mask he wears does not serve to conceal an unsightly appearance. On the contrary, he is remarkably handsome, the kind of beauty that would elicit gasps and swoons from women alike. As this live broadcast concluded, the illusionist unexpectedly amassed a legion of fervent admirers. Most captivated by his striking looks, along with his elegant demeanor and wicked charm, brimming with contradictions, a portion of the crowd was simply enamored with his conduct, worshipping his formidable abilities. Puppet number 18. The illusionist's appearance has transcended mortal beauty. Should he remove his mask, I dare say his followers would multiply exponentially. Ink-colored flower hesitated, for she is Imo Xiaoya, the owner of a flower shop, and she genuinely felt that the illusionist's face bore a certain familiarity. However, her words were dismissed by the group as mere fantasies of an infatuated fan. After all, some overly zealous admirers were already envisioning a future with the illusionist. Imo Xiaoya decided to let the matter rest. Ding! The promotion script has been flawlessly completed. Character, illusionist, promotion successful. Shun Yin opened the attributes of the illusionist. Character, illusionist potential. Lord-level personality. A blend of madness tempered with calmness. Elegant and extraordinary. Obsessive and perfection-seeking. Abilities. Manipulation, revival, illusion, madness, awaiting unlock, controllable puppets, increased from 1,000 to 10,000, 2 additional ability slots added. The potency of the 4 abilities has also been significantly enhanced. Shun Yin transformed into the guise of the illusionist and returned to the streets of the unclaimed alternate space. This time, the alternate space did not reject his entry. It was Shun Yan's first foray into the unclaimed alternate space. Upon entering, he was enveloped by dense, swirling mists. This was indicative of highly concentrated energy. Manifested as a misty substance from invisible gases, the energy within this alternate space was exceedingly high. Shin Yin exerted minimal effort to gain control over this realm. After all, as an unclaimed domain, subjugation was a simple matter. By exuding the aura of a lord, the alternate space would automatically recognize its master. To evolve into a complete world, the alternate space must rely upon its lord. Upon the lord's ascension, the alternate space would likewise achieve promotion. Furthermore, the alternate space could grant certain enhancements to the lord. Chapter 42. The third role, the prodigy when the Lord occupies the alternate space. All his abilities receive augmentation. Thus, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon recognizing its master, the alternate space must be refined for personal use before its myriad powers can be accessed, making it akin to an unconventional treasure. However, refining the alternate space necessitates a period of at least a week. System, can the refining process be accelerated? Ding. The host may expend 1 million subversion points to instantaneously refine the alternate space. 1 million? Shen Yin recalled that his subversion points should only amount to 100,000. Yet the recent live broadcast must have garnered him a considerable amount of subversion points. Do I currently possess subversion points? Current subversion points: 893, 290. The results of this broadcast far exceeded the last. Regrettably, it is still insufficient. Shen Yin resolved to orchestrate a few more events to amass the requisite 1 million. As the martyr lay suppressed, the illusionist's repeated appearances risked diminishing the mystique surrounding him. The two characters could not appear concurrently. Thus, it was time to begin the selection of the third character. I wonder what this third persona will be. System, extract character template. Ding. The martyr character template has not yet been fully portrayed. Would you like to continue extracting the next character? Although the martyr's abilities remain partially unlocked due to the script orchestrated by the system, Shen Yin's extraction of the third character will not impede the martyr's portrayal. In theory, as long as Shen Yin possesses sufficient subversion points, he could simultaneously extract a multitude of characters. However, undertaking such an endeavor would leave Shen Yin stretched too thin to convincingly portray them all. Only when the current characters are established can he find the leisure to extract additional character templates. Proceed with extraction. Ding. Expenditure of 10,000 subversion points to extract the third character template. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have drawn the template for a human-level prodigy. Human level? Shen Yin did not anticipate drawing a human-level character. What a loss, however, it is random. One can draw characters of any tier, and if luck shines brightly, one might even draw the highest-level character. Character: Gu Zhang, prodigy, potential, human-level personality, arrogant and haughty, believing all others to be fools, boasts an IQ of 290, with a negative emotional intelligence and poor self-sufficiency. Abilities: awaiting unlock. Let the portrayal commence. Given the character's nature, it is likely that he represents a villainous role. Swish, Shen Yan's height diminished from 1.8 meters to 1.7 meters. His features transformed into those of a 17-year-old. Liu Zhang's visage was quite handsome, appearing as a clean-cut youth. Yet, his bangs obscured his eyes, imparting an air of gloom. Shen Yin reached out to sweep aside the fringe, revealing deep, brooding eyes. To his surprise, he bore the identity of Gu Zhang. Shen Yin perused the information provided by the system. Gu Zhang was an orphan, which elucidated his personality. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he likely grew up deprived of affection, thus cultivating the persona he now embodied. Yet, certain discrepancies arose. If Gu Zhang were indeed an orphan, he would not possess poor self-sufficiency, as orphans, despite being raised in welfare institutions, must manage numerous affairs independently. Indeed, as Shen Yin continued reading, he discovered that though Gu Zhang was an orphan who resided in a welfare institution for several years, he had been fostered by a family for a time. The couple who took him in had initially been unable to bear children, leading them to adopt Gu Zhang. They treated him as their own son. However, in the second year of his care, the couple unexpectedly had a biological child. Naturally, their own offspring took precedence, and with the arrival of the newborn, they had little time to attend to Gu Zhang, ultimately sending him to live with his grandmother in the countryside. They provided warmth, yet shattered it, rendering their initial kindness almost meaningless. Shen Yin contemplated this. The arrogance and self-importance were genuine, and the belief that all others were fools also held true. He likely adopted such a prickly demeanor as a defense mechanism. Fortunately, the grandmother in the countryside treated Gu Zhang well. Otherwise, with his IQ of 290, he would surely evolve into a high IQ sociopath in the future. Ding, commencing ability generation, memory palace. Everything you observe and experience contributes to the construction of a repository of knowledge. Your photographic memory renders knowledge your most formidable weapon. This ability, derived from the concept of a memory palace, granted Shen Yin not only the capability but also access to Gu Zhang's accumulated knowledge over 17 years. Shen Yin closed his eyes. A grand hall materialized in his mind. He pushed open the doors to enter. Upon entry, he was greeted by countless tomes, at least 10,000 in total. These represented all the books Gu Zhang had perused over the years. To the left lay more serious literature, while the right housed various curiosities, anecdotes, and miscellaneous writings. Shen Yin opened his eyes. This knowledge could be disregarded in everyday life. Yet when the need arose, he could enter the memory palace to retrieve whatever information was required. It was akin to having an entire library at one's disposal within his mind. This ability is absolutely remarkable. Possessing such an ability, it is no wonder that Gu Zhang has grown into a typical adolescent plagued by delusions of grandeur. The system has assigned him an identity befitting a human-level individual. In other words, in the countryside, there truly awaits an elderly grandmother for Gu Zhang's return home. This identity, even if scrutinized by the state, reveals a comprehensive dossier of Gu Zhang's life from childhood to the present. Shen Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. The countryside is not far from here. Although it is referred to as such, it is merely a small county within the provincial capital. Shen boarded a puppet and arrived at the small county in mere minutes. Gu Zhang's grandmother resides in a self-built 3-story house. Generally, the relationships with neighbors are quite amicable. Jiyu Zhang's bangs obscured his eyes as he trudged home with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Head bowed low. Along the way, most neighbors regarded him with sympathetic glances, whispering among themselves behind his back. While he appeared shy and introverted, a sardonic smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. Such foolish mortals. Humph. Upon arriving home, the gentle voice of his grandmother elicited a compliant expression from Gu Zhang. Zhangzi, you're back. Just in time. I've prepared dinner. Go wash your hands, and come eat once you're done. Grandma, I'm back, Gu Zhang replied. After placing his backpack in his room, he proceeded to wash his hands and sat down for dinner. Once the meal was finished, he returned to his modestly sized room, which was filled with his belongings. Including a second-hand laptop, Jiyu Zhang settled in front of the laptop, flexed his fingers, and powered it on. The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air as he typed furiously on the keyboard. The screen displayed countless surveillance pop-ups showcasing various streets. Jiyu Zhang scanned through the footage, absorbing every image into his mind. He would recognize any passerby upon a second glance. The surveillance footage was fast-forwarded by 30 times. And all the images were categorized as intangible data, fully received and stored within Gu Zhang's mental repository. Suddenly, Gu Zhang paused one of the surveillance feeds and, with a flurry of keystrokes, halted 56 additional feeds. On the screens, a mouse appeared, significantly larger than usual, 2 to 3 times its typical size. As he gazed at the footage, Gu Zhang's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Genetic mutation? Radiation effects? No. If it were a genetic mutation, the probability would be exceedingly low, merely a 1 in a billion chance. And regarding radiation, humans would also be affected. It would be impossible for only the mice to undergo such transformations, so, what precisely has caused these mice to mutate? Gu Zhang monitored the city out of habit, collecting sufficient information from the footage to augment his memory palace. He focused solely on public surveillance. To his surprise, he had just uncovered a potential hazard that had suddenly emerged in the city. In the footage he just reviewed, he witnessed no less than 2 incidents of mice attacking humans. Those who were attacked paid little heed to the issue, merely seeking medical attention if bitten. While those unscathed remained oblivious, some irate individuals would squash the offending mouse underfoot. Who would pay attention to a mouse that could be crushed with a single stomp? Mice have been around for ages. Gu Zhang stroked his chin, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Should he inform those foolish individuals? Never mind. It's none of my concern. Jiyu Zhang exited the surveillance feed and meticulously erased all traces of his online presence. Zhangzi! A knock resonated at the door, followed by his grandmother's voice. I've sliced some fruit and made a cup of milk for you. Drink the milk before bed, and don't stay up too late on the computer. It's not good for your eyes. All right, Grandma. Gu Zhang opened the door and accepted the fruit platter and milk from her hands. Observing his grandmother's frail silhouette, he suddenly felt that perhaps he ought to do something for this kind-hearted elder. Closing the door, he returned to his room. After taking a sip of milk, An amusing yet significant idea sparked within him. Ji Yuzheng rummaged through his wardrobe and unearthed an anime mask his grandmother had purchased with the money she earned from selling vegetables for his birthday when he was a child. The mask, of decent craftsmanship, cost around 100 yuan, a considerable sum for his grandmother, who lived on a meager monthly allowance. The mask featured swirling patterns resembling whirlpools, revealing only his right eye. He surveyed his room, realizing that it was fraught with too much exposed information. Thus, he carried his laptop to the basement. When his family built this house, they had left a basement intended for food storage, which now lay unused. Gu Zheng tidied the space and refrained from turning on the lights, instead bringing in a desk and chair. In the darkness, the laptop screen illuminated a small area. Donning the mask, he began to type rapidly on the keyboard. His fingers a blur. In an instant, he accessed backdoors left on countless computers in the past, blacking out numerous screens within moments. He then created a video that connected everyone together. That moment, over 500,000 individuals using their computers were suddenly pulled into a shared video feed. They could only see a dimly lit background and a figure obscured in darkness, wearing an anime mask. They were able to comment in a side panel. What is happening? Is this the Tiandao website? It doesn't seem like it. Who is this masked figure? Is he some sort of illusionist? It doesn't seem like it. Isn't that a mask from some anime? Could he be a cosplay enthusiast? Gu Zheng leaned back, supporting his chin with his hands, observing their speculations about his identity. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, ladies and gentlemen. I see many of you are guessing my identity. I am neither an illusionist nor a cosplay enthusiast. If you must label me, how about calling me the world saver? Ha ha ha, all right, I confess, I am merely indulging in a whim." As he spoke, Gu Zheng found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Save the world. He had no intention of rescuing anything. Were it not for the proximity of this incident to his home, he would have ignored it entirely. Some viewers began to leave the video, yet many remained, intrigued by the potential for even more astonishing revelations following the Tiandao website's events. Let us first examine some images. Gu Zheng announced as he displayed the previously captured images of giant mice appearing on the streets and in various corners. He also revealed 4 images depicting mice attacking humans. The timing of these images was impeccable, capturing the moments when the mice lunged at their victims or bit down upon a hand. Consequently, viewers found themselves unwittingly immersed in the scenarios. What is so interesting about mice? Why are these mice so large? Mice attacking humans? How audacious! The online audience, while viewing these images, failed to discern the underlying issue. Their focus remained solely on the size of the mice and the unfortunate fate of the bitten individual. Only a few sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate what was wrong. After presenting the images, Gu Zheng pulled up a drawing board. After reviewing these images, a thought has struck me. Why have these mice suddenly transformed? What has influenced them? How many such mice are there? What troubles might they bring us? Thus, he began compiling data. The total population of XX City is over 15 million, assuming that half of them generate enough waste to sustain a corresponding number of mice. That amounts to 7.5 million. Based on his observations on the streets, for every 10 mice, 3 exhibited abnormal growth. Specifically, these aberrations exceeded the normal size of mice by 2 to 3 times, with some even reaching quadruple their size, displaying a temperament that was far more aggressive and bloodthirsty than their ordinary counterparts. Such mice would be more prone to attacking humans. Hypothetically speaking, if 3 out of 10 mice undergo mutation, then among 100 mice, 30 would be mutated. In the darkness, Gu Zheng's mask shimmered faintly, and his voice, laced with a raspy yet enigmatic mirth, asked, "Now, calculate how many of these mutated mice exist in a single city." Furthermore, if a person can manage to confront a single mutated mouse, can an adult successfully escape if faced with 10 or even 100 of them amidst their assault? Gu Zheng magnified the images of those mice attacking humans. Each mouse in those pictures was as large as an adult cat. They leapt to astonishing heights and exhibited a ferocious temperament, daring to pounce on armed humans. Confronting a single mouse might be manageable. An adult could easily dispatch one even without a weapon. However, the swiftness and agility of these rodents posed a significant risk, as a careless moment could result in a bite. Yet, even a mouse of feline proportions should not pose a threat to an adult. However, if their numbers increased 10 or even 50, humans would likely find themselves in a state of panic, inevitably suffering some bites. But what of children? What about the elderly and disabled who cannot run? If these mice displayed such violent tendencies, would they also resort to cannibalism? Would vulnerable groups like children and the elderly possess any means to defend themselves against such creatures? Following this analysis, a wave of unease surged among the onlookers. Every household contained children and the elderly. If these mice truly were as depicted in the videos, they would undoubtedly endanger everyone residing in this city. Is what you say true? The individuals Gu Zheng had gathered were all residents of this city. Their concerns surpassed that of those from other locales, as their own interests were at stake. Ji Zheng rested his chin on his hand. The results of data analysis indicate this. I do not trust everything I see. But data cannot deceive. If you doubt me, observe closely during your daily outings. I believe that if my calculations are accurate, the number of mutated mice is indeed substantial, thus increasing your chances of encountering them. He concluded, in the next live stream, I will attempt to unveil the source of these mutations. For now, this broadcast ends here. Until we meet again, Ji Yuzheng promptly shut off the video, erasing his digital footprint with his advanced technical skills. No one could trace him online if he chose to remain hidden. With a single bombshell, Gu Zheng instilled fear in hundreds of thousands. Even if half of them disbelieved him, some would inevitably take his words to heart. As soon as a few individuals acted on this, they would discover the reality of these mutated mice, for their presence was indeed pervasive, filling the streets. Ji Yuzheng's assertions, however, were somewhat inaccurate. Having only observed briefly, the proportion of mutated mice was likely far greater than he suggested, possibly exceeding 1/3. Furthermore, no precise figure existed for the total rodent population within the city. It could be fewer or more than anticipated. After completing these tasks, Gu Zheng stored away his computer and retired to bed. The following day, this matter garnered widespread public attention. After watching the video, several capable individuals sought out these mice that very night. Unfortunately, one unfortunate soul encountered 3 mutated rodents in a dark alley, resulting in a vicious attack that left him with chunks of flesh missing from his arm and calf. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have become a meal for the mice. Subsequently, he was hospitalized. He shared his ordeal online and found several others who had experienced similar encounters. Fortunately, the others had escaped with minor injuries. The most severely affected had merely twisted an ankle while fleeing. Frustrated, this unfortunate individual reported the incident to a media outlet, questioning whether the rodents had been drugged or given hormones to grow so large and exhibit such aggressive behavior. Thank goodness it was a grown man who encountered this. What would have happened to a child? Once the media intervened, a tempest erupted online. People speculated whether food safety was compromised, suggesting that the rodents had ingested unsafe scraps that led to their transformation. Various theories circulated. Naturally, the government took notice. Authorities dispatched personnel to investigate, seeking the source of the rodents' mutations. If it was confirmed that these creatures posed a threat to humans, they would initiate a citywide extermination of the mutated mice. Though a monumental task, it was well within the capabilities of the state. Ji Yuzheng, having set events in motion, paid little heed. Once the government became involved, eradicating the mutated mice would be a straightforward endeavor. He still had school to attend, after all. At 17, he was obliged to attend classes unless it was a holiday. Ji Yuzheng held little affection for school, perceiving his classmates as utterly foolish, blissfully unaware of their own ignorance. Their brazen stupidity was unbearable. For example, the class monitor before him, Yanyi, was both the most academically gifted and the most attractive in their class. Ji Yuzheng, once again, you haven't submitted your homework, she admonished. Gu Zheng merely rested his head on his desk, ignoring her. He could derive the answers with a mere glance at the assignments. Completing such simple tasks felt like a waste of his time. Yanyi found herself at an impasse. Aware of Gu Zheng's background, she felt a particular concern for him. Yet, Gu Zheng's solitary nature prevented him from engaging with his peers, even those in his class, which worried the naturally vivacious Yanyi. While her words may have been harsh in this society, those who struggled to articulate themselves often faced significant disadvantages. The next period was physical education, a subject in which Gu Zheng excelled the least. He would rather tackle the 10 greatest mathematical conjectures than run 200 meters. He ambled down the stairs, contemplating an excuse to skip class. Once all his classmates gathered on the playground, the sky suddenly darkened. By the time they processed the change, their surroundings had shifted entirely. Chapter 44. The mysterious ancient building, Zhongyi building. At that very moment, as they vanished from the plaza and entered the alternate space, the live stream on the Tiandao website commenced. Millions of followers received notifications that the broadcast had begun. Instantly, countless viewers flooded into the stream. The live stream has finally started. Who is it this time? Where's my beloved illusion master? Why is it just a bunch of students? People began to panic, wondering which school had lost its students. Oh no, there's no second illusion master to save them. The despair was palpable. These children were precious to their families. 35 students meant 35 futures at stake. As the live chat erupted into chaos, those trapped in the alternate space remained oblivious. The students huddled together in fear. Though young, they were well-versed in the online world and understood many things. Their abrupt relocation from the school plaza to an unknown realm led them to think not of adventure, but of falling into a hellish despair. Have we fallen into a hell of despair? What should we do? Are we going to die here? Wah, I don't want to die. I want my mommy. Being inexperienced in the ways of the world, their youthful naivety left them even more terrified in such a situation. If adults were frightened, how much more so were they? Gu Zheng, however, took a moment to survey his surroundings, committing every detail to memory. Sometimes, an inconspicuous element could prove pivotal in the end. His gaze swept across the scene, landing on the most prominent structure behind them. A 3-story building entirely constructed of wood. It appeared quite dilapidated, with several doors and windows already marred by holes. The other students clustered together in fear, likely instinctively seeking comfort in numbers. Yin Yi, though frightened, took on the role of class leader, comforting several classmates who were crying in terror. Thankfully, while the atmosphere felt ominous and chilling, no terrifying entities materialized. After a period of reassurance, their emotions gradually stabilized. A few of the rowdier boys in class began to tell jokes, alleviating much of the tension and fear. Yin Yi instinctively searched for Gu Zheng, who typically distanced himself during group activities. To her surprise, he stood before the dilapidated building that seemed perfectly suited as a backdrop for a horror film. Appearing ready to push the door open, alarmed, she rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Jiu Zheng, what are you doing? It's best not to wander around here. This place is a hell of despair. Everyone is aware that the last time that broadcaster named Lin Qian managed to escape, it was due to her fortunate encounter with the illusionist. However, a person of the illusionist's caliber is not someone one can simply stumble upon. Gu Zheng pointed to a sign hanging beside the door. It read, "Entering is fatal." Upon Gu Zheng's gesture, Yin Yi noticed the inscription. Upon seeing the word death, she trembled in fear. But how can you be so certain that not entering will inevitably lead to death? Gu Zheng replied, "Wait. What?" Yin Yi expressed her confusion, but Gu Zheng ignored her. Instead, he stepped away from the entrance, circling the ancient building. As he walked, he lifted his head to observe the interior of the old structure. Stroking his chin, he surveyed the building. Judging by the degree of decay in the wooden exterior, it had undoubtedly stood for at least a century. Moreover, the appearance of this ancient edifice struck him as somewhat familiar. Yet Gu Zheng was certain he had never seen such a building before, not even in pictures. Otherwise, he would have recognized it at first glance. Since it wasn't from an image, it indicated that he had encountered descriptions of this structure in some obscure ancient text. And those descriptions must have been vague. Otherwise, he would have immediately made the connection. What captured his attention the most was the clock hanging at the top of the building. The hands of the clock remained motionless, steadfastly indicating 5:50, bang, 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 bang. Upon seeing the time, Gu Zheng's heart raced. This was a crucial piece of information. He turned to his foolish classmates, who still stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. Surrounding them, there seemed to be no immediate danger, which only added to their hesitation to venture forth. In the live stream, the audience had increased, with even some parents of students arriving upon hearing the news. They were anxious, wishing they could substitute for their children. But their urgency was futile. They could only watch. Some viewers began analyzing each individual's personality and behavior. A few of them remained remarkably composed, appearing more likely to survive until the end. "This girl is quite impressive," very calm, and she even cares for her classmates. As for Gu Zhang, why is he running around haphazardly, showing no sense of restraint? Does he truly believe this is some sort of game? I think this person has a lot of nerve. Only those who are bold and composed have a greater chance of survival. Ji Yuzheng closed his eyes, shutting out the surrounding noise. He delved into the hall of memories within his mind. Bang! Pushing open the door, Gu Zheng approached the bookshelf on the right. His hand glided over the spines of the books lined up on the shelves. Finally, he halted at a tome with a rather dark cover. Pulling it out, he discovered it contained a narrative about events that transpired in a building during the last century. Almost as soon as he extracted the book, he recalled all the text within. The Clock Tower. The book chronicled a somewhat unscientific tale, suggesting that the building was once home to kind and benevolent people. However, one fateful night, a fire broke out, and all the residents perished in the inferno before they could escape. From that moment on, anyone who encountered the building would face misfortune. Yet, those who saw the structure must remember to enter it before 6 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, the text left this ominous consequence unwritten. Resembling a suspenseful cliffhanger left by the author. 6 o'clock, Gu Zheng's eyes flew open. He quickly looked up at the clock atop the building. The hands had silently moved to 5:55. Chapter 45. The Fog Outside That Consumes People. 6 o'clock, fog, monsters, crows. Gu Zheng's mind rapidly extracted all the key elements from the narrative of the clock tower. He began to comprehend the author's writing style, seeking to unveil the underlying doubts the author intended to plant. Without a doubt, 6 o'clock was a key word, and there was no time to ponder further. Ji Yuzheng jogged to the front of the ancient building. The wooden door appeared on the verge of collapse. Seeming as if it would swing open with a mere push, however, Gu Zheng refrained from forcefully shoving it open. Instead, he stood before the door and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, and he ceased. Yan Yi, who had been keeping a close watch on Gu Zheng, rushed to his side, ready to pull him back should any monsters leap from within. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door emitted a sharp, piercing sound as it slowly opened on its own, without anyone touching it. Quickly, go inside, Gu Zheng whispered, glancing up at the clock above. It read 5:56, and the clock began to tick. Time was running out. Wait, what exactly do you mean? What time is it? Yan Yi inquired, perplexed, as she grasped Gu Zheng's sleeve. Gu Zheng had always been perceived poorly in class. He was a loner, uninterested in others, and when engaged in conversation, he would either respond with cutting remarks or regard the speaker with disdainful eyes. His grades hovered just above passing, and he was a perennial absentee in physical education. Had it not been for Yan Yi's understanding of his background and her compassion towards his struggles, she might not have continued to look out for him. The clock tower. Gu Zheng suddenly turned to Yan Yi. There is a book that recounts the history of this ancient building. If we do not step inside before 6 o'clock, the monsters lurking in the fog will devour us. Based on his analysis of the author's character from the text, he was convinced of this. No, it must be so. He firmly believed in his assessment. Fog? Where is this fog coming from? While Yan Yi was still puzzled, someone exclaimed, strange. Why is there suddenly thick fog all around? In that moment, Yan Yi's heart seemed to halt, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over her. She didn't even have time to ponder how Gu Zheng knew all these things. Instinctively, she believed his words. Thus, Yan Yi shouted, everyone, quickly, gather close, and do not touch the fog. As the class monitor, Yan Yi held considerable sway among her peers. Consequently, upon hearing her urgent call, the others, though reluctant, began to cluster together. The clock silently ticked forward once more. Ji Yuzheng cast a glance at the ajar door. He understood that at this moment, if no one took the initiative to enter, they would not dare to step inside. Therefore, he was the first to cross the threshold of the ancient building. Yan Yi barely had time to react. The others, witnessing his action, began to grumble. What is Gu Zheng doing? This isn't school. Why is he being so reckless? If he does something foolish, what if we all get dragged into it? Exactly. What if Gu Zheng ends up causing us trouble? I think this old wooden building is too peculiar. It's better to keep our distance. What if Gu Zheng gets eaten by a monster inside? Yan Yi felt a wave of dissatisfaction rise within her as she listened to their complaints. Yet, it was not directed at Gu Zheng. She sensed that everything he did was ultimately for their sake. Moments later, Gu Zheng, having entered the building, emerged once more, his gaze remarkably composed. "Come in. There is no danger inside." Yin Yi took a deep breath and became the second to step through the door. With their class monitor leading the way, the others, despite their hesitations, gradually followed suit. The thick fog outside spread rapidly. Nearly the instant they crossed the threshold, everything outside was engulfed in the mist. Ji Yuzheng closed the door behind them and stood quietly by the window. Observing the encroaching fog, he waited, also to validate his hypothesis. Yin Yi was uncertain of his intentions but curiously leaned closer to the window to peer outside. Despite their earlier complaints, the other students inched closer to the window upon seeing the two of them. The wall boasted 2 wooden windows. They squeezed together, managing to catch a glimpse of the outside world. What lay beyond remained shrouded in a thick veil of white, rendering everything indistinct. Some began to express relief, grateful they had entered. Otherwise, in the fog, they would have been utterly blind to their surroundings and unable to react should any danger arise. In the live stream, the audience had initially been skeptical of Gu Zheng's decision to lead everyone into the ancient building. It was evident that something was amiss there. Indeed, there was nothing but the eerie structure standing there. Who knew what dangers awaited within? To rush in recklessly was undeniably foolhardy. This student is indeed brave, but perhaps a bit thoughtless. If anything were to happen to my child because of him, I would not let it slide. Don't go in. Why is that girl so obedient to Gu Zheng? Could it be that she has feelings for him? If she wishes to court danger, let her do so alone. There's no need to drag my child into it. Go to hell. Gu Zheng should go to hell. Such excitement. Apart from a few parents of children involved, there are also some audacious netizens unafraid of trouble. They now hesitate to casually discuss the martyrs or the followers of Tianlai sect, let alone the illusionists. However, when it comes to Gu Zheng, a mere child, they show no fear. Thus, they recklessly criticize him online, as if they were champions of justice. On the surface, it appears they are concerned for their peers. But in truth, they are merely venting their own grievances. Yet, as everyone steps into the ancient building and the thick fog envelopes the exterior, their criticisms begin to falter. Still, some stubbornly refuse to acknowledge their error. It's just fog. It doesn't necessarily mean danger. I still believe it's more perilous inside the ancient building. Irrational netizen counters. The rapid spread of this fog is clearly abnormal. The live chat erupts into arguments. However, those who lambasted Gu Zheng do not face much backlash. After all, Gu Zheng is neither a martyr nor an illusionist, lacking a vast fanbase to defend him. Clang! The chimes resound. After having heard the illusionist's 5 tolls of the death knell, which buried 5 lords, everyone becomes acutely sensitive to the sound. The barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly halts. The next moment, faint shuffling footsteps emerge from outside. Chapter 46. Playing the fool to eat the tiger? The scholar Gu Zheng. The footsteps are soft, yet numerous, as if hundreds of indistinct entities traverse the fog. Inside the room, upon hearing these sounds, the entire class trembles in fear, scarcely daring to speak loudly, lest they attract the monsters lurking outside, ready to burst through the door and annihilate them. Ji Yuzheng, standing closest to the wooden window, hesitates before rapping his fingers against it. In the next instant, a figure, charred almost beyond recognition, its features obscured, with all flesh half-cooked, revealing its skeletal structure, slowly passes by the window. Its eye sockets are hollow, devoid of eyeballs, and its movements are sluggish, even stiff. Yet, a chilling dread rises within all who behold it. Though such a charred being is undoubtedly deceased, how can a corpse still move? All those at the window are rendered speechless by terror. They dare not move, fearing any sound might draw its attention. They can only shiver, their eyes wide as they watch it meander aimlessly outside. Cold sweat trickles down their faces, dripping onto the floor. They remain frozen in place, silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. Time stretches painfully in this moment. Each second feels like an eternity. Even the most timid girls among them refrain from crying out, their faces streaked with tears and snot, yet they do not dare to wipe them away. Until a cacophony of crow calls pierces the air, and the wandering corpses gradually retreat into the fog, no longer lingering around the ancient building. Yet, the presence of such monsters in the mist renders all hesitant to speak of the ancient building. In the live stream, those who criticized Guzheng finally faced some pushback. "What on earth is that? A zombie? It gave me chills, damn. It's terrifying. I can't imagine how the children inside are holding up." Those who previously derided the young man now appeared dumbfounded. If it weren't for Guzheng's cleverness, they would still be outside, and as the fog spread, they would all surely perish, no one doubts this. Yes, the charred corpses appear slow now, but who can say what might happen if they discover the living? Perhaps their movements could become as swift as lightning. In any case, the decision to enter the ancient building proves to be remarkably astute, indeed. Prescient, Guzheng is quite clever. How did he foresee the arrival of the fog? How did he know it harbored danger? The netizens are all curious. Yin Yi, voicing their inquisitiveness, asks, her voice barely above a whisper. "Even though the charred corpses are no longer visible outside, how did you know the fog would be dangerous?" Generally, even if one observes the unusual speed of the fog as spread, few would speculate about potential dangers within. At most, one might wonder if the fog is toxic in the bell tower. While the author does not explicitly state it, numerous indirect hints allow for such deductions. The bell tower? Yin Yi ponders, recalling she has seen it somewhere but cannot quite place it. Guzheng casts her a curious glance. "Last month at the library, weren't you the one who found this book with me?" At that time, it was indeed Yin Yi who discovered it. "I didn't read it closely," she admits, recalling only the peculiar nature of the book, which had served as an excuse to strike up a conversation with Guzheng. Yin Yi had noticed Guzheng's fondness for reading. "You seem to have only skimmed through it for a few minutes. How do you remember it so clearly?" she inquires, astonished. She had spent more time with the book than he had, yet now, apart from the title, its contents are a complete blur. Guzheng's gaze grows even more peculiar. That familiar look of incredulity returns, and Yin Yi clenches her fists. "I remember after reading it once. Were it not for the book's considerable length, he wouldn't have needed to invest several minutes of his time. Nevertheless, in hindsight, those few minutes proved invaluable. Theo remember after just one reading." Yin Yi echoes in disbelief, her mind struggling to grasp the concept. What does it mean to remember after a single reading? What extraordinary memory is this? If Guzheng indeed possesses such remarkable memory, then why does he continually hover around the passing mark? At least in subjects that rely on memorization, such as English, he shouldn't be scoring so low, should he? Guzheng turns away, no longer addressing her question. Yin Yi, undeterred, suddenly poses another. "What did the fourth line of page 23 of the third book on the second shelf in the library say?" "The Fiend, your favorite novel. However, I haven't read its contents." While Guzheng enjoys reading, there are still several books he has yet to explore. Yet, the ability to remember such specifics is already astounding. After all, Yin Yi recalls often reading there, hence her familiarity with the locations of each novel. But Guzheng, whose preferred shelves lie elsewhere, has read mostly professional texts, classical literature, and various notes. Only once did Yin Yi ask him for help when she was burdened with too many books. On that occasion, Guzheng merely glanced at the shelf. Yet that single glance allowed him to memorize the entire arrangement of books, along with their titles, and even after a month, he has not forgotten. What a terrifying memory! Even Yin Yi, who consistently ranks first in the class and among the top 10 in her grade, would not dare claim to possess such memory. This ability surpasses that of ordinary individuals. What is the title of the second to last book on the fourth row of that shelf? Light in the Starry Sky. Without hesitation, Guzheng replies. Observing Yin Yi's expression, he realizes he is correct. Other classmates, initially bewildered, gradually come to understand. Guzheng, you sly one. Such an impressive memory, yet your grades are so low. I recall Guzheng always teetering on the brink of passing, with the passing line varying each time based on the class average. Guzheng, you're brilliant, playing the fool while hiding your true abilities. Goodness. Does this mean Guzheng has calculated the scores of every student in the class, then deduced the average, controlling his score to remain just above the passing mark? This is far more impressive than merely managing one's own score. After all, some might perform inconsistently on tests, but to maintain control over one's score while accurately calculating that of the entire class? that transcends the realm of a mere scholar. That is the essence of a genius. Everyone encircles Gu Zheng in this moment of despair. His presence suddenly transforms into a glimmer of hope for their salvation. After all, with such exceptional memory, they surmise that his intelligence must also be high, perhaps providing them a chance to survive. Joyful smiles adorn their faces. No one complains about Gu Zheng's prior concealment of his abilities. For at this moment, Gu Zheng emerges as the most promising candidate to lead them to safety. He feels somewhat uncomfortable, as he dislikes crowds and chaos. Those whom he perceives as foolish draw too close, and he fears their folly might infect him. Yin Yi discerns his discomfort and thus urges the others to disperse. Stop crowding around Gu Zheng. It won't solve our problems. We should inquire about what lies within the ancient building. We cannot remain here indefinitely. The most pressing issue is the lack of food and water for them. They will not survive for more than 2 days. The longer they linger in this hellish despair, the more elusive their hope of escape becomes, not to mention the lurking dangers surrounding them. The girls, their faces smeared with tears and snot, have gone to wipe their faces with tissues. Meanwhile, the boys have dispersed. Awaiting Gu Zheng's next instruction, Jiyu Zhang remains silent, surveying the facilities within the building. It is a hall. To the left, there is a staircase, while to the right are several rooms. The hall is quite empty, furnished only with a few tables and chairs. However, one wall of the hall bears a bulletin board, a place typically used for writing notices about various matters concerning the building. Presently, it displays some rather vague writing. Gu Zheng approaches, standing beneath the bulletin board, diligently reading the words inscribed upon it. He categorizes and organizes the information, extracting the most crucial points, and combines them with the content from his books. This is troubling. The book Shangzhong Yilu contains some rather bizarre elements, many of which defy logic. For instance, there are aspects that Gu Zheng cannot comprehend, such as ghosts, even if such entities were defined as a form of energy or aura. Gu Zheng currently has no means to confront them. This is not the outside world. He must seek a solution within the ancient building itself. Others have gathered around. Jiyu Zhang, what does it say? Have you found a way out? What have you discovered? In this moment, Gu Zheng becomes their pillar of support. He taps the bulletin board and then steps aside to allow them a view of the text. It outlines a game, a rather intriguing one that involves identifying a murderer. At that time, Shangzhong Yilu mysteriously caught fire, and all its inhabitants perished in the inferno, which was deemed an accidental fire. However, since that incident, strange occurrences have begun to unfold within Shangzhong Yilu. Considering all of this, Gu Zheng speculates that the fire may have concealed some undisclosed truths. Otherwise, the residents would not harbor such deep-seated resentment. Chapter 47. The truth unveiled by knowledge. He hypothesizes that if they can identify the true culprit behind that incident, perhaps they can survive this ordeal. If they fail to do so, they may very well join the ranks of the charred remains outside. All those who read the bulletin wore grim expressions. They were merely students. What could a group of them possibly do about a matter that even the adults of that time could not unravel? Their gazes inevitably fell upon Gu Zheng, who was lost in thought. However, having an exceptional memory does not equate to being able to solve a murder. These are two entirely different matters. Specialization is key. Having a good memory is one thing, but being adept at solving cases is quite another. In the absence of specialized knowledge, what good is a sharp memory? It cannot conjure books for Gu Zheng to read. Moreover, even if they managed to record all the knowledge, they would still need to apply it, wouldn't they? If they cannot utilize it, it is merely an exercise in futility. In that moment, despair enveloped them all. Gu Zheng, however, took strides around the vicinity. He knocked on several doors, but they yielded no response. The staircase, having succumbed to years of decay, appeared perilous. Whether it could support his weight remained uncertain. To step upon it recklessly could result in a fall, leading to injury if not death. Thus, after inspecting all areas of the first floor, he delivered a single word. Wait. They had no choice but to comply. Standing proved exhausting, and at that moment, they disregarded the filth of the ground. Settling down to rest, and as for the tables and chairs, they looked to be in such a state of decay that sitting upon them would likely lead to collapse. The entire class waited in the hall. A clock hung within, its hands indicating 7:30. Despite their perception that only a few minutes had passed, the clock had advanced by an hour. Dong, 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 dong. The chimes resounded once more, in the midst of others' alert expressions. The surroundings underwent a startling transformation. The dilapidated ancient building appeared revitalized. The dust upon the floor vanished, the broken windows were mended, and the charred marks upon the walls faded away, replaced by relatively fresh wallpaper. Creak! The worn wooden door now transformed into a splendidly refined entrance. The door was unlocked from the outside. A group of individuals entered, engaged in lively conversation. A lady clad in splendid attire, a destitute painter, a middle-aged woman with a sharp and disdainful demeanor, a gentleman in his prime, and a hunched figure dressed in rags. 2 couples and a dog owner, 10 individuals in total, strolled in at that moment. The sharp-tongued middle-aged woman cast a scornful glance at the impoverished man, followed by a dissatisfied look at the dog owner. A beast is merely a beast, no matter how well you treat it. Can it ever repay you? Keep your distance. It's filthy, and who knows if it has any pests on it. The elegantly dressed lady engaged in light banter with the gentleman. Upon witnessing this scene, though she said nothing, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. 1 couple exchanged no words, quietly ascending the stairs, while the other bickered incessantly. The wife chastised her husband for his lack of ambition, to which he retorted that he wouldn't have become this way if it weren't for her. The painter clutched his artwork tightly, remaining silent. The destitute man, hunched over, made his way up along the wall. The dog owner wore a hint of anger, yet upon seeing his dog wagging its tail at his feet, he broke into a smile. They ascended the staircase and swiftly vanished from view. Gu Zheng observed them, lost in thought. These individuals are the residents of Shangzhongi Lu. Upon witnessing the ancient building, they understood what transpired here. A great fire had erupted, claiming the lives of its inhabitants. Thus, who were these figures now before them? The entire class shivered in unison, casting fearful glances towards the staircase. It was a reenactment, a scene reappearing. Suddenly, Gu Zheng exclaimed with fervor. He began to search his person. "What are you looking for?" Yin Yi inquired. They then saw Gu Zheng produce a notebook and a pen from his clothing. Of course, his habit of carrying a notebook was instinctual. Gu Zheng assigned numbers to the 10 individuals who had just entered, with the first to appear designated as number 1. He then noted their characteristics and even crafted psychological profiles of each. Though it was merely a brief sentence, it conveyed enough for one to discern the identities of those described. All who glimpsed Gu Zheng's notes were met with expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that within that fleeting moment, Gu Zheng could contemplate so much. They were all too absorbed in their amazement. In the live stream, viewers were equally astonished. Wow, Gu Zheng is incredible. How does his mind work? In such a brief time, he recorded so much. I was just focused on that person who was yelling. I was looking at the dog. What is even more terrifying is his analysis of each person's character. As a professional in this field, I can say he made no errors in profiling each individual. Is he really that remarkable? Wow. I'm in awe of this prodigy. He's just a kid. If he survives, his future is limitless. All eyes were fixed upon Gu Zheng with admiration and reverence. A person with such talent would shine wherever they went. Subsequently, several more groups entered. Due to the sheer number, others feared Gu Zheng might not be able to remember everyone at once, so they conferred and decided to assist in the recording. Each person would jot down notes for 1 or 2 individuals. It was better than leaving it all to Gu Zheng alone. After all, he was just one person. Even with exceptional memory, it was unrealistic to expect him to manage everything. In total, 87 individuals entered. Adding to the previous 10, there were 97 residents in total. They struggled to keep track. Recording 1 or 2 was manageable, but as the numbers grew, they either misremembered or overlooked details. The viewers in the live stream, driven by curiosity, took out their own notebooks and pens, eager to document each person entering the ancient building. From the moment the doors swung open to when they ascended the stairs, no individual lingered for more than a minute. Yet, the influx was not gradual. Groups entered en masse, making it challenging to track each person. While a minute was sufficient to record one individual, when 4, 5, or 6 entered together, the time allotted for each dwindled. The audience, pen in hand, scribbled frantically, but even then, many were inevitably forgotten. The entire class felt despondent. They managed to remember a few, but as new individuals arrived, their memories became muddled. "This is hopeless. I can't remember anything." One classmate lamented, burying their head in despair. Who was the fourth person to enter? Another classmate appeared utterly distraught. "Oh my goodness. Is the 20th person a woman? No, it's a man, right? No, it's an elderly lady." Everyone was in a state of confusion. There were simply too many people, each with their unique characteristics, and the time was far too limited for them to remember anything. Even Yanyi, after attempting to recall the details of 15 individuals, began to lose hope. If she continued, her memory would become muddled, leading to inaccuracies that would render her efforts futile. All eyes turned to Guzheng. They gathered around him to scrutinize the notes he had taken. At the very least, he had made no mistakes with the individuals at the front. In fact, he had recorded their traits with greater detail than they could manage. Every person who entered, regardless of number, was meticulously noted by Guzheng, who provided a succinct character profile along with each individual's most striking features. While others were overwhelmed, making errors or omitting details, Guzheng had made no mistakes at all, at least not with those at the front. As for the latter group, they were uncertain. "Gu Dad. What do you think of my son?" "Incredible. Guzheng is a legend. Gu Dad. You are truly remarkable. With such memory skills, Gu Dad could even participate in high-stakes competitions." "Guzheng, what do you think of me? Will you take me as your disciple? How is it that your mind works so well? How do you possess such an extraordinary memory? Is there a secret?" Yin Yi regarded Guzheng with admiration. One had anticipated that this usually quiet and unassuming classmate would turn out to be such a formidable figure. Yet, Guzheng, surrounded by admirers, wore his usual expression of indifference. His memory could indeed be enhanced. Ji Yuzheng answered only this one inquiry. However, as others began to pose further questions, he scoffed. It would be pointless to explain. This method is not something that an ordinary person can achieve. His disdainful gaze, akin to that directed at a fool, would have previously tightened fists in irritation. Now, however, the crowd gazed at him with even greater respect. "Ji Yuzheng, you are truly impressive. Exceptional individuals accomplish extraordinary feats. A remarkable life requires no justification." Ji Yuzheng's almost supernatural memory instantly captivated everyone. Even those watching the live stream had to concede to Gu Zheng's brilliance, for they too were armed with pens and notebooks. Yet while they managed initially, they faltered midway through, unable to retain anything, and the notes they took were riddled with errors. As the conversation subsided, Gu Zheng did not glance at the notes. They had been seized by other classmates eager to jot down information. At the very least, they wanted to note some key points. They had no intention of dragging anyone down. Despite their youth, they were still capable of rational thought, understanding what actions were necessary and which were to be avoided. Even the most unruly classmates now wore serious expressions, diligently studying the notes, not expecting to memorize everything but hoping to retain some impressions. They could not afford to be clueless at a critical moment and inadvertently cause further complications. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng sat alone in a corner, replaying the scenes of the 97 residents entering his mind. He sought to identify the individual most likely to be the arsonist. His brain operated at full capacity, analyzing each person's every gesture, expression, and utterance, as if playing a film in his mind. Ding. The character you are portraying aligns perfectly with the setting, receiving the overwhelming approval of most individuals. The second ability has been unlocked. A human-level character possesses only 2 abilities. The unlocking of the second ability indicates that all capabilities of this character have been fully realized. After all, as a human-level character, the difficulty of portrayal is significantly less than that of celestial or lord-level characters. Those who acquire knowledge of the truth often gain insight into the essence of things. And what is truth? Truth encompasses all things. Knowledge is merely the key that unlocks the door to truth. Gu Zheng paused. Truth. Is it not the pursuit of truth that drives humanity to learn, explore, and research, seeking to understand the essence of this world? The mysteries of the universe and the laws governing its operation encompass all that humanity strives for. All can be encompassed by truth. Truth is science, proven through knowledge, theory, and comprehensive experimentation. This newfound ability, how shall I say it, exceeded Xin Yan's expectations. It did not seem like an ability attainable by a human-level character. Perhaps Gu Zheng's portrayal was so awe-inspiring that it generated a power beyond comprehension. Ji Yuzheng suppressed his astonishment and emerged from his mental sanctuary. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yan Yi standing before him. Concern etched on her face. Ji Yuzheng, are you all right? From her expression, Gu Zheng gleaned a multitude of information. Female, 17 years old, innocent, healthy, optimistic, kind-hearted. She had studied dance and played the piano, based on her hands and demeanor. She had trained in Jeet Kune Do or Taekwondo. She harbored feelings for him. With just a glance, he absorbed a wealth of information. Wait, what was that last part? Looking again at Yan Yi's worried gaze, Gu Zheng's mind was filled with questions. Perhaps his distinct reaction heightened her concern. She hastily reached out to touch his forehead, fearing for his well-being. Ji Yuzheng turned his head to evade her hand, stroked his chin, and then directly confronted Yan Yi with a question. Do you like me? Yan Yi's face registered shock. What? She belatedly processed his words, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Initially, her feelings for Gu Zheng had stemmed from sympathy, but as she learned more about him, particularly his extraordinary memory, calm demeanor, and keen observational skills, her feelings evolved. After all, powerful individuals are undeniably captivating. Caught off guard by Gu Zheng's blunt revelation of her feelings, she felt a mix of embarrassment and bewilderment. Yes, I like you. What about you? Gu Zheng nodded, indicating that he understood, then adopted a serious demeanor. Yan Yi's heart raced with anticipation. Perhaps he would reciprocate her feelings? Oh dear, how embarrassing that would be. If Gu Zheng truly accepted her, they could strive together for a prestigious university after they left this place. However, before Yan Yi could continue her daydreaming about the future, she heard Gu Zheng's response. Thank you. I also like myself. Yan Yi was on the verge of losing her mind. This guy, Gu Zheng, was insufferable. She had known from their previous encounters that he was arrogant, solitary, and self-assured, but this was the first time she felt such defeat in his presence. Her face flushed crimson, a blend of anger and embarrassment. Ultimately, she fled from his side, seeking refuge among other classmates. For the moment, she could not bear to face Gu Zheng. Completely unaware of having wounded a girl's heart, Gu Zheng reveled in his ability to discern Yan Yi's feelings. Previously, he had struggled with emotional analysis, lacking sensitivity and possessing a negative emotional quotient. Now that weakness had been addressed, and his character profiling skills would undoubtedly advance significantly. After all, humans are emotional beings, and love is the most complex of emotions. Throughout history, countless tragedies have arisen from love, though many beautiful tales have also emerged. In any case, armed with this ability, Gu Zheng was now more confident in uncovering the culprit behind the incident at the old building. This was a residential complex, where disputes between individuals often stemmed from emotional entanglements. Some people's emotions are very subtle. Perhaps you cannot discern their motives, or it could be a minuscule detail that no one else noticed, which led to the tragedy. Ji Yuzheng reviewed all the residents once more. This time, he indeed uncovered more information. Among them was one couple from the initial group that had entered. The onlookers. The couple who had been arguing since they walked in clearly had a troubled relationship, while the silent couple seemed much more harmonious. However, this was not entirely accurate. Ji Yuzheng observed something noteworthy. The distance between the arguing couple was surprisingly close, even closer than that of the silent couple. Moreover, the wife's gaze, if not scrutinized closely, betrayed a hint of fear. What was she afraid of? She consistently avoided eye contact with her husband. If her fear was directed at something else, she would likely seek her husband as support. This indicated that her fear stemmed from her husband himself, domestic violence, or something else. Gu Zheng was instantly reminded of this point. Moreover, beyond that, he perceived a hint of twisted hatred in the eyes of the impoverished man. When that acerbic middle-aged woman berated the dog, perhaps it was the man's own hardship that made him feel as though he were being insulted indirectly. Or perhaps it was something else altogether. In any case, at that moment, he harbored a profound animosity towards the middle-aged woman, and his hatred was intensely palpable, as if a long-repressed emotion had suddenly erupted. If one were to consider who might be most likely to commit arson, The impoverished man would undoubtedly be a prime suspect. The reenactment of the scene on the first floor had concluded. All the residents had returned to their homes, yet the hall had not resumed its dilapidated state. The other classmates were at a loss for what to do, merely watching Gu Zheng. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng stood contemplating the staircase. "What should we do next?" "Let us go up," Gu Zheng replied. Chapter 48. The Painter's Canvas. The dark alley up? The others exchanged glances. Go to the second floor. What if something goes wrong? Without heeding their reactions, Gu Zheng boldly placed his foot on the staircase. He exerted force with his first step, while his other foot remained on the ground, ensuring that if the staircase were to collapse, he would not fall through as his foot met the staircase. Gu Zheng discovered that it had become as sturdy as it appeared, no longer dilapidated and crumbling as before. He then placed his other foot on the stairs as well, behind him. The entire class watched Gu Zheng anxiously, their hands extended in case he were to miss a step and fall. Allowing them to catch him, Ji Zheng carefully tested the staircase, particularly the several holes he had noted earlier, and found that stepping on them posed no danger. He turned back to them and said, "Come up, it's fine." After speaking, he continued ascending to the second floor. The stairwell was relatively dim, but the light filtering from above managed to illuminate a portion of the floor. As the entire class saw Gu Zheng ascend, they hastily followed suit. Upon reaching the second floor, they found a corridor lined with numerous closed doors on both sides. The doors to these rooms were tightly shut, and only a few lights illuminated the corridor. With no sound emanating from within, Ji Zheng approached one door. Suddenly, it swung open, and a peculiar melody resounded, a tune that played every afternoon in the building. The once melodious tune had taken on a somewhat eerie quality due to its lowered pitch. Sounds from within the room escaped, revealing a couple engaged in a heated quarrel while cooking. Despite the apparent discord, their interactions conveyed a semblance of affection. Ji Zheng lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering as he quickly surveyed the room's layout. Finding nothing particularly amiss, the door across the hall also opened, revealing the residence of the dog owner. They were having dinner, a person and a dog, not entirely alone. Ji Zheng silently moved on to the next room. The others, feeling a twinge of fear, followed hesitantly. They dared not approach the door but opted to pass by in the middle of the corridor. The third door opened to reveal an elderly woman mending a piece of clothing, her advanced age rendering her movements cautious and deliberate. The fourth room belonged to the painter, where an easel stood in the center, and he was engrossed in his artwork. Ji Zheng initially intended to step towards the next room but abruptly halted as he caught sight of the painting on the easel. The painter's canvas depicted the individuals within this building, each embodying contrasting emotions. Among them were the silent couple and the impoverished man. The painter's style was not realistic. Rather, it leaned towards abstraction. The entire composition was characterized by dark hues, with the brightest areas expressed in red. The painting was incomplete. Yet, Gu Zheng remained at the door, fixated on the artwork. The length of time the painter had spent on this piece was mirrored in Gu Zheng's gaze. A somewhat dim alley was rendered on paper, the surrounding streets appearing distorted, with passers-by whose faces bore no expression, not a single soul casting a glance into the dark alley. Above the alley, red rain fell, pooling on the ground like a stain that resembled blood. In the shadowy alley, a dark monster let out a terrifying roar, its hair standing on end, its gaping maw seemingly ready to consume humanity. Beneath it lay an indistinct figure, crouched on the ground, weeping while covering its face. Several windows in the alley had been opened, and individuals leaned out, pointing and gossiping about those below. A few people lingered behind the alley, including a flamboyant woman clad in a striking red dress, her face adorned with garish makeup and a smile that was both exaggerated and insincere. She was surrounded by several men. Behind her, a sharp-faced visage was reflected against the wall, its mouth dominating two-thirds of its face, with sharp teeth and an elongated tongue. A somewhat anthropomorphic rat pressed against the wall, its face contorted with hatred towards humanity. After completing the painting, the artist stood before it, admiring his work before hanging it on the wall. Accompanied by the strange melody, the smile on the painter's face appeared somewhat distorted. Having absorbed the scene, Gu Zheng departed the doorway, proceeding to the next room. The others also glimpsed the painting displayed in the hall, but they found it merely unsettling, without delving deeper into its meaning. The next room revealed an ordinary household. They continued exploring until they reached the end. Having inspected all the rooms on the left, Jiu Zhang then retraced his steps to the right corridor. The first room on the right belonged to the gentleman. Where several photographs of women adorned the walls, he stood before them, admiring the images. Jiu Zhang quickly noticed that there were women's belongings in the room that did not belong to a man. However, the owner's demeanor suggested he was not a married individual. Moreover, Gu Zhang keenly observed that the angles of the photographs were peculiar. None offered a frontal view, predominantly capturing profiles and backs. Goodness, this man is secretly taking photos. Gu Zhang made no further delay and moved on to the next room. The subsequent room belonged to the impoverished man. His dwelling was devoid of possessions, clearly indicating a life of hardship. The impoverished man sat alone, staring blankly out the window. At his feet lay a sharpened fruit knife. At that moment, what thoughts occupied his mind remained a mystery. Gu Zhang stood at the threshold, watching him for several minutes. The man remained motionless, his back turned to the entrance. Could he be the one who set the fire? One classmate ventured to speculate. Perhaps a person contemplating suicide might wish to take everyone down with him before departing this world. Such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. Jiu Zhang remained silent, continuing his contemplation as he moved toward the next room. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak. The once tranquil corridor erupted with the sound of a woman weeping. A furious man was relentlessly beating his wife. Jiu Zhang, witnessing this, initially intended to intervene. But the scene within the room seemed detached from the corridor outside. They were unable to enter, nor could the occupants perceive their presence. Jiu Zhang pondered this disconnection. Meanwhile, another door opened, revealing the sharp-faced middle-aged woman. Startling everyone. Yet, she appeared oblivious, pressing herself against the wall, eavesdropping while laughing. Her smile seemed excessively greasy, bordering on grotesque. She gossiped about the neighbors with her husband, proclaiming that the woman next door was of ill character. Subsequently, Gu Zhang traversed all the rooms in the corridors of the second and third floors. Chapter 49. Scene reconstruction, inferring the culprit dong, 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 dong. The clock struck 10 in the evening. Jiu Zhang descended the stairs with the entire class. Soon, the ancient building returned to its dilapidated appearance. The class gathered, chattering animatedly about who might be the culprit. I believe the impoverished man is the most likely suspect. It could also be the painter. He strikes me as rather peculiar. Perhaps it's the husband. What about that middle-aged woman? She certainly doesn't seem like a good person. There's also a thug living on the third floor. He's in debt, so he's a suspect too. Everyone engaged in fervent discussions, sharing their theories. Even those in the live stream began to speculate, as so far, the information revealed was insufficient to definitively identify the culprit. What if the perpetrator were not even a resident of this building? Regardless of their efforts, they were unable to uncover anything. Ultimately, their gaze fell upon Gu Zhang. Since his arrival, Gu Zhang had been nervously biting his nails. Seated in a corner, silent and contemplative, it was evident that he was deeply pondering the connections and animosities among these individuals. Yan Yi pulled them back, preventing them from disturbing Gu Zhang's thoughts. As the clock struck 11, time seemed to fly in this place. In reality, only a little over 2 hours had passed. Suddenly, Gu Zhang sprang to his feet, glanced at the clock, and declared, "There is no time left." At the Shuzhongyi building, every midnight, the ancient structure would reenact a scene, but not the previous ones. Instead, it would recreate the harrowing events of a past fire. At 12 o'clock, the entire ancient building would erupt into flames, and those trapped inside would face the grim fate of being burned alive. How did the charred corpses outside come to be? With only around 90 residents, yet he had seen over 100 charred bodies amidst the fog. There were surely more hidden within. Pitter-patter. One student, positioned near the window, widened his eyes in shock. He hurriedly grabbed the person next to him, gesturing for him to look outside. Are they back? They silently communicated with hand signals. The charred corpses began to linger outside the window once more. Everyone returned to a state of breathless tension. Only Gu Zhang remained unfazed. If the fire were to ignite, who among them would choose to remain inside and perish in the flames? Stay away from the window, Gu Zhang cautioned it had been noted in the Shuzhong building that those who ventured too close to the window would be dragged out by the monsters lurking outside after letting out a scream. Upon witnessing the monstrosities outside, no one dared approach the window, nor did they dare to venture outside. After Gu Zhang's warning, the entire class gradually distanced themselves from the window, striving to remain silent. Only after moving away from the window did they finally exhale, allowing themselves to breathe freely. Ji Yuzheng, however, cast a glance at the dilapidated staircase, contemplating another trip upstairs. Yet, as he reached the staircase, others began to question his intentions. Gu Zheng, where are you going? The staircase is too rickety. You can't go up there. You shouldn't attempt it, and it's pitch dark up there. Nothing is visible. Everyone felt that ascending the staircase was perilous at this moment. Although they typically paid little attention to Gu Zheng, they were aware that he often skipped physical education classes due to his frail constitution. Moreover, Gu Zheng was their sole hope of escape. If anything were to happen to him, what would they do? We can't allow you to go alone. If you must go, then we will accompany you. Yes, let's go. We're used to climbing walls. We're quite nimble. The few most mischievous boys in the class boasted. Ji Yuzheng surveyed the crumbling staircase, finding it difficult to refuse them. If he were to climb, a fall was inevitable. He could stumble while merely running, let alone navigating a challenging ascent. However, he was also apprehensive about letting anyone else go. The details observed by each person were bound to differ. Some might notice things that others overlooked. His desire to investigate personally stemmed from this reason. Certain details and clues could only be perceived by him, not necessarily by anyone else. Yin Yi understood his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled, Wu Hanhai, do you have that precious DSLR camera of yours with you? Wu Hanhai scratched his head. How did you know I brought it? You take it everywhere, even to the restroom. The other classmates teased him. Wu Hanhai retrieved the camera from his backpack, while others casually attended physical education classes with nothing in hand. He had the foresight to bring a backpack containing such a sizable camera. Fortunately, this camera now had its moment to shine. Despite his attachment to it, he took it out, deeming it more valuable than his life. Wu Hanhai handed the camera to the mischievous boys, instructing them on its use. They assured him they would not damage it, and with the camera in tow, they began their ascent up the staircase. As the staircase was riddled with holes and the wood above had rotted, they had to tread carefully, avoiding the gaps while keeping close to the wall. A tense atmosphere enveloped those watching from below as they climbed and leaped. Thankfully, they eventually made it up safely. Ji Yuzheng stroked his chin, contemplating as he awaited their return. After more than 20 minutes, the group reappeared. One of them had twisted an ankle while climbing, but thankfully, it was not serious. Their mission had been accomplished. The DSLR camera was successfully handed to Gu Zheng. He opened the camera, examining the captured images. The photographer, perhaps aware of the limitations of their perspective, had documented everything in great detail, leaving no suspicious area unexamined. Even seemingly innocuous spots had been photographed. Ji Yuzheng swiftly perused the hundreds of images. The rooms were marked by charred remnants, engulfed in darkness. Upon reviewing the photos, he could not discern the origin of the fire. This ancient building, presumably due to its nostalgic design or other reasons, was constructed of wood. When such a structure caught fire, the flames would spread ferociously, making it challenging to identify the point of ignition, as almost everything had been consumed by the blaze. This was one of the reasons the case had remained unresolved for so long. Without pinpointing the source of the fire, identifying a suspect was impossible. Ultimately, the incident was classified as an accidental fire. Ji Yuzheng examined all the photographs and subsequently pieced together the locations depicted in each image. Although he had not physically ventured onto the second or third floors, the images allowed him to construct a complete spatial understanding in his mind. This intricate process took place solely within Gu Zheng's thoughts. Invisible to others, suddenly, the live broadcast switched to a different mode, dividing into two screens. On the left, the entire class surrounded Gu Zheng, who had his eyes closed. On the right, Gu Zheng found himself in a darkened space. What was happening? Why were there two Gu Zhengs? Had something occurred? Was Gu Zheng being disturbed by a monster? The additional screens in the live broadcast left viewers perplexed, as this was the first occurrence of such an event. The left screen displayed the normal scene, while on the right, As Gu Zheng took a step forward, everything around him became illuminated. Beside him, an ancient building began to take shape from the ground up. This structure was a perfect replica of the one Gu Zheng currently inhabited. The construction unfolded at an astonishing speed, completing in mere seconds. Ji Yuzheng pushed open the grand doors of the ancient building. As he entered the dark hall, everything within materialized from nothingness, perfectly restored. Even the scene of the residents entering from outside was recreated without omission. Suddenly, Gu Zheng raised his hand, making a halting gesture toward the individuals, who froze mid-stride. All actions ceased, their expressions remaining vividly natural as Gu Zheng observed the suspended group. He then snapped his fingers, and the residents resumed their movements as if unaware of the interruption. Continuing their conversations and walking about. It resembled a three-dimensional film, with Gu Zheng holding the remote control for this cinematic experience. Viewers witnessing this scene seemed to grasp something profound. Could this be the scene Gu Zheng had conjured in his mind? No way! This is insane. What the heck? Each person entertained their thoughts, struggling to articulate their astonishment. Holy cow! You win this round. While it is commonplace for individuals to envision or reminisce about events in their minds, these recollections often manifest as vague and disjointed images. Sometimes thoughts drift east, other times west. However, Gu Zheng's ability to construct a coherent scene within his mind, maintaining full control, is a rare feat achieving such a level of memory. Control, focus, and understanding of events is a challenge for ordinary individuals. Those capable of such feats might well be deemed divine. This isn't merely about Gu Zheng's strength. Rather, his remarkable memory and control truly set him apart among mortals. The hall was meticulously constructed, with every detail mirroring the reality outside. Even the scorched marks on the walls, the ragged holes, and the patterns on the wood were identical. Standing in the hall, Gu Zheng suddenly pulled his hands down sharply, and with a swish, the surrounding scenery underwent a sudden transformation as Gu Zheng departed from the first-floor hall, reappearing in the corridor of the second floor. Each room above, with its charred ambience, mirrored the images captured in the photographs. Ji Yuzheng surveyed his surroundings meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. Soon, the scene shifted once more, transporting him to the third floor. The three-dimensional architecture revealed even more than the photographs had suggested. Gu Zheng entered a room on the third floor, the dwelling of the elegantly attired woman. He pondered the scenes he had just witnessed within that room, subsequently connecting the intricate relationships of all the individuals within the building. Ultimately, he deduced a web of connections, with the 10 individuals who had initially entered being the most closely linked. Their ties revealed a profound entanglement. Ji Yuzheng contemplated a crucial thought. If his suspicions were accurate, the perpetrator behind the ancient building's tragedy could likely be identified. Suddenly, the entire scene collapsed with a thunderous crash. The screen to his right dimmed, while simultaneously, the left screen's Gu Zheng opened his eyes. Aside from the audience and Gu Zheng himself, no one could fathom that he had constructed an ancient building from nothing within his mind. Alas! What is this extraordinary ability of Gu Zheng's? It is undeniably remarkable. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? The human brain, as it stands, has yet to unleash its full potential. It is said that should a person's mind reach 100% development, their achievements would surpass all others. This notion remains unproven, for the human brain is the most mysterious and complex part of the human body. Ji Yuzheng's intelligence is undoubtedly exceptional. This is beyond dispute. Gu Dad, an eternal legend. If his IQ is under 200, I shall live stream myself fanning air with a paper fan. If it is below 300, I will stand on my head and consume excrement. The charlatans are at it again. Ji Yuzheng, unaware of the audience's opinions of him, opened his eyes to find his classmates gazing at him with eager anticipation. Ji Yuzheng, proud and solitary, would likely not have intervened in these matters had he not inadvertently fallen into this alternate space. But there are no what-ifs, Gu Zheng declared. I have already discerned the identity of the murderer. Who was the murderer? The others inquired with curiosity and expectation. Regardless, should the murderer be identified, they would have a chance to escape this place. With a rumble, as soon as Gu Zheng's words left his lips, the entire ancient building began to tremble. Faces suddenly emerged from the walls, screaming and wailing. reaching out with desperate hands as if to grasp something. Each visage unmistakably belonged to the building's inhabitants, who too awaited Gu Zheng's revelation of the one who had brought about their demise. To uncover the murderer, the first step is to gather evidence. Let us first examine the entanglements among the residents of Zhongyilu on the second floor. There were several questionable tenants. The first, the voyeur. The second, the impoverished man. The third, the quarreling couple. And fourth, the cantankerous middle-aged woman. The issues among them were evident, merely trivial disputes with little animosity. Yet the middle-aged woman was known to pry into others' private affairs and propagate unfounded rumors. I surmise that these rumors reached the ears of the man who abused his wife, leading him to believe that his spouse had been unfaithful, thus prompting his violent behavior. She, hearing the commotion next door, found amusement in it. Chapter 50. Under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. In truth, the one behaving inappropriately was the elegantly dressed woman residing on the third floor. The artist seemed to know everything, yet he remained silent, for it was the source of his inspiration. The gentleman's wall bore several photographs of the wife, captured from cleverly chosen angles from his room. I observed a bottle of motion sickness medication on his desk. At this juncture, Gu Zheng paused. In short, this individual is no good. Now, let us discuss that woman. Abused by her husband and beset by vile rumors, she herself had encountered a series of unfortunate events. This seemingly helpless woman must have felt profound despair and yearned for liberation, yet she endured, waiting for an opportunity. That chance arrived at midnight when the impoverished man next door contemplated suicide. Fearing the blade, he resorted to turning on the gas. Gu Zheng paused once more. Ultimately, the murderer is that abused woman. What is her motive? Simply because her husband mistreated her, she sought to drag the entire building down with her? The others inquired, puzzled and incredulous. Initially, I too was uncertain. Gu Zheng suddenly stated, "Did you not notice the painting created by the artist? Typically, her husband subjected her to relentless abuse. The other tenants likely knew of this. Yet they not only failed to intervene but also spread malicious gossip about her character, which incited the gentleman to act against her. After all, a woman branded with a tarnished reputation, whose husband was at odds with her, would find no ally among her neighbors. Thus, even if something were to happen to her, she would not dare to speak out." As Gu Zheng articulated this, he cast a glance toward the wall, where the struggling crowd writhed in anguish. Under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. And what of the old lady? Surely she is innocent. The others pressed. Gu Zheng regarded them with a look of incredulity. The old lady is the gentleman's mother. What have we overlooked? Why is the old lady his mother? A look of bewilderment spread across the faces of everyone, including those watching the live stream. Foolish humans. Gu Zheng's incredulous gaze lingered on them. The garments sewn by the old lady, if I am not mistaken, are precisely those worn by the gentleman. Additionally, several details were apparent. Her eyes, when sewing, reflected a tender love for her child. And within the house, a photograph was displayed. In that picture, the gentleman was a child, though his features were discernible. The gentleman's current demeanor is undoubtedly a result of the old lady's indulgence. Furthermore, if the old lady were unaware of what resided in her son's room, I find that difficult to believe. As a mother, how could she not know? Not only did she fail to intervene, but she also turned a blind eye. This enabled the gentleman to grow increasingly brazen, ultimately leading him to act against that woman, which directly precipitated the ensuing tragedies. The inhabitants of this entire building may not be fundamentally flawed, but they are, to some extent, interconnected. Had anyone extended a helping hand, that woman would not have had to resort to such extremes. Of course, it is futile to speak of what-ifs now. This is merely a tale inscribed in an ancient text. Upon hearing Gu Zheng identify the murderer, the faces on the wall initially expressed skepticism, reaching out in an attempt to pull Gu Zheng into the wall. However, as Gu Zheng meticulously analyzed the situation, they recoiled and feared. Gu Zheng sighed, reflecting that she was still too naive. Were it him, he would have set fire to the place and fled, rather than perish alongside it. Alas, did the esteemed one just utter something of great consequence? Your thoughts are perilous. Was there a moment when I offended you, esteemed one? No? How splendid! While the audience and fellow students were taken aback by Gu Zheng's words, they could only exclaim in disbelief. This esteemed one's thoughts are rather dangerous. Shivering in trepidation, they realized they could not afford to offend him. Otherwise, they might not even comprehend how they would meet their demise. Consequently, those who had previously insulted Gu Zheng hastily retracted and deleted their comments. This individual is formidable. Best not to provoke. At the stroke of midnight, the bell tolled. In that instant, the faces on the wall emitted a harrowing wail. The flames seemed to reignite. What? Was my guess incorrect? A collective doubt arose among them, their hearts plummeting. Only Gu Zheng remained, gazing at the faces upon the wall as if searching for something. Then, standing in the hall, he gently uttered, "What more do you desire? Do you seek justice? Yet, with the destruction of this ancient building, has not everything already perished?" The distorted, wailing faces on the wall vanished, replaced by a colossal visage that dominated the entire surface, a woman. The architect of the building's ruin. What do you desire? Resentment? Regret? Fury? Gu Zheng, undeterred by the monstrous face, boldly retorted, "Yet all of this is meaningless. Even if I were to exonerate you, you remain the murderer who condemned the entire building. It would be better to allow it to sink into oblivion." The grievances and entanglements of Zhong Yilu were thus extinguished in a conflagration. Upon hearing Gu Zheng's proclamation, the immense face twisted in rage. Everyone felt a chill of apprehension for Gu Zheng. Should they provoke it, they would likely face dire consequences. The flames continued to blaze. Jiyu Zhang turned, pushing open the ancient building's doors as the mists outside began to dissipate. "Let us depart." Gu Zhang strode out of the building without a backward glance, while the others trailed behind him, trembling with trepidation. Outside, those charred corpses awaited. Amidst the mist, the charred figures began to stagger into the ancient edifice. Oblivious to the crowd beside them, they swayed unsteadily, the sound of their bones grinding against each other echoing like a cacophony of creaking would point one by one. They plunged into the inferno, vanishing along with the ancient tower in a blaze of flames. The tower was no more. Subsequently, everyone was expelled from this anomalous space, finding themselves on the school playground, where they revealed smiles of relief, having survived the ordeal. "Jiyu Dalao, are you thirsty? Let me fetch you a drink." "Gu Dalao, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat." "Are you tired, Dalao? Sit down and I'll give your legs a massage." "Goodness. You all have no shame." "Step aside, Gu Baba. What do you think of me? My back-rubbing skills are exceptional." Everyone surrounded Gu Zheng, offering their gratitude. After all, their escape from the depths of despair was entirely thanks to him. Without Gu Zheng, they would surely have become charred remains themselves. Meanwhile, the parents and teachers, who had been anxiously waiting, stood to the side, both amused and bewildered. Initially, the parents had been deeply worried, intending to embrace and comfort their frightened children upon their emergence. Yet, as soon as the children appeared, they didn't even glance at their parents, too preoccupied with fawning over Gu Zheng. Finally, when one of the students spotted their parents, they shouted, "Mom and Dad, your son-daughter is alive today thanks to Gu Dalao. You must express your gratitude to him, or else you may lose me forever." This statement was undeniably true. Although the parents felt a mix of emotions, witnessing their children appear less terrified than anticipated and in relatively good spirits, they were profoundly grateful to Gu Zheng. Expressions of gratitude were certainly in order. Upon hearing that Gu Zheng's family was struggling, they began to offer financial assistance, discreetly, as a token of appreciation. "What? Gu Zheng lives in a bungalow? With nothing to his name?" One affluent parent, who happened to own a property in the city, generously gifted it to Gu Zheng. Not only was Gu Zheng instrumental in aiding their children, but he also seemed a worthy investment. A person with such capabilities surely had a bright future ahead. Today he may seem destitute, but who knows, tomorrow he may be unattainable. Investing in Gu Zheng now would undoubtedly yield rewards later. Thus, once the parents confirmed their children were unscathed, they began to fuss over Gu Zheng, inquiring about his well-being. At this moment, Yenny felt too shy to approach him any closer. In contrast, her parents encouraged her, saying, "We support you. Pursue whatever you desire. I have high hopes for Gu Zheng." Yenny had no immediate plans, deciding to wait for the future since they were in the same school and class. They had plenty of time ahead, especially as they aimed for the same university. Meanwhile, Gu Zhang, having dealt with the throngs of parents, was met with a barrage of praise from the teachers. After collecting an abundance of business cards, he finally returned home. This time, the police had arrived as well. However, due to the sheer number of students involved, they refrained from taking anyone away, fearing it might cause further distress. They decided to let the traumatized individuals rest overnight, making it easier to conduct interviews the following day. Upon returning home, Gu Zhang found his grandmother waiting for him with the lights on. Being older and not internet savvy, she had no knowledge of the events that had transpired. The couple who had adopted Gu Zhang were likewise oblivious to the situation. "Zhang Zai, are you hungry? I've prepared a bowl of noodles for you." "Thank you, Grandma." It was a comforting routine. After finishing his meal, Gu Zhang retreated to his room. System, if I do not assume the role of Gu Zhang, will he cease to exist? The illusionist and the martyr must be portrayed by Shen Yin himself. If one appears, the other will not. System, only 10,000 subversion points are required to create a tool. The host can possess this tool at any time, and the system can manage it on his behalf. Shen Yin inquired further about the system. To create such a tool, the human level costs 10,000 points, with higher levels requiring more. Chapter 51. The fourth character, the Demon Hunter. The Earth level starts at 100,000, and the Celestial level reaches a staggering 1,000,000, while the Lord level is even more terrifying, exceeding 10 million. Shen Yin could only afford a human level tool without feeling regret over the subversion points. Purchase a human level tool. Ding 10,000 subversion points have been deducted. Exchange successful. The next moment, a version of Gu Zhang stood before Shen Yin. This tool could handle some simpler tasks when Shen Yin was not inhabiting it, though its abilities were limited. For instance, it could not utilize abilities that were unlocked later. However, it sufficed for daily tasks. Shen Yin experienced the sensation of possessing the tool, akin to having two perspectives. Seeing each other's faces, a rather peculiar feeling, as if he had become two selves. After some playful exploration, Shen Yin relinquished his possession. Checking his subversion points, he noted that he had gained 230,000 from this live stream, which was quite satisfactory. After leaving behind the tool version of Gu Zhang, he exited the premises. Online, discussions about the case of the ancient tower continued. Although Gu Zhang had deduced the identity of the perpetrator, he had not disclosed the details of the crime. Some elements remained unspoken, allowing for considerable speculation. Increasingly, people attempted to analyze the story. Some speculated that a woman had manipulated a poor man from next door, setting a fire while he succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. Others claimed that the woman had long conspired with the impoverished man to exact revenge on the occupants of the building. Various theories abounded. Among them, the most notorious gentleman was vilified the most. He was the one whose actions directly led to this tragedy. Meanwhile, those who spread rumors and gossip merely added fuel to the fire. The husband's abuse ultimately broke the woman's last shred of resolve. As for the anomalous space, the lord of that realm was the woman herself. However, due to the differences in their life forms, her connection to the space was rather unique. Every living being exists according to certain rules. The moment the woman revealed herself, Gu Zhang's abilities allowed him to perceive her true essence. She depended on the ancient tower for existence. The raging inferno could not destroy her, as she had already been consumed by flames. The rules she established for identifying the true culprit were more akin to a contract, a pact. Those who entered the ancient tower faced two choices: either refrain from entering, but at 6 o'clock, the mist would spread, and the charred corpses would tear them apart and devour them, or enter the tower but must identify the true culprit. Failing to do so or mistakenly accusing someone else would result in their fiery demise at 12 o'clock. However, once the true culprit was identified, regardless of the woman's fury, the rules remained unchanged. Identifying the true culprit ensured safe passage out. This was an unyielding law that even the woman, as the Lord, could not alter. Thus, Gu Zhang dared to provoke the woman, who had merged with the ancient tower, with such confidence in the end. The final test was whether those who entered the ancient tower had the courage to face the charred corpses. If they hesitated and remained within, they would still perish in flames. Although this anomalous space had its rules, they did not entirely favor humanity. On the contrary, if those who initially entered the ancient tower succumbed to fear, They would lose any chance of survival from the outset. It was a contest of courage, wit, and human nature. Ji Yuzhong emerged victorious in this contest. This conclusion was reached later by viewers in the livestream, who, after thorough analysis by professionals reviewing the video recordings, marveled at Gu Zhang's brilliance. Upon this revelation, online commentators reverently praised Gu Zhang. What a genius! Those of them standing outside the situation could not fathom the depth of insight possessed by someone immersed within it. Of course, many still believed that the abyss of despair truly lived up to its name. And no wonder that none who had previously fallen into that abyss returned, save for individuals with exceptional intellect like Gu Zhang and those with extraordinary abilities like the illusionist. Who among ordinary people could survive in such a place of despair? Despite the plethora of online discussions, the matter had reached a temporary conclusion. Unless someone else fell into the anomalous space of the ancient tower. The likelihood of such an event was slim. After Shan Yin departed from that small county, he began to draw characters once more. System. Initiate the drawing of the fourth character template. Ding, 10, 000 subversion points consumed. Drawing the fourth character template. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the Lord level boss template. Character, Demon Hunter. Potential, Lord level. Personality, passionate about hunting all manner of monsters, spending days in the company of darkness, silent, ruthless, precise, willing to sacrifice what must be sacrificed when necessary. Script, the Demon Hunter, what they hunt are not just monsters. Sometimes, it is not the monsters that shatter humanity, but rather the human heart itself. Abilities, unlocked. This is the second Lord level character I have drawn. System, commencing ability generation. This time, generating abilities will require a deduction of 1,000 disruption points. Deduction successful. The first ability is now unlocked. Demon Hunter. You possess the ability to perceive all traces of demons, wielding a formidable restraint over them, and all demons cower in fear before you. Let the roleplay begin. Whoosh, a robe of black and crimson envelopes him, and an intricately shaped long axe materializes in his hand. A length of iron chain dangles from the axe's handle, coiling around his right hand. The Demon Hunter's visage is cold and unyielding, his long black hair cascading about him, with a black crystal earring adorning one ear. He dons the hood of his robe, shrouding much of his face in shadow. The script this time bears no significant demands, save for one. He must maintain his character throughout the live broadcast and act in accordance with it. Additionally, he must hunt down 100 demons to fulfill the conditions of the script. It appears that the challenge of this performance lies equally in sustaining his persona and in the act of demon slaying. Let us commence. The Demon Hunter adjusted his hood and spoke in a steady, icy tone, though a hint of excitement could be discerned upon closer inspection. He harbors an immense fervor for hunting demons, and thus, his current emotions are tinged with exhilaration. Yet, his inherently calm demeanor suppresses this excitement deep within. To the outside world, he appears utterly undisturbed, his expression as tranquil as still waters. Whoosh! The Demon Hunter cupped his hands to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Woof woof! A towering black-furred hound, half the height of a man, came bounding towards him, barking enthusiastically, its tail wagging like a windmill. It leapt against the Demon Hunter's legs, whimpering softly, Thunder. Let us be off. Chapter 52. Despising the light. Anticipating the arrival of darkness, woof! Thunder responded with a resonant bark. Thunder is the black hound summoned as the Demon Hunter's first ability. Possessing exceptional tracking skills for demons, Thunder is the Demon Hunter's most reliable companion. The pair ventured into the gusty winds, pursuing the scent of demons wafting through the air. The live stream commenced. This time, the notified online viewers flocked in with remarkable speed, and within moments, over 1 million spectators filled the broadcast room. Who is this? Have you noticed that every time someone streams on the Heavenly Tao website, they are always formidable figures beyond our reach? Indeed, they are extraordinary. It is no wonder that observers take notice of them. What a massive dog! That outfit is simply stunning. Upon entering the city of humans, although the Demon Hunter seldom ventured during daylight, years of urban existence have endowed him with considerable common sense. For instance, he knew that one must leash a dog. Otherwise, a hound as imposing as Thunder could be quite intimidating. Should it frighten someone, the Demon Hunter would be liable. The most valuable possession he owned was that black diamond earring, which he could not afford to lose. Thus, he utilized his own energy to fashion a black leash that secured Thunder's neck. Nevertheless, Thunder's substantial size startled passers-by. Many hastily sidestepped, avoiding Thunder's path. Such a large dog appears too fearsome. Thankfully, it is leashed. Otherwise, if it were to suddenly lunge and bite someone, who could possibly intervene? Thunder attentively sniffed the ground, paying no heed to the pedestrians, exhibiting a demeanor that was surprisingly composed, a stark contrast to its earlier playful antics. What an enormous dog! What breed could it possibly be? A mix. It resembles a golden retriever but is larger, and it also bears a slight resemblance to a Saint Bernard, albeit in black fur. Despite the initial trepidation exhibited by the pedestrians, Thunder's obedient proximity to the demon hunter, maintaining a close watch at his side, sparked curiosity about the hound. The demon hunter tightened his hood and lowered his head, leading Thunder as he endeavored to avoid the crowd. Although his robe was decidedly vintage, many people now favored retro fashion, so while onlookers cast curious glances, none found it particularly odd. A child, clutching an ice cream cone, approached with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Yearning to pet the large dog but hesitating to draw near, Thunder glanced at the child, then turned away, resuming its sniffing of the air for faint scents. "Excuse me, may I pet your big dog?" the child asked, having followed them for a while but unable to resist the urge to inquire. The child displayed politeness, recognizing the need to ask the owner before petting the dog. The demon hunter tightened the leash. Thunder halted, snorting as it sneezed. The child, grinning foolishly, tentatively extended a hand. The surrounding spectators could not help but feel a chill of apprehension for the child. After all, such a large dog could easily bite off a small hand with a single snap. Fortunately, Thunder exhibited no inclination toward aggression. Instead, it obediently lowered its head, allowing the child to stroke its fur a few times. "Thank you, doggy." After petting the hound's head, the child joyously scampered away. Thunder noticed the demon hunter looking down at it and sneezed again. The onlookers began to perceive that the dog was not as dangerous as it appeared, alleviating some of their fear. Suddenly, Thunder lifted its head, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Instantly, its demeanor shifted from lethargy to alertness. Barking in the direction of a specific spot, the demon hunter's eyes darkened. He recognized that prey had emerged. Thunder's sudden outburst startled those nearby. Originally eager to approach for a photograph, they now hesitated. The demon hunter relaxed his grip on the leashed eye. In the next moment, Thunder shot forth like a harpoon, charging ahead. "Oh no!" The crowd quickly scattered. A dog of such size breaking free from its owner's control was no laughing matter. Fearful of being bitten, everyone instinctively moved away. Whoosh! Thunder's speed was remarkable, but the demon hunter's was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the already dashing Thunder. The onlookers hardly comprehended his movement. In an instant, such a large figure had vanished from sight. What the hell? Thunder raced ahead, its speed astonishing, covering several hundred meters in mere moments. Meanwhile, the demon hunter maintained a steady pace behind it. Never lagging, woof woof, Thunder burst into a park, where it pounced upon a middle-aged man, knocking him to the ground. Subsequently, Thunder bared its teeth, growling ominously as it towered over the man, asserting dominance. The man's pupils dilated in terror at the sight of Thunder, his face reddening as he struggled to escape, but Thunder held him firmly in place. Almost instantaneously, the demon hunter appeared beside Thunder. He intended to draw his axe, yet the pedestrians leisurely strolling through the park had already taken notice. "What is happening? How can you let your dog run amok like this?" one shouted. "You better restrain your dog, or I'll call the police." Another chimed in, "What a rude individual. Your dog just attacked someone. And you don't seem the least bit concerned?" The gathering crowd grew increasingly vocal. However, due to Thunder's intimidating presence, they dared not approach too closely, merely pointing fingers at the demon hunter. The demon hunter hesitated briefly before raising his hand to summon Thunder back. The hound glanced at the man it had subdued with a hint of dissatisfaction, but obediently returned to its master's side. Amidst the chorus of criticism, the pair departed. The middle-aged man was helped to his feet by those around him. relief evident in his expression, as if he felt fortunate to have narrowly escaped a dire situation. Without uttering a word, he swiftly slipped away from the crowd. Such rudeness. Let us move on. As the crowd dispersed, the sun blazed overhead. Concealed behind a large tree, the demon hunter raised his gaze to the brilliant sun above. He adjusted his hood once more, muttering to himself, "This is why I despise the light. In darkness, hunting becomes far more efficient." Woof! Thunder lay at his feet, seemingly in agreement with his sentiments. Exactly. It had already captured that wretched insect, only to be forced to let its prey escape. Let us proceed. Once darkness falls, none shall escape. Thunder wagged its tail, appearing quite pleased. The demon hunter departed the park with Thunder in tow. The viewers in the live stream were left bewildered by the earlier event. What was he doing? I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's a good person. Why did that dog pounce on that man? Is there something wrong with him? I saw it clearly. He loosened the leash himself. If that dog injures someone, he will bear significant responsibility. Don't be so certain. Have you forgotten how you were previously proven wrong? Upon the mention of this, many faces turned pale, and the mere thought of it caused a pang of pain. The Witcher strolled along the roadside, passing a crosswalk where a group of students awaited the signal to cross in the next moment. The green light illuminated, prompting several children to step onto the crosswalk and venture towards the opposite side of the street. However, at that precise instant, a large truck barreled forth, showing no signs of deceleration despite the red light. The vehicle sped toward the unsuspecting children, who remained oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the truck was about to collide with them, a dark figure suddenly charged forth. Bang! The shadowy figure was hurled away, causing the truck to veer, narrowly brushing past the children as it sped onward. The Witcher appeared outside the cab, bending down to peer inside. Where the driver lay slumped over the steering wheel, his face contorted in agony, seemingly stricken by a sudden ailment. The Witcher had managed to halt the truck before it could harm the pedestrians. He leaped down from the vehicle, and among the children who had narrowly escaped disaster, a few were reduced to tears, while others gazed at the figure that had been flung aside. It was a large dog. The dog saved us. Is it all right? It can't be dead, can it? At this, the previously composed children began to sob as well. The Witcher, noticing the unmoving form of the dog, Thunder, on the ground, twitched the corner of his mouth. "Come back, and I shall treat you." Thunder, who had been lying still, perked up at the sound of the Witcher's voice, his ears twitching, and immediately lifted his head. "Woof, you said it. The big dog is not dead." One by one, the children's tears transformed into smiles. Someone had already called the authorities at the moment of the accident, and now an ambulance was whisking the truck driver away to the hospital while traffic police arrived to ascertain the situation. The children had emerged unscathed, albeit startled. The dog had proven remarkably resilient, having endured such a violent impact without injury. A dog capable of saving lives naturally garnered affection. Following the incident, onlookers had uploaded videos online, and the heroic dog quickly gained fame. Many recognized the canine as the one featured on the Tiandao website, currently broadcasting live. Following shared links, countless individuals flocked to the Tiandao site, and sure enough, they spotted the heroic dog in the live stream. Instantly, millions registered on the Tiandao website, and the viewership soared to over 20 million. Although Thunder had saved lives and could have been awarded a commendation for his heroism, the Witcher declined, preferring to remain detached from governmental affairs. His sole passion lay in hunting monsters, rendering all else insignificant. The state had been monitoring the Witcher closely due to the enigmatic existence of the Tiandao website and placed great importance on individuals who could appear in its broadcasts. As soon as the Witcher made his appearance, he became a subject of interest. However, the state observed that the Witcher's actions did not seem likely to cause significant disruption in the vicinity. Thus, they dispatched a few agents to observe him from the shadows without any intent to intervene, curious to uncover the reasons behind his presence in the live stream. What was he searching for? And what about the middle-aged man whom Thunder had tackled? In a brief span, the state had gathered all available information about him, scouring through records since his birth. Aside from a recent, unexpected investment that had propelled his business to new heights, nothing appeared out of the ordinary, nor were there any signs of wrongdoing. They were baffled as to why the man and the dog had fixated on this individual. All they could do was observe from the shadows, while others kept an eye on the happenings within the live stream. The Witcher was not fixated on a single target. Accompanied by Thunder, he roamed the city, identifying several locations that emanated a demonic aura. Quietly awaiting the onset of nightfall, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings. The Witcher stood outside a solitary villa. Thunder sniffed around the wall before softly whimpering. Found something? Woof! With a powerful leap, Thunder bounded over the 2-meter-high wall. As he landed, the Witcher had already positioned himself silently within. The pair approached the villa stealthily. Bang! The door was kicked open, and they scoured the entire villa, discovering no one inside. Thunder crouched low to the ground, sniffing intently before uncovering a hidden compartment that led to a basement. Well done, the Witcher praised, ruffling Thunder's fur as a reward. He opened the hidden compartment and descended within. The basement revealed a long tunnel, and the Witcher navigated the darkness effortlessly, unaffected by the absence of light. His footsteps were silent as he traversed the lengthy corridor. Ahead, a faint glimmer of light emerged, an orange glow illuminating the floor. A group of individuals clad in black robes sat in a circle, surrounding a massive, intricate circular design drawn on the ground. It was evident that these individuals were engaged in sinister activities. They chanted incantations, and as the bizarre and eerie spells reached their climax, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted sharply. Viewers in the live stream witnessed the shadows behind the seated figures contort and transform, shifting from human shapes into monstrous forms. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, even the most oblivious audience members realized that these individuals were up to no good. What were they attempting? The shadows reminded them of the nightmarish creatures from the abyss of despair. Surely, they couldn't be attempting to summon a monster from that realm? Did they not fear becoming prey to the beast? Someone must stop them. The Witcher stood silently behind them, having detected no trace of demonic energy upon them. This indicated that the malevolence had yet to attach itself to their beings. The scent Thunder had previously detected likely emanated from the ritual itself. The Witcher even contemplated waiting for them to complete the summoning before intervening. However, Thunder, having squeezed through the entrance with great excitement, charged into the room, its footsteps echoing loudly and startling everyone present. The Witcher had no choice but to raise his hand and swiftly incapacitate them all. Thunder, in its exhilaration, raced over and, unable to halt its momentum, stumbled over a fallen individual. It sniffed around the person, detecting no trace of demonic aura, before continuing its search among the others. Achoo! Overcome by the unpleasant odors, Thunder sneezed and glanced up at the Witcher with an innocent expression. The Witcher could do nothing but ruffle Thunder's head, unable to scold him. They needed to seek their next prey. With that in mind, the Witcher prepared to leave. Yet, the summoning that should have failed due to Thunder's interruption suddenly took an unexpected turn. The intricate design on the ground began to glow. A gleam of excitement flashed in the Witcher's eyes as he licked his dry lips. Prey had delivered itself unto him. Woof! Thunder wagged its tail, fixated on the bowl resting in the center of the design, filled with blood. The blood within the bowl was rapidly depleting, soon revealing the bottom. As the blood ran dry, a mass of twisted darkness gradually materialized above the bowl. It contorted into ghastly faces and skulls, swiftly expanding from the size of a fist to over 3 meters in height. Ha ha ha! The monstrous, chilling laughter echoed throughout the hollow basement. The swirling shadow coalesced into a bizarre creature, adorned with horns and possessing 4 arms, its form grotesque. The moment the demon emerged, the temperature plummeted drastically. A thin layer of frost formed upon the ground, and even the viewers of the live stream felt a chill creeping over them, instinctively wrapping themselves tighter in their clothing. The very presence of the demon was disquieting, particularly when its gaze met that of the viewers. An overwhelming sensation of dizziness washed over them. It was as if the demon could siphon their souls, and upon locking eyes with it, they were inexplicably compelled to worship it. Suddenly, the live stream flickered, jolting the viewers back to reality. What was I just thinking? Did I truly entertain the notion of venerating this creature? No way, me too. I thought I was alone in this. The audience erupted with comments in the live stream. it became evident that everyone had experienced the same disturbing thought, sending a shiver down their spines. They comprehended that if it weren't for the precautions taken by the live stream, they would have likely succumbed to becoming the demon's followers after that eye contact. What manner of creature is this? How does it possess such sinister powers? My faithful followers, offer me your blood and flesh, and I shall grant you eternal life. Before the summoned demon could continue its speech, it cast a glance around, only to discover a multitude of bodies sprawled on the ground. Judging by their adornments, they appeared to be its followers. Flames erupted from its eyes as it roared in fury. Who dares to lay a hand on my disciples? I shall rend them asunder. The demon's gaze locked onto the demon hunter standing nearby. The onlookers felt a surge of anxiety. They had recently witnessed the creature's formidable powers and were acutely aware of the dire consequences of meeting its gaze. They still had the live stream to awaken. Would the individual facing the creature be able to withstand it? To everyone's astonishment, the moment the demon laid eyes on the hunter, its body visibly trembled in fear. Chapter 54. A Bounty of Souls, the Summoning Ritual. How can this be? The demon quivered in its form. For the first time, it felt a terror emanating from a human that surpassed even that instilled by the Demon King. Could this person be more terrifying than the Demon King? With a sudden deflation, the demon shrank to the size of a bowl, transforming into a small, black, spherical mass, trembling at the bottom of the bowl. Originally, the summoned demon possessed limited power, and the summoning ritual was incomplete. It was merely a fragment of the demon. Its strength was quite feeble. Instantly, it was paralyzed with fear by the demon hunter. The hunter clapped thunder, and upon seeing thunder approach, the demon let out a terrified scream. No! Don't come near! Thunder opened its mouth wide, and with a swift motion, swallowed the trembling demon whole after chewing. It seemed insufficient to fill the gaps between its teeth, and it discerned no flavor. Such an inferior demon fragment was beneath the hunter's notice. The audience in the live stream flooded the chat with question marks. Was it over? Was that it? My goodness, that was an easy kill. The demon hunter, accompanied by Thunder, exited the basement. As they left the villa, those lying in ambush outside rushed into the basement, capturing everyone inside without exception. The authorities needed to ascertain the source of their knowledge regarding such summoning rituals. Even if this demon fragment were exterminated, it would not count as a true victory. After all, the demon itself was not dead. And after expending some energy, it could re-emerge. Thunder began to track the next demon's whereabouts. An abandoned school that a group of individuals, some carrying equipment, others bearing tools, halted before the decrepit institution. Are we ready? Has anyone gone in to set things up? This dilapidated school resembles a hazardous building. Will it collapse? It shouldn't. If it were truly at risk of collapse, someone would have come to dismantle it. A team of streamers established their base outside the school. The streamer, Xiao Suli, stood aside without any equipment, while her two assistants fussed over her, offering water, food, and fanning her with a hand fan. Although night had fallen, the weather remained oppressively hot. Even a gust of wind carried warmth. They were busy setting up their equipment, and soon, beads of sweat began to form. Xiao Suli, growing increasingly impatient, queried, "How much longer? Where are the people arranging the props? Why haven't they emerged yet? Susu, just wait a little longer. Do you want to review the script? You wouldn't want to misread your lines during the shoot." Xiao Suli snatched the script, flipped through a few pages, and tossed it aside, dismissing it as mere cliches that were easily memorized. "Susu, your popularity has already dropped out of the top 10. If it weren't for those two streamers suddenly rising to fame, you wouldn't have been pushed down." The two rising stars referred to were Lian Xian and Wenguyu. Lian Xian was relatively unscathed, having previously been a food streamer with little overlap with Xiao Suli's outdoor adventure niche. However, Wenguyu was also a streamer in the outdoor adventure category. Their content overlapped significantly, but the distinction lay in Wenguyu's wild adventures, which involved surviving in remote mountains, foraging for fruits, and catching fish and rabbits. Initially, her popularity did not rival that of Xiao Suli's horror adventure streams. Nevertheless, after a serendipitous livestream on the Tiandao platform, her popularity skyrocketed. Although she no longer appeared on the Tiandao platform, her own stream maintained elevated viewership, even surpassing Xiao Suli's, effectively displacing her from the top 10 rankings. This setback translated into significant losses for Xiao Suli. Her team devised a strategy to stage a grand event, aiming to reclaim the spotlight. Otherwise, by year's end, she would miss out on the top 10 streamer accolades. The top 10 streamers received a full day of homepage promotion, along with various supports and substantial monetary rewards, a considerable sum indeed. Her team planned to capitalize on the current buzz surrounding illusionists and monsters. Why not create a sensational gimmick by using a monster to draw attention? They would stage an encounter between a female streamer and a monster in an abandoned school at night. With such a captivating title, numerous netizens would surely flock to watch. Would it matter if it were real or fake? As long as the hype was generated, and others might not discern its authenticity. In this world, there was virtually no livestream content regarding such monsters. Previously, Xiao Suli's horror adventures merely involved visiting places with past tragedies, playing a detective game. The true horror relied on atmosphere, augmented by Xiao Suli's occasional terrified shrieks followed by dramatic movements, captivating the audience's attention. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved such high popularity. Xiao Suli adjusted her hairstyle and donned a short skirt paired with high heels. "Are we ready?" she urged the others. All right, we can start now." The team responsible for arranging the props emerged. Once the props were set, the actors took their positions, hiding somewhere within the school, awaiting the streamer's arrival. Xiao Suli signaled for the filming to commence. To enhance the effect, they decided to livestream directly, lending a greater sense of authenticity. The stream began. Xiao Suli first provided an introduction to the school's background, emphasizing that it had once been a graveyard. This evening, she intended to spend the night within its walls. During this time, she also planned to perform a summoning ritual she had discovered online. Upon hearing her words, the viewers in the livestream grew increasingly excited. Urging her to enter quickly, some began showering her with gifts. Seeing the audience's fervor so soon after the stream began, Xiao Suli felt reassured that her decision was sound. Once this livestream concluded, her popularity and viewership would surely eclipse that of Wenguyu. Xiao Suli swayed her hips, slowly making her way into the school. The entrance was already broken, allowing easy access from the outside. In the darkness, Xiao Suli wielded a flashlight, illuminating the shattered windows of the school. The broken glass reflected the light, casting dim shadows of the interior, which remained elusive. However, the dilapidated exterior of the school, combined with the encroaching night, created an unsettling atmosphere. Xiao Suli entered the first floor of the teaching building. In the empty corridor, various remnants of forgotten items lay scattered. Decayed papers and a chair with a broken leg were carelessly discarded outside the classrooms. A gust of wind swept through, causing the glass windows to rattle. As you can see, this school has been abandoned for many years. We will find a suitable place to conduct the summoning ritual. Chapter 55. The Demon Hunter in the Mirror. Xiao Suli inspected each classroom before ultimately selecting room 404 on the 4th floor. She produced a pair of palm-sized round mirrors and placed them in the center of the classroom. After securing the mirrors, Xiao Suli retrieved a white candle. The materials required for the summoning ritual were quite simple: a mirror, a candle, a lighter, and a red watercolor pen. The white candle was positioned not far in front of the mirror. With a click, Xiao Suli ignited the candle using her lighter and switched off her flashlight. The mirror reflected the candle in its flickering flame, along with a partial view of Xiao Suli's face. Due to the mirror's small size, her face was not fully captured. She had to lean closer to see herself. With a snap, she removed the cap from the red watercolor pen and drew an imperfect circle on the ground. Inside the circle, she inscribed a 6-pointed star. The design for the summoning ritual was quite straightforward. Just draw a circle and then a 6-pointed star. The essential part was to place an eye in the center of the star. Ideally, this step should utilize human blood, but since the streamer feared pain, she opted for chicken blood as a substitute. Xiao Suli retrieved a pre-prepared bag of chicken blood from her small bag, dipped her pen in it, and then placed a drop in the center of the 6-pointed star. Having completed these steps, she was nearly finished. All that remained was to recite the incantation to summon the spirit. It was said that once the spirit was summoned, it could grant any wish. The audience in the live streaming room showered the host with a fresh wave of gifts, urging her to commence without delay. Xiao Suli, with her hands clasped together, crouched before the mirror. She ought to have knelt, yet found the floor too filthy and her short skirt unsuitable for such a position, fearing it would injure her knees. Zayasuli began reciting the incantation she had memorized from the internet. Return, return, return. O spirits of the other world, please heed my call and traverse the mirror back to us. Whoosh, the candlelight flickered on the ground, and the surface of the mirror seemed to blur. A gust of wind suddenly rose within the classroom. The candles extinguished. Zayasuli was momentarily stunned. Something was amiss. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. The summoning ritual should have succeeded, leading the prearranged monster to burst through the door, after which she would evade it narrowly. Why had the candles gone out? Zayasuli glanced outside. There was no wind blowing through the window, and the glass remained still. The recent gust seemed to have originated from within the room. Zayasuli shivered. Even if the candles had unexpectedly extinguished, the designated monster should still have made its entrance. Without the monster, how could she continue her performance? At this moment, under the bright lights of the live stream, genuine fear etched across Zayasuli's face. Viewers in the room began to believe that Zayasuli was truly ad-libbing. After all, her acting skills were notoriously lacking. Most had tuned in merely to witness her visage. Zayasuli's fear deepened. She turned her gaze toward the live stream camera, behind which stood her assistant, holding the recording equipment. The assistant was acutely aware of the unfolding live stream mishap. Without the scheduled monster's appearance, the broadcast could not proceed. Internally cursing, the assistant wondered how things had gone awry despite repeated warnings. He cast a glance at Zayasuli, silently inquiring whether they should end the live stream or concoct an excuse to placate the audience. In the darkness, Zayasuli could not discern her assistant's expression. She switched on her flashlight, preparing to say something to smooth over the situation when, suddenly, a figure cloaked in black burst through the back door, its features obscured. Ah! Zayasuli screamed, and in her panic, her foot kicked the mirror, sending it crashing to the floor. As she screamed, she bolted through the front door. In her haste, she felt a surge of relief that the monster had finally reacted. Otherwise, the live stream would have become a disaster. However, fear and tension caused her to stumble awkwardly down the stairs, twisting her ankle. Meanwhile, the cameraman trailing behind her did not run quickly. He merely captured her fleeing figure from the rear. Soon, someone would be waiting below to film her face. He only needed to record her descent. Just as he became engrossed in his task, an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down from behind. Someone lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Crash! The camera fell, shattering the lens, as he opened his mouth to curse. A searing pain struck him. Zayasuli, who had been running down the stairs, nearly lost her footing upon hearing the anguished cry, almost tumbling down the staircase herself. Sitting on the floor, a dazed expression marred her face. Was this scripted? Behind her, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Gripping her flashlight, Zayasuli trembled as she illuminated the space behind her. There stood a towering figure, blood dripping from its mouth, its eyes wide and white, advancing toward her. Zayasuli screamed in terror, attempting to rise, but her severely twisted ankle rendered her immobile. Just as despair began to envelop her, woof, 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 a large dog suddenly lunged forward, toppling the figure. The demon hunter, appearing from nowhere, stood protectively before her. The monster's foul saliva dripped from its maw, its hands transforming into claw-like appendages, veins bulging grotesquely. The demon hunter raised his hand towards its forehead, ready to press down. Suddenly, its skull split open, and a bizarre, multi-legged creature leaped out. It moved with lightning speed, lunging for the demon hunter's eyes. In a swift motion, the hunter snatched the creature out of the air, pinching it between his fingers with a squeeze. The creature emitted a desperate screech before being crushed. The hunter tossed it into the mouth of Thunder, the dog, which swallowed it whole and licked its lips. Who are you? Zayasuli wondered, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be that she was part of a live stream on the Tiandao website? The demon hunter said nothing, striding up the stairs to the room where the summoning ritual had commenced. Thunder followed closely, sniffing the ground before discovering the shattered mirror. Woof, woof! Thunder barked at the remnants of the mirror. The demon hunter, silent, picked up the broken shards. In the reflection, his expressionless face stared back. Suddenly, the reflection of the demon hunter grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 56. Resistance, a fearless struggle. The demon hunter's gaze sharpened. He recognized that his own demon was at least of celestial rank. Thunder, woof. The dog's body erupted in violet-black flames, composed of the purest energy, capable of inflicting tremendous damage on demons. Meanwhile, the demon hunter unsheathed his long axe. Standing resolutely, the fierce killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Eye in the mirror. The demon hunter's mouth stretched into a cruel grin, his smile splitting wide, revealing rows of blood-stained teeth. Thunder lunged, biting at the mirror's surface. The once grinning reflection twisted grotesquely. Crack! The mirror shattered into fragments. A dark mass oozed from the mirror, coalescing into a humanoid shape in the center of the classroom. The figure's face shifted before solidifying into that of Zayasuli. Her complexion flushed as she gazed at the demon hunter, her eyes brimming with unspoken words. In the next moment, the axe swung down, slicing through the figure with a resounding thud. The demon's body fell, twitching momentarily, but soon began to regenerate, connecting the severed halves with countless strands of flesh. It writhed again, its body appearing as if myriad insects were crawling beneath its skin, mending the rupture. However, before it could rise, Thunder seized a chunk of flesh, tearing into it with ferocity. The demon's body began to fracture anew under Thunder's relentless assault, just as Thunder was in the throes of tearing the demon apart. The creature's arm elongated grotesquely, and Thunder was struck by the sharp claws. Thud! The claws pierced Thunder's abdomen. Woof, woof, woof! Thunder yelped, then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the demon hunter's body. The demon on the ground grinned menacingly, its eyes fixated on the hunter, as if taunting, "You're next." The wounds inflicted by Thunder's gnashing teeth began to heal, soon leaving no trace behind. The demon rose, its elongated arms dragging on the ground, claws extending over a meter long, scratching deep grooves into the floor. It flicked its long tongue across its face, laughing sinisterly. "Soon, it will be your turn." Suddenly, the demon hunter lowered his head, letting out a low, chilling laugh, a sound filled with suppressed madness. He removed his hood, revealing a pair of crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness, filled with savage bloodlust. Sometimes, playing the silent lamb can lead to an easier demise. He flexed his hands and took a step forward. Crack! The ground fissured like a spider's web. Whoosh! The demon hunter appeared before the demon, raising the axe high. The demon hastily raised its claws to block the impending strike. Resistance, a fearless struggle. A cruel smile graced the demon hunter's lips as the axe descended. Thud! The demon emitted a wretched scream as its hands were severed. This time, it could not heal. Yet the demon hunter's onslaught continued. Another axe fell. Thud! Another chunk of the demon's body was cleaved away. The relentless blows of the axe intertwined with the demon's cries and the splattering of flesh. He he he! Amidst the demon's screams, the demon hunter erupted into joyous laughter. Slaughter always brings me immense delight. His gaze was ruthless and deranged. The demon was merely a lamb beneath his butcher's knife. Who gave you the audacity to resist? It seems you have forgotten the terror I instilled in you a decade ago. Ha 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 ha! Wail! Scream! Ha 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 ha! The viewers in the live stream were utterly unprepared for the sight before them. The usually silent and composed demon hunter, a figure who often intervened to save others, now resembled a frenzied butcher. His eyes, glowing crimson in the darkness, appeared even more sinister, blurring the line between terror emanating from the demons and the hunter himself. The heavy axe fell relentlessly, splattering blood across his visage, intensifying the gruesome scene. The demon hunter licked his lips, while the black diamond at his ear swayed gently, its color as deep and dark as an abyss, seemingly intent on dragging all who gazed upon him into an endless void. Madness consumed his eyes, a frenzy capable of tearing apart any foe, yet it threatened to engulf him as well. The audience, upon witnessing the demon hunter's gaze, felt a wave of dread wash over them. Such a look was not something a normal human could possess. Then, suddenly, a dark mist erupted from the hunter's form. Coalescing on the ground into a large black dog's thunder emerged. It barked loudly at the demon hunter. The hunter halted momentarily, and the bloodlust in his eyes began to dissipate, leaving only his customary silence. He gazed at his blood-soaked hands, contemplating whether to reach out and touch the dog's head. Thunder wrinkled its snout in disdain yet did not retreat. The hunter's hand hovered, and soon Thunder leaned in. Licking the hunter's hand, the hunter let out a low chuckle, devoid of the previous madness, as his entire demeanor shifted, akin to a rabid dog now tethered. Observers found it hard to discern who truly held the leash. On the ground, the demon lay reduced to a blurred mosaic. To preserve the viewer's experience, the camera did not shift to that gruesome sight. The demon hunter calmly retrieved a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands and face. Once finished, he tossed the handkerchief atop the demon's carcass, which ignited into azure flames upon contact. As the flames devoured the body, it was reduced to a pile of charred ash. Strangely, the fire only burned the demon's blood, leaving surrounding paper and chairs untouched, even if they were tainted with the blood. The demon hunter removed his hood and adjusted it back on, obscuring much of his face and the dangerous, frenzied aura he exuded. That moment, he appeared merely as a silent, harmless passerby, save for his attire which would deter any unnecessary glances. Yet, the viewers in the live stream understood otherwise. The demon hunter seemed to possess dual personalities, one that could become unrecognizable in its fury. His madness was truly frightening. Chapter 57. When death knocks even in silence, the demon hunter radiated a palpable danger that the audience could not afford to overlook, especially with Thunder by his side, an entity not to be trifled with. The demon hunter, accompanied by Thunder, exited the school, passing by the lifeless body of an assistant sprawled in a pool of blood. His steps unbroken. It was only when he spotted the small figure of Suli standing at the stairway that he paused. As he brushed past her, Thunder bared its teeth and growled menacingly. Suli responded with a smile, yet the hunter sensed no demonic aura emanating from her. Thunder refrained from lunging, perhaps sensing her ill intentions and issuing a warning instead. The hunter continued on, leaving Suli shrouded in darkness at the stairway. Once the demon hunter departed from the abandoned school, personnel from the state entered to clean up the aftermath. As he turned a corner, a prompt from the system suddenly sounded. Ding! A collaborative script has been triggered. Completing this role will yield a mysterious reward. Would you like to initiate the collaborative script? A collaborative script? Shinyan paused to examine the newly activated script, discovering it allowed for the simultaneous portrayal of two character templates, significantly enhancing the disruption value and enriching character depth. If performed well, abilities would unlock more swiftly. Let us proceed and see what this new collaborative script entails. Ding! 50,000 disruption value deducted. Collaborative script activated. Please perform flawlessly in the upcoming narrative. The script flooded Shanyan's mind. For the viewers in the live stream, it appeared as if the demon hunter had paused momentarily at the corner, lost in thought, or perhaps he had made a discovery. In the next moment, he turned the corner to find a figure awaiting him, a person clad in a robe of magic, clutching a crystal ball. The individual's face was concealed beneath a wizard's hat, revealing only a pointed chin. Care for a fortune-telling, my friend? With a flourish, 78 tarot cards cascaded from the wizard's sleeve, hovering before the demon hunter. The backs of the cards faced him. The demon hunter looked up and spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Fate never chooses me. How can one know without trying? Choose 3, my friend, the fortune teller urged with a smile. The demon hunter extended his hand, his fingers calloused and rough from years of gripping the axe. He selected the 3 cards nearest to him. The remaining cards flew back into the fortune teller's sleeve as the chosen 3 revealed themselves: the Magician, Death, and Judgment. Notably, the Death card was face up. The fortune teller shook his head upon seeing the trio. When death comes knocking, what does the arbiter wield? A scepter or a deck of cards? The inverted magician, my friend, suggests you may be in for some trouble. I hope you survive this clash of destinies. A word of advice: if you can avoid going out, do so. With that, the fortune teller vanished without a sound, and the 3 tarot cards also disappeared. Woof! Thunder's bark jolted the demon hunter back to reality. He pondered the fortune teller's words. If you can avoid going out, do so? Yet having just slain 1 demon, he had 99 more to hunt. Staying indoors was not an option. Thunder, let us proceed. the demon hunter resumed his pursuit of the remaining demons. Across the city's shadows, he hunted down the malevolent beings lurking in the darkness, dispatching them one by one. Most of these demons were weak, categorized as human level or earth level, making the hunting process remarkably smooth. Times Thunder alone could handle them. In a mere 3 hours, the demon hunter had vanquished over 50 demons, each one differing in shape and form. Some had taken on human appearances, blending among the populace, while others clung to humans, gradually consuming their souls. Some had transformed into city animals, waiting silently for prey to wander within reach. The demons, emerging under the cover of night, encountered the demon hunter who also thrived in darkness. His presence felt more ominous and terrifying, the danger more palpable. Those demons, initially seeking a feast, found themselves unexpectedly confronted by the hunter and met their demise at his hands. The heavy stench of blood seemed to seep through the screen, leaving viewers shuddering at the indescribable carnage. Within 3 hours, over 50 demons fell beneath the swing of the demon hunter's axe, sending chills down the spines of those watching the live stream. How many has he killed now? I recall this being the 55th. Wait, counting the one before, that makes 56. What is his name? What are these creatures he slays? The demon hunter bore no resemblance to an illusionist. Whereas illusionists despise silence, reveling in noise and art, always prepared for a performance, the demon hunter remained stoic. He spoke only in moments of madness or when addressing thunder. Often retreating into silence, he embodied the quiet darkness, like a shadowy forest. Behind that silence lay an undeniable danger. All anyone knew was that he was in search of something, and once found, his axe fell decisively. In the footage, Thunder continued its search for the next quarry, with the demon hunter closely trailing behind. As the wind swept through, lifting his hood, his eyes gleamed with a satisfied hunger for the hunt. Roar! Ah! Wails of anguish echoed through the air. Once again, several demons met their demise beneath the heavy axe. This time, Thunder followed the scent of a demon and arrived in a desolate wilderness. Here, a grand hillside was adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers, where a few white rabbits sat, their ears twitching adorably. Nearby, several fawns grazed, attentively listening to the exquisite melodies played by a performer. Humming softly, the cheerful tunes accompanied the music, their beauty capable of making one forget all worries. Yet, this idyllic scene was shattered by the intrusion of a demon hunter, whose scent of blood sent all spectators fleeing in terror. Chapter 58. The half-werewolf emerging from the water mirror with a resounding thud. A heavy note struck the piano, resonating with the performer's boundless fury. There always seemed to be someone disrupting my performance. Why could they not comprehend that disturbing a serious artist is an exceedingly immoral act? The illusionist waved his hand in irritation, causing the piano before him to vanish. It was but an illusion. He turned to regard the intruding demon hunter, and their gazes locked, igniting a spark of wariness within him. This was no ordinary musician. Perhaps it was the demon hunter's frequent descent into madness that sharpened his perception of such individuals. The illusionist was undoubtedly akin to him. Both possessed a shared madness. Yet the illusionist maintained a greater composure. His insanity was a calculated one, stemming from an extraordinary talent that eluded understanding. The illusionist could exert control over himself. This was the fundamental distinction between him and the demon hunter. Thunder sniffed the air. The demon's scent lingered only briefly, but the illusionist bore none of it. Thus, it merely regarded the illusionist with vigilance. After all, the mask he wore exuded an aura of malevolence, further heightened by his contradictory demeanor, indicating he was far from a simple character. Upon catching sight of the demon hunter, the illusionist let out a soft sigh. An imperfect being, you resemble a grotesque creation, which unsettles me. Perhaps I could transform you into a commendable work of art. No, not merely commendable. It is truly vexing. Perhaps perfection is your ultimate destiny, but that shall require a prolonged wait. The illusionist pressed a hand to his forehead, seemingly troubled. The demon hunter's eyes glinted with suspicion as he drew forth his long axe, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the illusionist. A palpable threat. The audience grew tense. What was happening? How could these two have crossed paths? Surely, They would not engage in combat. This was dire. The illusionist had deemed the demon hunter an imperfect creation, and he was known for rejecting imperfection. What had become of those deemed imperfect in the past? They had been turned into puppets by the illusionist. This was it. The one accompanied by a dog was surely doomed. As the Suona began to play, it was time to prepare for burial. With a snap of his fingers, two lordly puppets materialized beside the illusionist. The Lord of the Divine Sword and the Lord of the Water Mirror. Grr! Thunder bared its teeth and growled. Suddenly, a curtain of water rose, forming a mirror that enveloped the demon hunter. Caught off guard, he found himself reflected in the shimmering surface. His image began to distort, and he gasped as he watched his black eyes gradually shift to crimson. His expression spiraling into madness. First sprouted upon his visage, and sharp canines emerged. He was transforming from man into beast in horror. The demon hunter staggered back, his disbelief palpable. Frantically, he felt his own face, relieved to find no fur had sprouted there. Yet, the creature within the mirror underwent a tremendous transformation. Its body became cloaked in a layer of fur, razor-sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva. It was a savage beast. It possessed the head of a wolf and the body of a man. Its muscles bulging and tearing through its garments, hands morphing into lethal claws, a half-werewolf. The demon hunter's eyes flared crimson, his emotions roiling, the blood within him boiling. He began to gasp for breath, as if confronted with the most unwelcome vision. The secret he had buried deep within, one he had never dared to share. In a desperate attempt, he swung his long axe towards the mirror, hoping to shatter it, to conceal his truth from the world. The axe met resistance, halted by a claw. The clash of steel against claw rang out like the striking of metal upon stone, sparks flying as the two forces collided, neither yielding. Lo and behold, it was the half-werewolf from within the mirror, extending a claw to thwart the demon hunter's strike, protecting the mirror from harm. After blocking the axe, the half-werewolf seized the weapon for itself. Gradually, it stepped forth from the mirror. The demon hunter, witnessing this emergence, felt a jolt of unease. He faltered, unable to continue his assault. By the time the half-werewolf fully emerged, it was too late. The audience recognized this water mirror. It had previously been employed by the Lord of the Water Mirror against the illusionist. Alas, the attempt had ended in tragedy, with the Lord of the Water Mirror falling victim to the illusionist within. This time, they would witness the true power of the water mirror. The demon hunter struggled to reclaim his axe from the half-werewolf, only to find an overwhelming force resisting him, equal to his own. For a moment, he could not retrieve his weapon. His pupils dilated. "Thunder!" The demon hunter called out sharply, "Woof!" At the command, thunder lunged forward, crashing into the half-werewolf, sending it sprawling 5 meters away. The impact loosened its grip, allowing the demon hunter to reclaim his axe. Swiftly, he followed up, swinging the axe toward the half-werewolf. The half-werewolf, momentarily restrained by thunder, appeared unable to evade the blow. However, a malicious grin spread across its face as it threw back its head and let out a chilling howl. A woo thunder, which had been clamped onto the half-werewolf's arm, hesitated for a moment. At that instant, the demon hunter closed in, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the half-werewolf's head. Yet, the blow never fell, for thunder lunged back, sinking its teeth into the demon hunter's throat. The demon hunter, having placed unwavering trust in thunder, had neglected to guard against its attack. The bite drew forth a torrent of blood. Had he not been a formidable lord, the strength of thunder's bite might have severed his neck. Staggering slightly, he forcefully pushed thunder away, clutching at his bleeding throat, casting an enraged gaze upon the half-werewolf. He realized that it was this creature that had incited thunder's aberrant behavior. The half-werewolf wore a cruel smile, seemingly relishing the spectacle of enmity unfolding before it. It extended its wolf-like claws toward the demon hunter. The demon hunter lowered his head, gasping for breath. Drip, drip, drip. Blood fell to the ground, blooming into crimson flowers. Chapter 59. A breakthrough in crisis. The tide of battle turns. The atmosphere felt oppressively heavy. Perhaps it was time for some music? The sound of the Suona echoed through the air, heralding a mournful funeral dirge. As the music played, the half-werewolf descended upon the demon hunter with its lethal claws. It seemed inevitable that the hunter would be torn asunder. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, an entirely different expression overtook his visage. His eyes burned with a fierce crimson glow, and the gaping wound at his neck, once gushing blood, had miraculously healed, leaving behind a ghastly scar. With renewed vigor, he lunged at the half-werewolf, engaging in a frenzied struggle. It was a wild clash, as both combatants exchanged vicious bites, each inflicting grievous injuries upon the other. The half-werewolf's claws raked across the hunter's face, tearing open a gash from which blood gushed forth. In retaliation, the hunter wielded his axe, carving a deep wound into the half-werewolf's flesh, exposing the stark white of bone amidst the gory red. Unfazed, the half-werewolf seized the hunter's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh with its savage bite. Their frenzy escalated, their movements mirroring one another, one with claws, the other with an axe. Though the adage suggests that length equates to strength, the half-werewolf's claws were indeed formidable, possessing an uncanny familiarity with the hunter's attacks. It anticipated his every move, as if it were a reflection of his own self. The hunter soon realized that this half-werewolf was a relentless adversary, undeterred by pain, attacking with reckless abandon despite its injuries. In this brutal exchange, the hunter found himself at a disadvantage, for mere flesh wounds would not suffice in overcoming such a foe. After all, this was but one of the abilities possessed by the Water Mirror Lord. Even should he vanquish the half-werewolf, 2 more lords awaited him. Seizing an opportunity, the hunter extricated himself from the half-werewolf's grasp. He felt his stamina waning. Further entanglement would spell disaster. Observing the 2 lords ensnared by the illusionist's control, he realized that capturing the illusionist might grant him a chance to escape. However, before he could catch his breath, the half-werewolf was upon him once more, and this time, the Water Mirror Lord began to attack. From a distance, he conjured a barrage of water arrows, unleashing them upon the hunter. One of the seemingly innocuous arrows pierced through him, its impact devastating. While evading the onslaught, the hunter advanced toward the illusionist. With a flick of his wrist, the Sword Master Lord positioned himself in front of the illusionist, causing the audience in the live stream to collectively hold their breath. "Don't approach," they urged. "The illusionist is terrifying. It's better to find a way to escape. Quickly, flee. Don't confront the illusionist. His illusions are the most fearsome." Indeed, those unfamiliar with the illusionist's true power might presume he lacked offensive capabilities simply because he commanded puppets. Who could have anticipated that the illusionist himself was the strongest? The atmosphere was grim. The demon hunter, once perceived as a brutal yet noble soul for having saved others, now seemed doomed to perish. Little did they know the depths of the illusionist's terror. Even when he had yet to slay 5 lords in one fell swoop, some still underestimated his might. As the chimes told, signaling the demise of 5 lords, the illusionist ascended to godhood, an eternal deity. Yet, they understood that their awareness of the illusionist's terrifying nature did not imply that the man with the dog comprehended it as well. Given their prior interactions, it seemed they had never crossed paths before. The demon hunter evaded the Sword Master Lord, charging straight toward the illusionist. What power lay within the lords? Ding, your character aligns perfectly with the setting. Earning the recognition of the majority, unlocking the second and third abilities. 1,000 subversion points deducted. In the ensuing clash between the hunter and the illusionist, accumulated progress surged forth, unlocking 2 new abilities. The wolf transformation, fueled by the latent demonic blood coursing through him, would enhance his capabilities by 80% while significantly bolstering his defenses. However, prolonged use would erode his sanity, in the domain of madness. He would gain an incremental boost, enhancing his power by 1% every second. What, then, lay at the end of such madness? Perhaps it was an intrinsic aspect of the demon hunter, or merely a reflection of his character. Both abilities he unlocked were steeped in madness, each more frenzied than the last. When Shan Yin beheld these 2 abilities, his lips twitched, nearly betraying his composure and affecting his performance. Were these abilities truly worth the price of sanity? By activating them, would his attack soar while his intellect plummeted? Shan Yin steadied his mind, preventing any unintended expressions from surfacing. This script required him to juggle two roles, a challenging endeavor in itself, and it was no simple tale. The system could have prompted character interaction long ago, suggesting some unique circumstance was at play. Immersed in his role, Xinyan excelled in his portrayal, almost embodying the characters he played. Yet, this was merely acting. He would fully invest himself in a role, only to snap back to reality once the scene concluded. Xinyan reveled in the experience, not solely for the powers he would gain, but also for the exhilaration it brought him. Upon acquiring the two abilities, the demon hunter's power surged significantly, and when he activated his domain, his aura transcended the very limits of the Lord's. It was as if he were on the cusp of unlocking the next realm. Yet, he was still a step away, an infinitesimal distance that felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, seemingly insurmountable. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for him to contend with the two lords. The illusionist did not remain stationary. His form melded with the illusions, becoming indistinct. When the demon hunter launched his assault, the illusionist transformed into a wisp of smoke. The Swona continued to wail, growing ever more intense. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of drums, the illusionist appeared not far off, humming a tune. Can you guess how he smiles while crying? The demon hunter swung his axe, cleaving through the two lords that obstructed his path. In the throes of madness, his power intensified, the sheer force of his blows leaving devastation in their wake. The ground sank several meters, fissures splitting the earth, yawning into bottomless chasms, as he closed in on the illusionist. He found himself drawing nearer and nearer, ultimately seizing the illusionist. The axe struck true, landing a blow upon the illusionist. In the next moment, the demon hunter collapsed to the ground. Chapter 60. A joke? The illusionist's love for peace. No one knew how the demon hunter had fallen. The illusionist's sorcery left no trace, imperceptible to the eye. "This is your curtain call," he proclaimed, crouching down and gliding his hand across the demon hunter's form. When he rose, a heart thudded in the palm of his hand, still pulsating with life. Subsequently, the illusionist departed with the two puppet lords. Thunder had long since dissipated into black smoke, merging with the demon hunter's being. With the hunter's demise, so too would it perish. The audience in the live stream fell into a hushed silence, though they had anticipated that the man with the dog would prove no match for the illusionist. Witnessing his death left them at a loss for words. Once more, they grasped the true terror of the illusionist. His fearsome nature lay not only in his unfathomable power, but also in his unpredictable demeanor. As the viewers mourned the demon hunter, they wondered why the stream had not yet ended. After a span of roughly 10 minutes, a figure cloaked in black, her face concealed, emerged, lifting the fallen hunter from the ground. Beneath her feet, a purple glow emanated, forming a magical array, and she vanished within it. Only after her departure did the audience realize what had transpired. "Wait, he was saved," they exclaimed. "Does this mean the man with the dog might still live?" What a jest! His heart had been ripped from his chest. How could he possibly survive? Unless he were not human. If he could not be revived, then why did this woman take him away? Perhaps for dissection? Are you all devils? Then, an even more astonishing revelation unfolded. The illusionist's figure materialized beside the pool of blood where the demon hunter had lain. Unbelievable. The illusionist is still here, they gasped. But why did he just watch as someone took the hunter away? Did they not realize that the illusionist typically transformed his victims into puppets after slaying them? Yet this time, he had not. Could it be that all of this was within the illusionist's design? I recall him mentioning that he wished to fashion the man with the dog into a more perfect creation. The implications were chilling. Fellow viewers, your words have sent shivers down my spine. The illusionist stood in place, bursting into a fit of manic laughter. Hee, ha 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 ha. Until my creation reaches perfection, I must remain patient. A flawed masterpiece still requires meticulous restoration. This process holds its own unique charm. With a flourish of his hand, the once ravaged hillside, reduced to rubble, was seamlessly restored under the illusionist's command. In his grasp, a vibrant ruby emanated a blood-red glow, accentuating the exquisite pallor of his hand. His fingers danced gracefully in the air, as if performing a silent symphony. The hillside returned to its original state. devoid of any trace of its previous destruction. Yet, the illusionist gazed upon his work, seemingly dissatisfied. After a moment's contemplation, he realized the hillside lacked the tender green blades of grass, thus akin to a magician. He reached skyward with a swift motion, and in his palm appeared a handful of radiant light, sparkling like starlight, as if he cradled a handful of shattered diamonds. The twinkling luminescence spilled forth from his hand, cascading onto the ground. Upon contact, the earth immediately sprouted tender shoots, and in mere moments, the hillside was blanketed in lush greenery, flourishing even more vibrantly than before. The onlookers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. The ability to effortlessly revitalize nature by the illusionist was nothing short of astonishing. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that a perfectionist like the illusionist would be averse to the damaged grassland and would restore it with such ease. What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm bananas for you, big gorilla. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Could this be the work of a druid? What is a druid? In foreign mythology, druids are revered as forest deities, protectors of the woods, guardians of nature, and champions of peace. What a joke! The illusionist is a druid. What a laugh! The illusionist is a lover of peace. What a jest! The illusionist is a forest goddess. This defies logic and reason. My entire worldview has been turned upside down. Those upstairs seem to aspire to become puppets of the illusionist. For self-preservation's sake, I must flee. Ever since the illusionist achieved a 5-kill streak, the sycophants have become significantly more subdued. Who would dare to speak recklessly in front of such an incomprehensible figure? What if one day, he whimsically decided to drop by the live stream? Good heavens, half the viewers might be whisked away. After the illusionist casually revived the plants, he disappeared once more. His elusive nature had become routine for the audience. As soon as he vanished, the live stream ended. The viewers understood that this session had come to a close, and the timing of the next stream depended on the whims of the overseer. The broadcast concluded, leaving all who had watched in a state of exhilaration. They eagerly scoured the overseer's space, discovering that he had indeed posted another article. Anticipation bubbled as they clicked to read. This latest update unveiled the identity of the demon hunter. The demon hunter, a legendary vocation, roams the shadows, instilling fear into all that lurks within darkness. It is said that they possess a canine-like sense of smell, capable of detecting scents imperceptible to ordinary folk, even from miles away. They can sense the presence of demons. Demon hunters pursue demons, growing stronger with each hunt. The more they hunt, the mightier they become. Thus, demon hunters are the most feared adversaries of demons, eagerly yearning for the thrill and power that comes with each successful hunt. As for demons, their origins remain shrouded in mystery. Some speculate they are birthed from the darkness within human hearts, while others believe they are creatures that have crawled up from the depths of hell. Regardless of their origins, demons thrive on the flesh and souls of humanity. It is their instinctual nature, unchangeable and primal. Demons can take on myriad forms, and only the legendary demon hunters can discern their true identities. No demon can masquerade beneath the watchful gaze of a demon hunter. Traditionally, demon hunters are portrayed as bloodthirsty lunatics. Yet, this profession had long been lost to time until the emergence of a new demon hunter. Chapter 61. Things have become intriguing upon reaching this point. All understood that the demon hunter is synonymous with the one who walks alongside dogs, a title that seems to belong to but a single individual, whose fate remains uncertain. Alas, what a twist of fate that he should encounter the illusionist. Subsequently, the various chat groups erupted into lively discussions in the groups associated with the Tian Dao website. Numerous newcomers joined. Puppet number 18. The illusionist is truly remarkable, by say. Alas, what a pity for the demon hunter. If he has truly perished, who will contend with the demons? Mengyu. Anyone can become a demon hunter. Jubao Xiaowangzi. These days, there seem to be more and more individuals wreaking havoc on the streets. Ling Ling Qi. Such chaos cannot last long. By say, indeed, the public safety in our great Xia nation remains stable. Sure you. Have any of you practiced the cultivation techniques revealed by the overseer? Tian Yi Meng Meng. I have, and I've made significant progress thus far. This claim of significant progress was met with skepticism within the group. As it had only been a few days since the overseer published the cultivation techniques, even those who began practicing on the first day could not possibly see results so quickly. However, shortly thereafter, Tian Yi Meng Meng uploaded a rather lengthy video to the group. The members eagerly clicked to view it. A young man appeared at the center of the video, introducing himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Tian Hao today. I'm making this video to showcase the results I've achieved after practicing the body cultivation techniques." Tian Yi Meng Meng's real name was Tian Hao. He stood before a stack of 7 neatly arranged bricks. He then picked up one brick and slammed it down onto the ground with great force. The brick did not shatter, nor did it even bear a single crack. Instead, the ground was left with a deep imprint. Although the surface was muddy, it clearly demonstrated the brick's sturdiness. The 7 bricks piled together formed a considerable height, and Tian Hao stood proudly before them. He struck a pose, inhaled deeply, assumed a horse stance, and shouted a powerful battle cry. With one swift motion, he struck downwards. The sound of a loud crack echoed, and all 7 bricks were cleaved in two by his bare hands. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" The group erupted in exclamations of disbelief. The video revealed Tian Hao's hands, which were red and trembling after the feat yet. How many days had passed since the cultivation techniques were unveiled? While an ordinary person might manage to break a single brick using some technique, Tian Hao, on the other hand, had shattered multiple bricks purely through brute strength. Tio break so many bricks with bare hands demonstrated a force of at least 200 to 300 pounds. This far exceeded the capabilities of many untrained individuals. Moreover, how long had it been since Tian Hao began his training? At this rate, in a month's time, would he not possess strength surpassing that of a world champion? Shuangzi Xing. I now wish to take the overseer as my master. He is simply extraordinary. After watching this segment of the video, those who had previously dabbled in training and given up were once again inspired to pursue their practice. Surely, this was more cost-effective than spending thousands every month on physical training? Tian Yi Meng Meng. Did you all see? No more chatter. I'm off to continue my training. However, practicing the body cultivation techniques requires a substantial amount of food, especially meat, as the consumption is quite significant. The pursuit of knowledge in the arts is often deemed a luxury of the affluent, while the martial disciplines demand a greater expenditure of physical energy, necessitating ample nourishment to replenish what is expended. Moreover, a moment's carelessness in martial training can result in bodily harm, the treatment of which requires a considerable amount of medicinal resources. This is why, in ancient times, the adage emerged that only those from well-to-do families had the means to begin martial training from a young age. Nowadays, however, the intent behind learning martial arts has shifted predominantly towards physical fitness. The authentic martial prowess of your has largely been lost to time, and what remains is often mere spectacle, heavily laden with performance elements. Nevertheless, the cultivation of such skills is not as straightforward as it may seem. But I digress. That is a matter for another discussion. During this live broadcast, the viewership soared to an astonishing 70 million. Shunyan's subversion value increased from over 1 million to 287 million, marking a significant turn towards affluence. The collaborative script indeed generated considerable hype, and within this framework, the system provided Shen Yin with auxiliary characters. Regardless of their strength, as long as they did not exceed that of the Lord, they could be summoned. Each auxiliary character could be exchanged for a mere 10,000 subversion points. However, once the collaborative script concluded, the system would reclaim these characters, akin to a low-cost rental arrangement that must be returned upon expiration. Currently, the collaborative script is still ongoing, primarily because Shun Yin detected a hint of treachery within the script provided by the system. Thus, he decided to make an attempt, the outcome of which remains to be seen. Shun Yin closed the system panel and shut his eyes, a torrent of chaotic information flooding his mind, which he then meticulously organized into the pertinent data he sought. The diviner appeared at his side, producing a crystal ball. This time, the method employed was not tarot card divination, but rather an ancient practice utilizing the crystal ball. Such divination requires an exceptional level of innate sensitivity to spiritual energies. Without a certain degree of talent, it is exceedingly difficult to glean any meaningful insights. The diviner placed the crystal ball upon the ground and settled cross-legged beside it. In truth, the diviner was also under Shun Yan's control. By embodying the diviner, Shun Yin could access their abilities, But since this auxiliary character was not one extracted from the narrative, he could not utilize their powers when not in possession. The crystal ball, crafted from a flawless piece of white quartz, was the most suitable medium for divination due to its clarity. The diviner closed his eyes, gently resting a hand atop the crystal ball while continuously contemplating the question for which he sought an answer. As the meditation deepened, a mist seemed to envelop the crystal ball, with the gases within swirling to form a hazy image. After observing the scene within the crystal ball for a time, the diviner withdrew his hand. The gases within spun for a few moments before gradually dissipating, restoring the ball's transparency. Shun Yin received the answer he sought. Initially, he believed that the emergence of demons was merely a ploy by the system to create fodder for the demon hunters. However, since the appearance of the mysterious woman, he realized that was not the case. Perhaps demons had existed all along. It was merely that upon assuming the identity of the demon hunter, their presence was brought to light before Shun Yin. How intriguing! Things were becoming quite fascinating. Chapter 62. The shameless foster parents Shun Yin chose to embody Gu Zhang, who had been leading a monotonous existence, traversing the triad of school, library, and home. The state had approached him several times. Yet Gu Zhang consistently declined, citing his desire to continue experiencing school life and reluctance to enter the workforce prematurely. The authorities acquiesced, promising to defer matters until his university graduation, such as the privilege of a prodigy. However, in recent days, the couple who had adopted Gu Zhang appeared to have heard something, as they began visiting Gu Zhang's grandmother, subtly expressing their desire to take him in if they truly wished to adopt him. They would have done so long ago instead of waiting until he had grown. Now that they sensed a potential for success, they approached with eager eyes. They lamented before Gu Zhang's grandmother, detailing their hardships over the years, the costs incurred raising their son, and the exorbitant tuition for a prestigious private high school. The amount was indeed substantial, and their modest salaries had left them struggling to gather the necessary funds. With time running out before the next school year commenced, their tale was one of woe, punctuated by dramatic displays of emotion. The elderly lady, despite having been neglected by her children for years, found it difficult to harden her heart against her own flesh and blood. Trembling, she entered her room and retrieved a savings book from a hidden compartment in her cabinet. Her pension was meager, only a few hundred yuan each month, supplemented by earnings from her vegetable sales, totaling a modest sum of 100,000 yuan. This was her hard-earned retirement savings. Upon presenting the savings book to the couple, their expressions soured upon realizing the amount contained within. "Mother, are you treating us as strangers? Is Gu Siki not your grandson? Do you not wish for him to receive a quality education and achieve greatness?" Lin Xuemei exclaimed, her face twisted in grievance. Her husband, Gu Ting, dared not voice his displeasure, silently observing. Moreover, that mere 100,000 was insufficient. The elite school Gu Siki was to attend charged an annual fee of 200,000. In truth, the cost was only 100,000, but to extract more money, Lin Xuemei exaggerated the figure. Ji Yuzheng's grandmother understood their intentions clearly. They were seeking the gifts of gratitude from Gu Zheng's classmates' affluent families. Several of Gu Zheng's peers, hailing from wealthy backgrounds, had contributed nearly 300,000 in total, while one parent had even gifted a house, pledging to cover all future tuition and associated expenses as a token of thanks. Although the house was situated in a small county and held little value, selling it would still yield a tidy sum. Having heard the rumors, the couple seemed intent on seizing a portion of Gu Zheng's earnings. Perhaps even the house itself. Ji Yuzheng's grandmother was a kind-hearted soul who, despite her children's years of neglect and lack of support, bore no resentment, understanding the hardships they faced. She had even accepted Gu Zhang, treating him as her own grandson. This was also partly due to Gu Zheng's amiable nature, which endeared him to her. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zheng's grandmother stated firmly that money was earned by Ji Zai through his own efforts. "I have given it to him for safekeeping." Lin Xuemei's face contorted in anger as she shrieked, "How can you let him manage it? He is but a child. What if he gets deceived?" Gu Zheng's grandmother replied, "Ji Zai is even more astute than you. Who could possibly deceive him?" A look of pride illuminated her face as she spoke. Lin Xuemei cast a significant glance at her husband, but regrettably, Gu Ting remained silent, unable to voice his thoughts. Their actions had been selfish, and he lacked the audacity to demand the funds from his foster son. Furthermore, they had not contributed a single yuan towards Gu Zheng's education. All expenses had been covered by his grandmother's earnings from selling vegetables. Had they invested financially, they might have felt justified in requesting funds now, but as it stood, he found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for his wife's incessant prodding, he would not have agreed to accompany her. Lin Xuemei, perceiving her husband's silence, recognized his uselessness. She inwardly resented, if it were not for this family. For your son, would I toil so tirelessly? Wiping her tears, she rationalized, this is merely a temporary loan. Once Siki matures and earns money, we shall return it. Jiu Zheng's grandmother remained resolute. There is no need for further discussion. You may take the money from my savings book, but do not expect anything else. It was only later that she learned from the villagers about Gu Zheng's harrowing ordeal alongside his classmates in a hellish abyss, relying solely on his own strength to bring everyone to safety. The horrors of that despairing place were known even to those like her, who shunned the internet. It was a fight for survival, where a single misstep could result in eternal entrapment. She was unaware of how Gu Zheng had escaped, but she could surmise that the journey had been fraught with peril and difficulty. After years of reflection, she had come to understand that the money Gu Zheng earned with his life must never fall into the hands of those selfish individuals. They must not take a single cent. Should they dare to attempt such a theft, she would defend it with her very life. After all, she had lived long enough, but Zhizai was still young and had a brighter future ahead of him. Gu Zheng's grandmother's stance was unwavering, and no matter how Lin Xuemei pleaded, she would not relent at that moment. Gu Zheng returned home from school. Grandma, I'm back at AS. Gu Zheng opened the door. He was immediately met with the tumultuous cries of a woman throwing a fit inside. Even with his remarkable memory, it took him a few moments to realize that it was his adoptive mother, his legally recognized maternal figure. Regrettably, after such a long time without seeing her, Gu Zheng felt a distant indifference towards her. Akin to that of a mere passerby, he stood at the threshold, listening to the ongoing commotion, which indicated she had not yet noticed his return. After some contemplation, Gu Zheng retrieved his phone and dialed one of the numbers saved within. Officer Yin, I recall the state mentioned that I could reach out to you if I encountered any issues. The response came swiftly indeed. Gu, is there something troubling you? Please feel free to share if you require assistance. Gu Zheng recounted the arrival of the couple to the officer, expressing his disinterest in their presence and his desire to avoid seeing them in the future. Once the call was terminated, a group of individuals arrived within 10 minutes, escorting the couple away. Rest assured, they will no longer disturb you, Gu, Officer Yin assured him. Chapter 63. A unique promotion script, voluntary leap into the abyss. The officer's visit was swift, and his departure was equally prompt. Jiu Zheng's grandmother sighed. Zhangzi, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. She refrained from pleading for the couple, accepting that this was the life they would lead. And after raising Gu Zheng, she held no further regrets. After dining with his grandmother, Gu Zheng returned to his room. Opening his computer to conduct some online research, he navigated through several servers, deciphering the password to a clandestine website, entering its domain. This site had only been established a month prior. Its pages were stark, featuring a black and red color scheme that evoked a sense of oppression. Scattered across the site were several posts detailing various summoning rituals, each with differing methods and summoned entities. Some spirits promised beauty, others love, wealth, or health, and so forth. It was a veritable cornucopia of offerings, presented with an air of authenticity. The comments below indicated that many had indeed believed and attempted these rituals. Perhaps some were skeptical, while others merely sought entertainment, yet numerous individuals had ventured to try. Some would return to comment on their successful experiences, while others vanished without a trace. The site boasted over 1,000 views, with dozens possibly believing, and perhaps over 100 having attempted the rituals. Due to the site's obscurity, it remained unnoticed by the general populace, as entry required an invitation code, and those within were few. Gu Zheng perused the posts, noting down all the summoning rituals. He discovered a commonality among them. All required blood as a catalyst. However, some specified human blood, while others did not. The more formidable the spirit summoned, capable of fulfilling greater desires, the more imperative it was to utilize human blood. The site described summoning as a form of conjuring, significantly diminishing the fears surrounding the ritual as it appeared benign. One merely needed to procure the materials required for the summoning. In truth, the materials were merely for the summoning. Once the spirit materialized and granted wishes, it would demand another price in return. Yet, this was not explicitly stated. Jiu Zhang immediately discerned the inherent trap within these summoning rituals. The fulfillment of wishes could not occur without cost, as it defied the principle of equivalent exchange. He searched the online activities of those who claimed success with the rituals, tracing their digital footprints back to their homes. After infiltrating their phones and sifting through their contents, Gu Zhang unearthed several revelations. For instance, the individual who wished for wealth indeed acquired a substantial fortune, yet the cost was the tragic demise of his wife and child in a car accident. The one who yearned for love had her phone traced to the man who had agreed to her confession, only to discover he was entangled with multiple partners, already married, with 2 children. The individual desiring beauty lost her health, diagnosed with liver cancer shortly thereafter. The wealthy individual wishing for health gained a robust physique, only to face financial ruin due to a failed investment. If one incident could be deemed an accident, the accumulation of such misfortunes led Gu Zhang to suspect otherwise, even if they appeared coincidental. He was increasingly convinced that these were the prices they paid following their wishes. There is always a cost to gain. With every acquisition, something must be relinquished. These individuals were relatively fortunate. Gu Zhang discovered several who had made wishes and subsequently perished in accidents. After gathering this information, he initially intended to cease his investigations, for this role possessed no combat prowess. He regarded summoning rituals as a form of contract, whereby a person conjures a spirit and a pact is forged. The spirit must fulfill one wish, while the individual must offer something in return. The nature of this offering was likely dictated by the spirit, determining the individual's fate based on its desires. Rather than spirits, one could argue these were demons, not benign entities but rather fiends coveting human souls. As for why some individuals did not lose their lives, it might be that the demons sought something greater. Gu Zhang had no intention of attempting this himself. Such a contract was fraught with peril, and it was clear that it was designed to ensnare one's very existence. Recognizing this as a trap, why would Gu Zhang willingly leap into it? Ding! A special promotion script has been triggered. Completing the script will allow the character to ascend directly to celestial rank. Will you accept the script? To leap 2 levels at once. This unique promotion script must not be missed. Xinyan clicked to accept. System. Notice 1. Please complete a summoning ritual. Subsequent rituals will become available thereafter. Should you fail to complete this, it will result in immediate failure, and there will be no follow-up. Yu Zhang was at a loss for words. He had just declared he would not jump into the abyss, yet now he was compelled to do so. Voluntarily, he stepped outside, visiting a convenience store to procure various items, namely, a mirror, candles, red ink, and duck blood. These were the essential components for nearly all summoning rituals. Some required additional offerings of idols, which Gu Zhang found tedious and thus omitted. Opting for a simpler ritual, he had heard that this particular summoning ritual could reveal a person's past lives. It seemed rather inconsequential, yet many were curious enough to try. After some thought, Gu Zhang descended to the basement and initiated a live stream. The audience was sparse at first, but as the broadcast commenced, hundreds began to trickle in. Feeling the initial turnout was insufficient, he typed a few commands, and suddenly, the viewership surged to over 100,000. Hello, everyone. Today I will test a summoning ritual I found online, which is said to be quite effective. Concurrently, a live stream on the Tiandao website was activated. Upon entering, the viewers were greeted by the sight of Gu Xiaogu live on screen. We are watching someone else's live stream while watching the live stream of someone watching another live stream. Stop. No nesting dolls allowed. I can barely recognize what live stream even means anymore. Double live streaming was a perilous affair. Look, Gu Xiaogu is starting. He is lighting a candle. Wait, why does this scene seem familiar? Oh no. Isn't this the same summoning ritual that another streamer attempted last time? Warning, incoming high energy. Protect the barrage. Gu Xiaogu, stop. Chapter 64. Misfortune knocks. Misfortune arrives at home, it's over. If something strange is summoned, there won't be a second demon hunter to intervene. How could someone as clever as Gu Xiaogu willingly court danger? Surely, Gu Deshan must have his reasons. What seems like a first-level thought process could actually be a fifth-level consideration, contemplating matters beyond our comprehension. Jiu Zhang placed the candle on the ground and ignited it, then carefully drew a circular pattern around it, precisely half a meter in diameter. The circle was drawn with the meticulousness of a compass. After completing the circular design, he inscribed several lines within it. Before stepping into the very center, holding the mirror before him, he poured the duck blood over the pattern and recited, "Mirror, O mirror, please reflect my past and present lives." The incantation was rather simple. It merely required repetition 3 times. After Gu Zhang chanted it thrice, the candles on the ground began to flicker and sway as if stirred by an unseen force, their flames wavering as though an invisible presence hovered nearby. Breathing softly upon them, observing the candles' erratic dance, Gu Zhang swiftly turned around and covered them with a transparent lampshade. This lampshade, deemed unusable due to a broken section, fit the candles perfectly, once covered. The candles ceased their swaying. Subsequently, Gu Zhang retrieved a mirror and began to examine his reflection point. 10 minutes later, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Jiu Zhang stroked his chin, pondering the lack of change. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Tentatively, he lifted the lampshade. With a whoosh, the candle was extinguished in an instant, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The mirror finally reacted. Jiu Zhang exclaimed, "Brothers, remember, covering the candle with a lampshade can trigger a bug." If you have second thoughts during the ritual, give it a T or Y.I in the 2 live streams. Viewers began to spam 666.6666. Gu Deshan is incredible, exclaimed one. What a guy, exploiting bugs here. After the candle was extinguished, the mirror began to glow. Within it appeared a middle-aged man clad in a long, flowing robe and sporting a scholarly hairstyle, resembling a destitute scholar from ancient times. It turned out that Gu Deshan had been a scholar in his previous life. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he had failed the imperial examination. How unfortunate! With Gu Deshan's intelligence, it seemed inconceivable that he could have fared so poorly in his past life. Perhaps he excelled in the sciences but struggled with the humanities. What? Gu Deshan struggling with the humanities? Surely you jest. With his prodigious memory, he could easily dominate any subject related to the humanities. Yet, humanities required more than mere memorization. Having glimpsed his past life, the ritual came to an end. The mirror shattered with a crisp sound. Ding! The summoning ritual is complete. Notification 2. You have witnessed your past life. But at the cost of peering into fate, you shall be beset by misfortune in the time to come. Jiu Zhang stood before his computer. This summoning ritual, while seemingly effective, does not reflect my true identity. I was certainly not that unfortunate scholar. I advise against attempting such rituals. The law of equivalent exchange dictates that what one gains is often accompanied by a loss. Thus concluded the live stream. And he thanked everyone for watching his experiment. With that, Gu Zhang ended the broadcast. However, the Tian Dao website stream continued. Consequently, tens of millions of netizens witnessed Gu Zhang's spiraling misfortunes. Choking on water, a lamp overhead suddenly burst, and a door unexpectedly fell towards him. These were mere trifles. After these incidents, as Gu Zhang stepped outside, he narrowly avoided being struck by a vehicle driven by a drunk driver. Had Gu Zhang not perceived the vehicle's excessive speed and calculated the distance in an instant, he would have been hit. The car would have undoubtedly sent him flying several meters at such speed. Survival was unlikely. Jiu Zhang memorized the license plate number and promptly sent it to Officer Yin. Regardless, drunk driving endangers both the driver and others. Stopping the vehicle might save 2 families from tragedy. As he walked down the street, a bucket of unknown liquid was suddenly dumped from above. Gu Zhang, summoning all his potential, executed a spiral maneuver to avoid the deluge. Unfortunately, he stepped onto a broken manhole cover. As it gave way, he twisted his ankle and fell into the abyss below. What terrible luck! It was as though misfortune had knocked at his door and settled in. This string of calamities seemed to have begun after the completion of the summoning ritual. Could this be the price to pay? The viewers in the live stream fell silent. To suffer such misfortunes merely for a glimpse into the past was disheartening. Had he not dodged that vehicle, he might well have found himself in a hospital. The cost far outweighed the benefit in an instant. The curiosity of many who had considered attempting the ritual waned. If such a simple ceremony could lead to being struck by a car or drenched unexpectedly, what of the more complex ones? Surely, they would spell doom. Fear gripped them all, and they began to regard the summoning ritual with trepidation. Their curiosity in engaging with the ritual was predicated on the absence of danger. Now, aware of the potential consequences, it was clear to all but the most reckless that such practices were best left untouched. After Gu Zheng fell, several individuals rushed to rescue him. Given Gu Zheng's prominence in the Tiandao livestream, the authorities had been monitoring him closely, primarily for his safety. Once pulled from the depths, he emerged relatively unscathed. Save for a twisted ankle, he waved reassuringly, signaling that he was fine. He merely wished to test the limits of his misfortune. Yet, it seemed even misfortune had its limits. Once he emerged from the waterway, he encountered no further calamities. With that, those tasked with ensuring Gu Zheng's safety felt relieved and retreated into the shadows. However, no sooner had they withdrawn than Gu Zheng encountered trouble on his way to the library. The number of pedestrians on the street dwindled by 5, including Gu Zheng, totaling 6 individuals. After a brief interval, they found themselves in an entirely different location. This marked Gu Zheng's second encounter with such an occurrence, and he remained calm, drawing upon his prior experience. While others expressed shock and concern, Gu Zheng began to survey his surroundings. "Despairing hell!" someone screamed. Gu Zheng rubbed his ears, wondering why the cries were so loud. It was nearly deafening. "Wait, is that Gu Deshun?" A white-collar worker suddenly recognized Gu Zheng. "Gu Deshun, I've been watching your live streams. You must protect me." A man in his 30s stood before Gu Zheng, visibly excited, as if he were about to kneel in reverence. Who was Gu Deshun? While millions were watching the live stream, not everyone was aware of his identity. After the government took notice, it swiftly imposed strict measures to suppress any information regarding the Tiandao website, fearing it might attract unwelcome attention from abroad. Discussions about these matters were now heavily restricted online. Only through personal connections could one gain access to the Tiandao website. Moreover, finding groups related to it was exceedingly difficult, and even if one stumbled upon them, entry required answering specific questions. Otherwise, group administrators would deny access. Gu Deshun was akin to a deity. Those who could secure his favor had a glimmer of hope for survival. Zhao Hai dared not guarantee that anyone would emerge unscathed, for this place was distinctly different from the previous realms of despair. Although the environment had shifted, it bore no resemblance to the desolate scenes encountered in earlier broadcasts. Instead, they found themselves amidst towering skyscrapers. In a bustling modern city, the people around them moved about as if they had not fallen into a realm of despair, but had instead traversed into another world. The reason for this assertion lay in a large advertisement displayed in a shopping mall, which broadcast a commercial while the bottom right corner indicated the date, August 6, 2036. If the date was accurate, they had either traveled 2 decades into the past or arrived in a parallel universe where time lagged behind reality by 20 years. A man in his 20s gazed around in astonishment, exclaiming, "This cannot be the realm of despair. Perhaps we've accidentally stumbled into some sort of time tunnel and arrived at another location. Once we buy a train ticket, we can simply return home." He promptly pulled out his phone to purchase a ticket, only to discover a lack of signal. Neither Wi-Fi nor data connectivity allowed him to log on in despair. He dialed an emergency number, but after a single beep, a voice replied that no network was available. Without any connectivity, they could only use cash to buy tickets. Yet, given the current trend of cashless transactions, very few individuals carried cash. The 5 of them exchanged glances, realizing they were all devoid of cash. They then turned to Gu Zheng, who rummaged through his pockets and shrugged. "If there's an issue, seek out the police." Gu Zheng's casual remark sparked a glimmer of hope in the others. Indeed, they could seek assistance from the authorities. Let the police assist them in returning home. There happens to be a police station on this street, and the group initially intended to enter. However, Gu Zheng did not budge. He stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall. Upon noticing Gu Zheng's stillness, the white-collar man Zhao Hai also refrained from moving. The other 4 exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to step inside and inquire. Zhao Hai could not fathom why Gu Zheng suggested seeking the police yet chose to remain behind. "Gu Deshun, Zhao Hai wiped the sweat from his brow. Wanting to ask but fearing Gu Zheng would deem him intellectually inadequate, Jiu Zheng, lacking the leisure to address Zhao Hai's confusion, moved aside and fiddled with his phone. This device appeared to be an ordinary smartphone, yet as one specially allocated by the state to Gu Zheng, it was indeed extraordinary. It was a satellite phone, ensuring signal reception even in the depths of the mountains. He silently inquired of the system. System, is this an alternate space? The system responded. 100 subversion points deducted. Investigation complete. This is a unique alternate space. In truth, he already suspected this was an alternate space. What astonished him was how remarkably similar this place was to reality. Moreover, the spatial expanse was considerable. With meticulous attention to detail point, one could only imagine the formidable power of the Lord capable of crafting such a thriving alternate realm. No, perhaps even surpassing that of a mere lord. Gu Zheng's expression turned serious. This could very well be perilous. If it were another character, he might not be so concerned. However, this persona, despite possessing extraordinary intellect, had a negative combat prowess. Sometimes, when martial power reaches a certain threshold, it could simply overpower, rendering Gu Zheng's brilliance moot. And no matter how skilled one is, a knife can instill fear, not to mention someone like him, who was physically inept. The four who entered were questioned by the officer on duty after stating their purpose. They answered each query, and subsequently, the officer requested their identification. However, none of their IDs could be verified in the system. The officer's gaze towards the four shifted, becoming somewhat suspicious. Fortunately, after a round of explanations, the four managed to exit under the officer's scrutiny. What now? Our ID information cannot be found here. Are we not rendered as black households? They had begun to subtly believe they were truly no longer in their original world. Perhaps they had sensed this all along but wished to deceive themselves. After all, arriving in another city was preferable to genuinely falling into a hell of despair, was it not? Could it be that this place was indeed a hell of despair? The five stood in bewilderment. They were not alone in their confusion. The audience in the live stream was equally perplexed. Is there really such a thing in a hell of despair? If one were to remain trapped forever, would it not be a trivial matter, considering it was merely another reality? You are overthinking. Merely being a black household is troublesome enough. How will you find work? What will you eat or drink? Indeed. Nonetheless, this hell of despair was undeniably peculiar. Jiu Zheng was not surprised. He had anticipated that in the alternate space, they would not only be unable to access the internet, but their IDs would also be ineffective. After all, they were individuals from two distinct worlds. A pedestrian approached them. Bang! He collided with Gu Zheng, yet instead of apologizing, he shot Gu Zheng a glare before striding away. Zhao Hai, indignant, exclaimed, "What kind of person is that? Bumping into someone without an apology?" However, he dared not confront the man, who appeared intimidatingly robust. The others were even less inclined to speak up. Then, they noticed that Gu Zheng, who had been bumped into, now held a wallet in his hand. Jiu Zheng deftly flipped it open, revealing several cards and a few hundred yuan. Wow! Gu Deshan is incredible. That sleight of hand was truly remarkable. Zhao Hai immediately slapped another person on the back. Can we even classify Gu Deshan's actions as theft? Chapter 66. In a repeating day, he is a god. Jiu Zheng flipped the cards back into the wallet, taking only a few hundred yuan in cash. Discarding the wallet onto the ground, the owner would undoubtedly return to search for it. Earlier, he had received a system notification. Notification 3. You have evaded misfortune multiple times, but this final instance is the most formidable attack. Do not trust anyone. Oh, what do we do now? One woman inquired, her voice tinged with fear. Zhao Hai looked to Gu Zheng, believing in whatever Gu Zheng would say. Jiu Zheng replied, "Observe closely. If anyone around exhibits abnormalities, it may be the key to breaking this predicament." No sooner had he spoken than an 18 or 19-year-old boy dashed around the corner, appearing frantic. Upon spotting Gu Zheng and the others, he abruptly halted. I have never encountered you before." Once he regained his composure, he rushed towards them, grasping Zhao Hai, who was closest. "Help me, please. I am trapped in this day and cannot escape. You are the first people I have met on this road. Can you save me?" His expression was slightly deranged, as if clinging to a final lifeline. Trapped in this day? What does that mean? Zhao Hai's face was etched with confusion. I am called him, but you may also refer to me as Emi. I do not know what transpired, but starting from a certain day, I have been eternally confined to this day. I am endlessly reliving August 60, unable to break free. It is driving me to madness. For so long, you are the only variable I have encountered. Please, you must have a way to save me. Him's expression was pitiable, appearing sincere. Given that Gu Zhang and his companions had suddenly appeared in this world, his words likely held truth. Zhao Hai initially intended to inquire further about the boy's situation, yet Gu Zhang interjected, "Please answer me this. How many times have you relived this day?" Him's expression froze momentarily before he responded. Approximately 60 days have passed. To be trapped in a single day for 2 months would indeed instill terror. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were about to speak, Gu Zhang continued. Although you say this, we do not believe you. Since you claim we are the only variable, let us meet again tomorrow. If we encounter you once more, we will trust your words. Him, without suspicion, readily agreed. After he departed, Zhao Hai and the others questioned, why not continue talking to him? Perhaps we could glean information on how to escape. Yu Deshun, why did you inquire about how many times he has repeated this day? That question seems irrelevant. They pondered that perhaps assisting him in breaking the time loop might lead them to freedom. Jiu Zhang led them to an internet CAF, spending 100 yuan to reserve a private room. Have you not considered that if one repeats the same day countless times, this person would have innumerable choices within that day? He could explore every possible variable, selection, and method to break the loop. The longer the cycle persists, the more adept he becomes at navigating this day. He might even know every second of what transpires, including what will happen next. Every choice leads to changes, every individual's fate. Lottery outcomes, stock market fluctuations, news, global events. Anything occurring on this day would be within his grasp. Jiu Zhang powered on the computer and began searching the internet of this world. While this sounds impressive, being trapped in the same day means losing one's future. How tragic, one woman among the 6, Hui Fan, remarked sympathetically. Only Zhao Hai, having witnessed Gu Zhang's live streams, understood him well enough to recognize that if Gu Zhang stated something, there was undoubtedly reasoning behind it. He began to contemplate the implications of Gu Zhang's words. The more he thought, the more terror gripped him. I understand now. I finally comprehend why Gu Deshun inquired about how many times him has repeated this day. Quickly, tell us why. They hesitated to question Gu Zhang, fearing he might regard them as simple-minded. Did Gu Deshun not say that him has repeated this day so many times? He possesses comprehensive knowledge of everything that occurs today, even recognizing our peculiarities upon first meeting. Consider this. A person capable of controlling everything, able to foresee what happens next. Within this day, from which he cannot escape, he is akin to a god. Those who grasped the underlying meaning of the words could not help but shudder in fear. Indeed, on this day, if him were to repeat himself countless times, retaining all memories from previous repetitions, then after repeating 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 times, would he not be akin to a deity endowed with eternal constancy and infinite life? On this day, he would possess omniscience and omnipotence, knowing all. If he claims that we are the sole variable, it implies that we are the ones capable of breaking this cycle, does it not? Hui Fan remarked. She leaned towards assisting him, especially since he mentioned that he had only repeated 60 times. Suggesting that he had not yet reached that level, Jiu Zhang conducted an online search and discovered that there were no extraordinary occurrences in this world. Regarding this endlessly repeating day, no one but him seemed to notice. Either him was lying, and time was not truly looping, or others had lost their memories of the repetition, leaving him as the sole possessor of such memories. When someone lies, their gaze tends to falter, avoiding direct eye contact, and they may exhibit unconscious gestures while incessantly reiterating their words. Jiu Zhang spoke while typing away on the keyboard. Are you implying that him is lying? On the contrary, he has displayed no signs of deceit. Gu Zhang replied. The others looked on in confusion. If him was indeed truthful, then why had Gu Zhang suddenly raised this point? Feeling parched, Gu Zhang ordered a glass of water to be brought to him. Now, I must verify a matter. With a decisive keystroke, Gu Zheng sent a flurry of garbled text before exiting the webpage. Zhao Hai, with a bold demeanor, asked Gu Zheng, "Master, please speak plainly. Our intellect seems to lag behind." Chapter 67. Master, this is about their safety. Determining whether someone is lying involves psychological insights. However, discerning deceit from someone adept at disguise presents a significant challenge if the individual is also well-versed in psychology. Distinguishing truth from falsehood becomes even more arduous. Zhao Hai inquired, "Not even you, Master Gu, can discern the truth?" Gu Zheng cast a glance at him. His silence implied acquiescence. If the individual had repeated the cycle for more than 60 days, perhaps far longer, and during that time mastered psychological principles and acting techniques, he would have had countless opportunities to refine his skills. If time were sufficient, who could fathom the heights he might attain? Gu Zheng's own intelligence, no matter how elevated, has its limits. Excluding the 4 or 5 years in the orphanage, where he had no access to extensive literature, and the 2 or 3 years after being adopted, he had accumulated merely 10 years of knowledge. Though he possessed an exceptional memory, he was not in a constant state of learning, for he also needed to attend school, eat, and sleep. Daily, he could absorb only 2 to 3 hours of knowledge beyond his textbooks, sometimes even less. Assuming it took him 10 minutes to read a book, he could roughly memorize 6 books a day. Over 10 years, this amounts to a staggering 65,700 books. His reading was diverse, spanning nearly every genre. This was already commendable. Many individuals in their lifetime cannot attain such a reading volume. Despite this impressive tally, retention was minimal. Unlike Gu Zheng, who would never forget what he had read. Nevertheless, Gu Zheng pondered that if his suspicions held true, then this him must be a profoundly knowledgeable and capable individual. What if he is not lying and has indeed only repeated the past 60 days? Hui Fan countered, "Your hypothesis, while plausible, lacks evidence." Zhao Hai was taken aback that this seemingly less intelligent woman dared to question Gu Zheng's assertions. Who was Gu Zheng, after all? He was widely regarded as a figure of almost divine status among netizens. His silence was merely a testament to his humility and caution. If she were not a woman, Zhao Hai might have retaliated. Just then, a delivery of beverages arrived, and after Gu Zheng paid, he opened a can and drank heartily. Frustrated by his disregard, Hui Fan felt a wave of irritation. She considered herself quite attractive and had often received attention from men, yet here, none acknowledged her. Especially Gu Zheng, who always regarded her with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. She was on the verge of exasperation. Shall we remain here, doing nothing to pursue leads? What if we miss vital clues? Gu Zheng continued to ignore her. Another individual named Wang Chong, attracted by Hui Fan's appearance, seized the opportunity to interject, "No worries, we can split up. They can stay here while we seek out clues." Wang Chong, tall and imposing, exuded a sense of security. His suggestion piqued the interest of another man. They had previously exchanged names, and this man, Hong Yin, along with the 3 of them, resolved not to remain idle but to venture out in search of clues. "Aren't you coming with us?" Wang Chong asked the 20-year-old youth. Zhong Mingrue. Zhong Mingrue shook his head, opting not to follow in an unfamiliar world. Aligning with the astute seemed the wisest choice. "The clues we uncover won't be offered freely to those who have not contributed," Wang Chong stated. The other 2 nodded in agreement, affirming that the risks they undertook to obtain clues would not be shared unconditionally. The trio departed. Zhao Hai scoffed. They heed Master Gu's intelligence yet fail to consider whether they've been of any assistance. Their self-serving nature was utterly despicable. Unbeknownst to them, they had overlooked the fact that Master Gu was the one they should be clinging to for support. Their disbelief was inconsequential. Zhong Mingrue tugged at Zhao Hai's sleeve. "Brother Zhao, from your tone, it seems you know Gu Zheng." "What is his background?" Zhao Hai replied. "Do not concern yourself with Master Gu's origins. Simply know that he successfully led our entire class of over 30 individuals out from the depths of despair." Zhong Mingrue gasped in disbelief. "How did he accomplish that?" "You wouldn't understand. He relies on this." Zhao Hai indicated his head. "This?" Zhong Mingrue glanced at Zhao Hai's head, suddenly enlightened. "He relies on wisdom." The sound of fingers tapping on a keyboard filled the air. Gu Zheng had, at some point, reopened his computer, swiftly pulling up surveillance footage of the entire street. The screen displayed numerous monitoring feeds. One screen was insufficient, so Gu Zheng opened 3 adjacent computers in the room. After entering a lengthy string of commands, he accessed the footage. Each screen was divided into 15 distinct monitoring segments. Had he not minimized the view, the images would have been difficult to discern, and he could have pulled up even more. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for the moment. Among the feeds, the figures of the 3 individuals who had just left appeared. 2 of them leaned in for a closer look. "Isn't that Wang Chang and the others?" Zhao Hai remarked. "Master, are you monitoring them?" Zhong Mingrui inquired. Setting aside the matter of surveillance, Gu Zheng's recent display alone was enough for Zhong Mingrui to regard him as a master. Zhao Hai interjected, "Let us not mischaracterize this. It's not surveillance. Master Gu is merely concerned for their safety." "This is," Zhao Hai faltered, unable to find an adequate excuse. "I understand. The master is looking out for their well-being." Zhong Mingrui quickly grasped the essence, intuitively learning the art of aligning with a powerful ally. On the surveillance footage, the 3 emerged from the internet CAF, wandering the street. They paused to ask passers-by questions and scoured the area for potential clues. The familiar environment, akin to reality, emboldened them significantly. Ji Yuzhong propped his chin on his hands, intently observing the monitors. After half an hour, the trio had traversed beyond this street, heading elsewhere. Lost in thought, Gu Zheng absent-mindedly bit his fingernails, his expression suggesting that he had everything meticulously planned. Observers speculated why he did not intervene when they left. Clearly, he had his reasons for remaining in the internet CAF. Chapter 68. A mind sharper than a demoness. A savior in distress. If they were intent on self-destruction, others could not intervene. They were adults, after all, responsible for their own actions. The audience in the live stream harbored doubts about the actions of the 3 individuals venturing out. After 40 minutes had elapsed, the trio had made their way 5 streets away. This alternate space was vast, its scale evident from online depictions, perfectly mirroring everything in reality. Yet, it housed only one nation. No other countries had manifested. Ji Yuzhong speculated that this anomalous realm was roughly the size of a single country. Within the confines of an internet CAF's private booth, the 3 indulged in food and drink, while Zhong Mingrui, unable to resist the urge, engaged in a game. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai sat idly by, staring blankly at the videoed. Ji Yuzhong simultaneously scoured the internet for information about this world while monitoring the trio's activities through surveillance. An hour passed, and at that moment, the 3 were crossing a street. With the green light illuminated, they were about to proceed when a runaway vehicle sped towards them. The footage revealed that the driver's seat of the large truck was unoccupied. The vehicle approached with alarming speed, leaving the trio no time to react. 2 were knocked over, while 1, regrettably, was pinned under a leg. Fortunately, they had not yet reached the center of the road, and the truck did not collide head-on with them. The 3 were left shaken. That moment, they had no recourse for accountability. After all, they possessed no identity, and reporting to the police would be futile, ultimately resulting in more trouble for them. They helped one another to their feet, edging toward the roadside, fearful that another vehicle might obliterate them. However, as they reached the sidewalk, a falling advertisement board plummeted towards their position. With a resounding crash, the board shattered into countless pieces. Their slow pace spared them from being struck directly, but the shards of glass that scattered from the broken sign left them with numerous cuts. At first glance, it appeared quite terrifying. "Goodness! How are they so unfortunate?" Zhao Hai exclaimed, drawn to the commotion. And upon looking, he witnessed the trio's dire predicament on the screen. Ji Yuzhong zoomed in on the display. "Indeed. Master, do you know what is happening to them?" Zhong Mingrui inquired. "The exclusivity of worlds." Gu Zhong continued to observe the 3's every move. "Exclusivity?" The 2 responded, bewildered. "You can think of it as 2 prides of lions. Blue Star represents one pride, while this realm represents another. We have now strayed from the protection of our pride and wandered into another's territory. A roaming lion, if discovered by the dominant male lion of that territory, will be driven away. If it cannot fend off the male lion, it may end up severely injured." "What about the unlucky ones?" Zhao Hai questioned. Zhong Mingrui raised his hand. "I know this one. The unfortunate ones are dead." "Precisely. Thus, having strayed from one's pride, one should not swagger about in another's territory, as it boldly announces one's arrival. The actions of the three are tantamount to provocation. Hence, as the dominators of this provoked realm, would they not retaliate? The evidence was clear. They would, Gu Zhang concluded. We must exit swiftly. Otherwise, even if we remain here indefinitely, we will eventually be discovered. Zhong Mingrui sensed Gu Zhang's intentions. He realized that Gu Zhang had remained silent, allowing the three to wander without a word of warning, merely using them as bait for his own experiment. A sudden unease crept into Zhong Mingrui's heart. Such a person, if intent on scheming, would surely keep his plans concealed, leaving others oblivious, only to find themselves unwittingly assisting him in counting his ill-gotten gains. Strangely, Zhong Mingrui recalled a phrase. Cunning as a fox, a person possessed of such extraordinary intellect, ruthlessly calculating, was indeed a cause for concern. Zhao Hai, however, was oblivious to such thoughts. He was busy applauding, his hands red from clapping. Bravo. Master Gu, you are truly remarkable. A mastermind. Zhong Mingrui glanced at the oblivious, carefree Zhong Mingrui. The three individuals on the screen, having undergone such a fright, were now somewhat fearful. Though they could not comprehend the reasons behind their misfortune, they assumed they must have provoked something and hurried back towards the internet CAF, hoping for salvation from others. The journey back, however, was not without its tribulations. Wang Chong was bitten by a dog that suddenly appeared, while Hui Fan narrowly avoided falling into a broken manhole cover, saved only by the timely intervention of a nearby stranger. Jiu Zhang tapped the table, muttering softly, "What a shame. Why didn't she fall?" Zhao Hai and Zhong Mingrui queried, "What did you just say?" "We didn't catch that." Jiu Zhang shrugged, saying nothing, while the audience in the live stream was nearly in fits of laughter. Look at Gu, still fixated on that incident with the manhole cover. Ha ha ha. Imagine if we all fell into the underground passage. Master Gu would be quite pleased. By the time the three returned to the internet CAF, they startled the owner, who rushed to inquire if they needed to call for medical assistance. Wang Chong and the others repeatedly shook their heads, too terrified to venture outside again, fearing for their lives. Upon entering the booth, they knelt before Gu Zhang. The sight of their injuries was far more gruesome in person than it had appeared on the screen. Their faces were bruised and swollen, resembling that of a pig, with numerous cuts and their clothes covered in dirt and torn to shreds. They had departed looking presentable, only to return in a state worse than that of beggars. Fortunately, the most severe injury was the one sustained by the individual whose leg had been crushed by the truck. The others, though appearing battered, had only surface injuries. Wang Chong's dog bite would likely require a series of vaccinations. The three trembled as they recounted their harrowing experiences to Gu Zhang. "It seems we must have provoked something. We have faced relentless misfortune on our way back, and we nearly didn't make it. What should we do? Are we in for more trouble? It's terrifying. Are we going to die?" They wept inconsolably, their faces a grotesque palette of bruises, a sight that was difficult to behold. They believed they had roused something ominous, entirely unaware that a significant part of their misfortunes was due to Gu Zhang's involvement as well. Chapter 69. The conditions of the cycle. Gu Zhang glanced at them and stated simply, "You will not." The three quaked with trepidation. After a few minutes of remaining in the booth without any further misfortune befalling them, they began to believe Gu Zhang's words. Simultaneously, they regretted their earlier decision to seek out clues. Now, not only had they failed to uncover any leads, but they had also returned battered and bruised, with no healing supplies available. Though their wounds pained them, they had no choice but to endure. Eventually, Gu Zhang arranged for someone to procure a healing spray to disinfect their injuries and prevent infection. They spent the night in the internet CAF. The following day, the six of them emerged, returning to the location where they had encountered him, awaiting his arrival. Meanwhile, Gu Zhang surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, they were not the only ones trapped in this cycle. Every passerby on the street, every vehicle, the advertisements displayed on the billboards, and even the direction of the wind were identical to those on the sixth, or rather, today was the sixth time, having struck midnight, had plunged into yet another cycle. This world was eternally ensnared in the repetition of the sixth day. The difference was that all the inhabitants of this realm had lost their memories from before the cycle, while he retained all recollections. It remained unclear whether this was a blessing or a curse. In the same place at the same time, they encountered him. Excellent, you are still here. I was genuinely worried you wouldn't return. He appeared breathless, having evidently sprinted to arrive sooner. Zhao Hai asked, you mentioned yesterday that we are the only variable. What do you think we should do? He wiped his brow and replied, truthfully, I suspect this entire situation stems from a single object. What object? Wang Chong and the others inquired curiously. He seemed oblivious to the new wounds on their faces. Instead, he continued, follow me. They exchanged glances with Gu Zhongde. As he said nothing, they dared to follow him. He led them to the underside of a bridge. The riverbank here was quite low, and they could descend to the base of the bridge. Upon reaching the spot, he pointed to a white stone submerged in the water beneath the bridge. It was after I touched this stone that I became trapped in this day. Thereafter, no matter how many times I tried to touch it again, it proved futile. So, when I saw you, I wondered if your contact with that stone beneath the water might restore this abnormal world to its original state. What him articulated was not without merit. Zhao Hai and the others immediately placed their trust in him. However, upon glancing at the river's surface, a flicker of hesitation crossed their faces. How deep is this river? Who among you can swim? Upon inquiry, it appeared that only Zhong Mingrue possessed the ability to swim, while the rest were mere landlubbers. Zhong Mingrue had already begun to remove his shoes, warming up in preparation to enter the water. Gu Zheng fixed his gaze upon a white stone submerged beneath the water. That stone was not near the shore, and typically, no one would venture there. It seemed as though him sensed Gu Zheng's unwavering stare at the stone. He scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he confessed, there was a time when I became infatuated with stone gambling, particularly with Hatian Jade Point. One day, I found myself here and, upon spotting that white stone, I mistook it for a piece of jade, and I endeavored in vain to retrieve it. Ultimately, I failed and instead became ensnared in the perpetual cycle of being trapped in the sixth realm. After Zhong Mingrue completed his warm-up, he was poised to plunge into the water when Gu Zheng intervened. So, this is where you met your demise. The moment Gu Zheng's words escaped his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Following a moment of quiet in the live stream, a flurry of comments erupted. What? Has Gu Deshan discovered something anew? I feel my intellect is inadequate to keep pace with the thoughts of such a prodigy. A barely perceptible shift crossed his countenance, and he chuckled lightly. What are you saying? Am I not still alive? Gu Zheng responded. When Wang Chong and the others claimed they could not swim, a fleeting expression of empathy crossed your face. Furthermore, as you approached the water's edge, you exhibited an instinctive motion to retreat. This indicates that it is highly probable you cannot swim. Jiu Zheng's words caused the expressions of those present to change dramatically. What are the conditions that lead to this cycle? I have been pondering this question. You previously mentioned it was due to your interaction with that piece of jade. While that is indeed true, your intent was to mislead us. The true condition that initiated this cycle must be that someone drowned after having touched that piece of jade, correct? Gu Zheng unflinchingly unveiled the truth he had deduced. So, what is your purpose in bringing us here, O deceased him? Perhaps even the name him is a fabrication. As Gu Zheng's words fell, him's expression twisted into a mask of fury. How intriguing, you are the first to unravel my scheme. But what does it matter? This cycle must continue. After all, with a vigorous sweep of his arm, Zhong Mingrue, who was closest to the riverbank, was thrust into the water. Though Zhong Mingrue was indeed a swimmer, the moment he made contact with the water, his limbs seemed to freeze, and he sank straight to the riverbed. Ha ha ha, in this game, I have emerged victorious. A life shall be claimed, and I can advance the timeline by another day. Him laughed with unrestrained delight, devoid of any moral scruples. Pull! Amidst him's maniacal laughter, Gu Zheng's voice rang out. Instantly, the other four on the shore gripped the ropes tightly. Him's laughter was abruptly stifled as he widened his eyes in disbelief. When did this happen? The rope? How did he not notice? The rope was bound around Zhong Mingrue's leg, cleverly concealed beneath his clothing. When Zhong Mingrue had removed his shoes, he had already tied a knot with the rope. In stunned disbelief, him gazed towards the riverbed as he observed that white stone was grasped firmly in Zhong Mingrue's hand, being gradually pulled towards the shore. He could no longer contain his rage. Him's form expanded several hundred times. The sky transformed dramatically, shifting from bright sunshine to a canopy of ominous clouds. The onlookers paid him no heed, swiftly pulling Zhong Mingrue back. In his grasp was a white, circular object. It was neither perfectly round nor possessed the texture of stone, appearing eerily pallid. Just as him was about to erupt in fury, Gu Zhang placed his hand upon the white object. With a sturdy brick in hand, he struck the white object with a forceful blow. Indeed, no matter how skilled one may be, a single brick can bring down the mightiest. This common brick was a rare artifact. With a crunch, the white circular object shattered. The being that had expanded to several hundred times its size let out a desperate cry. "No, I cannot fail." Yet, with the shattering of the white object, his fate was sealed. Boom! The giant exploded into countless white fragments, vanishing along with the white circular object. One individual collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, everyone was expelled from the alternate space. The system chimed. Ding! The script has been completed. Congratulations to the character, Gu Zhang, for ascending from human level to celestial level, unlocking 2 skill slots. The third ability has been unlocked, Equivalent Alchemy. You shall receive what you have given. However, life is the ultimate boundary. You will comprehend, deconstruct, and recreate matter, but remember, life is the final taboo. Alchemy. This third ability was indeed alchemy. The name of this ability might sound unremarkable, yet if rephrased, one would grasp its immense potential. Creation. This ability embodies the power of creation. It can be said that with this ability, one can create anything. Upon witnessing this ability, Gu Zhang felt an irresistible urge to experiment forthwith. Yet, there remained a matter to resolve. As Gu Zhang emerged, he cast his gaze upon the individual who had materialized on the ground. The lord of this alternate space had not perished. Rather, he had merely vacated this individual's body. And once the next individual was chosen, a new cycle would commence. 6 individuals had entered, yet 7 had emerged. This 7th individual was the one who called himself him, now controlled by the Lord. Once he emerged, Him's identity was thoroughly investigated. His true name was Kayimi, merely 18 years of age, an orphan without parents, a devoted enthusiast of a certain game. He had adopted the moniker Him. The reason for the abbreviation was that it phonetically resembled his name. Upon awakening, Kayimi remained silent, his eyes filled with wariness and distrust towards outsiders. However, when he beheld Gu Zhang, his gaze softened slightly. He refused to respond to anyone else's inquiries, but when Gu Zhang posed a question, he would answer immediately. Gu Zhang inquired, "When did you fall into the alternate space?" "Alternate space? Are you referring to the abyss of despair?" Nearby, the official attendant, Officer Inu pondered internally. That's quite a fitting name. It sounds far more suitable for national proclamation than abyss of despair, which sounds rather unpleasant and horrifying. Alternate space is much more appropriate. At least it won't incite public panic. Inu nodded inwardly, resolved to relay this name to his superiors, though given the significance Gu Zhang held with those above, he suspected they had already taken note. Kayimi's eyes flickered, and he spoke in a raspy, unpleasant voice. "I fell into the alternate space you speak of 9 days ago." He recounted his experiences after entering the alternate space. Initially, he had been in a state of utter panic upon his descent. However, gradually, as he realized that the alternate space bore no significant difference from reality, he lowered his guard and began working on construction sites. Earning money for sustenance, he was doing quite well until, the longer he remained on the construction site, the more frequent accidents occurred. He even narrowly avoided being impaled by a falling steel bar. Thanks to the helmet he wore. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Consequently, Kayimi had no choice but to leave the site. Subsequently, he encountered an individual who claimed to be trapped on the 5th day. The man appeared wretched, bordering on madness, with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Kayimi, he clutched Kayimi's hand tightly, pleading for salvation. Without much thought, Kayimi acquiesced. He followed this individual to the riverbank. Although Kayimi could not swim, the man insisted that the stone must be retrieved. Otherwise, everything would remain in stasis. Fortunately, the river was not deep, and as Kayimi waded through, the water only reached his shoulders at its deepest. However, upon touching the stone, An icy chill coursed through him. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. While possessed, he could sense the outside world, yet he was unable to speak or control his body. He could only watch as the monster that had taken over his body masqueraded as him. Drawing closer to Gu Zhang and the others, "Thank you for saving me. From this moment forth, your affairs shall be my own." Kuyimi coughed a few times. Although he had narrowly escaped death this time, he unexpectedly inherited a portion of power after being saved by Gu Zhang, elevating his strength to the celestial level. Naturally, he felt immense gratitude towards Gu Zhang, even vowing internally to follow him unwaveringly from that moment onward. From then on, Kuyimi silently accompanied Gu Zhang, running errands and swiftly resolving any troubles that arose, without requiring Gu Zhang to lift a finger. The other 3 injured individuals were quickly whisked away by an ambulance that had been waiting for some time. Zhao Haizhong and Ming Rue, after adding Gu Zhang as a contact, also departed. Officer Yin, having handled the aftermath of the incident, was summoned back to the Celestial Observation Group. This department was established by the state after the emergence of the Celestial website, primarily responsible for monitoring any occurrences related to it. Within this observation group, a specialized subgroup was created for each formidable individual that appeared. Inyu had long desired to take Gu Zhang as his mentor to learn his extraordinary memory capabilities. However, he was assigned to the illusionist subgroup, forcing him to abandon that ambition. He often visited Gu Zhang, solely out of admiration, hoping for an opportunity to become his disciple. Yet, after several encounters, he remained silent. Realizing that while Gu Zhang possessed immense abilities, he was also undeniably proud. However, as a genius, such pride could be understood. As long as his capabilities were formidable, the state exhibited considerable tolerance towards such talents, provided they did not cross the nation's bottom line. Upon returning home, the state complied with Gu Zhang's request to install a laboratory in the basement of his residence. Had it not been for Gu Zhang's desire to stay with his grandmother, the state would have readily presented him with a larger apartment in the city. Nonetheless, this place was also tightly controlled by the state, not for the purpose of surveillance, but rather to ensure the safety of both Gu Zhang and his grandmother. Entering the underground laboratory, Gu Zhang commenced experiments with his newly acquired abilities. Chapter 71. Developing Mechas. The 5th character emerges at this point. The live stream had already ended, and discussions began to flourish within the group dedicated to the celestial matters. Numerous newcomers had joined, swelling the ranks to 9,054 individuals. With new members joining daily, the group's notifications surged to 99. They fervently debated the recent live stream, yet were restricted from disseminating the video online. Gu Zhang's intellect had earned him the title of the strongest individual among netizens. The underground laboratory had been transformed into a fully equipped space with an array of apparatuses and ample materials. Gu Zhang retrieved some iron blocks, intending to use them for experimentation. His alchemical abilities had become second nature, and he inscribed an alchemical array on the ground, placing the iron blocks within it. Subsequently, he clapped his hands against the floor, channeling his power into the array. The iron blocks began to transform, altering their shape. At this moment, Gu Zhang had the ability to control the process, if he wished. He could transmute iron into gold. Essentially, a 5-pound block of iron could be converted into 50 grams of gold. Although the disparity in ratios was vast, the value increased several hundredfold. Gu Zhang conducted numerous experiments with iron blocks, discovering that any material could be effortlessly transmuted into another. However, the transformation process incurred a cost, and it could only result in a decrease, never an increase. For instance, one could not use 1 pound of iron to produce 5 pounds of gold. Conversely, using 5 pounds of gold could yield only 3 pounds of iron. The consumption varied among different materials, with some requiring more and others less. It appeared to lack a specific pattern, yet seemed to adhere to some underlying principle. Gu Zhang tested each element and discerned a pattern. The rarer the material, the greater the consumption during the transmutation process, while the more common material incurred lesser costs. Perhaps this was to maintain balance? The experimental results supported this conclusion. After concluding his experiments, Gu Zhang began designing weapons for self-defense, recognizing that he was ill-equipped. The state, upon learning of Gu Zhang's intention to develop weaponry, promptly engaged him in discussions. Upon discovering that his weapon designs could potentially harm monsters, the state immediately decided to increase its investment in Gu Zhang. Moreover, they did not require the patents for the weapons he developed. They simply needed him to provide some weapons for the state, with all materials and logistics handled by them. With the state's assistance, Gu Zhang not only aimed to develop weaponry but also aspired to create a mecha. Mechas have always been a romantic ideal for in this world. Although there were no extraordinary beings or mythic entities, the technological nature of society fueled boundless dreams for the future. Furthermore, robots and basic exoskeleton armor had already been developed. However, the external exoskeleton armor was strictly prohibited from being sold or traded. Only the military could utilize it. The information regarding it was classified, inaccessible to those without the proper clearance. Due to his permissions granted by the state, Gu Zhang obtained blueprints for the exoskeleton armor. Although he had not previously studied this field, the moment he beheld the blueprints, inspiration flooded his mind with insights. He identified several areas in need of improvement, as well as some inconsistencies. If these aspects were enhanced, the exoskeleton armor's efficacy could potentially be increased by 50%. One should not underestimate this 50%. Such an enhancement was significant, as the armor structure itself could only accommodate that much improvement. Beyond that threshold, the materials would be unable to withstand the armor's force, leading to rapid deterioration. Jiyu Zhang meticulously examined the blueprints and grasped how to construct the exoskeleton armor. He mastered the design with just a glance at the blueprints, instantly recognizing the areas that could be improved. This remarkable talent did not go unnoticed by the state, which recognized Gu Zhang's potential and thus bestowed upon him great importance. To be frank, Gu Zhang's existence could be considered a national asset. Compared to illusionists, martyrs, and demon hunters, the state placed greater value on the seemingly weakest Gu Zhang. This was because Gu Zhang's capabilities did not merely manifest in raw power. His intellect represented a treasure for both the nation and humanity as a whole. After reviewing the blueprints, Gu Zhang suddenly realized that his knowledge of machinery was still inadequate. Having only just begun to delve into this domain and unable to access certain classified texts, he utilized his newfound permissions to explore the library, supplementing his knowledge in this area. He dedicated an entire day to memorizing various related texts. Subsequently, Gu Zhang set to work on modifying the first exoskeleton armor. Once equipped, the exoskeleton armor could enhance a person's strength and prove remarkably effective in specific scenarios, such as weaponry support. The exoskeleton armor developed by Xia Country could support a load of up to 200 kilograms. Although the exoskeleton armor could not envelop the entire body like a mecha, it indeed represented the nascent form of one. After making several adjustments, Gu Zhang successfully completed the first exoskeleton armor. Upon donning the armor, which he had coated in a silver-white layer, he found it remarkably agile, even for himself. Jiyu Zhang maneuvered the armor into the materials room, where various materials weighing several tons were stored. He sought to test the strength of the exoskeleton armor, determining how much weight it could lift. Selecting a piece of material weighing approximately 500 kilograms, Gu Zhang grasped it with his armored hand, attempting to raise it. After exerting some effort without success, he activated the thrusters installed on the armor's arms, enabling him to lift heavier objects. Once the thrusters were engaged, the 500-kilogram material was slowly raised. It is worth noting that Gu Zhang, who struggled to lift even modest weights in the past, could now lift an object weighing 500 kilograms with the aid of the exoskeleton armor. This was likely his limit, and he could only lift it, not fully raise it. Jiyu Zhang pondered the various data limits of the exoskeleton armor. Lost in thought, he forgot that the thrusters only operated for 1 minute before shutting down. After all, this consumed considerable energy. He had only activated them for testing purposes, allowing just enough power for a minute. The next moment, the thrusters ceased operation. The weight of over 500 kilograms suddenly bore down on Gu Zhang's arms. Bang! A loud crash resonated as the material slammed into the ground, creating a significant dent. Hiss! The pain in Gu Zhang's arm jolted him back to reality. Fortunately, he was wearing the exoskeleton armor, which meant the impact resulted merely in a strain. As most of the force was absorbed by the armor, bang! The laboratory door was kicked open. Those outside had been monitoring the situation. Upon hearing the loud crash, they assumed something had gone awry and rushed in without hesitation. Professor Gu, what happened? The title of professor was also conferred upon Gu Zhang by the state. His abilities justified such an honor. Had he not been so young and eager to experience school life, he likely would have held an even higher position. Jiu Zhang replied. There was a minor accident during the experiment. Upon witnessing Gu Zhang standing motionless, I immediately approached to assist him by removing the exoskeleton armor. Shortly thereafter, 2 medical personnel entered, conducting a thorough examination of Gu Zhang. Fortunately, it was merely a muscle strain. A bit of medicinal alcohol and a few days of rest would suffice for his recovery. The individual responsible for Gu Zhang's safety, known as Fu Zhuoxian, was among those dispatched by the state for his protection, and today marked his turn for duty. Unexpectedly, an incident had occurred involving Gu Zhang. Fu Zhuoxian instructed several individuals to relocate the materials and clean the area, then remarked, Professor Gu, if you wish to conduct experiments, why did you not summon us? What if something were to happen to you? We are resilient and not easily harmed. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Each member of our team is well versed in the operation of exoskeleton armor, and we would be more than capable of assisting with the tests. Gu Zhang nodded in agreement, extending his arm for the medical staff to apply the medicinal alcohol. He recognized his earlier lapse in judgment. Engrossed in contemplating parameters, he had forgotten to deactivate the thrust mechanism. It seemed that operating such armor necessitated an intelligent assistant, particularly with mechs. An AI was imperative. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Zhang began to ponder further. Observing his deep contemplation, the others refrained from interrupting him. Once Gu Zhang emerged from his thoughts, he gestured towards the exoskeleton armor, stating, I have made some improvements to this armor. Its effectiveness has increased by at least 50%, and I have also added a thrust mechanism, allowing it to lift approximately 500 kilograms. Fu Zhuoxian gasped in astonishment. As someone who regularly utilized exoskeletons, he was acutely aware of the significance of such figures. No one understood better than he how remarkable it was to enhance the armor's capabilities by such a margin in a short time. A feat nearly equivalent to constructing an entirely new exoskeleton. Their current armor could only lift a maximum of 200 kilograms, thus doubling its potential was extraordinary. Even the exoskeletons of Bear Country and Star-Spangled Country could manage only 240 kilograms. This advancement surpassed that of all other nations. Fu Zhuoxian's expression was complex, filled with admiration and reverence for Gu Zhang. It was no wonder that the state placed such importance on Gu Zhang's safety. If foreign entities were to learn of such a prodigy within their borders, they would undoubtedly seek ways to abduct him. You require additional personnel to assist with the experimentation of your exoskeleton armor? I believe they would be more than willing, he offered. Jiu Zhang, with his arms limp due to the muscle strain, realized he could not undertake the task alone. Reluctantly, he decided to retain one person to assist with the experiments. At that moment, Gu Zhang again felt the weight of his solitude. One person was insufficient, and he needed an assistant to collaborate on the research. However, he was inherently solitary and unaccustomed to the company of others. Just the thought of sharing his laboratory with another individual was intolerable. If he truly desired an assistant, he could simply inform Fu Zhuoxian, and the state would undoubtedly be eager to send someone to assist him. They could send dozens if need be. Meanwhile, at the research institute, several individuals were clamoring to learn from Gu Zhang. Jiu Zhang had someone test the various functionalities of the exoskeleton armor, and the results aligned closely with his predictions. Subsequently, he carelessly discarded the armor in the corner of the laboratory. His modifications to the exoskeleton armor were merely a prelude to his ultimate goal, the development of mechs. Having grasped the workings of the exoskeleton armor, Gu Zhang was already formulating a framework for constructing mechs. The energy and power sources for the mechs would require substantial energy to operate, yet Gu Zhang could address the energy concerns through equivalent alchemy, provided he invented a compact fusion arc reactor. Such research would demand time. Jiu Zhang retreated into the underground laboratory, intending to seclude himself for over 10 days. During this period, Shan Yin temporarily assumed management of Gu Zhang's system, merely needing to continuously provide the system with subversion values. The roles of other characters were momentarily set aside. Shan Yin contemplated extracting the 5th character. System, commence the extraction of the 5th character now. System, consuming 10,000 subversion values to extract the 5th role template. Ding, congratulations. You have extracted the Celestial Level Villain template. Character, the Conman potential. Celestial Level personality, Malevolent. skilled at manipulating hearts, enamored with humanity, and obsessed with jewels. With the objective of collecting all beautiful gems, script, he is an outlier drifting within the city. Having strayed far from his homeland, he learned the ways of survival among humans, abilities not yet unlocked. Begin the roleplay. This time, the script is set abroad. However, Shan Yin had already contemplated causing a stir overseas, making this character's arrival quite fortuitous. The image of the con man began to envelop him. Shan Yin's appearance transformed. Adorned with a playful smile, his striking features embodied the epitome of allure, resembling the most fashionable male archetype abroad. His golden short hair enhanced his charm, while his deep blue eyes resembled the finest sapphires. Anyone who beheld him would be captivated. His high, arched eyebrows only accentuated his handsome visage, adding an air of heroism without appearing effeminate. The con man let out a low hum, his voice magnetic and imbued with an indescribable allure. Possessing a unique charm that no woman could resist, he possessed an enchanting ability that rendered him utterly irresistible. Even in silence, his voice was lethal. System. Ding. Ability unlocked. Melodic voice. Your voice is your most powerful weapon. No one can withstand its allure. It exerts a profound influence on foes of the same rank or lower. Now, my darlings, await my arrival to reclaim you. Chapter 72. The Arrival of Destiny. He has come. In star-spangled country, he stood penniless in a dark alley. Stepping out into the sunlight, passers-by were momentarily entranced by his presence, some even colliding with poles while gazing in awe. Oh my God! Who is this star? Why is he so breathtaking? A stunning brunette approached him, casting a flirtatious glance to, Hi there, handsome. I'm XIFU.do. You have any plans today? Mind joining me for a drink? I am Zibowin, Sea King. Hello. Seafood, I certainly don't mind. It would be my honor. Zibowin replied with a smile, elegantly extending his hand to offer a kiss. His poise and courtesy left Shifu utterly spellbound. Feeling triumphant, Shifu waved to a few friends standing nearby. I have some friends. Would you mind if they joined us? Of course, I wouldn't mind, Zibowin replied, his smile exceedingly captivating, and his voice intoxicating. Shifu felt that hearing such a delightful voice was a divine blessing. Fortuitously, she had mustered the courage to approach him. Otherwise, she would have missed out on such an Apollo-like figure. A few women, each with their own unique charm and appealing figures, approached with smiles. Zibowin's gaze quickly fell upon one woman adorned with exquisite jewelry around her neck. To his discerning eye, it was undoubtedly genuine and of considerable value. The group entered a bar, where patrons were sparse during the day, yet a dozen or so individuals lingered within. Upon noticing the arrival of the beautiful women, their eyes lit up, but upon seeing the striking Zibowin surrounded by them, their expressions shifted to one of envy. As they entered, Shifu ordered several drinks and settled at the bar. Zibowin observed the bartender swiftly mixing cocktails. The colorful concoctions resembling a starry sky, garnished with lemon slices. With a smile, Zibowin raised a glass and clinked it with theirs before finishing it in one gulp. Where are you staying, Zibowin? With looks like yours. You must be a celebrity, right? Where do you hail from, Zibowin? Meanwhile, someone nearby whistled. Zibowin smiled, displaying no impatience as he answered their inquiries one by one. I am from Security, and as for my profession, I regret to say I am no celebrity. I am merely an unemployed drifter. Security? Among them, two individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. It was a rather impoverished locality, and upon hearing Shibowin refer to himself as an unemployed drifter, their demeanor became noticeably less hospitable. After all, good looks alone do not provide sustenance. Had they been wealthy women, perhaps they would have entertained the notion of engaging with him, but regrettably, they were not. Only Schleifer and the woman named Menglu exhibited no trace of disdain. Schleifer was quite taken with Shibowin. His appearance was precisely to her liking, and she was determined to win him over. As for Menglu, it was evident that she possessed a refined upbringing. Although her attire was not extravagant, her poise and the exquisite necklace adorning her neck revealed her status as undoubtedly noble or affluent. He conversed with them, eliciting laughter from time to time. Shibowin demonstrated a wealth of knowledge, seamlessly engaging in any topic, even offering his own insights on matters such as jewelry, entertainment, horse racing, fashion, and more. Engaging in conversation with Shibuya was immensely enjoyable. They had completely forgotten their previous disdain upon learning of his status and had become utterly captivated by him. To this point, it seemed that they would willingly comply with any request he might make. "It is truly delightful to converse with you," Schleifer remarked as she stood and embraced him. "Unfortunately, we must take our leave. Perhaps we shall meet again this evening. May I have your phone number?" Shibuya smiled and replied, "Very well, we shall meet again tonight." However, he did not provide his contact information. Seeing this, Schleifer felt a twinge of disappointment. Her departure was not due to dissatisfaction with Shibuya, but rather because she genuinely had pressing matters to attend to, matters of significant importance that necessitated her leaving him behind. Nevertheless, she was taken aback by the fact that Shibuya did not leave any means of contact. Did this imply that her allure was lacking? Menglu gently tugged at her, preventing Schleifer from being impolite, and addressed Shibuya. "No need to worry, Shibuya. Shall we meet tonight?" "Until tonight," Shibuya assured, escorting them out of the bar. After they had departed for a short while, a provocatively dressed woman approached Shibuya, swaying her hips as she walked. "Handsome, would you care to dance?" Her heavy makeup, accentuated by dark lipstick and eyeshadow, rendered her akin to a blooming black rose. Shibuya responded, "Since the lady has extended an invitation, I cannot refuse." His voice was melodious, and his words were equally charming. The woman laughed in response. "You certainly know how to flatter. I quite appreciate that." The two entered the dance floor, commencing a waltz to the rhythm of the music. The pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman illuminated the somewhat sparse stage. Drawing attention effortlessly, cheers erupted from the audience. "Is that not our goddess, Sarah? When did she start inviting others to dance?" It had always been others inviting Sarah to dance. Who was this man? Just look at how striking he is. It is no surprise that Sarah would invite him. Sarah was the proprietor behind this bar, occasionally gracing the patrons with a song, her beauty and enchanting voice earning her the title of Goddess Sarah among the regulars. "You dance exceptionally well," Sarah remarked with a beaming smile.